This is inside the Uchiha clan compound in the land of fire. A boy with long black hair, wearing blue clothes, slowly woke up with a confused expression. What's going on? Wasn't I sleeping at home? How did I suddenly end up here? The boy frowned, looking around the room with confusion. The room was quite simple, with nothing but a bed and a table. Nisan, you're finally awake. As the boy was about to get out of bed, a voice immediately drew his attention. Huh? Nisan, is that me? The boy pointed to himself in confusion. No way, Nisan, I'm your younger brother Izuna. Don't you recognize me? Seeing that his brother didn't recognize him, Uchiha Izuna immediately ran forward and asked his brother nervously. Wait, Izuna, you are Uchiha Izuna. Seeing his brother's expression, Izuna felt something was wrong, but he still nodded honestly. Uchiha Izuna, isn't that a character from Naruto? How could he appear in front of me? Ding. Scanning current environment. Ultimate villain system binding. Ding. Congratulations, host. Ultimate villain system binding complete. Suddenly, before the boy could think, a flood of memories surged in like a tide. Aya. The tearing pain instantly made the boy let out a miserable cry. Nisan. Izuna saw Uchiha Madara's painful state and immediately called out anxiously. After a moment, the extreme pain slowly receded and Uchiha Madara gradually calmed down. I never expected to become Uchiha Madara. This is really... Sitting on the bed, Uchiha Madara smiled bitterly. Through the memories he had just received, he already understood his situation. He had time traveled, and he had become the great villain of the Naruto world, Uchiha Madara. It was truly a twist of fate. The reason he became Uchiha Madara was that last night ninjas from the Senju clan suddenly attacked the Uchiha compound. He and the remaining Uchiha ninjas and children fought the Senju clan to protect their clan. As a renowned genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara naturally received special attention from the Senju clan. During the attack by two Jonin, Madara was severely injured, and that was when he time-traveled into Uchiha Madara. Izuna, I'm fine. After a while, Madara replied to Izuna. Seeing that his brother seemed no longer in pain, Izuna also breathed a sigh of relief. Then Nisan, you rest first. I'll go tell father that you're awake. Alright, you go ahead. I'll see father later. Hearing that Izuna wanted to leave, Uchiha Madara did not stop him and immediately sent him away because his mind was still a bit fuzzy and he needed to clear his thoughts. Watching Izuna's retreating figure gradually disappear, Uchiha Madara breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, more words lead to more mistakes. Although he had successfully obtained Madara's memories, they were not fully integrated, so his habits would inevitably differ. Right? Wasn't there a system just now? Uchiha Madara suddenly remembered that before he received the memories, there was a voice claiming to be a system. System. Ding. Here, host. What do you need? Hearing the cold electronic voice, Uchiha Madara understood that the system was indeed present. System, what is your function? Ding. System instructions have been sent. Please check them yourself. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, browsed the system instructions, and learned the system's functions. Completing tasks or changing the original plot to do villainous things would earn reverse destiny points, which could be used to exchange for anything in the shop or for lottery draws. A sharp glint flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He then brought up the system shop, but when he saw the points required, his face darkened. Damn, are you a profiteer? An A-rank jutsu costs 1,000 reverse destiny points, and even would release costs 1,000,000. Uchiha Madara took one look and immediately closed the shop, out of sight, out of mind. Ding, ding. Newbie gift pack issued. Would the host like to claim it? Yes. With Uchiha Madara's words, a dazzling white light flashed. Ding, ding. Congratulations. Host obtained 1-tomoe Sharingan. Ding. Congratulations. Host obtained Chidori. Ding. Congratulations. Host obtained chakra at the Chunin level. As the system rewards were distributed, Uchiha Madara immediately felt a sharp pain in his eyes, but the feeling came and went quickly. This is the power of the Sharingan. Uchiha Madara's originally dark pupils were now completely blood red, with a small black tadpole in the center of each eye. After activating the Sharingan, Uchiha Madara immediately felt that everything around him had slowed down, as if he could even see the flow of air. Of course, along with the activation of the Sharingan, there was also a surge of chakra within Uchiha Madara's body. System. Open my status. Ding. Name Uchiha Madara, gender male, strength Chunin, ability 1-tomoe Sharingan, path none, reverse destiny points 0. Looking at his simple attributes, Uchiha Madara shook his head. Forget it, I won't look at it for now. With the system, I will definitely get stronger. Thinking this, Uchiha Madara exuded a powerful aura. Since I have become Uchiha Madara, I will not follow the original story. After saying this, Uchiha Madara's killing intent immediately burst out. After a moment, Madara restrained his aura. After all, he was still injured, and everything had to wait until he was healed. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Madara's injuries had fully recovered. Nisan, father is calling you. Uchiha Madara, who was studying a jutsu scroll at the table, paused. I understand. He put down the scroll and stood up to leave while Izuna obediently followed him. It's finally here. I guess I can't avoid it. He sighed inwardly. Madara felt a bit worried after all he was about to meet Uchiha Taijima. He was the clan leader of the entire Uchiha clan, one of the few strong members, and also Madara's father. The two twisted and turned, soon arriving outside Uchiha Taijima's house. "Father," they both said in unison, and then a voice fell into their ears. "It's Madara and Izuna, come over." Uchiha Madara had just entered the room when he immediately sensed a gaze scrutinizing him. Madara looked up and saw a man with graying temples, sharp eyes, and an imposing aura sitting before him. This man was none other than Uchiha Taijima, the clan leader. "Indeed, you led the clan to protect the family, and even single-handedly confronted a jonin." Uchiha Taijima paused mid-sentence, then said, "But there is bad news to tell you." Hearing this, Madara instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. "Except for Izuna, your other younger brothers have fallen in battle." As Taijima's words fell, Madara's body trembled involuntarily, a natural reaction as his soul had fully merged with that of the original Madara. At this moment, Madara had inherited the original Madara's obsessive brotherly love, so upon hearing of his other brothers' deaths, he instinctively felt a surge of sorrow. "I understand, father." Although Madara's heart was filled with sorrow, his expression quickly recovered. Taijima nodded inwardly at this. After all, being able to skillfully control and regulate one's emotions is a must for a strong person. Clearly, Madara excelled in this aspect. "Father, I have something to tell you." Madara looked at Taijima with a serious expression, finally speaking those words with gravity. "Oh, what is it?" Seeing Madara so serious, Taijima guessed it was no ordinary matter, so he became interested. "Father, I've awakened my eyes." Madara's words struck Taijima's ears like a thunderbolt. "Madara, this is not a joke." Taijima looked at Madara with a grave expression, as he had to be cautious. After all, Madara was only 10 years old. There had never been a clan member in Uchiha history who had awakened their eyes so early. Madara looked at Taijima's serious demeanor, said nothing, and simply closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his normal irises had turned completely blood red, with two small tomoe floating in the center of each eye. This was the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Taijima stared at Madara's eyes in shock, then an endless surge of excitement welled up inside him, and his face was filled with undisguised joy. "Haha, good, excellent. Madara, you are truly the greatest genius of the Uchiha clan, to have awakened the bloodline limit at such a young age." The more Taijima looked at Madara, the more satisfied he became. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. "No. Madara, your awakening of the Sharingan is a great joy for the Uchiha clan, and you are also the future hope of our clan. But other clans will surely try to deal with you once they learn of this. So from today, your personnel must be increased." Madara frowned at Taijima's order. Although Taijima meant well, and it would indeed protect him, increasing his guards would also cause him great inconvenience. "Father, there's no need to increase guards. With my strength, I don't seem to need." Before Madara could finish, Taijima immediately interrupted him. "No, this is necessary. As the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan, your safety is of utmost importance, as seen from the sneak attack by the Senju clan last time." "But," Taijima suddenly changed his tone, "I am not going to make you a flower in a greenhouse. You will also participate in frontline battles. After all, the future leader of the Uchiha clan cannot be a useless person protected by others." Taijima's words struck Madara's heart. After sighing, Madara agreed to Taijima's demands. Then Taijima personally ordered that Madara be allowed to enter the clan's shrine freely and access all Uchiha Jutsu. Madara was quite surprised by Taijima's permission. It was an unexpected bonus. After bidding farewell to Taijima and Izuna, he returned to his own quarters. It seems this cheap father hasn't noticed anything unusual. From now on it will be simple." A sharp glint flashed in Madara's eyes. Time always flies by unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During these 2 weeks, Madara was not idle. He went to the shrine every day to learn jutsu. With the help of the system, learning jutsu was as easy as eating. Similarly, when facing Taijima and others' assessments, they were all astonished by Madara's learning speed. In the end, Taijima and the others attributed it to Madara's exceptional talent, calling him a once-in-a-century genius. Inside the Uchiha clan grounds, all the high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan were now gathered here. The atmosphere in the room was quite lively. Finally, after a while, Uchiha Taijima arrived with Madara somewhat late. Clan leader. Clan leader." As Taijima entered the room, the Uchiha members below nodded and greeted him. When they saw Madara behind him, they also smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. After Taijima and Madara took their seats, the room fell silent. "Everyone, I have called you here to announce 2 important matters." Taijima's steady voice immediately echoed throughout the hall. Upon hearing this, everyone below immediately looked at him. First, from today, Madara will be the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan. After Taijima announced this, no one below spoke in opposition. Instead, they all seemed to agree with the proposal. Madara's reputation as a genius had already spread throughout the Uchiha clan in the past few days, which was why no one opposed. Seeing no objections, Taijima nodded inwardly and continued. As for the second matter, it is our old rival, the Senju clan. After Taijima mentioned the Senju clan, the smile on his face vanished instantly. The same happened to the other clan members below. Some even gritted their teeth with hatred, as if they wanted to devour their flesh and drink their blood. Clan leader, what about the Senju clan? As the great elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha always frowned and asked. According to news from the border, the Senju clan seems to have discovered a new mine on the border between our two clans, and they have already dispatched a large number of ninja to guard the border. The Senju clan is truly shameless. They discovered it on the border between our two clans, but didn't inform the Uchiha clan, intending to take it for themselves. How despicable. That's right. Clan leader, I propose we teach the Senju clan a lesson. Let them know the might of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing that the Senju clan planned to monopolize the mine, the crowd below became fervent, one after another volunteering to teach the Senju a lesson. This was exactly what Taijima wanted. Alright, everyone quiet down. As old rivals, we certainly cannot let the Senju achieve their aims. This time, Elder 9 shall personally lead the mission. Remember, you must not bring shame upon the honor of our Uchiha clan. Upon hearing his name called by Uchiha Tada, Uchiha Hamura rose eagerly and responded. Do not worry, clan leader. This mine shall undoubtedly belong to our Uchiha clan. Gazing upon Uchiha Hamura's resolute countenance, Uchiha Tada said nothing further, merely nodding before turning his gaze toward Uchiha Madara. For this operation against the Senju clan, Madara, you must also proceed to the front line. As Uchiha Madara was surveying the people within the room, he suddenly heard his name called and immediately responded with due respect. Yes, father. I will give my all and shall not disgrace the honor of our Uchiha clan. Tada did not place much weight upon Madara's words. The reason for sending Uchiha Madara to battle this time was merely to grant him experience and broaden his horizons. Enough. You may all disperse. Hurry and muster the ninja. Tada waved his hand, and the Uchiha clan members within the room gradually filed out. Within moments, the once bustling hall was left with only Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Tada. Madara, I shall not burden you with unnecessary words, for you are no stranger to combat. This time I shall dispatch 2 elite jonin to safeguard you throughout. Go forth without hesitation. Feeling Tada's concerned gaze, a wave of warmth swept through Uchiha Madara's heart. Though Tada was often exceedingly stern with his offspring, he was ultimately still a father. Do not worry, father. I shall take good care of myself. I shall proceed to make my preparations. Go ahead. Having received Tada's reply, Uchiha Madara no longer lingered and returned to his residence. Pre-battle preparations were indispensable, especially for a conflict of such magnitude that demanded thorough readiness. Uchiha Madara picked up his weapon, cast one last glance upon the familiar room, and then turned to leave. Nisan. Just as he was preparing to head to the square, Uchiha Madara was suddenly halted by a child's tender voice. It is Izuna. Uchiha Madara turned his head and smiled warmly at his younger brother. Although he always maintained a composed adult-like demeanor before the other clan members, only when facing his youngest sibling would Uchiha Madara reveal the faintest trace of a smile. Yes. Is Nisan going to the front line? Uchiha Izuna gazed anxiously upon Uchiha Madara. In the warring states, era warfare and slaughter were the eternal themes. Every child from each clan would undergo combat trials upon reaching the age of 5. These were not frivolous games as in later generations. In this era, 5-year-old children already participated in actual life and death battles. As a native of the battle-hardened Uchiha clan, Izuna had naturally experienced such trials himself. He understood the danger and cruelty of war, which is why upon hearing that his elder brother was heading to the front line, his heart was filled with profound concern. Rest assured, Izuna, you are well aware of my capabilities. Moreover, father has specially arranged 2 jonin-level guards for my protection. I shall be absolutely safe. Upon hearing Madara's words, the anxiety in Izuna's heart finally eased somewhat. That is a relief. Nisan, please be cautious during the battle. Upon receiving his younger brother's earnest advice, Madara nodded, and then turned to depart. By the time Uchiha Madara arrived at the square, the deploying ninja had nearly assembled. Throughout the square, groups of 3 or 5 chatted amongst themselves. The moment Uchiha Madara appeared, all eyes converged upon him. A man's reputation precedes him like a tree's shadow. Although they had never seen Uchiha Madara in person, tales of his prodigious genius had already spread far and wide within the Uchiha clan. These Uchiha clan members were also quite curious about what the clan's foremost genius was truly like, so upon his arrival, they immediately felt the weight of countless gazes bearing upon him from every direction. Unfazed by such intense scrutiny, Uchiha Madara maintained his composure and strode forward with his 2 escorts. Witnessing this, the onlookers could not help but remark upon how fitting he was to become the future clan leader. Elder 9. Upon seeing Uchiha Hamura, Uchiha Madara inclined his head slightly to show respect. Huh. No need for such formality. As the greatest genius of our Uchiha clan, you are indeed remarkable. Please wait here for a moment. Once everyone has assembled, we shall depart. Since Uchiha Madara's arrival at the square, Uchiha Hamura had already taken notice. However, he did not speak immediately, but instead observed Madara for a time. This also served as a minor test which Uchiha Madara likewise understood. And Madara's response had indeed earned the approval of Elder 9. Soon the entire square erupted with clamor. Seeing that nearly all had assembled, Uchiha Hamura delivered an inspiring speech to boost morale, and then the 100-plus ninja set forth. Do not assume that 100 ninja is a small force. In the Warring States era, there were no villages, only clans as collectives. How many ninja could any single clan possibly muster? For a clan like the Uchiha to casually assemble 100 ninja was already an endeavor that many other families could scarcely accomplish. After 2 days of travel, Uchiha Madara's group finally arrived at the location specified in the intelligence reports. The Land of Fire boasted no shortage of anything except forests. Lush woodland could be found virtually anywhere, and similarly the mission area was surrounded by extraordinarily dense forests. Elder 9. This is the place. According to the intelligence, the mine discovered by the Senju clan lies just ahead. Speaking thus, the ninja pointed toward a small hill in the distance. Excellent. Then let us hasten forward and properly teach that Senju clan a lesson. No sooner had Uchiha Hamura finished speaking than the 100-plus ninja behind him burst into cheers. As bitter rivals, the Uchiha clan naturally would not miss any opportunity to suppress the Senju. With Uchiha Hamura charging ahead as the vanguard, the remaining Uchiha ninja swiftly followed, all heading toward the mine. Elder 9 Uchiha Hamura was indeed one of the most formidable warriors within the Uchiha clan. With his three-tomoe Sharingan combined with rich combat experience, his strength had reached the pinnacle of Kage-level prowess. However, he harbored a serious flaw. He never considered anything beyond the immediate objective. His combat style was equally reckless, driven purely by sheer aggression. He could be described as a quintessential hothead. Just as the group was about to approach the mine, Uchiha Madara detected something amiss. Elder 9. Something is wrong. Let us pause for a moment. Uchiha Hamura, who had been charging ahead with great enthusiasm, immediately stopped upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words. What is it? Are you perhaps afraid? After speaking, Uchiha Hamura immediately regarded Uchiha Madara with a teasing expression, while the surrounding ninja also looked upon him with ambiguous expressions. No. Elder 9, have you not noticed how suspiciously smooth this has been? We have encountered no obstacles along the way, nor any Senju guards. Madara's analysis instantly struck a chord with Uchiha Hamura, who suddenly realized the truth. Now that you mention it, that does indeed seem to be the case. Frowning, Uchiha Hamura glanced around the area. Could it be that? Before he could finish his sentence, a booming laugh suddenly echoed through the empty valley. Uchiha Yen, this old man has been waiting for you here for a long time. With this voice, a large number of Senju clan ninjas appeared around, completely surrounding them. Senju Yunkin. Truly unexpected. The Senju clan, hailed as the clan of love, would be so treacherous. Uchiha Yen gazed coldly at his old rival. Heh, all is fair in war. There is no need to adhere to morality when dealing with the Uchiha. Senju Yunkan, his face filled with delight as he looked at the Uchiha ninjas surrounded by him, felt quite pleased with himself. As long as this plan succeeded, it would surely deal a heavy blow to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yen discreetly surveyed the surrounding ninjas, estimating at least no fewer than 200, while they had only a little over 100. That meant the enemy was twice their number. Ban, remember this. Once the battle begins, seize the chance to break through the encirclement quickly. We will hold them off here. You are the future hope of the Uchiha clan. You must not fall. Uchiha Yen pondered briefly, and while Senju Yunkan was reveling in his triumph, he quietly whispered these words to Uchiha Ban. Uchiha Ban knew that Uchiha Yen was likely already resigned to death, given the dire situation on the battlefield. Enough. No more idle chatter. Now I'll send you all on your way. Senju Yunkan sneered viciously and made the first move. With a flick of his wrist, a kunai shot toward Uchiha Yen. The other Senju clan members were equally swift, hurling their kunai and shuriken at the Uchiha ninjas. Humph. Taking my life won't be so easy. Besides, sometimes numbers don't guarantee victory. The moment Uchiha Yen finished speaking, the ground began to tremble. Instantly, earthen walls rose from all around, blocking the hail of shuriken and kunai. Attack! Seeing that their initial assault had failed, Senju Yunkan was not angered. He immediately ordered his ninjas to launch an offensive. Lightning release, false darkness. Several Senju ninjas simultaneously unleashed the lightning release, and in an instant, dazzling blue electric light flickered throughout the forest. Because lightning release countered earth release, the combined assault shattered the sturdy earthen walls in an instant. The overwhelming power of lightning release left the walls completely fragmented. Senju Yunkin, prepare to die. Just as the earthen wall crumbled, a flash of cold light shot forth. Uchiha Yen had made his move. Heh, I knew you old bastard would act. Let me see if the strength of the ninth elder of the illustrious Uchiha clan has waned. The two as longtime rivals were extremely familiar with each other's fighting style. So the moment the earth wall shattered, Senju Yunkin knew that Uchiha Yen would strike. As the two strongest combatants clashed, the other ninjas quickly found their own opponents, and the battle began. The entire forest was filled with flying kunai and shuriken. Interspersed among them were various ninjutsu techniques. Although the Senju clan had numerical superiority, the battle did not tip in their favor. Instead, it remained deadlocked. Despite being outnumbered, every Uchiha ninja had awakened their Sharingan. Thus, even when fighting two opponents at once, they did not fall behind. Young lord, please follow us and break through. Just as Uchiha Ban finished off a Senju ninja, two elite Jonin guards finally reached his side. Ding. Detecting the host's current situation, triggering a system quest. Do you wish to accept? Before Uchiha Ban could speak, the system's voice rang out first. Yes. Ding. As a great villain, how can you retreat at the first sign of difficulty? When faced with a predicament, a true villain fights his way through. Quest reward: three-tomoe Sharingan. 20000 fate-altering points. After accepting the system quest, Uchiha Ban immediately dismissed the system interface. When has the Uchiha clan ever feared battle? There are only Uchiha who die fighting, never Uchiha who run away. I, the young master of the illustrious Uchiha clan, will never flee. The two guards exchanged glances, seeing approval and recognition in each other's eyes. Just as Uchiha Ban said, the Uchiha never feared battle and never played the coward. This was the pride of the Uchiha clan. Then, young master, take care. We're heading into battle. Knowing that Uchiha Ban would never retreat, they said no more, and after a word of caution, swiftly rejoined the fray. With the two elite Jonin joining the fight, the pressure on the Uchiha clan eased considerably. Seeing the guards leave, Uchiha Ban put aside his thoughts, picked up his weapon, and also plunged into the combat. Although Uchiha Ban's strength was not overwhelming, it was more than sufficient to handle Chunin. However, to maximize his effectiveness, he only targeted Genin. Thus, Uchiha Ban roamed the battlefield, transforming into a veritable demon of war, reaping the lives of Senju Genin one after another. With each kill, the system notification echoed in his mind. Thank you, young lord. Uchiha Ban casually saved a fellow Uchiha ninja, who was naturally overcome with gratitude. He was not the only one, others he rescued felt the same. Because of Uchiha Ban's actions, the Uchiha ninjas he saved began to hold him in growing respect. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a Genin. You have earned 200 fate-altering points. As Uchiha Ban slowly withdrew his katana from the body of the Senju Genin, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Huff. In this battle, I've killed at least 15 or 16 people, and my points have increased by 3200. Uchiha Ban calculated in his mind, and then began searching for his next target. However, before he could act, two Senju ninjas appeared before him. Because of Uchiha Ban's relentless activity, the Senju ninjas quickly noticed the demon of war roaming the battlefield. But when they saw his youthful face, shock rippled through them. They could not believe that this person who had caused them such heavy losses was merely a boy. In an instant, the word genius flashed through the minds of the Senju ninjas. Yes, everyone shared the same thought. To possess such formidable strength at such a young age could only be described as genius. But after the admiration came killing intent. A genius was fine, but he was not of the Senju clan, who on the contrary, he was their enemy. Everyone understood what this meant. Once Uchiha Ban grew to his full potential, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the Senju clan. So the Senju made their move. The two men before Uchiha Ban were elite Chunin of the Senju. Kid, I must say you are the most talented young man we have ever seen, even surpassing the strongest genius young clan leader of our Senju clan. That's right. However, although you are a genius, a dead genius is no longer a genius. The Chunin said with a sinister laugh. After all, geniuses can die young. Hearing their words, Uchiha Madara silently watched them, wishing he could say something. Sorry, I've never been a genius. I'm a cheat code. Madara thought to himself, but didn't voice it since they wouldn't understand anyway. Enough talk. The outcome is still uncertain. And haven't you heard the saying? After Madara spoke, the two were stunned, and the Senju Chunin on the right asked. What saying? Villains die from too much talking. With that, a massive fireball instantly burst from Madara's mouth and hurtled toward them. This was the great fireball technique. Wretched brat, I'll make you pay with your life. The two never expected Madara's ambush, but as elite Chunin, their reflexes were sharp. Though caught off guard, they dodged the fireball in time. Boom. As they evaded, the massive fireball slammed into the tree behind them, instantly shattering the once sturdy trunk. Seeing the shattered tree, the two Chunin breathed a sigh of relief. If they hadn't reacted quickly, that tree would have been them. After their narrow escape, they dropped their earlier arrogance. They realized this kid was no ordinary opponent. If they didn't get serious, they might actually die. Kid, you do have some skill, but we're going to get serious now. With that, they drew their weapons and entered combat stance. Madara sighed inwardly as he watched them dodge. This great fireball technique is truly non-lethal fire style. Can't even kill one person. I should have used another fire technique. What a wasted opportunity. Heartache. Cursing the great fireball technique under his breath, Madara also entered his battle state. His eyes instantly turned crimson with a small comma-like shape within. This was the Sharingan. Impossible. You've awakened a Kekkei Genkai. The two exclaimed in shock upon seeing the Sharingan, never expecting this young man to have already unlocked bloodline limits. Surprised. It's just a Kekkei Genkai. The two Chunin twitched at the corners of their mouths as they watched Madara's nonchalant demeanor. Damn, this kid really knows how to humble brag. The same thought flashed through both their minds. Kid, since you've awakened a Kekkei Genkai, we can't let you live. With a cold snort, the two Chunin split up and charged at Madara from both sides. You want my life? Let's see if you have what it takes to take it. Against the two Chunin's assault, Madara was not intimidated. Clang, clang, clang. Though their bodies hadn't arrived, Shuriken had already reached Madara. The projectiles moved so fast that the naked eye couldn't track them, but before the Sharingan their trajectories were perfectly clear. Madara swung his weapon, deflecting all the shuriken in an instant. Of course the shuriken were just a probing attack, and the two were not surprised that Madara blocked them. Die, brat. Just as Madara knocked away the shuriken, the Senju Chunin seized the moment and struck. As elite Chunin, their taijutsu was formidable, and this time they didn't rely solely on physical techniques. They also used the body flicker technique, making their speed extraordinary. Huh, your speed is decent, but before the Sharingan it's useless. Madara easily dodged their surefire strike. What? So fast? The two Chunin never expected Madara's speed to be this swift, so instead of hitting him, they collided with each other. Huh, there's no why to it. As they say, courtesy calls for reciprocity. Taste the gift I prepared for you. Madara's words left the two bewildered, not understanding his meaning. But they soon understood because they heard a familiar sound. No good. Fall back. Glancing down, their faces changed drastically, and without a word they retreated. Boom. Before they could get far, the explosive tags detonated. A terrifying force instantly engulfed the two Chunin, blasting a huge crater into the ground. Without waiting for the smoke to clear, Madara instantly hurled two kunai with explosive tags into the haze. Clang, clang, boom, boom. After the sound of metal clashing, two more violent explosions erupted, thickening the already dense dust cloud. Though their figures were completely obscured, Madara did not relax in the slightest. The system notification had yet to sound, meaning the two inside were still alive. Soon the dust settled completely, revealing the two Chunin. Gone was their earlier imposing presence, but instead they were disheveled, clothes torn and covered in bloodstains. They glared venomously at Madara, never expecting that the eagle hunters would be pecked by a hawk. Having fought countless battles, these two ninjas were now outsmarted by a mere child, which filled them with fury. Kid, very well, you actually managed to wound us both. I'll tear you apart. The Chunin on the left, whose injuries looked more severe, stared at Madara with a malevolent gaze like a demon crawling out of hell, ferocious and terrifying. TCH, talking big is easy. I think it's you who will die. With those words, a massive fireball erupted from Madara's mouth. This was the great fireball technique. I need to try a cheap shot. Water-style water wall. With a cold snort, the prepared Chunin instantly used water wall to block the fire. Die. After deflecting Madara's attack, the two Chunin rushed to his side, and the three clashed in a flurry of blows. At the end of the day, ninjas rely on taijutsu in battle. Long-range ninjutsu duels are rare. For ordinary genin and Chunin, using two techniques in a single fight is already the limit. After all, ordinary genin and Chunin have very little chakra, and even jonin cannot spam jutsu indefinitely. As the three fought on, the two Senju Chunin grew increasingly alarmed. Uchiha Madara fought two opponents alone, yet he showed no sign of being at a disadvantage, instead matching them blow for blow. Kid, it's time to end this. Die. As the three continued their fierce struggle, a Chunin suddenly emerged from behind Uchiha Madara, a kunai aimed at him. No, the young clan leader is in danger. Dodge. The two Jonin guards engaged in battle saw this, and their faces changed drastically as they shouted warnings, but it seemed too late. We cannot let the young clan leader face danger. The two guards exchanged a glance, resolved to use the body flicker technique to rush to his aid, but their opponents were no pushovers and immediately discerned their intentions. Haha, you underestimate us. The two Senju clan ninjas, seeing their intent to assist, naturally would not allow it, instantly blocking them. The two Jonin were intercepted, their hearts sinking as they knew disaster had struck. Yet regret was useless. Even if their opponents let them go now, it would be too late. For a moment, the hearts of the Uchiha clan members present clenched tightly, while the Senju clan erupted in wild joy. As the central figure of the ambush, Uchiha Madara also sensed the sharp killing intent from behind, but he had no means to mount an effective defense. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Uchiha Madara quickly formed hand seals. His still youthful hands erupted with a powerful surge of electricity, and the entire battlefield echoed with a chirping sound like birds. Thousand Birds. This jutsu obtained from the system was the lightning-released jutsu called Thousand Birds. It could greatly stimulate Uchiha Madara's cells and enhance his speed. When Thousand Birds appeared, the two Chunin fighting Madara immediately sensed the threat of death and retreated without hesitation. Uchiha Madara used this chance to turn around, but the kunai was already stabbing toward his face mere centimeters from his forehead. Uchiha clan ninjas observing from a distance showed expressions of grief and rage. They were certain that at such close range, even the prodigious Uchiha Madara could not evade. He was still just a child, even some of the adults would find it hopeless. Thus the thought of their clan's genius perishing filled everyone with fury. Uchiha Madara was oblivious to their thoughts. In his eyes there was only the kunai thrusting toward him. This was the closest he had come to death since his transmigration. His ears heard nothing, all his focus locked on the kunai. He knew that any mistake would mean certain death. Under the observation of his Sharingan, the trajectory of the deadly kunai was laid out with crystal clarity. A sense of fear gripped him, not death itself, but the agonizing moments before it. Uchiha Madara was trapped in this torment. No, I cannot die here. I have been reborn, and I have not yet roamed the ninja world or fulfilled my dreams. I will not die here. Suddenly a voice echoed in Uchiha Madara's mind, and a surge of power coursed through his body. At that moment, when the kunai was only 2 centimeters away, Uchiha Madara dodged. The despairing Uchiha clan ninjas never expected him to evade the fatal strike. The Senju Chunin opposite him was equally stunned. The vicious grin on his face vanished, replaced by utter bewilderment, until a sharp pain jolted him back to reality. The Chunin looked down slowly, seeing Uchiha Madara's lightning-covered right hand thrust through his chest. You? The Chunin uttered a single word before his pupils faded, and he collapsed to the ground. The battlefield fell into dead silence. Oh, no one expected Uchiha Madara to counterattack and kill his assailant. Haha, excellent. Truly the strongest genius of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha N, who was fighting, reacted first, laughing as he glanced at Madara. Then the other Uchiha clan members snapped out of their shock. Their young clan leader had not only survived the ambush, but had turned the tables and killed the attacker. The Uchiha clan's morale soared while the Senju clan's spirits plummeted. After the incident, the Uchiha clan fought, as if injected with adrenaline, even more ferocious than before. For a time, the numerically superior Senju clan was suppressed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Chunin. Reward, 5,000 fate-changing points. As the Chunin fell, the system's voice rang out again. Another 5,000 fate-changing points. Now I have 8,200. A Chunin is worth 2.5 genin. Seems Chunin are quite valuable. Murmuring to himself, Uchiha Madara turned his gaze to the remaining 2 Chunin. The 2 who were about to attack felt a chill when they met Madara's stare. He gave them the impression of a peerless beauty stared down by a hungry wolf. But they quickly shook off the thought, reasoning that Madara's kill was just luck catching the opponent off guard. Suppressing their unease, they charged at Madara again. However, this time Madara remained motionless, crouching in place. Seeing this, a flicker of joy appeared in their eyes. They thought Madara was at his last gasp, and seizing the opportunity, they attacked even faster. Because of Madara's earlier feat, other ninjas on the battlefield were paying some attention to this fight. When Madara stopped moving, they too assumed he was exhausted. For a moment, the Uchiha clan ninjas were filled with anxiety. Soon the attacks of the 2 Senju ninjas struck Uchiha Madara. A smirk appeared on their lips, but it quickly faded. Poof! The Madara they hit turned into a puff of white smoke. Then a voice dripping with killing intent reached their ears. Die! After Uchiha Madara's words fell, a cold gleam flashed, and 2 heads were launched high into the air. The 2 Senju Chunin had scarcely grasped what had transpired when they beheld their own lifeless bodies. A moment later, as if some dreadful realization struck them, they opened their mouths, but no sound could come. The 2 heads crashed heavily onto the ground, blood gushing forth, and splattering all over Uchiha Madara. Bathed in blood, with a murderous aura radiating from him paired with his crimson Sharingan, he looked like an Asura who had crawled straight from the depths of hell. Having dispatched the 2, a system notification chimed in Uchiha Madara's mind, awarding him an additional 1,000 points. Yet he paid it no mind, casually wiping the blood from his face before his gaze swept across the battlefield, surveying the numerous ninja present. The Senju clan ninja engaged in combat sensed Uchiha Madara's gaze fall upon them, and in that instant they felt as though a vengeful specter had marked them for death. Fear seized their hearts. After repelling Uchiha Hamura with a single strike, Senju Butsuma naturally took in the state of the battlefield, and he could plainly see that the Senju clan situation was far from favorable. The Uchiha clan were born warriors, and with their Sharingan, they had proven invincible in every engagement. Now bolstered by Uchiha Madara's presence, their morale surged, and each fighter charged into battle as though they cared not for their own lives. With no regard for injury and employing a strategy of trading lives for lives, they proved exceedingly tenacious, leaving the entire Senju clan at a loss. Witnessing this, Senju Butsuma knew the plan had likely failed. Sighing inwardly, he gave the order to retreat. As soon as the command was issued, all the Senju clan members began withdrawing. Uchiha Hamura and the others made no attempt to stop them, for the Senju held the advantage in numbers, and holding them by force would have been futile. Only after every Senju ninja had departed did Senju Butsuma cast a lingering glance at Uchiha Madara before vanishing in a flash of instant transmission jutsu. Have we emerged victorious? Surveying the forest floor littered with corpses, a Uchiha ninja murmured, and soon the others erupted into jubilant cheers. Hail to victory! We have won! We triumphed! Cheers echoed across the entire battlefield. Uchiha Hamura, seeing this, allowed a relieved smile to grace his features, then made his way toward Uchiha Madara, for Madara was undoubtedly the hero of this engagement. Madara, this victory is owed to you. When we return to the clan, I shall personally commend you to the clan head. Uchiha Hamura said, patting Madara on the shoulder. I am indebted to you, Elder Nine. In truth, I contributed little this time. The credit truly belongs to you and the others. Uchiha Madara responded with remarkable humility to Uchiha Hamura's praise, earning the elder's deep approval. But before Hamura could utter another word, Madara collapsed to the ground. Uchiha Hamura's expression of satisfaction instantly turned to alarm upon seeing Madara fall. He rushed forward at once to check whether Madara had been wounded. Fortunately, after inspecting him, Uchiha Hamura found that Madara had merely exhausted himself to the brink. He then hoisted Madara onto his back and issued the order to return. As for the Orvane, who cared? The Orvane was nothing compared to Uchiha Madara. Ugh! Lying in bed, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes in a daze, but upon taking in his surroundings, his confusion swiftly turned to astonishment. What's going on? Shouldn't I be on the battlefield? Puzzled, Uchiha Madara arose and prepared to step down from the bed when a familiar voice reached his ears. Nissen, you're awake. You frightened me half to death. Uchiha Madara looked up and saw a familiar figure. It was Uchiha Izuna. Izuna, how did I end up back home? Rubbing his head, Uchiha Madara asked. Elder Nine carried you back. Nodding and understanding, Uchiha Madara pieced together why he had found himself at home. Nissen, since you're awake now, let us go see father. He instructed me to fetch you once you recovered. As if suddenly recalling Uchiha Tadama's words, Izuna hastened to remind him. Let's go. Uchiha Madara nodded and stepped outside, only to find that darkness had already fallen. Noticing Madara's expression, Izuna guessed at his thoughts. Nissen, you have been unconscious for an entire day. Today, Elder Nine broke from the main force to escort you back ahead of schedule. Hearing this from Izuna, Uchiha Madara understood that Elder Nine had come non-stop to bring him home. He resolved quietly in his heart that whenever he had the chance, he would seek out Elder Nine to express his gratitude. Bathing in the moonlight, the two quickly arrived outside Tadama's residence. Though Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna were Tadama's sons, since both had grown into ninja, Tadama had granted them the right to reside independently, and so each maintained their own courtyard. Though they lived separately, their residences were not far from Tadama's. Father. Upon entering the room, the two immediately bowed deeply to Tadama. No need for such ceremony. You have not eaten yet, have you? Sit and share a meal. Tadama nodded and casually gestured toward the two remaining seats, clearly set aside specifically for them. Yes. The two took their seats, and the three fell into a somber silence as they ate. But the heavy atmosphere did not last long before Tadama spoke to break the quiet. Madara, you performed admirably this time. Elder Nine spoke highly of you upon his return. But remember this for next time. When circumstances are unfavorable, do not recklessly engage. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. You are the future head of our Uchiha clan. You must never place yourself in mortal danger. Tadama's seemingly casual words stirred a warm current in Uchiha Madara's heart. He understood that though Tadama's tone carried the weight of reprimand, it was also an expression of care and a lesson in how to navigate such situations. I understand, father. Good. That is enough. This incident has at least given you valuable experience. By the way, Elder Nine rushed to bring you back today. You should find time to thank him. Though Tadama's words seemed casual, Uchiha Madara quickly grasped their underlying meaning. Elder Nine held him in high regard, and he would need to seize this opportunity to cultivate that favor. In this way, he would be paving the road ahead. With Elder Nine's support, Madara's position within the Uchiha clan would grow ever more secure, and he would forge his own faction, making it all the more convenient for him to assume leadership of the Uchiha in the future. The entire dinner drew to a swift close amid their conversation, and Uchiha Madara retired early to his quarters. The night passed without incident, and dawn arrived as promised. After the previous battle, the Uchiha clan once again settled into a peaceful atmosphere, like a secluded paradise untouched by the world. For once, Uchiha Madara skipped his training and prepared to visit the back mountain to clear his mind, and of course to examine the three-tomoe Sharingan granted by the system. Right here. Uchiha Madara chose a spot by a small stream, and immediately activated his three-tomoe Sharingan. In an instant, his originally dark pupils turned completely crimson, with three-tomoe resembling black tadpoles in each eye. This is the three-tomoe Sharingan, so much stronger than the one-tomoe. Now with the enhancement of the three-tomoe Sharingan, Madara could perceive everything around him with perfect clarity, even the most inconspicuous mosquito. After studying the three-tomoe Sharingan for a while, Madara reverted his eyes to normal, as maintaining the Sharingan consumed chakra. Although advancing to the three-tomoe had raised his chakra to the level of a jonin. But he couldn't waste it carelessly. Just as Madara was about to leave, a voice halted his steps. "Hey, spiky head, what are you sneaking around here for?" Hearing this, Madara frowned and turned to look. However, the moment he saw the other person, he was somewhat surprised. The boy opposite him wore a green top and shorts, but the most striking feature was his bowl-cut hair. Madara was astonished to encounter the young Senju Hashirama. Madara frowned deep in thought. According to the original course of events, their first meeting should have occurred here, but several years later. Why were they meeting now? Madara was utterly perplexed. Could it be that I caused this premature encounter? Once this thought arose, Madara accepted it as the reason. "Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Are you mute?" Hearing Hashirama's words, Madara's mouth twitched. Hashirama's childish personality really reminded him of Naruto, a total goofball. "You're the mute. I was just thinking about something." Madara shook his head and said coldly. Knowing the original plot, he understood how important Senju Hashirama was. Building a good relationship early was necessary, but he didn't need to be overly enthusiastic, which would seem insincere. TCH, what kind of problem could a brat have? "Hey, spiky head, want to have a contest with me?" Hashirama's casual remark made Madara's anger flare, but he quickly suppressed it. Though his fury subsided, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot. "What do you want to compete in?" Madara asked in a steady voice. "Let's skip stones. See who can throw the farthest." Hashirama picked up a pebble casually and raised an eyebrow at Madara. "Boring." Hearing Hashirama's suggestion, Madara felt it was trivial. Skipping stones was far too easy for him. Now that he was at the jonin level, such a contest was almost an insult. Seeing Madara's disdainful expression, Hashirama mocked him. "No way. Are you afraid you'll lose to me?" Hashirama even put on a look of feigned surprise. Madara saw through the clumsy provocation, but said nothing, simply bending down to pick up a stone. "Come on, I'll show you the gap between us." With that, Madara walked to the riverbank. Hashirama excitedly followed. The Senju clan's naturally powerful physique gave Hashirama strength far beyond his peers. In stone skipping, Hashirama was unbeatable among his generation, so he was very confident. He dismissed Madara's words and even considered going easy on him. But Madara was already at the jonin level. Did he need to be spared? The two stood by the river. Without a word, Madara flicked the stone into the air, caught it quickly, and threw it in a flat arc. Driven by Madara's power, the stone whistled through the air, hit the water, and skipped repeatedly until it finally landed on the opposite bank. Madara showed no surprise at his success. He clapped his hands and turned to Hashirama. "I've reached the other side. What about you?" Madara crossed his arms and looked at Hashirama, as if saying, "You wanted to compete, so go ahead." Sensing Madara's gaze, Hashirama's mouth twitched. He had been stunned by Madara's performance, but snapped back to reality at his words. "Big deal. So what if you hit the other side? I can do it too." Hashirama rolled up his sleeves and threw his stone with his right hand. Although it splashed a lot of water, it stopped a considerable distance from the bank. Seeing his stone fall short, Hashirama's face flushed, but he quickly declared firmly, "Don't get cocky. I'll surpass you and hit the other side one day." Madara just shook his head at Hashirama's reaction. Just then a corpse floated down the stream. Both of them tensed up. Madara instantly leaped to the corpse and stopped it. Hashirama, noting Madara's speed, narrowed his eyes. He knew that someone with such speed must be a ninja, and his heart grew heavy. However, he didn't intend to reveal their identities. After Madara landed, Hashirama also approached. "How is he? Can he be saved?" "He's dead." Madara released the corpse and let it drift away. They returned to the bank in silence, an oppressive atmosphere hanging between them. After a moment, Hashirama broke the silence. "Do you think a ninja's fate is always to die, eh?" Hashirama's low voice reached Madara's ears. Madara fell silent as well. He couldn't answer that question. After all, in this era, war was the eternal theme, and the ninja world was filled with deception and bloody slaughter. Everyone was born destined to become a ninja and fight for their clan. Every ninja believed that death was their ultimate fate. The entire environment was like this. Perhaps, but who can say for sure? The past cannot be changed, but our fate is ours to decide. A ninja's fate is not set in stone. I will use my power to bring this chaotic era back on track. Hearing Madara's words, Hashirama turned to him in surprise. He hadn't expected someone his age to share similar thoughts. Great. You think so too? Hashirama's face was brimming with excitement as he looked at Madara, feeling as though he had finally found a kindred spirit. However, unlike Hashirama's exuberant demeanor, what Madara spoke of was unification through force, far from Hashirama's idealized peace. Heh, surprised. Let me tell you something. I once had 5 brothers, but they all fell in battle. Now I have only one younger brother left. I swear, I will never let this last brother of mine suffer the same tragedy. Hashirama clenched his fists upon hearing Madara's words. The reason he had come to this place to clear his mind was that his own younger brother had also perished in battle, leaving him in an extremely somber mood. Madara's words naturally stirred the pain in his heart. That's right. The power of a shinobi should not be used only for conflict, but also for protection. To protect one's family, one's clan, and everything one holds dear. Hashirama, as if ignited by Madara's words, immediately echoed in agreement. The two exchanged a smile, as if they could both see the glorious future in each other's eyes. After a long, heartfelt conversation by the stream, they returned to their respective clans, having agreed to meet here every day. For the following half-month, the two met every afternoon by the stream to spar and train. During this time, Hashirama came to regard Madara as a true friend, sharing everything except clan affairs and sensitive information. He spoke to Madara without reservation, as if venting his inner discontent. One day, as they met as usual by the stream, Madara noticed someone following him. Though he detected the tail, Madara did not turn around immediately, lest he alert the stalker. After walking a short distance, he seized the opportunity and used the body flicker technique to appear behind his pursuer. Speak. Who sent you to follow me? As Uchiha Madara spoke, he pressed his weapon against Izuna's neck. Having survived countless life-or-death battles, the moment his killing intent surged, he released his immense murderous aura without restraint. Feeling the almost tangible murderous aura, Izuna's limbs turned cold and numb. Shocked to the core, he quickly dispelled his transformation technique, fearing that Madara might accidentally kill him. Nisan, don't strike. It's me, Izuna. At this cry, Madara blinked in surprise, realizing that the person following him was indeed his younger brother Uchiha Izuna. Madara was momentarily bewildered. Izuna, why were you following me? Who sent you? Frowning with confusion, Madara stared at Izuna. Once he confirmed his brother's identity, his first thought was that someone had ordered Izuna to tail him, and he had a suspicion who that someone might be. I was ordered by father to summon you, but when I arrived at your quarters, I saw you sneaking out. Izuna spoke with a hint of grievance. I thought Nisan was going to train in secret, so I decided to follow and see. Izuna's explanation left Madara both amused and exasperated. With a light chuckle, he told Izuna to return to the clan, saying he would come back later in the evening. As he watched Madara's retreating figure, the aggrieved expression on Izuna's face vanished, replaced by solemnity. He hadn't expected Madara's skills to be so formidable. Even with his utmost caution, he had been detected. After a moment of contemplation, Izuna returned to the clan compound. Father, I failed. He immediately went to Taijima's room and reported the entire incident. You did well, Izuna. This is not your fault. Madara's abilities have clearly grown stronger. Tomorrow I will personally dispatch a jonin. Upon hearing Izuna's report, Taijima analyzed briefly and made a new decision. Thank you, father. Izuna breathed a sigh of relief, his face showing a mixture of hesitation and unspoken words. Noticing Izuna's expression, Taijima's heart stirred. What is it, Izuna? Speak your mind. You and I are father and son. Taijima's words had the desired effect. Izuna organized his thoughts and earnestly cautioned him. Father, I think it would be best to talk to Nisan directly. If he discovers that we are spying on him, I'm afraid. Izuna left the sentence unfinished, but Taijima understood his meaning. Madara was also his son, and he knew his temperament well. Izuna's concern shook his resolve. After a long inner struggle, Taijima finally sighed, his eyes filled with complex emotions as he looked at Izuna. Very well then. When your brother returns, have him come see me. Seeing Taijima relent, Izuna's face lit up with joy, and he nodded emphatically. Time passed swiftly as the sky darkened. Madara and Hashirama bid each other farewell and returned to their respective clans. As soon as Madara entered his quarters, he noticed someone inside. Frowning, he stepped in and saw a familiar figure. Uchiha Izuna. Nisan, you're back. The sound of Madara's entrance startled Izuna, who had been studying a scroll. Why are you in my room? Madara casually set his weapon on the table and sat across from Izuna. It's like this, father told me to inform you to see him when you return. He has something to discuss. After Izuna finished speaking, Madara's eyes narrowed slightly. Connecting this with the afternoon's events, he quickly pieced together the general situation. Let's go then. Since father has summoned me, we'll go immediately. The two soon arrived at Taijima's residence. It was a familiar house, and Madara, having been there many times, moved with ease. Father. After exchanging greetings, they sat down opposite Taijima. As he looked at his outstanding son, a faint sense of pride flickered in Taijima's heart. Madara, have you encountered any issues in your training lately? Instead of immediately questioning Madara's unusual behavior, Taijima inquired about his training with a tone of concern. Madara knew that the real reason Taijima had called him was to ask about the mysterious person he had been meeting, not to discuss his daily practice. Madara took a deep breath, first stating that he had no problems, then recounted the entire story of how he had met Hashirama. As Taijima listened, a realization seemed to dawn on him, and his brow furrowed deeply. Seeing Taijima's reaction, Madara was reminded of the original story. According to the original trajectory, shortly after Ban and Zhujian met, they were discovered by their respective parents. Later, Uchiha Tiandao and Senju Fujian simultaneously chose to track their sons, ultimately leading to the rift between Ban and Zhujian. Thinking of this, Ban pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Father, rest assured, I did not reveal my identity, and he believes I am also unaware of his. However, since Father has already noticed, I suspect that Senju Fujian has likely also perceived this matter. Ban calmly stated his analysis. Since Tiandao could detect his peculiarity, it stands to reason that Senju Fujian, Tiandao's old rival, would be no less perceptive and must have noticed Senju Zhujian's strangeness. Oh, it seems you already have a plan in mind. Seeing Ban's confident demeanor, Tiandao grew intrigued. After taking a sip of tea, he fixed his gaze on Ban, eager to learn what his son's plan was. Noticing Tiandao's gaze, Ban did not hesitate and immediately voiced his thoughts. Father, I believe that the future young patriarch of the Senju clan naturally has his uses, so there is no need for me to completely break with him. And Senju Fujian must have also discovered his son's situation. Given his personality, he will surely force Senju Zhujian to break with me. Ban paused at this point. But from what I know, Senju Zhujian will not obey his father. At that time, Senju Fujian will surely prepare to take matters into his own hands and force a rift between us. As Ban continued his analysis, Tiandao seemed to envision that scene. So you mean we should ambush Senju Fujian during tomorrow's meeting? Tiandao thought for a moment and arrived at this plan. No. On the contrary, it is unnecessary for us to bring a large number of ninja. If we bring people to ambush Senju Fujian, it might provoke a fight to the death between our two clans. Moreover, we have just concluded a battle with the Senju clan. The ninja of the Uchiha clan are weary of war, so we absolutely cannot let this situation occur. His proposal rejected by Ban, Tiandao looked at his son with confusion. Then what is your plan? Although we cannot kill Senju Fujian directly, we can severely wound him. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Ban's eyes. Although he had gotten along well with Senju Zhujian during this time, he remained composed. Senju Zhujian was merely a part of his plan. He was the future patriarch of the Uchiha clan and a great villain. How could he do nothing because of his relationship with Senju Zhujian? This was his opportunity, a chance to cripple the Senju clan. Thus, Ban had already planned to warn Senju Zhujian during tomorrow's meeting, thereby increasing his weight in Senju Zhujian's heart. However, he would also fight Senju Zhujian tomorrow as an opportunity to test his strength at this stage. Most importantly, he would bring several elders to carry out the plan against Senju Fujian. Severely wound Senju Fujian. Tiandao's eyes flickered for a moment, then he said with a murderous expression, that's fine. It saves the Senju from a desperate counterattack, and we can still cripple the Senju clan. Seeing Tiandao agree to his plan, Ban nodded. He then instructed Tiandao to bring all the clan's strong members, except himself, for Senju Fujian, who became the patriarch of the Senju clan in this warring states period, was undoubtedly formidable. Therefore, to ensure the smooth execution of the plan, thorough preparation was necessary. While the Uchiha Ban side was discussing how to cripple Senju Fujian, the Senju clan was also unsettled. Like Uchiha Tiandao, Senju Fujian naturally noticed his son's unusual behavior. Thus, he sent Fujian to track his elder brother to investigate Zhujian's anomaly. Zhujian, after all, was not Ban. At this time, he was rather naive. Senju Fujian, on the other hand, was a genius type, so his tracking was extremely smooth, and he was not discovered like Chuanai. Fujian successfully gathered intelligence and reported it to Senju Fujian. Upon learning the news, Senju Fujian's first reaction was that the Uchiha clan had deliberately approached Senju Zhujian to spy on the Senju clan's information. This thought immediately put Senju Fujian on alert. Father, I'm afraid elder brother has been used by the Uchiha clan. Senju Fujian also thought the same as his father. That's right. I think so too. So tomorrow you and I will secretly follow Zhujian. Once we arrive at the location, we will reveal ourselves. If possible, we will also kill that Uchiha brat. As Senju Fujian said this, a murderous aura instantly appeared on his face. Father, shouldn't we bring a couple more people? After hearing his father's plan, Senju Fujian did not immediately agree, but instead raised this critical question. After all, if the other party was deliberately approaching Zhujin, there would likely be others in the shadows. If they went just the two of them, they might be in danger. We must bring some people, but not too many. After all, the other side's surveillance probably won't be large either. In that case, let's follow your plan, father. Feijin nodded, then returned to his room. Soon the day of the meeting between Ban and Zhujin arrived. Uchiha Tiandao and his men secretly followed behind Ban as planned, while Senju Fujian and his men also secretly followed behind Zhujin. Although Zhujin was somewhat naive with so many people following him, his reincarnation as Ashura gave him an extremely keen perception of danger. Senju Zhujin thought for a moment and quickly guessed who was following him. Zhujin's heart sank, sensing trouble. However, he did not turn back immediately. Instead, he continued to the meeting place with a calm expression, though his pace quickened. Soon Ban and Zhujin arrived at the familiar stream. But this time, instead of gathering together, as before, they stood on opposite banks. Ban, let's start. First, the familiar skipping stones. After exchanging glances, Zhujin spoke first. Ban simply nodded at his suggestion. Then each took out a prepared stone from their chest. With their force, the two stones flew through the air like bullets, crossing each other over the stream, and finally landing in each other's hands. After Zhujin caught the stone, he saw two words on it: run. And the stone Ban caught had the words, trap, leave. Seeing this, Zhujin's heart tightened. He waved his hand and said, let's call it a day. We'll meet another time, Ban. With that, Zhujin turned to leave. Uchiha Tiandao and Senju Fujian, hidden in the shadows, saw this and knew something was wrong. Senju Fujian cursed under his breath and without hesitation used the body flicker technique to appear in the middle of the stream. Uchiha Tiandao also arrived at the same spot, and the two destined enemies faced each other once again. What a coincidence, Uchiha Taijima. Senju Butsuma, upon seeing this familiar face that he longed to kill every moment, greeted him with a sarcastic tone. Indeed, you came as expected, Senju Butsuma. And Senju Tobarama. For a moment, the two confronted each other while Tobarama and Azuna by their sides remained equally unyielding. Uchiha Azuna. The four faced off in the small stream, and after a heavy silence lasting several moments, they finally moved. Clang, clang. As their figures clashed, the crisp sound of weapons meeting echoed through the entire valley. Sensing the force from each other's weapons, Senju Butsuma and Uchiha Taijima stirred inwardly. Having been rivals for so long, they naturally knew each other's power was nearly equal. Thus, neither attempted to finish the other immediately. Instead, they set their sights on Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Azuna. With mutual exertion, they instantly distanced themselves, while their controlling hands secretly grasped another weapon. After exchanging glances, they charged at each other again. But their true target was not the opponent, but rather Azuna and Tobarama below. As they collided once more, the weapons in their other hands were hurled at Azuna and Tobarama respectively. Driven by the power of two Kage-level experts, the kunai and broken blade shot forth at incredible speed. Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsuma focused all their attention on the attacks below. For warriors of their caliber, there were few openings. If anything could distract them, it would be the death of their offspring. Thus they struck without hesitation. Just as the broken blade and kunai were about to hit Azuna, and Tobarama, Madara and Hashirama intervened. The weapons hurtling toward Azuna and Tobarama were suddenly deflected by two flying stones. The users of those stones were none other than Hashirama and Madara. With the danger to Azuna and Tobarama eliminated, the two moved instantly, arriving in the middle of the stream to shield their younger brothers. I will never forgive anyone who tries to harm my family or clan. Madara glared darkly at Hashirama, who replied with a grave expression. Neither will I. In an instant, the atmosphere between them became tense and confrontational. Hashirama. Though our time together has been pleasant, and I acknowledge you as a friend, I will never allow my family and clan to be hurt again. Madara spoke calmly to Hashirama. Looking at this friend he had known for half a month, Hashirama had a strange feeling, as if the Madara before him now was the true Madara. Hashirama shook his head, casting aside these useless thoughts. Good. Worthy of the Uchiha clan. Senju Butsuma, our two clans have never been able to decide a winner. Today let me see whether your Senju clan is stronger or my Uchiha clan prevails. As Uchiha Taijima finished speaking, 5 figures emerged from the forest behind him. The Great Elder, 3rd Elder, 5th Elder, 7th Elder, and 9th Elder. Seeing these familiar faces, Senju Butsuma's expression immediately darkened. Although he had brought people this time, he only had 3 elite Jonin guards. Meanwhile, the Uchiha side had brought formidable ninjas. For a moment, Butsuma's heart sank to the depths. As the hidden Uchiha members revealed themselves, several hidden Senju ninjas also emerged. Chief, this situation is not good. The 3 Senju ninjas landed beside Butsuma, warning him with some concern. As the clan head of the Senju, Butsuma was no fool. Even without his subordinate's reminder, he knew the situation was not merely unfavorable, it was utterly dire. I know. Remember to find a chance to break out. Butsuma made a quick decision in his mind. As if reading Butsuma's thoughts, Uchiha Taijima immediately signaled the other elders who instantly understood and surrounded Butsuma and his group. Is battle truly unavoidable? Hashirama looked at the surrounding situation, gritting his teeth as he turned to Madara, hoping to hear words of truce from him. Battle is inevitable. You are of the Senju, I am of the Uchiha. Our clans have fought for so long, and my brothers and family have died at the hands of your Senju clan. And this time you sought to harm my only remaining brother. So I will not back down. Madara fully drew the sword at his back, staring coldly at Hashirama. Madara, this endless slaughter is meaningless. It only breeds more hatred. I think we should sit down and talk. Have you forgotten our ideals? Seeing that Madara was not joking but truly ready to fight, Hashirama grew anxious and resorted to the most powerful jutsu in all of Naruto. Talk no jutsu. But Hashirama's words did not shake Madara in the slightest. I have not forgotten my ideals. I will personally use my hands and my power to lead the Uchiha clan to end this chaotic world once and for all, to put an end to this erroneous era. Enough. Words are useless. Let's fight. With that final word, Madara raised his weapon and charged at Hashirama. Taijima, hearing Madara's domineering words, was not angered, but instead laughed heartily. His son's ambition would surely lead to greatness, and the Uchiha clan would gain an exceptional leader. How could he not be delighted? Madara is right. The Uchiha clan will surely dominate the entire ninja world. Uchiha, in a straightforward man, burst into laughter upon hearing Madara's words, as they truly struck a chord with him. Hashirama, watch out, brother, watch out. Senju Butsuma and the others, seeing Uchiha Madara's sudden attack, immediately warned Senju Hashirama with concern. At that moment, Hashirama held no weapon, and Madara's sudden move caught them off guard. Madara's weapon glinted coldly under the sunlight. Seeing Uchiha Madara already before him, Hashirama was startled and instinctively raised the broken blade from the ground to block. Clang! As Madara's strike landed, Hashirama felt a tremendous force transfer from the weapon to his arm, and he staggered back several steps from the blow. The Senju ninjas widened their eyes in shock. They knew Senju Hashirama's strength. Though not overly diligent, he was still a capable Chunin-level fighter. But now Hashirama had been forced back by a single strike from this Uchiha brat, which truly astounded them. Yet what followed would leave them even more stunned. Seeing that his strike was blocked, Madara showed no surprise. After all, Hashirama was no ordinary person. Not bad. Hashirama, it seems your strength has grown rapidly lately. Then I will go all out from now on. Hearing Madara's words, everyone felt a chill. Previously, that slash of Madara's could already be considered at the level of a Chunin, yet now Madara said he had not even used his full power. This left everyone momentarily stunned. As Madara finished speaking, his normal eyes instantly transformed into three-tomoe Sharingan, and his entire aura immediately became stronger. Feeling this aura, Hashirama was momentarily stunned. He had not expected that this close friend who sparred with him daily would be so powerful. The aura emanating from Madara was something he had only sensed from a few elite members of his clan. Father, Big Brother has awakened the three-tomoe Sharingan. With Madara's aura released, everyone was momentarily shocked by his strength, but the observant Izuna was the first to notice Madara's Sharingan. Izuna's excited voice immediately drew everyone's attention. For a moment, both Senju and Uchiha ninjas turned their gazes toward Madara. But when they saw Madara's eyes, they were all shocked. They never expected Madara to have awakened the Sharingan at such a young age, and even the three-tomoe. At this moment, only one word could describe Madara in their heart's: genius. Good. Excellent. I never expected Madara to elevate his Sharingan to three-tomoe in such a short time. Truly the strongest genius of our Uchiha clan. Taijima Uchiha's unrestrained laughter was not concealed at all, so everyone present could hear it clearly. Several elders of the Uchiha clan also let out excited laughs upon hearing that Madara had awakened the three-tomoe Sharingan. After all, having such a talented junior in the clan was a great thing. Unlike the Uchiha, the Senju looked as if they had swallowed dead rats upon seeing Madara's Sharingan. Everyone in the ninja world knew the power of the Uchiha's Sharingan, and yet this 10-year-old brat had awakened the three-tomoe Sharingan. This was not good news for the Senju clan. After all, a genius had appeared among their enemies, one who might even exterminate their clan in the future. Thinking of this, anyone's mood would surely sour. Butsuma Senju, enough talk. Today let me see if your skills have declined after all this time. With that, Taijima Uchiha and the Great Elder immediately charged at Butsuma Senju, while the remaining 3 Senju Jonin were held back by the 3rd, 5th, and 7th elders. Izuna stood alongside Tobirama. The two of them seemed like natural rivals, always finding fault with each other. As each found their opponent, the entire valley was filled with explosions. Being the target of this plan, Butsuma Senju was suffering greatly under the combined assault of Taijima and his 2 companions. Originally his strength was nearly equal to Taijima's, but now two others of similar power joined in causing him to be quite flustered and even overwhelmed. Several times he barely avoided being struck by the three. Fire release great fireball technique. As Madara completed his hand seals, a massive fireball instantly hurtled toward Hashirama. Seeing the approaching fireball, Hashirama gritted his teeth and immediately used a water release. Water release water formation wall. As Hashirama completed his seals, a water wall instantly appeared before him, blocking Madara's attack. The massive fireball burst upon contact with the water release, and for a moment water droplets fell over the entire stream. Seeing his fire release had not dealt effective damage, Madara immediately used the body flicker technique to attack Hashirama. Hashirama, who had just finished his jutsu, had no time to catch his breath before he felt a sharp, killing intent locking onto him. Instantly his hair stood on end. Without a second thought, Hashirama ducked down. Just as he crouched, Madara's weapon grazed his scalp, and Hashirama could even see the strands of his hair that had been cut off. After secretly breathing a sigh of relief, Hashirama immediately swung his short blade and engaged Madara in combat. The two exchanged blows, their weapons clashing repeatedly. Finally, Madara seized an opportunity and kicked Hashirama square in the chest. Cough cough. Madara's kick was naturally powerful. After taking the hit, Hashirama felt as if his chest had been struck by a boulder with continuous pain radiating. Heh. Hashirama, it seems I am ultimately stronger. Seeing Hashirama injured, Madara did not press the attack. His goal had been achieved, so there was no need to kill. Cough. Madara, don't be so smug. I will surpass you sooner or later. Hashirama looked at Madara with defiance, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Just as Madara achieved a crushing victory, Taijima Uchiha's side also reached a conclusion. At that moment, Butsuma Senju finally revealed a fatal flaw under the assault of the three. Seeing this, a glint of sharp light flashed in Taijima Uchiha's eyes. Butsuma Senju, die. As Taijima Uchiha uttered these words, his weapon swung down. The gleaming blade, with a piercing sound, slashed directly across Butsuma Senju's chest. Startled by Taijima's roar, Butsuma Senju was greatly alarmed. Watching the weapon descend upon him, he was unable to mount any defense. PFF. Finally, Taijima's blade struck Butsuma's chest, and in an instant Butsuma's blood splattered all over Taijima. The Senju ninjas in battle, seeing Butsuma struck by Taijima, cried out in alarm, "Chieftain and father!" Seeing Tobirama distracted, Izuna Uchiha instantly seized the opportunity and slashed at him. Hearing the sound of the weapon, Tobirama's expression changed drastically. Forgetting his concern for his father, he immediately retreated. Because of Butsuma's injury, the situation for the Senju ninjas on the battlefield worsened. Hashirama Senju, kneeling on the ground, saw his father severely wounded. He cried out in shock and wanted to rush to Butsuma's side. But just as he rose to leave, Madara's figure once again blocked his path. "Hashirama, you dare to be distracted while fighting me." With those words, Madara immediately raised his weapon and slashed at Hashirama. Hashirama gazed at the figure before him, took a deep breath, and knew that if he wanted to help his father, he must first defeat his friend standing before him. Hashirama's heart was filled with anxiety, and his attacks grew increasingly disorganized. Madara observed Hashirama's anxious expression and secretly shook his head. Ninjas were trained from childhood to maintain absolute calmness in battle. One's heart must never waver, for a single moment of panic creates vulnerability that can determine life or death. But Hashirama Senju had completely forgotten this principle at that moment, his attacks becoming utterly undisciplined. Madara casually parried Hashirama's strikes, then turned and punched him directly in the stomach. Madara's formidable power erupted from his fist. In an instant, Hashirama felt a searing pain shoot through his abdomen, his stomach churning with agonizing discomfort. Hashirama's face immediately contorted in pain, and he vomited a mouthful of bile before collapsing to the ground. Hashirama's father, the clan head of the Senju, neither noticed nor could have aided his son's dire condition. By then he was barely managing to save himself, having no energy left to care for anyone else. Senju Butsuma, your blade grows slower with each passing day. I suggest you drop your weapon and kneel before us and surrender. Perhaps in our mercy we might spare your life. Indeed, after all these years as rivals, I would still grant you mercy. Kneel and surrender, and you shall live. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who would have imagined that the great head of the Senju clan would one day face such humiliation? In just a short time apart, you've grown so weak. Witnessing the miserable state of Senju Butsuma, the trio of Uchiha Taijima seemed to unleash their talent for vicious mockery, hurling sarcastic taunts at the Senju leader without restraint. The gravely wounded Senju Butsuma's face flushed dark purple upon hearing the insults from the Uchiha trio. The elder's final words pushed him past his breaking point. As the esteemed head of the Senju clan, a warrior renowned throughout the ninja world, did he not have any dignity left? The more Senju Butsuma thought about it, the more suffocating his grievances became. Unable to contain himself any longer, he was overcome by rage and spat a mouthful of blood. Huh. Look, clan head. He's about to die of anger. Indeed. Who would have thought he was so fragile under pressure? Enough. After all, he is still the head of the Senju clan. Though rather useless, he remains a figure of note, does he not? Seeing that their words had driven Senju Butsuma to cough up blood, the trio felt an intense thrill of excitement. They redoubled their efforts in mocking and taunting the Senju leader, as if determined to employ every cruel word they knew against him. Aya, bastards! Uchiha Taijima, I will never forgive the Uchiha clan for this. Driven past his limits by the relentless barrage of mockery from the Uchiha trio, Senju Butsuma finally lost control. His rage stripped away his reason, and the three Uchiha exchanged knowing glances, smiling at one another. Their objective had been achieved. Senju Butsuma's blind fury presented Uchiha Taijima with the perfect opportunity. In an instant, Taijima raised his blade and struck. A severed arm wielding a weapon flew high into the air. As the arm fell, Senju Butsuma's agonized cries rang out. Ugh! Arg! Senju Butsuma's piercing screams drew everyone's attention once more. When the Senju ninja witnessed their clan head's gruesome plight, they could not help but feel a sense of desolation and sorrow. After all, if their clan head had fallen to such a state, they would surely be next. Once their leader perished, Uchiha Taijima and his companions would no longer be tied down. When those three turned their full strength against them, there was little chance of survival. With this thought in mind, despair settled over them. Huh. Senju Butsuma, it appears you are nothing more than you seem. Uchiha Taijima felt an indescribable satisfaction watching his lifelong rival in such a wretched state. Damn you. It is only because you outnumber me. If it were one-on-one, you could never defeat me. Gravely wounded Senju Butsuma glared at Uchiha Taijima with pure hatred. His eyes blazed with fury, resembling a ferocious beast poised to pounce, desperate to tear Taijima apart on the spot. However, before Uchiha Taijima could respond, his expression immediately turned grave. The other elders shared the same solemn demeanor. For within their senses, a ninja squad of more than 10 members was rapidly approaching from the forest. And among them the weakest was a Chunin, while several Jonin were also present. Without a word, they all thought of the Senju clan. After all, this contingent was advancing from the direction of the Senju territory. Exchanging glances, they nodded silently to one another. Taijima then cast a mocking look at Senju Butsuma before issuing the order to retreat. Their purpose had been accomplished. Since enemy reinforcements were approaching, there was no reason to press the fight further. Hashirama. Then we shall take our leave for now. Next time we meet, it shall be on the battlefield, and I shall show no mercy. With that, Madara cast a long, lingering look at Hashirama before turning and departing. Hashirama gazed after Madara's retreating figure with a complex expression. At that moment, an indescribable mixture of emotions surged within his heart. It was not hatred, yet it was far from gratitude. After all, the Uchiha clan was the primary cause of his father's suffering, and Madara had played his part as well. But quickly Hashirama cast those thoughts aside, for his father Senju Butsuma had already fallen unconscious. Father! Upon seeing his father collapse, Tobirama immediately cried out, and Hashirama likewise rushed to his father's side. Just as they were preparing to return, the Senju clan's reinforcements arrived. The group then escorted the gravely wounded Senju Butsuma back to their village. As for the Senju clan, let us turn elsewhere. Uchiha Taijima and his companions, having withdrawn in advance, had managed to avoid confrontation with the Senju reinforcements. Thus their group returned to their territory swiftly and unchallenged. The elders who had participated in the operation returned in high spirits, and their enthusiasm naturally extended to praising Madara, the mastermind behind the plan. However, unlike the others' excitement, Madara felt no great satisfaction despite striking a blow against the Senju clan. After all, countless troubles still lay ahead. Father, elders, I believe we should not celebrate so prematurely. Senju Butsuma, gravely wounded as he is, will surely harbor deep resentment and seek revenge against our Uchiha clan. Therefore, I urge you to prepare for retaliation from the Senju clan. Madara's words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the elation in their hearts. Seeing their faces darken, Madara offered a reassuring smile and said, "You need not worry excessively, honored elders. The Senju clan is unlikely to launch a full-scale war against us. At most, they will carry out minor retaliatory strikes. However, I have a plan that will allow our Uchiha clan to seize this opportunity and carve a piece out of the Senju clan's territory." Ban's words fell, and a smug expression of assured victory appeared on his face. "Oh, Ban, what other plans do you have? Out with them." Yuzebo Tiandao looked at his son's confident demeanor and knew that Ban was probably about to target the Chinsho clan again. "Father, does our Yuzebo clan still have any prisoners from the Rishian clan?" Originally full of enthusiasm, Yuzebo Tiandao was momentarily puzzled when Ban suddenly mentioned the Rishian clan's prisoners. However, he didn't think much of it. and after a brief contemplation, he answered Ban's question. We do have some prisoners from the Rishon clan, but not many. These are a small portion captured during the last war with the Rishon clan. The rest have all been exchanged back. Upon hearing Tiandao say that the Yuzhibo clan still had prisoners from the Rishon clan, a glint of excitement flashed in Ban's eyes. Father, since we have prisoners from the Rishon clan, it's easy. Now we can gather them immediately. Yuzhibo Tiandao looked at Ban's mysterious demeanor with some confusion, but he didn't say much. After all, based on Ban's series of actions, Ban was not one to act without reason. So Tiandao immediately ordered others to bring the Rishon clan's prisoners over. Soon several dozen prisoners were all brought up. For a moment the majority of the clan's training ground was filled with the Rishon clan. Ban looked at the Rishon clan prisoners below, a satisfied expression on his face. He cleared his throat. Everyone, I have gathered you here today to tell you good news. As soon as Ban's words fell, the crowd below immediately buzzed with discussion. The prisoners' previously heavy and despairing gazes gradually regained some color. What good things could your Yuzhibo clan possibly have? Exactly. Could the good thing you speak of be killing us? That's right. Even if there were good news, it's not a child's place to announce it. Has the Yuzhibo clan run out of men that they must send a mere boy to hold the stage? After the Rishon prisoner, who seemed to be the leader, finished speaking, the other Rishon clan members burst into laughter. They didn't take Ban's words seriously at all. It had been a long time since they were captured. Even the Rishon clan members who had been captured together with them had been ransomed back one after another. Since they had been left for so long, it was clear they had been abandoned. The fate of abandoned pawns was predictable, so when they heard Ban's words they all showed contemptuous looks and even began to taunt him. After all, in their eyes they were already dead men. There was nothing left to fear. According to the usual rule, if any clan member was captured by the enemy, the clan would surely ransom them back within half a month after the war. Once that time passed, they were definitely abandoned. After all clan resources were limited, it was impossible to save everyone. Faced with the prisoner's mockery and doubts, Ban merely smiled faintly without anger. On the contrary, he was rather pleased because these Rishon prisoners had completely given up hope. The more hopeless they were, the smoother his plan would go. I am Yuzhibo Ban, the young clan leader of the entire Yuzhibo clan. Do you think my words carry weight? As for the good news I mentioned, I'm not so low as to deceive you failures. Ban's words immediately angered the Rishon clan prisoners below. Although they had failed in their hearts, they were heroes of their clan. So when Ban called them failures, they were enraged. Bastard, if you're going to kill us, just do it. What kind of skill is it to insult us? Exactly. I may be a failure, but that doesn't give a brat like you the right to lecture me. That's right. Exactly. In an instant, the entire training ground erupted, filled with voices demanding death. Do you all want to die that badly? Ban's disdainful expression made the Rishon ninja below even angrier, but more than anger, they felt sorrow. They had sacrificed themselves for their clan only to be completely abandoned in the end. And now they were being mocked by a mere child. This filled them with a sense of bitterness. A scholar may be killed, but not humiliated. Come on, you just want our lives. Take them. That's right. Just a life. I'll be waiting for you in the underworld. Right. Seeing everyone eager to die, Ban laughed. I can let you live, right? It's just a life, isn't it? What? You say you can let us live? Ban's calm words fell into the noisy environment below instantly, like pressing a mute button, leaving them all stunned in place, not reacting. That's right. I can give you a chance to live, but you need to do something for me. As long as you do it well, you can all survive. After Ban finished speaking, everyone below fell silent. This time no one doubted his words. After all, when Ban had just revealed his identity, the nearby Yuzhibo clan members showed no surprise, which precisely proved Ban's identity. I'm afraid the task you want us to do won't be that simple. The leading Rishon prisoner spoke after a moment of silence. Ban looked at this calm prisoner and felt a flicker of interest. Indeed, it's not simple, but it won't be too difficult either. After Ban said this, the Rishon clan prisoners below were all tempted, their faces full of eagerness to try. However, although they were extremely moved, none of them spoke first. Instead, their gazes all focused on the leader. Noticing this secretly, Ban was somewhat surprised. It seems this prisoner is no ordinary man. Ben narrowed his eyes and carefully scrutinized the man. Perhaps he could become the key to my plan. Rishon Diren was unaware of Ban's thoughts. At this moment, after noticing the looks of his fellow clan members, he was extremely hesitant. He didn't know whether to agree to Ban's request. Although he had just been eager to die, who could truly face death calmly? Moreover, he harbored a deep-seated hatred in his heart. His great revenge had not yet been carried out, so how could he die in peace? Ban seemed to see through Rishon Diren's thoughts. He immediately spoke in a slightly seductive tone. Don't worry that I'll make you turn against your clan. On the contrary, this task is precisely aimed at the enemies of your Rishon clan, so you don't need to worry at all. Moreover, Ban's tone shifted. After you complete this task, you will become great heroes of the Rishon clan. Why not do it? Ban's slightly seductive words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely dispelling Rishang Diren's worries. The hesitation on his face vanished, replaced by a look of determination. I've decided. As Hyūga Chikashi uttered these words, everyone's gaze focused on him, especially the captured members of the Hyūga clan, whose eyes were filled with intense tension. I hope you won't deceive us. I agree to your proposal. Hyūga Chikashi cast a thoughtful glance at Ban, uncertain whether Ban would keep his promise. All he could do was pray that Ban would honor his word. Haha, excellent. You have made an incredibly wise decision. I am certain you will come to rejoice in this choice in the future. Having secured Hyūga Chikashi's consent, Ban broke into a smile. He promptly ordered his ninja to arrange proper accommodations for the captured Hyūga members, ensuring they were well treated, though surveillance was of course not neglected. With the captives handled smoothly, Ban quickly made his way to the Uchiha clan's council hall, where the clan's elders and high-ranking members were all waiting to hear about his plan. Ban, you're back. Now can you tell us what your plan is? Seeing Ban return with an excited expression, Taijima spoke with a smile. Hearing Taijima's words, Ban took a seat beside him. Here's the idea. My plan is to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Drive the tiger to devour the wolf. The Uchiha elders in the room immediately murmured in confusion at this unfamiliar expression, as they had never heard such a term before. Exactly. My plan is to pit the Hyūga and Senju clans against each other while we reap the benefits as the fishermen. As Ban finished outlining his plan, the Uchiha elders' eyes lit up, and they stared at him in astonishment. They had never imagined that someone so young could possess such cunning and strategic acumen. Truly a genius of the Uchiha clan. Haha. Excellent. This plan is entirely feasible. Since it's your idea, you shall lead the execution yourself. All Uchiha ninja are at your disposal. Moreover, your words are my words. I grant you the authority to handle all matters as you see fit in special circumstances. Ban was quite surprised by Taijima's decree. He hadn't expected such vast authority, nearly equivalent to that of the clan leader. Yet none of the elders present raised any objection to Taijima's words. After all, they had all witnessed Ban's capabilities. He was destined to be the next clan leader, and this was merely an early introduction to the responsibilities of leadership. They also trusted that Ban's abilities would suffice. Haha, Ban, do a good job. We old folks are eagerly awaiting the spectacle. The ninth elder, who was closest to Ban, immediately patted him on the shoulder after Taijima spoke, his tone filled with trust in Ban. Please rest assured, esteemed elders and father. I will not disappoint your expectations. After saying this, Ban withdrew from the hall and began instructing his subordinates to execute the plan. Ban's first order was to dispatch the ninth elder leading a group of Uchiha ninja to the Hyūga clan to discuss an alliance. Along the way, they were to make the matter as public as possible, ensuring that everyone knew of their journey to the Hyūga clan and the purpose of signing a treaty. Though Uchiha Yin was somewhat puzzled, he trusted Ban and followed his instructions accordingly. Soon Uchiha Yin and his company of dozens set off toward the Hyūga clan, deliberately making as much noise as possible, even passing through other clans' territories. In no time, the entire shinobi world knew that the Uchiha clan was about to form an alliance with the Hyūga. Upon hearing this news, Senju Butsuma was so enraged that he cursed bitterly and fainted from the agitation, exacerbating his injuries. As Uchiha Yan's fanfare grew, the Hyūga clan also received word of the approaching Uchiha delegation. Inside the Hyūga clan's compound, the clan leader Hyūga furrowed his brow. He had just learned of the imminent arrival of the Uchiha delegation, a revelation that shocked him deeply. The Uchiha clan had always been renowned throughout the shinobi world for their pride and power. Unlike the Senju and other clans, they never formed alliances. They believed only in their own strength and disdained any pacts. Yet now they were breaking with tradition to seek an alliance with the Hyūga, which struck Hyūga as suspicious. Moreover, his son Hyūga Chikashi had perished at the hands of the Uchiha in a previous battle. It seemed the Hyūga were hardly the most logical choice for an ally, yet the Uchiha had chosen them, a development that was quite intriguing. After much deliberation, Hyūga still couldn't fathom what the Uchiha were scheming. Heaving a sigh, he decided to stop overthinking and rose to instruct his guards to prepare for the reception of the Uchiha delegation. Though there was enmity between the two clans, this matter concerned the dignity of both. Failure to show proper respect would be an insult, with consequences ranging from apologies and reparations to full-scale war. Following Hyūga orders, the entire Hyūga clan sprang into action. Soon, under their bustling preparations, the clan truly exuded an atmosphere of an impending alliance signing. As time passed, the Hyūga members stationed at the clan's entrance finally spotted tiny black specks in the distance. The specks moved swiftly and soon materialized before the Hyūga clan. They were none other than the delegation led by Uchiha Yin. Huh. Long time no see, Uchiha Yin. Indeed, it's been a while, Hyūga. The two exchanged greetings with a touch of melancholy. Though just over 30 years old, their faces were etched with the weariness of age, as if they were already elderly figures on the verge of decline. In this chaotic warring states era, the average lifespan was just over 30. Men of their age could already refer to themselves as old. Huh. Come, let's talk inside. After a brief exchange, they entered the Hyūga clan's compound. Soon they arrived at the hall where the clan usually held meetings, which was now packed to capacity. Uchiha and were old acquaintances, so let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. What is the Uchiha clan's true purpose? After taking his seat, Hyūga did not beat around the bush and directly asked about the purpose of Yan's visit. Hyūga looked at Uchiha Yan with a stern expression, knowing that the Uchiha clan was always straightforward and detested circumlocution. However, this time, he had miscalculated. Having received Ban's instructions, Uchiha Yan had no intention of playing along this time. No rush, no rush. This old man is already tired from the journey. How about discussing the alliance tomorrow? Upon hearing Hyūga Masakazu's words, Uchiha Yan simply chuckled and brushed the matter aside. Hyūga Masakazu narrowed his eyes, his suspicion deepening. Uchiha Yan's behavior was too abnormal, completely inconsistent with the usual image of the Uchiha clan, and this only made Hyūga Masakazu more uneasy. However, Hyūga Masakazu said nothing more and merely ordered servants to arrange rooms for Uchiha Yan and his party. Afterwards, Uchiha Yan and the others went to their respective rooms to rest. The Hyūga ninja monitoring them outside exchanged bewildered glances and soon returned to the main hall. How is it? Have Uchiha Yan and his men made any suspicious moves? Seeing the dispatched ninja return, Hyūga Masakazu immediately inquired. Not only did he want to know, but the other Hyūga clan elders also turned their gaze toward the ninja. They had been waiting in the hall for a full half-hour, eager to see what Uchiha Yan and his group were up to. However, the Hyūga ninja's report might disappoint them. Report to the clan leader and elders. The Uchiha delegation seems genuinely exhausted. After returning to the rooms we prepared for them, they all went to sleep. After the ninja spoke, everyone was stunned. A huge question mark hung in their minds. Tired? Rest? Are you kidding me? Uchiha Yan, a full-fledged Kaga-level ninja, strolled for days and now claims to be tired. You must be joking. Hyūga Masakazu took a breath and dismissed him with a wave. After the Hyūga ninja left, Hyūga Hirano said doubtfully, could it be? They really are just tired. After Hyūga Hirano's words, everyone present fell silent. Clearly they didn't believe it, but from all appearances that seemed to be the case. Enough. All of you return for now. The surveillance on the Uchiha clan must not be relaxed. Tomorrow I'll see what tricks Uchiha Yan is playing. After speaking, Hyūga Masakazu led Hyūga Tenjin out of the hall. Tenjin, what do you think the Uchiha clan is up to? Hyūga Tenjin, who had a guilty conscience, was startled by his father's words. Father, I believe the Uchiha clan must have some ulterior motive, but our Hyūga clan has no need to fear them. After all, we are not to be trifled with. After Hyūga Tenjin's words, a trace of helplessness flashed across Hyūga Masakazu's face. His son was clearly distracted. Shaking his head, he said no more and returned to his room, leaving Hyūga Tenjin alone. After Hyūga Masakazu left, the respectful look on Hyūga Tenjin's face completely vanished, replaced by a malicious and ferocious expression. Damn, the Uchiha clan. Why have they come to our Hyūga clan, and why at this critical moment? Could it be my dear little brother? At this thought, Hyūga Tenjin's face darkened instantly. Damn it, Hyūga Jinin, why aren't you dead yet? Hyūga Tenjin's heart was screaming madly. Indeed, Hyūga Jinin was his own blood brother. The reason Hyūga Jinin was captured by the Uchiha clan and never ransomed was his doing. However, as a father, Hyūga Masakazu had no idea. In fact, he still believed that Hyūga Jinin had died in the previous battle against the Uchiha. That was why Hyūga Jinin never returned. Meanwhile, Hyūga Tenjin had been steadily absorbing Hyūga Jinin's influence within the clan. That was why he was so alarmed by the sudden news of the Uchiha's arrival. After all, his methods were far from honorable. If his father ever found out, he would definitely lose all chance of becoming the next clan leader and might even be abandoned by his own subordinates. Murdering one's own brother was not a pleasant story. It seems I need to speed up my plan. After his expression flickered for a moment, Hyūga Tenjin left the spot with a murderous look. Leaving the Hyūga side, as soon as Uchiha Yan and his group arrived at the Hyūga clan's compound, they immediately used a summoning beast to send word back to the Uchiha clan. Madara knew of this matter at once, and from Uchiha Yan's intelligence, he deduced something interesting. Madara said, "System, open my stats." As soon as he spoke, a virtual screen appeared before him, displaying his information. Name: Uchiha Madara. Gender: male. Strength: Elite Jonin. Ability: three-tomoe Sharingan. Path: none. Destiny change points: 38200. Madara looked at the last line of his stats and was quite satisfied. The previous battle against Senju Butsuma, which changed an important plot in the original story, had earned him 2 destiny change points. This immediately made Madara wealthy. System, give me a 10 pull. As the saying goes, with money in hand, one's heart is at ease. After all his efforts, Madara now had money, so he immediately prepared to do a 10 pull to experience the feeling of being rich. Ding. May the host choose the basic draw or the advanced draw. Just as Madara was about to try his luck, the system's voice rang out again. Huh. Basic draw and advanced draw. What's the difference? Ding. The basic draw consumes 100 destiny change points per pull, but the items are random. Could be good or bad. The advanced draw consumes 100 points per pull, and among 10 pulls there is guaranteed to be one winning pull. Moreover, the prizes from the advanced draw are definitely better than those from the basic draw. After reading the system's introduction, Madara was speechless. So the advanced draw was just paying for a guaranteed win. He kept complaining in his mind about the system's merchant-like nature. He had only managed to get over 300 points with great effort, but now a single draw cost 1000. Who could stand that? System. Give me 8 advanced draws and 2 basic draws. As soon as Madara spoke, the destiny change points in the upper right corner immediately decreased by 800. This pained him greatly. However, Madara quickly focused his gaze on the screen before him, wanting to know what he would get. Finally, after a great flash of light, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of mineral water. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a pack of toilet paper. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a pair of chopsticks. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Hearing the continuous notifications, Madara's mouth twitched. He wanted to ask the system if this basic draw was just a scam, giving him a bunch of useless junk. But when the 5th sound from the system rang out, Madara finally smiled. Led by Uchiha Yi and Uchiha Ming, the 3 of them soon arrived at the place of Rishang Diren. After Ban's last orders, Rishang Diren and the others had been moved from the prison to the houses outside, and this cluster of houses was where they were now. With Ban's arrival, the Rishang ninjas who had been sparring all stopped their movements and looked at Ban. You may continue. I'm here to see him, Ban said, pointing at Rishang Diren. For a moment, the already tense members of the Rishang clan became even more nervous. Seeing the expressions of these people, Ban became even more certain of his suspicions. Rishang Diren, observing his clansmen's nervousness, sighed, calmed them down, and then invited Ban into the house. Rishang Diren had already vaguely guessed the purpose of Ban's visit. How is it? Have you been comfortable these past few days? After the two sat down, Ban smiled and asked about Rishang Diren's well-being. Rishang Diren understood Ban's polite words, so after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he stared at Ban with a serious expression. Speak, young master of the Uchiha clan. I believe you are definitely not just here to see a failure like me. You must have another purpose, right? In response to Rishang Diren's self-deprecating tone, Ban chuckled casually, took a sip of tea, and then looked at him. I did come to find you for something, but before that I need to confirm your identity. After saying this, Ban narrowed his eyes and looked at Rishang Diren. The originally calm Rishang Diren revealed a bitter smile. In the end, it was discovered. Well, there's nothing to hide about my identity. After speaking, Rishang Diren straightened his body. The words he was about to say seemed to remind him of something, and his expression alternated between pain and anger, finally turning into a long sigh. I believe you already know my identity. My name is Rishang Diren, the second son of the Rishang clan leader. I have an elder brother who, barring any accidents, should already be the young master of the Rishang clan. Rishang Diren sighed emotionally, as if lamenting how 2 once inseparable brothers had become mortal enemies. When Ban heard Rishang Diren say that he was the second son of Rishang Zhenghe, a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. Rishang Diren's identity could make Ban's plan go more smoothly. The 2 of us grew up together and trained together. Although Rishang Tianren was the elder brother, I always firmly outshone him. Moreover, I made rapid progress in cultivating secret arts, so father always favored me. As we grew older, we realized that the future clan leader would be chosen from one of us. From that point on, we were no longer the same as before. Rishang Diren's tone could not help but become sorrowful as he spoke. From then on, my brother and I engaged in open and covert struggles, developing our power bases and planning for our futures. As the clan leader, our father naturally knew of our actions. But he did not stop us. Instead, father subtly leaned toward me. My dear brother naturally sensed father's attitude, so he harbored resentment, though he never showed it on his face. However, he finally found an opportunity during the last war between our 2 clans. He used your Uchiha clan to attack me, and I was completely unaware, so I was captured by your Uchiha clan. I only learned all this after being captured. Though I know the truth, it is too late for regret. Rishang Diren, somewhat dazed, told Ban his entire story. Ban showed no reaction to his plight. In large clans like the Rishang, power struggles were extremely common, so Ban was not too surprised. However, after hearing Rishang Diren's background, Ban began to formulate a new plan in his mind. If all went well, he could use Rishang Diren to successfully split the Rishang clan. Of course, if the plan proceeded without any mistakes, he might even control the clan. Thinking this, Ban had a rough outline of his plan. How I didn't expect you to be schemed against by your own brother. After taunting Rishiang Ban said meaningfully, according to the intelligence I've obtained, your faction within the Rishiang clan has been mostly purged over the past few months. Moreover, Ban glanced at Rishiang with a mocking expression. Your dear brother has already sidelined your father. The clan leader long believed you died in my Uchiha clan. Ha, your brother certainly has skill. Ban's words exploded in Rishiang ears like a thunderbolt. He hadn't expected Rishiang influence to expand so quickly, even keeping his own father in the dark. He was now utterly determined to eliminate his younger brother. At the thought, Rishiang became furious, gritting his teeth and uttering the name Xiong, Tion. Run. I Rishiang if I ever leave this place alive, I will kill you, beast. Seeing Rishiang like this, Ban smiled, knowing his plan was nearly complete. I can help you. Ban's calm words immediately stunned the furious Rishiang, who then looked at Ban with some confusion. Don't look at me like that. I said I can help you reclaim the Rishiang clan. However, your Rishiang clan must never attack my Uchiha clan, and you must pay tribute to the Uchiha clan every year. Ban set down his cup and stared intently at Rishiang. What do you think? Ban continued to stare, but Rishiang did not respond immediately, a conflicted expression flashing across his face. Ban's demands were essentially equivalent to making the Rishiang clan a vassal of the Uchiha clan. This was a difficult choice for Rishiang. It was also a test from Ban, who wanted to see how far Rishiang would go for revenge and where his bottom line lay. At this moment, Rishiang was extremely torn. When he first heard Ban's terms, he wanted to refuse, but as the words reached his lips, he thought of Rishiang Tianren and found himself unable to utter a refusal. A fierce inner battle raged in his heart. His reason and years of education told him not to agree to Ban, but the anger, resentment, and desire in his heart desperately urged him to consent. The two sides, like an angel and a demon, constantly tempted Rishiang inner self. Finally, after a struggle, the demon of anger and desire prevailed. At this moment, he was completely dominated by fury and lust. Alright, I agree. Hyūga felt an immense sense of relief wash over him as those words left his lips. Upon hearing this, a sharp gleam of insight flashed in Madara's eyes, and he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Hyūga, you have made the most correct decision of your life. Rest assured, as long as you follow my instructions, I guarantee you will defeat your elder brother and become the clan leader of the Hyūga clan. Madara's assurance was undoubtedly a calming pill, solidifying Hyūga resolve. Good. What is your plan? Let me hear it. Having decided to ally with Madara, Hyūga quickly assumed his new role. There's no rush for now. My arrangements are not yet complete. Once they are ready, that will be the time for you to act. Speaking of his plan, Madara smiled mysteriously and said no more. After a brief further exchange, he departed from the place. Time slipped away imperceptibly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Uchiha and his companions repeatedly made excuses to postpone the meeting whenever Hyūga Masakazu proposed a negotiation. Once or twice was tolerable, but as the delays mounted, even the Hyūga clan grew weary. However, today, Uchiha and his delegation finally prepared to discuss the alliance with the Hyūga clan. The group soon arrived at the same hall as before, where Hyūga Masakazu and his men were already seated awaiting their arrival. Hey Uchiha, and you finally arrived. We've been waiting here for a long time. Hyūga Masakazu, who had been waiting for several days, immediately spoke with a smile upon seeing Uchiha in. Haha, I've been feeling a bit unwell these past few days, perhaps a touch of acclimatization. But I'm fine now. Please forgive the disturbance, clan leader Hyūga and esteemed elders. Though Uchiha's words sounded apologetic, his demeanor, gestures, and tone betrayed no trace of remorse. Instantly, many Hyūga clan members in the room showed anger, and even Hyūga Tenrin cast a hostile glance. Noticing the tension among his own people, Hyūga Masakazu was startled and quickly intervened to smooth things over, fearing that Uchiha's anger might spark a conflict between the two great clans. Haha, it's only natural that ninth elder, having traveled so far, would take a few extra days to rest. But now that you've had many days of rest, you should be fully recovered, shouldn't you? After a light-hearted chuckle, Hyūga Masakazu inquired, his tone brooking no argument. Uchiha knew they had delayed long enough, so this time he calmly nodded in response to Hyūga Masakazu's question. Thank you for your concern, clan leader Hyūga. We are no longer indisposed. Today we can finalize the alliance treaty. Seeing Uchiha finally bring up the alliance, Hyūga Masakazu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if Uchiha had continued to avoid the topic as before, he would have been forced to summon them forcibly. But now that Uchiha had taken the initiative, it naturally saved a great deal of trouble. Subsequently, Uchiha presented the pre-agreed terms to the Hyūga clan. Though his expression appeared eager, deep down, he held no real hope, for the Uchiha clan had no genuine intention of forming an alliance. After Uchiha finished stating all the conditions, the Hyūga clan fell into heated discussion. As the clan leader Hyūga Masakazu sank into contemplation. Since the alliance concerned the entire Hyūga clan, he did not act arbitrarily, but led the senior members out of the hall to deliberate. Everyone, what are your thoughts on the Uchiha clan's proposal for an alliance? No sooner had Hyūga Masakazu spoken than an elder immediately stood up to voice strong opposition. This elder's action seemed to ignite a spark, prompting the other elders to rise one after another in rejection. Watching the chorus of dissent, Hyūga Tenrin, standing behind Hyūga Masakazu, curled his lips into a smile of conspiratorial satisfaction. He had orchestrated this entire scene. The unity among the elders was the result of his machinations from the previous night. An alliance between the Uchiha and Hyūga clans was something he wished to prevent. If the two sides became allies, the Uchiha clan would surely release his dear younger brother as a gesture of goodwill. Thus he was determined to ensure the alliance failed. Hearing the unanimous opposition from the elders, Hyūga Masakazu wore a conflicted expression. In his view, an alliance with the Uchiha clan was overwhelmingly beneficial. After all, having a friend was better than an enemy. Moreover, this prospective ally was one of the most powerful clans in the ninja world. Yet with such strong internal opposition, he found himself powerless. Alas! In that case, we shall decline them. With a sigh, Hyūga Masakazu led the group back into the hall. Uchiha, indifferent to the Hyūga clan's decision, remained calmly, sipping his tea, even after their return. Clan leader Hyūga, may I ask what your clan has decided? Just as Hyūga Masakazu took his seat, he heard the question and responded with an apologetic expression. I apologize. Our Hyūga clan has been preoccupied with many matters recently, and the clan members are not inclined to engage in warfare. So, Hyūga Masakazu left the word refuse hanging, but Uchiha understood his meaning. Without further words, he simply stood up and spoke. Very well, then we shall return to our clan and report truthfully to the clan leader. However, as a gesture of goodwill between our two clans, the clan leader has already sent some modest gifts to your esteemed clan. We hope your clan will accept them. This declaration from Uchiha caught the Hyūga clan off guard. But adhering to the principle of not looking a gift horse in the mouth, they accepted the supplies sent by Madara. Seeing the Hyūga clan accept the offerings, Uchiha silently mused, it's done. Then Uchiha immediately led the delegation back to the Uchiha clan without looking back. Along the way, they ignored the spies sent by various major clans to gather intelligence, deliberately appearing anxious to return. Moreover, the supplies the Uchiha clan had given to the Hyūga clan were fully observed by the eyes of the major clan scouts. Witnessing this, the scouts were startled and promptly returned to their respective clans to report the matter. They sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Unlike the leisurely sightseeing pace of their outward journey, this time everyone rushed back to the clan with the utmost speed. With the entire party pushing themselves to the limit, Uchiha and his group managed to return to the clan territory in just half a day. Upon learning of their successful return, Madara immediately summoned Hyūga Diren and the others. Compared to the previous meeting, Hyūga Diren and his companions appeared in much better spirits. Madara nodded approvingly at the sight. Everyone, I have called you here today to tell you that your opportunity for freedom has arrived. As soon as these words left Ban's lips, it was as if a stone had been cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, stirring the multitude of Hyūga captives into a flurry of commotion. Ever since Ban had spoken of granting them a chance at freedom, every Hyūga captive had been incessantly yearning for the moment they would be liberated. Now that Ban declared their opportunity had come, how could they not be overwhelmed with excitement? Speak. What do you want us to do? As the leader of the Hyūga captives present, Hyūga Chijin, upon hearing this news, remained exceptionally composed and inquired. Quite simple. I want you to launch a night raid on the Senju clan's territory. Of course you won't be alone. Our Uchiha clan will also dispatch elites to accompany you. Upon hearing Ban's request, a smile crept across the Hyūga captives' lips. They assumed Ban was using them to strike at the Senju clan. After a round of wild conjectures, they began discussing among themselves. Ban said nothing about their chaotic chatter. He merely instructed his attendant to prepare and distribute the necessary supplies. Then he quietly summoned Hyūga Chijin aside. What? Is there another mission? Called out in secret by Ban, Hyūga Chijin seemed to anticipate a private assignment, so he asked without any doubt, his voice calm as he inquired about his task. Indeed. There is one matter I must entrust solely to you, and only you can accomplish it. Ban's words seemed laden with implication. Hyūga Chijin raised an eyebrow and asked, what mission? I want you to loudly proclaim your identity during the night operation and also create a certain illusion for the Senju clan. Ban fixed his gaze on Hyūga Chijin, his expression grim and his aura markedly different from usual. Sensing this, Hyūga Chijin's heart sank. He knew tonight's mission was far from as simple as Ban had described. Humph! What kind of illusion? Hyūga Chijin took a deep breath, his face tense as he stared at Ban. You need to create the impression that your Hyūga clan has already allied with our Uchiha clan. Beyond that, Ban paused, casting a meaningful glance at Hyūga Chijin. You must also make the Senju clan believe that tonight's attack was entirely carried out by your Hyūga clan. Boom. If Hyūga Chijin had not grasped Ban's earlier words, he fully understood Ban's plan after hearing that final sentence. The realization struck his mind like a detonating bomb. He had never imagined that Ban would demand he personally frame his own clan. Yet Hyūga Chijin quickly regained his composure. Even though he had guessed Ban's scheme, he said nothing, merely casting a complex glance at Ban before turning back to rejoin his ranks. Ban watched the retreating figure, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. He knew Hyūga Chijin had agreed to his demand. With the Hyūga captives settled, Ban immediately summoned the Uchiha clan's high-ranking members and laid out his entire plan. Upon hearing it, they were even more convinced of Ban's judgment and declared their full support for his actions. With Taijima and others' approval, Ban selected over a dozen elite jonin from the clan to join the operation. Nightfall soon descended, as if intent on swallowing the entire world. Now was the moment for Ban to strike. This battle would involve not only the Hyūga, but also himself. However, they would not use the Sharingan as it was too conspicuous. Doing so would ruin all their plans. Under the cover of night, Uchiha Ban and his group swiftly reached the border between the Hyūga and Uchiha territories. As there had been no conflict with the Hyūga for a long time, the Senju clan's garrison there was extremely lax, utterly unaware of their arrival. It seems these ninjas have grown too comfortable with peace. They've lost all vigilance. Don't they know the night is when death comes most easily? A glint of amusement flashed in Ban's eyes. The more lax the Senju clan, the more likely his plan would succeed. For the esteemed Senju clan to have fallen to such a state. How have they even survived until now? Hyūga Chijin sneered at the lax guards before him, his disdain evident. Alright, tonight I'll watch you all put on a show. If you perform, well, I'll set you all free once this mission is over. With Ban's words, a spark of excitement lit up the eyes of every Hyūga present. Then the multitude of ninjas surged forward, charging into the Senju clan's camp. Though the Senju clan's guards were indeed lax, that didn't mean they were utterly useless. As soon as one guard fell, the others immediately detected Ban's group. Ambush. Enemy attack. At that cry, the entire camp erupted into chaos. The moment the ninja finished shouting, a shuriken slashed through his vein. Since we've been discovered, there's no need to hide anymore. With a wave of his hand, the ninjas behind Ban swarmed into the Senju camp. Meanwhile, several Uchiha jonin, capitalizing on the Senju's disarray, unleashed fire release techniques to spread chaos everywhere. Some unfortunate Senju genin were killed on the spot. In an instant, the entire camp was filled with the sound of battle cries. The one guarding the Hyūga border was the 7th elder of the Senju clan, Senju Taiden. What's going on? Why is it so chaotic? Just woken up, Senju Taiden stared at the blazing inferno outside, his face contorted with rage as he grabbed his attendant for answers. 7th elder. The Hyūga clan has raided our camp. They're almost upon us. What a... Senju Taiden's voice shot up several octaves upon hearing the guard's words, even surpassing the shrillest of singers. Damn it. Who gave them the nerve? Who? To dare attack our Senju clan? They're courting death. Upon learning what had happened, Senju Taiden's first reaction was disbelief, followed by explosive rage. How could the Hyūga clan have the audacity to attack them? Had they eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? Wait. Just as Senju Taiden was racking his brain, he suddenly recalled the Uchiha clan's visit to the Hyūga clan a few days ago to form an alliance. The moment that thought struck, everything clicked into place. The Hyūga, emboldened by their alliance with the Uchiha, must have grown bold enough to try to bite off a piece of the Senju. With this realization, Senju Taiden immediately gathered the ninjas he could rally and rushed forward. 8 trigrams. 54 palms. The moment Senju Taiden arrived at the battlefield, he witnessed Hyūga Chijin finishing off a Senju clansman with a single palm strike. Seeing this, Senju Taiden's fury ignited. Bastards! You Hyūga clan are courting death. Having just dealt with the nearby shinobi, Hyūga Diren was about to continue his slaughter when suddenly a furious voice echoed across the battlefield. Not only Hyūga Diren, but even Uchiha Madara turned to look towards Senju Tianjin. As the 7th elder of the Senju clan, Senju Tianjin was naturally formidable. His strength had reached the Kage level, and his extensive combat experience made him a truly troublesome opponent. Madara gazed at the old man in green armor, whose face was twisted with rage. A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind, yet he could not devise a swift method to eliminate him. It seems my Uchiha identity is about to be exposed. Madara mused inwardly while watching the enraged Senju Tianjin. I am Hyūga Diren. Who are you? Recalling Madara's orders, Hyūga Diren immediately announced his identity before the crowd. In an instant, his voice resonated across the entire battlefield. Brat, I am the 7th elder of the Senju clan. Our two clans have coexisted peacefully. Why would the Hyūga invade Senju territory? Though seething with fury, Senju Tianjin was no reckless fool. He did not charge in immediately, for Hyūga Diren's identity was no trivial matter. Killing him would invite no small trouble. As for why Senju Tianjin remained unaware of Hyūga Diren's death, it was thanks to the Hyūga clan's earlier information blockade. All hustle and bustle, all driven by gain. Your Senju clan is currently at its weakest, so naturally the Hyūga clan seeks to seize the advantage. Surely you are not ignorant of this. Moreover, the Hyūga clan has formed an alliance with the Uchiha clan. Your Senju are already doomed to fall. These words from Hyūga Diren stunned not only the Senju, but also the Hyūga prisoners still fighting. Doubts flickered in their minds. When had the Hyūga and Uchiha formed an alliance? Why didn't they know? Though puzzled, no one dared to voice their questions. After all, these were the words of their leader. What? Damn it, the Hyūga have allied with the Uchiha. No wonder. It all makes sense now, why the Hyūga suddenly attacked us, and why there are elite Uchiha among their ranks. Upon hearing Hyūga Diren's declaration, Senju Tianjin seemed to have a sudden epiphany. Then there is nothing more to say. Everyone kill these enemies. With that, Senju Tianjin lunged at Hyūga Diren. As a Kaga-level shinobi, his explosive speed was formidable, augmented by the body flicker technique, which made him vanish from Hyūga Diren's sight. What? Seeing Senju Tianjin disappear before his eyes, Hyūga Diren wasted no time and immediately activated the Hyūga clan's technique. 8 trigrams palms rotation. With the activation of the Hyūga clan's secret art, chakra burst forth from the Tenketsu throughout Hyūga Diren's body. He spun like a top, forming a blue sphere that shielded him entirely. This was the Hyūga's so-called absolute defense rotation. Clang, clang, clang. As the defensive barrier expanded, several impacts rang out. Hyūga Diren deflected several shuriken and also blocked Senju Tianjin's strike. Damn it. This accursed Hyūga secret technique. Watching Hyūga Diren gradually slow down, Senju Tianjin cursed under his breath. Though a Kaga-level powerhouse, he was not a Super Kage and lacked any bloodline limit. His only strengths were his physique and chakra reserves. Seeing Hyūga Diren successfully withstand Senju Tianjin's initial assault, Madara nodded inwardly. However, Senju Tianjin was still a Kaga-level shinobi. It was only a matter of time before Hyūga Diren fell. With that in mind, Madara signaled to his 2 guards to assist Hyūga Diren. Following Madara's instruction, the 2 guards immediately landed around Senju Tianjin, forming a triangular formation with Hyūga Diren to trap him in the center. 2 more come to die? Even surrounded, Senju Tianjin remained unruffled, his demeanor as calm as ever. This arrogant attitude infuriated Uchiha Yuru and Uchiha Akira. Though neither had reached Kage level, they were elite jonin. Yet Senju Tianjin dismissed them entirely, which they found utterly intolerable. Enough boasting. We'll take your life. As Uchiha Yuru drew Senju Tianjin's full attention, Uchiha Akira completed his jutsu. Fire-style Great Fire Dragon technique. As Uchiha Akira finished his hand seals, a dragon formed of flames erupted from his mouth, hurtling straight towards Senju Tianjin. Distracted by Uchiha Yuru, Senju Tianjin failed to notice the attack until the massive fire dragon was already upon him. Senju Tianjin could feel the terrifying heat radiating from the dragon. Sensing the approaching danger, he wasted no time and retreated. Yet Uchiha Yoru had no intention of letting him escape. Uchiha Yoru unleashed the same Great Fire Dragon technique, sealing off both escape routes. There was no way to dodge. Damn, no choice. I'll have to take it head on. Gritting his teeth, Senju Tianjin began forming hand seals. A stream of water emerged from his mouth, gradually forming a sphere that enveloped him. Water-style water prison technique. Boom. Just as the water sphere completely encased Senju Tianjin, the 2 fire dragons crashed into it. The fearsome flames instantly vaporized the water. But the destructive power of the 2 fire dragons did not end there. The moment they struck, they shattered the water prison. Senju Tianjin seized the chance to retreat swiftly. However, no sooner had he dodged than he felt a sharp, killing intent lock onto him. A chill ran down his spine. At that moment, 2 piercing sounds cut through the air. As a battle-hardened shinobi, Senju Tianjin knew exactly what they signified. Yet he could mount no effective defense. No, this is too passive. I can't keep this up. Having made up his mind, Senju Tianjin stopped evading entirely. Instead, he focused on protecting his vitals while rapidly forming hand seals. Thud! The sharp shuriken pierced his back as easily as tearing through paper. The moment the shuriken struck, his technique was complete. Water release water dragon bullet technique. As Chincho Tianjin completed his hand seals, a lifelike water dragon emerged from the ground as if a true dragon had been reborn. The moment it appeared, it ferociously charged toward Yuzhibo Yi and his companion, attempting to kill them on the spot. The strength of the 2 Uchiha brothers was naturally not inferior, so they had already sensed the water dragon's approach and immediately dodged out of its attack range. Boom. Just as they dodged, the terrifying water dragon struck the ground, instantly blasting a large crater where the 2 had been standing. As they distanced themselves, Chincho Tianjin also breathed a sigh of relief, for the situation had been extremely dangerous. Rishiang Diren, you take the lead in attacking. The 2 of us will support you. Yuzhibo Yi pondered briefly and confirmed the attack strategy. Among the three of them, Rishang Diren had the strongest taijutsu and possessed the Byakugan to sense Chinsho Tianjin's movements, but Rishang Diren had no ninjutsu besides taijutsu and could not perform long-range attacks. On the other hand, the two of them were capable of long-range attacks, thus achieving a supporting role. After the tactical allocation, the three immediately acted. Yuzhibo Yi and Yuzhibo Ming unleashed ninjutsu to pressure Chinsho Tianjin, while Rishang Diren activated his Byakugan to find the right moment to strike. Fire release, Great Flame Bullet. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. As the two combined their ninjutsu, the already terrifying fire technique instantly grew stronger at a visible rate. Seeing this, Chinsho Tianjin's eyes twitched. TCH. These two supports are really annoying. Although he deeply hated the two Uchiha brothers, Chinsho Tianjin had some sense after all. There was no way he could withstand a fire technique of this magnitude. Helplessly, Chinsho Tianjin had to dodge again. Ban, hidden in the shadows, saw that Chinsho Tianjin had foolishly leaped into midair. He knew the opportunity had come. Midair was where one was most vulnerable and extremely dangerous. Ban seized the moment and immediately threw a specially made kunai toward Chinsho Tianjin. Chinsho Tianjin, however, paid no heed to the kunai flying beside him, as he could easily dodge such speed by simply tilting his head. Clearly, not only did he think so, but his actions also followed suit. As Chinsho Tianjin caught sight of the incoming kunai from the corner of his eye, he immediately tilted his head, and the kunai scraped past his neck without causing any harm. It was at this moment that Ban smiled, as if he could already see the tragic death of Chinsho Tianjin. Flying Thunder God Slash. Just as Chinsho Tianjin dodged the kunai and thought everything was fine, Ban struck. The speed of the Flying Thunder God was naturally extremely fast, so fast that even Rishang Diren with his Byakugan could not react in time. As for Chinsho Tianjin, who had nothing, he was even less able to react. With the execution of the Flying Thunder God Slash, Ban's figure instantly appeared behind Chinsho Tianjin. Chinsho Tianjin, still maintaining that disdainful expression, fell to the ground. However, soon the disdain on his face turned into shock and confusion. Even in death, he could not understand how Ban achieved such speed, a speed that instantly appeared beside him completely beyond his comprehension. But no matter how puzzled he was, he ultimately fell with reluctance. Looking at the thoroughly dead Chinsho Tianjin, Ban examined the weapon in his hand. This katana was none other than the famous sword Thunder Rain obtained from the system lottery that day. Because Ban's speed was extremely fast and Thunder Rain was exceptionally sharp, only a single drop of blood clung to the blade. Ban looked at this drop of blood and suddenly thought of something. He raised the weapon slightly with his right hand and then gently blew a breath from his mouth. Miraculously, that drop of blood on the blade was instantly blown off by Ban, forming a blood blossom that slowly descended in midair. Everyone present stood dumbfounded at this miraculous scene. They never imagined that killing could be so aesthetically pleasing and exude such an elegant aura. At this moment, the camp was filled with towering flames and the sounds of battle, creating a unique atmosphere for Ban. This scene was deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone present, impossible to forget. As time passed, the Senju clan's ninja were all killed, and those who survived became prisoners of the Uchiha clan. Watching the battle gradually draw to a close, Ban breathed a sigh of relief. Young clan leader, how should we deal with these people? After organizing the Senju prisoners, Yuzhibo Yi came to Ban's side and asked what to do with them. Uchiha clan and Hyūga clan, just wait. I have already sent word of this situation back to our clan. Once the clan receives the message, it will be the death of both your clans. Before Ban could say anything, the captured Senju ninja below viciously threatened him. Upon hearing this, Ban not only did not get angry but burst into laughter. Haha, good, very good. You've really done me a great favor. To express my gratitude, I can only send you to the Pure Land to reunite with your family. After saying this, Ban immediately signaled Yuzhibo Yi and the others to act. Because they were captured, the remaining Senju prisoners posed no threat, and within seconds they were all dealt with by the Uchiha ninja. Alright, the trouble is resolved. Now let's talk about your matter. Ban ignored the corpses lying all over the ground, and instead turned his gaze to Rishang Diren. My matter. Seeing Ban suddenly bring him up, Rishang Diren narrowed his eyes and fell into thought. Previously his idea was simple: complete the mission and return home. But now, after learning news of his clan from Ban, he knew that going back to the clan was probably impossible. Once he returned, he would likely face the machinations of his so-called good brother. Even if he wasn't killed, he might be imprisoned for life. Thinking of this, Rishang Diren felt lost. The world was vast, yet there was no place for him. Seeing Rishang Diren's bewildered expression, Ban patted his shoulder. If you trust me, come back with me to the Uchiha clan first. I promised you I would help you reclaim the Hyūga clan. You can rest assured. However, the time is not yet ripe. Once the opportunity arises, I will definitely make you the clan leader of the Hyūga. After Ban's words, Rishyong Diren felt like a drowning man grasping at a straw and believed in Ban. All right, I'll go back with you. Rishyong Diren nodded firmly. At this moment, he had completely become Ban's subordinate. Seeing that Rishyong Diren had been successfully won over, Ban nodded inwardly, and then turned his gaze to the remaining Hyūga ninja below. Ban would never allow them to return alive to the Hyūga clan. However, if they were willing to surrender along with Rishyong Diren, that would be fine. But if they wanted to go back, Seeing Madara turn his gaze toward his own clan members, Hyūga Diren sighed inwardly, vaguely guessing Madara's thoughts. Let me speak for them, he thought. Before Madara could speak, Hyūga Diren volunteered to persuade his clansmen. Madara, seeing him offer himself, nodded in assent. After all, Hyūga Diren was the son of their clan leader, so his persuasion might prove easier. Once Madara nodded, Hyūga Diren stepped before the crowd. At that moment, they were still unaware of the life-threatening crisis looming over them, instead dreaming of what they would do upon returning to their clan. Hearing the murmurs of his clansmen, a flicker of reluctance crossed Hyūga Diren's heart. But as soon as the thought arose, he extinguished it completely. For the sake of his own future, he had to sacrifice a portion of his kin. After silently uttering this resolve, Hyūga Diren spoke. Ahem. Everyone, I have something to tell you. His words immediately drew the attention of all present. Young Master Diren, are you taking us home? A Hyūga ninja asked excitedly, looking at Hyūga Diren. But Hyūga Diren was about to disappoint him. Everyone, though I hate to say it, I must tell you the truth for your own survival, we cannot return. These words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the Hyūga clansmen stunned. They had obeyed so obediently, completing tasks for Madara, all for the hope of returning to their family and reuniting with loved ones. Now Hyūga Diren told them they could not go back. After the initial shock, many Hyūga ninjas erupted in fury. They believed Madara had deceived them, making them shed blood and sweat only to break his promise and refuse to let them return. Bastard. The Uchiha clan has gone too far. Exactly. Let's fight them to the death. Right? Death is nothing to fear. Indeed. In an instant, the crowd became inflamed, and tensions rose as if on the verge of a fight. The previously calm battlefield once again reeked of gunpowder. The Hyūga clansmen were like a powder keg ready to explode, needing only a single spark to ignite them completely. Watching this scene, a trace of reluctance flickered across Hyūga Diren's face. But when he thought of how, after his success, he would become the leader of the Hyūga clan, he cast aside all hesitation. Enough. Silence. Listen to me. True to his high standing among them, the clamoring crowd fell silent at his words, turning their gazes to Hyūga Diren, eager to learn why they could not return. Hyūga Diren swept his gaze across the assembly, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. Everyone, it is not that the Uchiha clan refuses to let us go. It's that something has gone wrong back at the clan. At his words, the Hyūga clansmen were greatly alarmed. They did not understand why he said such a thing, but as the son of the clan leader, he would not speak without reason, so no one interrupted him. The reason we cannot return is entirely because of that scoundrel Hyūga Tianren. As he spoke Hyūga Tianren's name, an instinctive fury surfaced on Hyūga Diren's face, and a trace of murderous intent leaked out inadvertently. Seeing this seemingly genuine reaction, the crowd began to believe his words. Soon Hyūga Diren slightly altered the information he had obtained from Madara, embellishing the affair of Hyūga Tianren with exaggeration. He then stated that Madara had promised to help him reclaim the position of clan leader, and that once he became leader, he would grant them due rewards. Hearing this, the Hyūga clansmen immediately understood he was trying to win them over. And from the sound of it, Hyūga Diren's ascension to clan leader seemed almost effortless. In an instant, their minds began to stir. Though the matter was far from certain, that did not stop them from envisioning the grand promises he painted. If there was any fastest way to rise in rank, it was by rendering meritorious service to a rising leader. Nothing offered greater returns. After all, the current high-ranking members of the Hyūga clan were all once supporters of Hyūga Jinja. They too had been nobodies, but after Hyūga Jinja ascended, they became clan elders. Realizing this, many Hyūga ninjas grew restless. Though the venture carried risk, the rewards were immense. While the majority were tempted, a small fraction still yearned for home. Their hearts wavered, but in the end longing prevailed, and they chose to return. Second young master. Forgive me, but I want to go home. Finally, a Hyūga clansman gathered the courage to voice his thoughts. After speaking, he stepped out of the line, lowering his head, afraid to meet Hyūga Diren's gaze. Hyūga Diren said nothing about his choice. After all, the man was not one of his confidants, so he simply nodded. As the saying goes, where there is one, there will be two. With the first stepping forward, the others soon followed. Second young master, I will also go home. And me too. In a short while, a dozen or so people had straggled out of the ranks. Hyūga Diren breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that none of them were his trusted followers. As they stepped forward, the remaining Hyūga ninjas consisted either of his loyalists or gamblers. Looking at the several dozen ninjas left, Hyūga Diren smiled. At least some remained. With people his bargaining chips would increase. After casting a gratified glance, he secretly signaled to Madara. Receiving D-Ren's cue, Madara understood that these were probably all who would stay. Good. Since you have made your choices, those who wish to stay will return to the Uchiha compound with Hyūga D-Ren. As for the rest, our people will escort you back. After speaking, Madara turned around. The smile on his face vanished, instantly replaced by an icy, murderous intent. Uchiha Yoru and his companion, seeing Madara's expression, understood his intention. Exchanging a glance, they immediately led the dozen elite Jonin present flanking the Hyūga ninjas and headed into the forest. The remaining Hyūga ninjas, watching their brothers who had fought alongside them moments ago about to return home, envy flickered in their eyes. But soon their expressions turned to horror. Because after the departing Hyūga ninjas disappeared from their sight, heart-wrenching screams, explosions, and curses drifted from afar, reaching their ears. The skirmish came swiftly and ended just as quickly. When all sounds faded, the crowd saw small red dots emerging from the darkness. Soon the figures of those red dots fully appeared before them. The Uchiha ninjas who had carried out the mission. Those red dots were their Sharingan. Against the backdrop of night, the Uchiha clansmen with activated Sharingan looked as sinister and terrifying as demons from hell. Seeing his subordinates complete the task, a smile curled at the corner of Madara's mouth. Then he gazed into the distance toward the Senju clan's direction, a meaningful glint flashing in his eyes. Hashirama, this is my first gift to you. You'd better receive it well. After murmuring to himself, Banzui led the group back to the clan grounds, leaving half of the slain Hyūga clan members on the battlefield and the other half at the borders of the Hyūga clan. The first rays of dawn swiftly dispelled the darkness from the sky. The day had finally broken. After a night of frantic travel, the Senju ninja who had narrowly escaped death finally arrived at the Senju clan grounds. Gazing at the distant clan grounds, the messenger ninja's eyes rekindled with hope. Ignoring his exhaustion, he mustered the last of his strength and dashed with all his might toward the clan grounds. Urgent border report. The Hyūga clan has allied with the Uchiha to launch a surprise attack on our border. With that cry, he expended the final remnants of his energy, collapsing unconscious to the ground. The Senju guards turned pale at the shout. Without hesitation, they rushed to the messenger's side. However, due to the night's relentless journey, the ninja had fallen into a deep coma, unresponsive to their calls. The guards exchanged glances, and finally the captain picked up the scroll. After a careful examination, they confirmed it bore the Senju clan's technique. Realizing that a grave matter was afoot, they wasted no time and immediately carried the ninja to report to Senju Butsuma. Meanwhile, Senju Butsuma had been in a state of recuperation ever since his severe injury. Though his wounds had fully healed, the lost arm and leg could never be restored. Harboring deep resentment over this, Senju Butsuma's temperament grew increasingly foul. He frequently berated his subordinates, his emotions unstable. Today, as usual, he prepared to handle clan affairs. Just then the guard's voice soured his mood. Report. Report to the clan leader. The Hyūga clan and the Uchiha clan formed an alliance and launched a surprise attack on our border last night. The 7th elder detected the assault and is putting up a fierce resistance. As of the messenger's departure, the 7th elder remains locked in bitter combat. This guard had also read the scroll and thus knew what had occurred at the border. That was why he rushed to report to Senju Butsuma with such urgency. What? The Hyūga clan dares to attack us. Have they lost their minds? Upon hearing this news, Senju Butsuma immediately dismissed the possibility. In his eyes, the Hyūga clan, though powerful, had always remained neutral, never engaging in battle unless victory was certain. And now what was he hearing? His own subordinate claimed that the Hyūga clan had raided their border. This was utterly absurd. Clan leader, it's true. This is the 7th elder's personal plea for help, and the messenger is currently with the medical ninja. Seeing that Senju Butsuma did not believe him, the guard captain grew anxious. As he spoke, he handed the scroll to Senju Butsuma. The initially skeptical clan leader, upon seeing the guard presenting the scroll in a proper manner, took it. When he saw the scroll, his heart inexplicably tightened, as if some ill omen loomed. Suppressing the unease, Senju Butsuma accepted the scroll from the guard and examined it carefully. But the longer he read, the more his arms trembled. When he finished the scroll, he erupted into a furious roar. Bastards! You Uchiha, you Hyūga, daring to ambush my Senju clan. This infuriates me. Aya! Senju Butsuma glared at the somewhat scrawled handwriting, seething with rage. Though the script was hasty, he could still recognize it as Senju Tianjian's. Go at once and summon all the other elders. How dare the Hyūga clan strike at us? They must have lost their nerve. Suppressing his fury, Senju Butsuma ordered the guard. Yet anyone could see from his demeanor that this matter could not be resolved lightly. Soon upon hearing of the territory's invasion, the Senju elders realized that a major crisis was imminent. Foregoing breakfast, they hurried to Senju Butsuma's location. As the group gathered, an oppressive silence filled the room. No one spoke, for they were still unclear about the specifics. Suddenly a voice broke the stifling atmosphere. Clan leader and elders, the messenger ninja has awakened. The guard's words instantly drew the attention of everyone in the room. After all, they had been summoned early in the morning, bewildered, and even Senju Butsuma himself only knew the gist. Now that the key figure was awake, they were eager to learn the full story. Let's go. We shall all go together and see what truly happened. With Senju Butsuma's words, everyone agreed. Due to his disability, he had to be carried on someone's back, but even so their pace was swift. What exactly happened at the border? Tell us in detail. The moment they saw the messenger ninja, they pressed him with anxious urgency. Clan leader, please save the 7th elder and the others. Last night for some reason the Hyūga ninja went mad and suddenly attacked us. We were completely unprepared and caught off guard. Their leader was the 2nd son of the Hyūga clan. The messenger ninja urgently pleaded for reinforcements upon seeing Senju Butsuma. However, as the Senju clan's high-ranking members, they would not dispatch troops rashly. Aiding the border was no trivial matter. Having obtained the information they needed, the elders exchanged glances and left the room. Damn it! Why does the Hyūga clan suddenly have the audacity to attack my Senju clan? As the strategist of the Senju clan, the 4th elder immediately sensed something amiss. Just as he finished speaking, Senju Butsuma's voice rang out. I understand now. The Hyūga clan dared to dispatch troops only because of their alliance with the Uchiha. Moreover, the Uchiha had secretly shipped vast supplies to the Hyūga clan some time ago. And my severe injury at the hands of the Uchiha, it was all part of their scheme. They had already formed a secret alliance, and my injury was a calculated move. Why else would they strike while I was still weakened? With Senju Butsuma's explanation, everyone understood the Senju clan had been outmaneuvered. At this realization, they could no longer contain their fury. Clan leader, since the Hyūga clan has shown no mercy, we need not be righteous either. The facts are clear. Let us quickly reinforce the 7th elder. Yes, or it will be too late. The elders spoke in turns, imploring Senju Butsuma anxiously. Seeing that they all agreed on war, Senju Butsuma did not hesitate. Good. Since the Hyūga clan ambushed my Senju clan, they must be prepared to face our retaliation. 4th and 5th elders, this time you two will lead the troops. Make sure they understand who truly rules the ninja world. Rest assured, clan leader, we shall not fail our mission. The two replied, and immediately set about gathering the troops preparing to depart. Due to the urgency, the two assembled the troops with remarkable speed. A force of 500 warriors was gathered within mere minutes. Surveying the orderly ranks below, the 4th and 5th elders conferred briefly. Time was pressing, so they could only summon these for now. The rest could follow later. The 5th elder would lead this vanguard of 500 as the initial reinforcement. With the plan decided, the 5th elder set out ahead with this elite group of shinobi. Half a day after the Senju clan had departed, the Hyūga clan on the border belatedly discovered the bodies of their fallen clansmen. A patrolling Hyūga shinobi reported the discovery up the chain of command. Upon hearing the news, the 4th elder of the Hyūga, tasked with guarding the border, sensed something amiss. He acted decisively, taking half the shinobi with him to the site of the bodies. 4th elder, the bodies are ahead. Without needing the reminder, Hyūga Sora, having activated his Byakugan, spotted the corpses. These are indeed members of our Hyūga clan. What on earth happened? After examining the bodies, Hyūga Sora confirmed the identities of the deceased. They were indeed Hyūga clansmen. Hearing the confusion in Hyūga Sora's tone, the shinobi dared not conceal anything and recounted in detail what he had encountered during his morning patrol. After listening to the shinobi's account, Hyūga Sora grew increasingly uneasy. Why had his clansmen died suddenly with no signs of trouble the previous night? Instinctively, he sensed the scent of a conspiracy. Something's wrong. Everyone follow me to the Senju clan immediately. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Hyūga Sora shouted loudly, then led his squad toward the Senju clan. After half an hour of travel, Hyūga Sora and his men arrived at the Senju clan's territory. But upon seeing the scene before him, he gasped. The camp was littered with uncollected corpses, and the marks of last night's battle were everywhere. Hyūga Sora frowned at the sight. It was clear to him, now the Senju clan had been ambushed. Countless thoughts raced through his mind as he tried to connect the deaths of the Hyūga members with the attack on the Senju. Just as a tenuous thread of insight began to form, his peripheral vision caught the fallen Hyūga clansman on the ground. His heart churned with shock, as if understanding the whole scheme. Before he could speak, his subordinate's voice, tinged with fear, reached his ears. The elder, the Senju clan is here. As the shinobi's words fell, Hyūga Sora immediately anticipated something dire. His face turned pale, and he ordered his men to retreat. Go, quickly. We must not let the Senju see us. Hyūga Sora was frantic. He knew that if the Senju found them in this situation, they would never be able to explain themselves. So it really is you, Hyūga clan. Before the Hyūga could retreat, a cold snort like thunder exploded in their ears. With that voice, Senju Haima and Senju Doma revealed themselves, followed by hundreds of Senju shinobi. No good. Seeing the Senju shinobi before him, Hyūga Sora knew they were in trouble. Senju and Senju. Why are you here? Hyūga Sora stared intently at the two, his voice low. Huh. This is Senju territory. If the Hyūga can come, why can't we? Or perhaps. Senju tone shifted, laced with killing intent. This place has already become Hyūga territory. At those words, Hyūga Sora's expression darkened. The accusation was a lethal blow, a blatant insinuation that the Hyūga were responsible for everything here. Bastard. Senju, don't slander me. Hyūga Sora naturally refused to admit such accusations, as they could spark war between the two clans. But the more he wished to avoid it, the more events seemed to steer toward that very outcome. Lord Doma. That's Lord Tada. As the two sides stood on the brink of conflict, the cry from a Senju shinobi drew the attention of Senju and Senju. Turning, they were horrified to see the body of Senju Tada. Without a second thought, they flashed to Senju Tada's side. Checking his breath, their faces turned grim. Senju Tada was no longer breathing, and his body had already stiffened. Bastards. The Hyūga clan, I will never forgive you. Senju, the closest brother of Senju Tada, was consumed by rage at the sight of his comrade's brutal death. Senju, I told you our Hyūga clan did not do this. Silence. The facts are plain before us, and you still try to deny it. Senju Shinobi, hear my command. Avenge our fallen clansmen. In his fury, Senju would not listen to Hyūga Sora's explanation, especially when the evidence pointed to the Hyūga. At Senju command, the already eager Senju Shinobi surged forward. Damn it, this is too much. Attack. As the two sides shed all pretense, the battlefield, still reeking of blood, erupted once more into conflict. Hyūga Sora, give me back my brother's life. With a roar, Senju brandished his weapon and charged. The Hyūga clan's forte was taijutsu, so Hyūga Sora met the charge head-on with his own physical prowess. Clang, clang, clang. Kunai and shuriken exchanges were the most common probing tactics for shinobi, and even two Kaga-level powerhouses were not exempt from this ritual. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. As the Hyūga secret technique was unleashed, chakra surged through Hyūga Sora's body. His palms moved with blinding speed, empowered by the art, turning his ordinary hands into weapons as hard as steel. Hyūga Sora's hands became a blur of afterimages, each palm strike accompanied by the sound of air bursting. The sheer power of these palms was terrifying. A single hit could easily shatter bones. Though Hyūga Sora's taijutsu was formidable, Senju was no less skilled. In this era, shinobi were not limited to a single specialty. The strong were versatile, leaving virtually no weaknesses. Senju swung his weapon continuously, deflecting the storm of attacks from Hyūga Sora. The Hyūga clan's taijutsu is truly annoying. After retreating, Senju immediately formed hand seals. Earth release, Earth Dragon Spear. Senju muttered, and the ground instantly rose into a stone pillar that surged forward. As the pillar advanced, more pillars sprouted from the earth. Seeing the stone pillar charging at him, Hyūga instantly used his secret technique. As chakra surged within him, a blast of air erupted from his palm and shot toward the pillar. The two forces collided violently. The seemingly unremarkable air blast unleashed terrifying destructive power upon impact. Boom. The fierce stone pillar shattered instantly, but more pillars followed. However, Hyūga had anticipated this and continued swinging his palms. Boom, boom, boom. As pillars were crushed piece by piece, debris flew everywhere. Seeing his ninjutsu ineffective, Senju switched to taijutsu, and the two clashed again. Senju also noticed their situation. After dealing with his own opponent, Senju immediately moved to assist Senju. Water release, water wave technique. After forming seals, a powerful water jet burst from his mouth and shot toward Hyūga. Sensing the danger from behind, Hyūga forced Senju back. 8 trigrams heavenly rotation. Hyūga body spun rapidly, and the fearsome water jutsu was instantly deflected by the heavenly rotation. As the water jutsu was repelled, Hyūga rotation slowed. Senju seized the moment and charged at him. Having just used heavenly rotation, Hyūga was in a state of exhaustion. Old strength spent new strength not yet born, and could not move. Senju attack was swift and fierce. His blade sliced through the air and struck Hyūga directly on the chest. The weapon cut into Hyūga chest as if through tofu. Senju smiled, but soon realized something was wrong. Because Hyūga, though gravely wounded, showed no sign of regret or anger. Instead, he smiled. Senju, you fell for it. 8 trigrams, 164 palms. Hyūga thrust his palms forward, his hands blurring into streaks of rain that rained down on Senju. The Hyūga clan's secret technique was formidable. Each palm shattered a rib of Senju. The reversal was so sudden that even Senju, who was assisting, failed to react until dozens of strikes had landed. Senju rushed forward to stop Hyūga, but Hyūga with his Byakugan sensed the movement. Perceiving Senju Dukin's approach, Hyūga unhesitatingly activated Heavenly Rotation. The day's Senju Hiraken was sent flying by the Heavenly Rotation, while Senju Dukin's attack was also blocked. Are you all right, Hiraken? Senju Dukin rushed to his side. Uff. Cough. Cough. Caught by Senju Dukin, Senju Hiraken spat blood. Hyūga's earlier assault had shattered over a dozen of his ribs, slightly displaced his internal organs, and more importantly sealed his chakra points, rendering him unable to use chakra. Dukin, I'll have to rely on you for the rest of the fight. I was careless. This Hyūga is too cunning. Cough. Senju Hiraken clutched his chest, glaring at Hyūga. Though severely injured, Hyūga was also in bad shape from the blade wound. Don't worry. Senju Dukin patted his shoulder, eyes fixed on Hyūga. I'll avenge you. Leaving Senju Hiraken behind, Senju Dukin used the body flicker technique to appear beside Hyūga. Though fast, Hyūga's Byakugan detected him, so, when Senju Dukin arrived, Hyūga exhaled and struck. Gentle step twin lion fists. As he used the technique, a mass of chakra gathered on his fists, forming two lion-like blue chakra heads. Clang. With chakra concentrated on his hands, Hyūga easily blocked Senju Dukin's blade. But in his weakened state, taking the blow was extremely taxing. Already pale, Hyūga's face turned even whiter and blood gushed from his chest wound. Realizing his condition, Hyūga gritted his teeth. He knew he couldn't continue. He had to break out immediately, or he would die under Senju Dukin's blade within minutes. Rapidly weighing his options, Hyūga decided to retreat. His force of only a little over 300 was vastly outnumbered by the Senju's 500. And from a quick scan of the battlefield, he saw that over 100 of his own had fallen. If they continued, they would be annihilated. Making up his mind, Hyūga shouted, "All Hyūga clansmen listen. Use any means necessary to retreat to camp and report this to the clan." These words essentially told the Hyūga ninjas, run if you can and get word back. Already looking for an escape, the Hyūga ninjas fought desperately to withdraw, but the Senju clan would not let them leave. The battle grew fiercer. Both sides pulled out their trump cards. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, explosive tags, kunai, all erupting like a sudden storm. One side fought for revenge, the other for survival. Under these stakes, the conflict descended into even greater brutality. Boom. The explosion of the detonating talisman instantly raised a thick cloud of smoke, but soon the smoke completely dissipated. At this moment, Rishiankong was on the verge of collapse, his whole body swaying, as if the slightest breeze could blow him to the ground. Rishiankong, do you have any last words? If not, I will send you on your way now. Shinsho Tongjian looked at the stubborn Rishiankong and spoke, as if pronouncing someone's death sentence. Heh, Shinsho Tongjian, don't be too pleased. Someone from the Rishian clan has already broken out. Soon my Rishian clan will know what you have done. When that time comes, your Shinsho clan will await our revenge. I am merely taking the lead today. Oh, I will be waiting for you in the Pure Land to accompany me. Rishiankong roared angrily, then immediately raised his hand and used the remaining chakra to perform the gentle fist, blowing his own head off. Because of the caged bird curse seal, the Byakugan of the branch family members of the Rishian clan would automatically disappear after death. However, the main family was different. The eyes of the main family's ninja would not be lost after death. Rishiankong's action was precisely to prevent the bloodline limit of the Rishian clan from leaking out. The two of them, Shinsho Tongjian, looked at Rishiankong's corpse in silence for a long time. Although they were enemies, they respected a person who would rather die than surrender, and thought of the clan even at the last moment. Shinsho Tongjian sighed, stopped thinking, turned around, and joined the slaughter between the two sides. With the addition of the Kaga-level powerhouse, the battle situation quickly became one-sided. Within just half an hour, the remaining dozens of people on the battlefield were completely eliminated. Tongjian, it seems you will need to act alone from now on, said the severely injured Shinsho Pingjian. It's fine. You stay here and rest well. As for the war, I'll handle it. Hearing Shinsho Pingjian's words, Shinsho Tongjian just smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Then he left a team of ninja to escort Shinsho Pingjian back to the Shinsho clan, while he led the remaining ninja as the vanguard to attack the Rishian clan. Soon after the battle ended, the news reached Ban's ears. Nisan, you're incredible. According to the intelligence from the clan spies, the Rishian clan and the Shinsho clan have already started fighting, and the Shinsho clan thinks that the Rishian clan dared to attack unilaterally because of our support. After reading the scroll's contents, Chuan-ai stared at Ban with admiration. In his heart, Ban was now his idol. Even his father, the current clan leader of the Yuzhibo clan, Yuzhibo Tiandao, was not as formidable as his brother Ban. Seeing Chuan-ai's fangirl-like expression, Ban shook his head and smiled. All right, go tell father and the elders about this. I need to continue studying what to do next. At this moment, Chuan-ai naturally obeyed Ban's words without question. So after Ban made this request, Chuan-ai immediately went to the hall. Ban watched Chuan-ai's gradually disappearing figure and his mind stirred. System settle the score. Ding. settling in progress. Congratulations, host. You have successfully changed the original plot inciting the war between the Rishon clan and the Chansho clan. This time you have earned 2000 fate-changing points. The system's not-so-pleasant voice at this moment sounded better than all the beautiful sounds in the world to Ban's ears. System. Open the status. Name Yuzhibo Ban Gender Male Strength Peak Quasi-Kage Ability three-tomoe Sharingan Items Famous Sword Thunderstorm Fate-Changing Points 70,000. Looking at his own status, Ban revealed a relaxed smile. Ever since he came to this world, he had been nervous and cautious. After all, the Naruto world was very dangerous with geniuses everywhere, monsters flying all over, and even cheaters and fights could destroy the sky and earth. How could Ban feel at ease? Fortunately, now he had some strength enough to protect himself, and with the assistance of the system, he would only grow stronger. The fate-changing points had already reached 70000. It seemed that killing people was not as fast as changing the general trend. A Kage-level ninja only gave 200 points, while changing a plot or development direction gave at least 100. Thinking of this, various thoughts flickered in Ban's mind, and his fingers rhythmically tapped the table. For a moment, the entire room echoed with the sound of tapping. Right? After using Rishon Diren to swallow the Rishon clan this time, perhaps I can arrange that matter. Ban's eyes flashed with a sharp light when he mentioned that matter. Having made up his mind, Ban stopped thinking, closed the system interface, and walked towards the clan's meeting place. Father. Arriving at the meeting hall, Tiandao was still dealing with the affairs of the Yuzhibo clan, as usual. As a powerful clan in the ninja world, the Yuzhibo clan had a lot of things to handle every day, and many matters could only be decided by the clan leader. Becoming the clan leader was indeed a tiring job. Oh, it's Ban. Come in quickly. You've done a great job this time. Tiandao, who was originally handling affairs, was somewhat displeased when he heard the sound, because his habit was not to be disturbed while working. But when he saw that it was Ban, the displeasure on his face disappeared, replaced by a rare smile. For his excellent son Tiandao was 100% satisfied, so he usually chose to support Ban's requests. In his eyes, Ban was already his designated next clan leader, and what he needed to do now was to cultivate Ban's abilities so that Ban could better control the Yuzhibo clan in the future. It's all due to father's excellent command. I just used a little cleverness. Ban remained humble in the face of Tiandao's praise. Not bad. Not arrogant in victory, not discouraged in defeat, always maintaining calm. Ban, you are truly a genius of the Yuzhibo clan. Tiandao looked at Ban's calm face, his eyes showing gratified relief, and he was also generous with his praise. Thank you for your praise, father. I came to discuss an important matter with you. Although Tiandao greatly praised Ban, Ban's heart always remained calm. He knew that genius was never safe. A true genius would quickly turn his title of genius into becoming a powerhouse. This was also Ban's goal. What meaning was there in living another life if not to reach the peak? Oh, it seems Ban has a new plan. Tiandao looked at Ban with excitement. He knew that every time his son said he had something to discuss, a major event would definitely happen, and it would definitely be beneficial to the Yuzhibo clan. Yes, father. I wish to seize this opportunity to completely subjugate the Hyūga clan under the Uchiha clan, and also deal a heavy blow to the Senju clan. After Madara spoke, a glint of killing intent flashed across his eyes. It seems you have already formulated a detailed plan. Taijima smiled faintly. Then I shall not inquire further. Proceed as you will. I will support you unconditionally. Taijima's words brimmed with absolute trust, and Madara could feel it. Gazing at Taijima, illuminated by the candlelight, an inexplicable warmth surged within Madara's heart. Rest assured, father. I will make the Uchiha clan the strongest in the ninja world, Madara declared with unwavering resolve. Seeing his son's determination, Taijima's lips curled into a faint smile. Excellent. A man of ambition. Take a look at this. It is the latest intelligence from the border. The Senju clan has already launched an attack on the Hyūga clan. In just one day, the Hyūga border defenses have been breached. Taijima spoke with a grave expression, then handed the scroll to Madara. Upon hearing the news about the Senju and Hyūga, Madara straightened his posture, for the situation of these two clans was pivotal to his upcoming plans. The Senju vanguard consists of 500 shinobi with an additional 600 to be deployed for the war. This means that aside from the defensive forces stationed along other borders, the Senju clan only has 1,000 shinobi left in reserve. Meanwhile, the strength of their defensive garrison at our mutual border has always been maintained at 500 men. Guarding the clan compound requires roughly 200 shinobi. Thus, the Senju clan will have a total of 1,300 shinobi at the border. In a normal war, that would be sufficient. However, now that they are engaged in combat with the Hyūga clan, they will receive no reinforcements. Moreover, as the conflict escalates, they may even be forced to withdraw shinobi from other posts. As Madara spoke, he exchanged a glance with Taijima. Both saw the thirst for war in each other's eyes. Yet although launching an attack now would grant them an advantage, it would not maximize the Uchiha clan's gains. The fire in Madara's eyes quickly extinguished. The Uchiha clan was bound to enter the fray, but the time was not yet ripe. Father, I believe we should not rush to declare war on the Senju. Instead we can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When the Hyūga clan falters we shall extend aid and goodwill through material support. At that point, unless the Hyūga are utter fools, they will surely form an alliance with the Uchiha. We can first extort a generous concession from the Hyūga, and then declare war on the Senju. By doing so we can both cripple the Senju clan and use the pawn Hyūga to control the Hyūga clan. In the end, the Uchiha clan will naturally emerge as the ultimate victor. After Madara finished speaking, Taijima burst into laughter. Haha, excellent. Madara, you truly are a sovereign leader of the Uchiha clan. Since you have already devised the plan, we can begin our actions tomorrow. Hearing Taijima say they would start tomorrow, Madara was momentarily stunned. Seeing his son's expression, Taijima sighed inwardly. Although his son was already extraordinarily gifted, he still fell slightly short. Tomorrow we will begin reinforcing our border with the Senju. Not only that, but we shall also dispatch small units to harass the Senju continuously. This will create a convincing illusion, making Senju Hashirama believe that the Hyūga have truly allied with us, and that we are preparing to launch a joint assault on the Senju clan. Taijima's explanation made Madara realize his oversight. Although his previous plan seemed flawless, if the Uchiha's allies remained completely inactive when war began, it would appear too suspicious. Moreover, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Taijima had been rivals for a lifetime. Each could discern the other's intentions to some extent. Therefore, it was essential to achieve a level of deception so convincing that it would fool Senju Hashirama. However, this tactic could only work for a limited time. Once too long had passed, Hashirama would inevitably detect the ruse. After all, no one who survived the Warring States period and became the head of a major clan was a mere brute devoid of intelligence. Very well, father. I shall go prepare now. After the father and son had plotted for half the day, Madara took his leave. Leaving Taijima's residence, Madara did not return directly to his own quarters, but instead went to visit Hyūga. I never expected you to come here. How unusual. Hyūga, who was sipping tea, sensed Madara's arrival and asked in a detached tone. Madara was not angered by Hyūga-Diren's attitude, for this man was a crucial chess piece, entitled to a degree of special treatment. What? Is it not permissible for me to visit you? Instead of directly answering Hyūga-Diren's question, Madara retorted with a question of his own. Heh, this is the Uchiha clan. As the young master, you are naturally welcome here. Hyūga refrained from pressing further and instead yielded ground. Madara was quite satisfied with this subordinate's discerning attitude, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. I will not waste words. This time I came to discuss a matter concerning you. Me? Hyūga was surprised to hear Madara mention him. What could possibly concern me? Hyūga let out a smile as if he had heard the most absurd joke. No, this matter is extremely important to you. It may very well be the key to reclaiming control of the Hyūga clan. Hearing these words, Hyūga could no longer remain composed. At this moment, nothing could stir his emotions except for one thing: revenge. Speak. What is it? Mentioning revenge, Hyūga did not even frown, but asked directly. Seeing his expression, Madara revealed his thoughts. Your original influence within the Hyūga clan has been completely eradicated. Therefore, your current intelligence now comes solely from the Uchiha clan. However, the Uchiha are ultimately outsiders, and there are certain pieces of information we cannot access. Thus, I believe that if you wish to regain control of the Hyūga clan, you must know their every move. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I suggest you dispatch some of your own shinobi to infiltrate the Hyūga clan as spies. In this way, you can monitor their activities at all times, gather evidence against Hyūga Tenma, and prepare for the day you reclaim the Hyūga clan. What do you think? The more Hyūga listened, the brighter his eyes became. When he heard the phrase, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated, he felt as if a great enlightenment had dawned upon him. Madara, you are right. To reclaim the Hyūga clan, this must be done. A resolute gleam flashed across Hyūga eyes, and Madara keenly caught it. Good. Then prepare yourself. I estimate that before long the Hyūga clan will be back in your hands. There seemed to be a hint of deeper meaning in Ban's words, but Hyūga caught up in excitement, failed to notice. He had already begun to fantasize about the moment he would regain control of the Hyūga clan. Ban, observing Hyūga trance-like state, as if he had fallen under a genjutsu, shook his head, and simply ignored him, rising to leave the place. As time passed, a week flew by in the blink of an eye. During this week, the war between the Hyūga and Senju clans gradually reached a stalemate. Both sides had gathered all their clan ninja forces at the territory the Senju had seized. The two clans clashed on this plain. The Senju clan sent all ninja except those necessary for defense to the front lines, while the Hyūga clan, unwilling to show weakness, gathered all available ninja on the battlefield. In an instant, the combined ninja forces of both sides reached a terrifying 4,000. This number was enough to annihilate any clan, but in terms of numbers, the Hyūga clan still held the advantage. They did not need to divert a large number of ninja for key defenses against other clans, they only needed to maintain a basic defensive force. But the Senju clan was different. The Uchiha clan's menacing presence put immense pressure on them, so they dared not mobilize the 1,000-plus ninja stationed at the border. Consequently, the Senju clan found themselves at a disadvantage in every battle against the Hyūga clan, even coming close to being pushed back into their own territory on several occasions. This war could be said to have gathered all the elites and powerhouses of both clans. Whichever side lost would face annihilation or at best become a vassal clan barely surviving. Thus both clans gave it their all. On the Senju side, due to the successive blows delivered by Ban, their high-end combat power suffered heavy losses. The Hyūga side, relatively speaking, was in a better state. Although they had lost one Kage-level powerhouse, they still had several such fighters. Within the Senju clan's frontline camp, they had just engaged in a battle with the Hyūga clan, and their situation was now extremely dire. The Hyūga clan outnumbered them, and their bloodline limit, the Byakugan, gave them additional advantages. The Hyūga clan constantly harassed and ambushed their supply convoys, sending numerous small elite units to disrupt their rear. The Senju clan were thoroughly exasperated by this almost unscrupulous tactic. Head-on battles yielded no advantage due to the enemy's numerical superiority. Trying to eliminate those small units was impossible because the Hyūga's Byakugan provided exceptional reconnaissance. Whenever the Senju attempted to hunt them down, the Hyūga spotted them early and fled. Moreover, the Hyūga units disrupting their rear were all elite forces. Once they sensed the presence of enemy ninja regardless of their strength, they immediately retreated, proving even harder to catch than a loach. As a result, the war had dragged on. The Senju clan could not secure normal wartime supplies, and their front line was steadily retreating. The frontline camp exuded a heavy atmosphere of gloom. Inside the main tent, Senju Dojima and others wore grim expressions, further intensifying the already oppressive mood. The tent fell so silent that the drop of a needle could be heard. After a long silence, Senju Dojima broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone, as you all know, the situation is extremely unfavorable. I believe we should request reinforcements from the clan. I hope they can send us more ninja to alleviate our predicament. After Senju Dojima finished speaking, silence prevailed once more. No one responded. Everyone present knew in their hearts that the possibility of the Senju clan sending reinforcements was almost zero. Recently, the Uchiha clan had been sending more troops to the border every day, waiting for an opportunity to attack the Senju. Under these circumstances, Senju Butsuma would naturally not agree to divert ninja to reinforce this front. Thus, they could only rely on themselves. Sigh, there's no other way. Even so, let's try. After all, this position cannot hold much longer. Senju Kumo's words cast an even darker shadow over the already despondent group. In contrast to the Senju's bleakness, the Hyūga clan was elated. Since the war began, they had enjoyed a string of victories, suppressing the so-called strongest clan in the ninja world and avenging past humiliations. Haha, who would have thought the Senju clan would see such a day? Pass my orders. Everyone rest for half an hour, then launch an attack. Drive out these invaders from the Senju clan once and for all. Hyūga Masakazu, now nearly 40, beamed with radiance, exuding an aura of unparalleled confidence. Rest assured, clan leader. In half an hour we will surely reclaim the lands seized by the Senju. Indeed, the Senju clan is utterly despicable, launching a sudden attack without warning. Exactly. The Senju claim to be the clan of love, yet they resort to sneak attacks. Truly a disgrace. The Hyūga elders below spoke one after another, condemning the Senju's actions. By now they were completely intoxicated by victory, forgetting that the Senju's successive defeats were not due to weakness, but because most of their strength was tied up defending against the Uchiha. But soon they would pay the price for their arrogance. Half an hour passed in an instant. Hyūga Masakazu, having regrouped the Hyūga forces, launched another attack against the Senju clan. However, unlike all previous encounters, the Senju clan this time displayed no signs of dejection or lethargy. Instead, they exuded an air of anger and eagerness. The Hyūga high-ranking members exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why the once dispirited Senju had suddenly rallied. A flicker of unease crossed their minds, but they quickly dismissed it. After all, they had fought the Senju many times and believed they understood the enemy's strength well. Hyūga Masakazu, since your Hyūga clan is so relentless, don't blame me for what comes next. Senju Dojima, what do you mean by relentless? If your Senju clan hadn't attacked us and killed our elder, we would never have gone to war. Though aged, Hyūga Masakazu spoke with a robust voice. Under the gaze of thousands, he remained unflinching. Rubbish. Hyūga Masakazu, you know well who struck first. Words are pointless. Let our blades decide. We'll see if your Hyūga clan is stronger or mine. As Senju Dojima finished speaking, the Senju ninja, behind him, surged forward like a tidal wave. The Hyūga, showing no weakness, charged as well. The two sides clashed for several minutes in a relatively routine manner. But just as the battle reached its climax, a sudden twist occurred. The Hyūga clan, who had been gaining the upper hand, were preparing to intensify their assault, when suddenly hundreds of Senju ninjas appeared behind them. This sudden turn of events stunned the Hyūga clan. They could not fathom where the Senju had summoned reinforcements from under such circumstances. However, although these reinforcements caused some panic among the Hyūga high-ranking members, they were not foolish and naturally deduced the source of the reinforcements. Senju, have you Senju lost your minds? You withdrew troops from the border guarding against the Uchiha. Aren't you afraid the Uchiha will annihilate your clan? Hyūga Masakazu, looking at his clansmen struggling in battle, immediately questioned Senju, with whom he was locked in combat. You talk too much. As long as I can defeat your Hyūga clan when the Uchiha attack, I will personally lead my men to crush them. After explaining, Senju's attacks grew even more ferocious. Driven to desperation by the Hyūga, the Senju had burned their bridges. They had to succeed. The resolve in Senju's heart hardened further. Hyūga Masakazu, being advanced in age, gradually found himself overwhelmed by Senju after the emotional roller coaster and relentless combat. It's over, Hyūga Masakazu. Seizing an opening, Senju landed a punch on Hyūga Masakazu's face. As a member of the Senju clan, his strength was formidable, and the blow knocked out several of Hyūga Masakazu's teeth. Wind-style great breakthrough. Senju's hand seals were swift. He unleashed the wind jutsu in a mere second. As Hyūga Masakazu scrambled to his feet, the wind technique struck him. As a wind-style jutsu, its destructive power was terrifying. After enduring the attack, Hyūga Masakazu was gravely wounded, looking utterly disheveled, his clothes torn, and his body covered in countless bleeding wounds. Cough, cough. Senju, I truly underestimated your Senju clan's resolve. Hyūga Masakazu stood shakily, his gaze fixed on Senju, as if trying to kill him with a look. Heh. Hyūga Masakazu, the victor is king. Rest assured, I will spare your Hyūga clan, but you will forever be a vassal family to the Senju. Haha. And as for your son, I will make his life a living hell. Only then can I avenge the seventh and the thousands of our fallen clansmen. Seeing Hyūga Masakazu on the verge of collapse, Senju finally revealed his true nature, recounting his malicious schemes with a sinister tone. With each word Senju uttered, Hyūga Masakazu's face grew paler, his mind repeatedly conjuring these horrific scenes. You? I never expected the Senju to be such a treacherous clan. How dare you claim to be the clan of love? Hyūga Masakazu fumed with indignation. Though he longed to leap forward and slay Senju, he could only sigh helplessly, resorting to these feeble words as a counterattack. Haha, Hyūga Masakazu, you're getting senile. The victor is king. Surely you know that by now. Senju sneered mockingly at Hyūga Masakazu. Enough chit-chat. Once you're gone, I'll soon send your brother and son to join you. With a ferocious grin, Senju charged forward. Watching the descending blade, Hyūga Masakazu felt a profound helplessness. Though he wished to defend himself, his body had reached its limit. Shing! Thud! Senju struck with his blade, and Hyūga Masakazu's head fell to the ground. Blood instantly splattered across Senju's face, making him look like a wraith from hell. Clan leader. Father! With Hyūga Masakazu's head hitting the ground, several cries rang out across the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention to the two figures. When they saw Hyūga Masakazu's severed head, the Hyūga ninjas' expressions shifted dramatically, some in fury, some in shock, others frozen in place. They could not believe their clan leader had been defeated so swiftly. In an instant, despair flashed through his mind. If even the clan leader had fallen, who could save them? Once this thought took root, it grew like a weed, haunting many Hyūga clansmen. Bastards! Senju, the Hyūga clan will never forgive you. Approaching Hyūga Masakazu's body, Hyūga Tennin roared with bloodshot eyes. Though he had conspired to usurp his father's position, he had never wished to see him die before his eyes. Hyūga Masakazu's death made Hyūga Tennin mature in an instant. Only then did he realize that power and ideals meant nothing compared to family. Some are taken for granted while alive, but only in their absence does one truly understand their value. Blood is thicker than water. The brutal death of his father plunged Hyūga Tennin into a rage like a wild beast ready to devour anyone. Heh, what's the matter, boy? Want to avenge your father? Don't worry, since you miss him so much, I'll send you to join him right now. Let your family be reunited. The death of Hyūga Masakazu had eased some of the resentment in Senju's heart, but as a ninja, he knew the importance of eliminating all threats. A principle he always followed. Thus, when he saw Hyūga Tennin, his killing intent flared. Damn you. I'll make you pay for my father's life. 8 trigrams, 164 palms. With a roar, Hyūga Tennin charged forward. As a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Hyūga clan, his talent was extraordinary. Even at a young age he could execute the 164 palms. His strength was at the Quasi-Kage level. Had circumstances been normal after ousting Hyūga, he would have undoubtedly become the next clan leader. Haha, bold words, boy. Your strength is barely enough to tickle me. Though Hyūga was powerful, his opponent was a seasoned warrior tempered in countless battles. The gap between them was vast, both in strength and combat experience. Consumed by rage, Hyūga swung his hands repeatedly, desperate to slay his father's murderer with his own hands. But it was all in vain. Anger clouds judgment, and when judgment is lost, openings appear in battle, openings that often prove fatal. You little brat. There's a limit to insolence. That's far enough. After dodging another palm strike, Chiba lashed out with a whip kick that sent Hinata Tenjin flying. Cough cough. The terrifying power of Chiba was such that a single kick sent Hinata Tenjin hurtling hundreds of paces away. Struggling to his feet, Hinata Tenjin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Young master, are you alright? Just as Hinata Tenjin prepared to launch another attack, a figure intercepted him. It was the second elder of the Hinata clan. Second elder, I must avenge my father. Hinata Tenjin glared at Chiba with pure hatred in his eyes, as if he could tear him apart with nothing but his gaze. From the corner of his eye, Hinata Nagar noticed his son's vengeful expression and quietly sighed to himself. Though Hinata Tenjin had matured considerably, he was still too young. At that thought, Hinata Nagar grew even more resolute in his determination to ensure Hinata Tengin's survival. After all, he was the only child of the main branch of the Hinata clan. Young master, listen to me. Our Hinata clan now stands at the brink of annihilation. Of the two young masters we once had, only you remain. So no matter what, you must survive. Only by living can all possibilities exist. Survive for those who cannot be replaced. Carry on your fathers will lead the Hinata clan out of this crisis and nurture the next generation worthy of entrusting the future. Hinata Nagar knew time was short, so he spoke rapidly. Fortunately, Hinata Tenjin possessed an exceptional memory and absorbed every word. Second elder. Hinata Tenjin was about to say something more, but Hinata Nagar cut him off. Tenjin, from this day forward you are the new clan head of our Hinata clan. Go and lead your clansmen to survival. As soon as these words left Hinata Nagare's lips, tears streamed down Hinata Tengin's face. Rest assured, second elder. I will surely inherit my father's will and lead the Hinata clan out of this dire situation. After wiping away the tears from his face, Hinata Tenjin steeled his resolve and turned to leave. He understood his limitations. Staying would only become a burden. Moreover, the immediate priority was breaking through, not continuing this futile fight. Witnessing Hinata Tengin's decisive nature, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Hinata Nagare's eyes. He chuckled. Leaving already? You haven't even asked my opinion. Chiba, who had been watching from the sidelines, grew anxious, seeing Hinata Tenjin actually attempting to flee. Having killed the boy's father and knowing he was destined to become clan head, letting him escape would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain, creating nothing but trouble for the Chiba clan in the future. His kunai immediately shot toward Hinata Tenjin with killing intent. Chiba, you face me, old man. Besides, don't you think it's beneath your status to strike at a junior? Hinata Nagar casually tossed the kunai from his hand, without even turning his head, having caught sight of Chiba projectile from the corner of his eye. Ding, ding, ding. Thanks to the white smoke, Hinata Nagare's kunai intercepted Chiba without hesitation. The moment the metal clattered to the ground, both men erupted into motion. Having forged their strength through blade and spear during the Warring States period, both warriors possessed invaluable combat experience. Their taijutsu exchange proved evenly matched for a time. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Evading Hinata Nagare's palm strike, Chiba immediately unleashed his Earth technique. An Earth Dragon head emerged from the ground, and countless mud projectiles shot toward Hinata Nagar. Those seemingly harmless earth pellets shattered entire rock formations upon impact. Hinata Nagare's figure flashed, continuously dodging several earth pellets before he chose to stop evading altogether and activated the Hinata clan's secret technique, rotation. The powerful earth pellets were deflected the instant they touched the barrier of rotation. Finding his ninjutsu ineffective, Chiba abandoned it and charged forward with his weapon, resuming their hand-to-hand combat. Having escaped successfully, Hinata Tenjin returned to the battlefield. Seeing his clansmen fall around him, grief surged through his heart. Recalling his father's gruesome fate, Hinata Tenjin made a silent vow. He would lead his people through this crisis. Hinata clan members, hear me. My father has fallen in battle. I, Hinata Tenjin, have been appointed in this hour of crisis. From this moment forward, I am the new clan head of the Hinata. My first command is for all of you to break through with me. Hinata Tengin's voice quickly echoed across the chaotic battlefield. Despite the overwhelming noise, his words reached the ears of many Hinata clansmen. Those words reignited a flicker of hope in the downcast eyes of the Hinata clansmen. They had all seen the grim reality. The clan was being decimated, and continuing the fight would only bring greater losses. Despair had gripped their hearts, but Hinata Tengen's command offered them a chance to survive. Charge alongside our clan head. Moments after Hinata Tengen finished speaking, someone shouted these words, and soon a chorus of voices rose in response. Yes, follow the clan head and break through. Break through. Fight. With more and more clansmen joining in, morale surged throughout the Hinata ranks, and they clashed once more against the Chiba clan. As Hinata Nagar fought Chiba Duken, he sensed the rising morale on their side, and allowed a faint smile to cross his lips. His thoughts centered on one conviction. His choice had been justified. But to ensure Hinata Tengen's survival, he would need to push himself even harder. Damned brat. This kid. Chiba Duken shot a killing glance toward Hinata Tengen's figure. At that moment, a whistling sound pierced the air. Instinctively, a sense of danger flared within him, and he couldn't afford to underestimate it. He immediately dove aside. Boom. The devastating force of Hinata Nagare's gentle fist carved a massive crater into the nearby cliff face, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward in all directions. Chiba Duken, don't let your guard slip in battle. Hinata Nagar slowly withdrew his hand, his tone dripping with mockery, mirroring the very taunt Chiba Duken had just hurled at him. Then I'll deal with you first, and that brat after. Chiba Duken snarled, his killing intent palpable as he launched another assault. Empowered by Hinata Tengen's command, the Hinata clan's ninja attacked with desperate ferocity. The Chiba clan, caught off guard, could barely mount a full defense against such a determined assault. Seizing this opportunity, the Hinata clan poured all their strength into breaking through. Thanks to their reckless courage, within half an hour they had torn open a gap in the Chiba clan's encirclement, and all the Hinata ninjas surged toward that escape route. Yet for every life spared, another must be given. Though the Hinata clan had successfully breached the encirclement, complete escape required someone to hold the rear, and the price for holding the rear was certain death. Patriarch, you must go first, we will stay behind to cover your retreat. Rishiangzwa, glancing at the pursuers behind, voluntarily offered to stay and hold them off. He knew that if they all fled together, they would never escape. Someone had to remain. He was old with no potential for growth left. But Rishiang Tianren and the others were different. They were young with ample time ahead and must not perish here. As Rishiangzwa finished speaking, some of the older Rishiang ninjas also stepped forward, volunteering to stay. The crowd gazed silently at the elderly who had chosen to stay. At this moment, each of them was a hero. The Rishiang clan had never been so united, so cohesive. Then, I entrust this to all of you. Rishiang Tianren, suppressing the surge of emotion within him, bowed deeply to Rishiangzwa and the others. This bow was not refused. They were sacrificing their lives to buy the others a chance to survive, and thus it was their due. Great elder, take care. After we leave, you must break through as well. I still wish to have you guide me in ninjutsu. Moreover, the clan cannot do without your counsel. Rest assured, I have been through dozens of battles, large and small, and I am still well and alive. Once you successfully break out, I will soon catch up. Rishiangzwa said with a feigned impatience. Seeing this, Rishiang Tianren wasted no time, for every minute wasted could mean another casualty. Rishiang Tianren cast a long, deep look at Rishiangzwa, as if etching his figure into his mind. Then, without any hesitation, he led the main force and withdrew from the battlefield. Watching Rishiang Tianren disappear into the distance, Rishiangzwa let out a long roar before plunging into the fray. Because the Rishiang clan had broken out with most of their forces, leaving only a small contingent to hold the rear, the 200 or so ninjas who stayed behind were almost completely wiped out within just over 10 minutes. The remaining dozen or so Rishiang ninjas were steadily compressed and gathered together. Rishiangzwa, who would have thought that in just 2 days our fortunes would reverse? Qinsho Yunjian, his old rival, saw Rishiangzwa covered in wounds and looking utterly disheveled, and spoke with a sneer. Lately he had been suppressed by the Rishiang clan, but this time he had finally turned the tables. Heh, Qinsho Yunjian, a warrior may be killed, but not humiliated. We lost today, but the Rishiang clan has only those who die in battle, not those who surrender. With these words, Rishiangzwa let out a fierce cry and charged forward. The remaining Rishiang ninjas followed suit. Though they were merely a dozen, the tragic aura they exuded was no less formidable than that of the thousands opposing them. Qinsho Yunjian, let me show you the might of the Rishiang clan. 8 trigrams. Empty palm. Rishiangzwa roared, his hands moving in a blur. With each swing, terrifying shockwaves erupted. Watch out. Dodge, don't get hit. Seeing Rishiangzwa launch an unexpected attack, Qinsho Yunjian immediately ordered everyone to retreat. He himself formed hand seals and used earth release to defend. Earth release, earth flow wall. Boom. The empty palm's power was immense. Several ninjas who failed to dodge were severely wounded and spat blood, while Qinsho Yunjian's seemingly sturdy earth wall was heavily damaged by the blow. You bastard Rishiangzwa. Can't you just die obediently? Why must you be such a pain even at the end? Shinsho Yunjian cursed under his breath, driving his weapon into Rishiang's back. SHRR. The sharp weapon pierced Rishiang's body in less than a second. Now you should die. Shinsho Yunjian spoke with a fierce expression. Since he was behind Rishiang, he couldn't see his face. But Rishiang's expression was not one of terror or panic as Shinsho Yunjian had imagined. On the contrary, a faint smile appeared on Rishiang's face. The surrounding Shinsho ninjas noticed this eerie sight and wanted to warn their leader, but before they could speak, Rishiang's opened his mouth. Shinsho Yunjian, do you think you have succeeded? But I tell you it is I who have succeeded. Ha ha. Shinsho Yunjian, who had been elated at killing Rishiang's, was now puzzled. He couldn't understand why Rishiang's was so happy after being killed. At that moment, Rishiang's with great effort reached into his ninja tool pouch and slowly pulled out something. When Shinsho Yunjian saw what it was, his face twisted with uncontrollable terror. You madman. Detonating so many explosive talismans at once. Indeed, the reason Shinsho Yunjian had been able to land a blow was that Rishiang's had deliberately left an opening, a trap to ensnare him. Long before the blade struck, Rishiang's had secretly primed the remaining 100+ explosive talismans to detonate. The moment Shinsho Yunjian stabbed him, the talismans exploded. So just as Rishiang's held up the talismans, they went off. Boom. The simultaneous detonation of over 100 explosive talismans unleashed a terrifying force. In an instant, everything around was reduced to dust. Rishiang's and Shinsho Yunjian at the epicenter of the blast were completely obliterated into shreds of flesh scattered across the ground. Though Shinsho Yunjian was a Kaga-level powerhouse with an exceptionally resilient physique, even he could not withstand the point-blank detonation of over 100 talismans. He was blasted into minced meat. In his final moments, Rishiang's chose this glorious death, shedding the last drop of blood for his clan. Impossible. Elder Yunjian is dead. The Shinsho ninjas stared at the scattered flesh and the massive destruction caused by the explosive talismans, their eyes filled with disbelief. They never imagined that what had seemed like a sure victory would be turned against them. The group silently dispatched the remaining Rishiang ninjas and then stood by awaiting orders. With this battle concluded, the confrontation between Rishiang Ming and Shinsho Tongjian was also drawing to a close. Rishiang Ming, prepare to die. I'll send you to reunite with your brothers. Water release water dragon bullet technique. As Rishiang Ming shattered one of Shinsho Tongjian's clones, the latter seized the opportunity and unleashed a water release. A menacing water dragon instantly materialized before Shinsho Tongjian, charging ferociously toward Rishiang Ming. Having just eliminated the clone, Rishiang Ming had not expected it to be a decoy, so he was caught off guard when the water dragon appeared. Boom. The water dragon struck with incredible speed, reaching Hyūga in just a single second. Before he could even react, the terrifying torrent slammed into him. The power of the water dragon bomb was beyond question, comparable to a high-speed train at full throttle. Having taken the direct hit, Hyūga spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire demeanor wilting in weakness. Hyūga, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Senju Butsuma raised his weapon and slowly approached Hyūga, ready to deliver the final blow and end his life. Cough, cough. Come on, kill me if you will. Senju Butsuma, this old man will take the first step and wait for you in the Pure Land. Hyūga stared at Senju Butsuma with fury burning in his eyes. But Senju Butsuma paid little heed to the curse. Having become a ninja, he had long accepted the possibility of dying in battle. Don't trouble yourself with that. As for when I'll die, it will certainly be after I've wiped out the Hyūga clan. Senju Butsuma let out a cold sneer, then swung his weapon, ending Hyūga life. After disposing of Hyūga, Senju Butsuma led his clansmen to clean up the battlefield, then pressed onward toward the heart of the Hyūga territory. Clan leader, we've successfully shaken off the Senju clan's pursuit. The Hyūga clansmen retreating toward their compound let out a collective sigh of relief after running for a while, finding no enemies behind them. Upon hearing his subordinates report, Hyūga Tenrin immediately activated his Byakugan to scan the rear. Under his perception, indeed, no Senju pursuers were present. Cursed Senju clan. The Hyūga clan will never share the same sky with them. Hyūga Tenrin snarled. This war had cost the Hyūga clan dearly. They had lost 4 Kaga-level powerhouses in a single stroke. Out of the 7 such elites the Hyūga possessed, 4 were gone, having their strength. Clan leader, let us first return to the compound and summon all the remaining elders. Only by gathering the full might of the Hyūga can we stand a chance to fight. As the Hyūga clan strategist, Hyūga Cho offered his advice. Hyūga Tenrin did not act immediately upon hearing it, but paused to deliberate. You're right, but aside from that, immediately take a team to the Uchiha clan and form an alliance with them. Once Hyūga Tenrin spoke, Hyūga Cho found himself troubled. The Uchiha had once approached them for an alliance, only to be rejected. Now if they went to propose an alliance, would the Uchiha even agree? Sensing Hyūga Cho's hesitation, Hyūga Tenrin hardened his heart and said coldly, don't worry. Whatever terms the Uchiha proposed, just accept them. As long as there is sufficient benefit, they will surely agree to our proposal. And this is only a temporary loss. Once we survive this crisis, we can reclaim everything in the future. Hyūga Tenrin's words calmed Hyūga. The continuous battles had left him emotionally unstable, preventing him from seeing this angle. Now with Hyūga Tenrin's reasoning, it indeed made sense. After all, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Very well. Then clan leader, hold on. I will secure an alliance with the Uchiha as quickly as possible. Hyūga nodded deeply, then departed with several ninja. Hyūga Tenrin watched his retreating figure, silently praying for his success. Urgency drove Hyūga and his men to abandon normal speed, pushing themselves to the limit in hopes of reaching the Uchiha clan faster, for every extra minute meant another clansman might fall. After a 2-hour journey, Hyūga and his party finally arrived at the Uchiha compound. Who goes there? As they approached, a sharp voice rang out. They turned to see several figures emerging behind them, the Uchiha clan's guards. Gentlemen, we are from the Hyūga clan. We have come on urgent business. Please announce our arrival. Hyūga knew that when asking for help, one must act accordingly. The Hyūga clan was no longer what it used to be. He dared not maintain his previous arrogance. The Uchiha guards exchanged glances, and the leading ninja spoke. So you're from the Hyūga clan. Our young clan leader has already instructed that if any Hyūga come, we should escort them directly to him. Hyūga and his companions exchanged looks of surprise. They hadn't expected someone to have foreseen their arrival. Nevertheless, since they were expected, they said nothing more, and simply followed the Uchiha guards to a room. Please wait here a moment. I will inform the young clan leader immediately. The guard vanished in an instant using the body flicker technique, then reappeared in a great hall. Clan leader, the Hyūga clan has arrived. At this moment, all the Uchiha high-ranking members were assembled in the hall. Uchiha Taijima, the clan leader, sat at the head with Madara seated beside him, a clear sign of Taijima's regard for his son. None of the Uchiha elders objected. After all, everyone had witnessed Madara's recent exploits. His position there was tacitly accepted by all. Madara, what should we do now? The Hyūga are here. Taijima casually waved his hand, then turned his gaze to Madara. This entire plan was under Madara's full authority. Taijima himself only checked on its progress occasionally. Thus he did not make a decision immediately, but instead asked Madara, Father, the Hyūga are most likely here to seek an alliance. In the entire ninja world, the only clans capable of opposing the Senju single-handedly are the Hyūga and our Uchiha. Now that they have suffered a major defeat, they are clearly at a disadvantage. To avoid annihilation, they have no choice but to turn to us. This is precisely the moment for the Uchiha to enter the fray. As Madara finished speaking, a blazing fire flickered in his eyes. He had prepared for this plan, to annex the Hyūga and cripple the Senju, for far too long. Now was the time for the Uchiha to take the stage. Excellent. Then let you bring this plan to a fitting conclusion. Taijima looked at his son with profound satisfaction, feeling that he could ask for no better heir. Yes, father. After their discussion, they sent someone to bring Hyūga and his party. By the time the talks concluded, Hyūga was already burning with impatience. After all, the Hyūga clan was facing a life-or-death crisis. Every minute of delay was pure agony. Fortunately, after what felt like an eternity, the guard finally returned as he had hoped. Come, the clan leader wants to see you. Rishiang followed the guard, and soon arrived at the place where Ban and the others were. Heh, what business does the Hyūga clan have with us, Uchiha? As soon as Rishiang entered the room, Tian Dao's vigorous voice rang out, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Since they were to form an alliance, it was necessary to establish dominance and make it clear who was in charge. Clan leader Tian Dao, I have come to discuss the possibility of an alliance between the Hyūga and Uchiha clans. After shamelessly uttering these words, Rishiang himself felt embarrassed, for he had once flatly rejected the Uchiha's offer of alliance. TSK, Rishiang, are you out of your mind? Didn't your Hyūga clan say they wouldn't ally with the Uchiha? Before Ban could speak, Uchiha Yen began his taunts. He had been harboring resentment ever since his visit to the Hyūga clan was so bluntly rejected, and now that Rishiang had come to them, he could finally vent his anger. Rishiang's face darkened at Yan's mockery, but recalling the Hyūga clan's plight, he forced a smile, though his heart was filled with bitterness. Enough. Seventh elder, a guest is a guest. Envoy Rishiang, please take a seat. After observing coldly for a moment, Ban saw that Rishiang's anger was about to boil over, and immediately stopped Uchiha Yen. He did not want his plans to fail because of Yan's interference. Yen, receiving Ban's reminder, knew when to stop. Thus Uchiha Yen ceased his mockery. Rishiang breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at Ban. Envoy Rishiang, the matter of an alliance is of great importance. A single move can affect the whole situation. Moreover, our Uchiha clan has just emerged from a battle and is currently in need of rest. Ban's words made Rishiang understand his meaning. He was essentially saying that the Uchiha did not want to get involved in this mess. However, Ban had not outright refused, which meant that in the end it all came down to what benefits the Hyūga clan could offer. With such a blatant hint, Rishang would have been a fool not to understand. He gritted his teeth, a pained expression spreading across his face. As a gesture of sincerity, the Hyūga clan is willing to cede 10 mines along the border of the Uchiha clan along with their affiliated lands to the Uchiha clan. The moment Rishang made this offer, many of the Uchiha elders, including Uchiha Tian, Dao, brightened up. What was the point of the constant strife between great clans if not for land and resources? Now Rishang had presented such a generous offer, and they were all tempted. Although the Uchiha clan possessed vast territories, they had only excavated a little over 40 mines. With this offer, the Hyūga clan would increase their mines by a quarter. Yet despite the favorable terms, it was far from enough for Ban. Not enough. You expect my Uchiha clan to risk our lives for just 10 mines? That is far from sufficient. Every single ninja of the Uchiha clan is priceless. I demand 15 mines from the Hyūga clan along with their affiliated lands. In addition, you must provide 50 carts of each type of war supply needed by the Uchiha clan and 1 billion ryo in gold. Furthermore, the Hyūga clan must pledge never to encroach upon Uchiha territory. Ban's exorbitant demands stunned everyone present. Not only Rishang, but even the Uchiha clan members themselves were taken aback. Good heavens! They never expected this. They thought they were already ruthless, but this kid is even worse. This is highway robbery, pure and simple. Hearing Ban's demands, Rishang's face fell. He had not anticipated the Uchiha clan's greed. Granting all these would cripple the Hyūga clan. The change in Rishang's expression did not escape Ban's notice. Seeing his reaction, Ban knew he could not push too hard or it would backfire. Of course, these items do not have to be delivered all at once. The gold can be paid in installments over 2 years, and the supplies can be delivered within a month. What do you think? After Ban made this offer, the visible hesitation on Rishang's face lessened, though it still lingered. Seeing this, Ban knew he needed to add some pressure, otherwise Rishang would not easily accept. Heh, it seems the envoy disagrees. In that case, seek help elsewhere. But don't say I didn't warn you. In the entire ninja world, only the Uchiha clan can stand against the Senju. You can try asking others if they dare to help you. And let me remind you, if your home is lost, what use is all the money in the world? Ban's words seemed to carry a hidden meaning. Upon hearing them, Rishang's mind reeled. That's right. If the clan is destroyed, all those resources will belong to someone else. Before I left, Hyūga Tianrin said that no matter what conditions the Uchiha clan demanded, we must secure their help. Preserving the clan is the top priority. Having come to a realization, Rishang spoke earnestly. Fine. The Hyūga clan agrees to all your conditions. Please send troops to aid us as soon as possible. Let us sign the alliance treaty now. The mines and lands are yours to take over immediately after the treaty is signed. The other supplies will be delivered gradually by the Hyūga clan. Having made his decision, Rishang wasted no time and signed the treaty with Ban. Staring at his own name on the scroll, a heavy sorrow weighed on his heart. Ceding land and surrendering resources. These were the actions of a traitor. Yet he had done all of them. In the future, when his clan members mentioned his name, they would curse him. But what could he do? As long as he could save his clan, he would bear any infamy without hesitation. Ban did not know what Rishang was thinking. When Rishang signed his name, Ban smiled. Heh, from today onward the Hyūga clan is an ally of the Uchiha. Yes, from today onward, I am also a sinner of the Hyūga clan. Rishang said with self-deprecation. Seeing his expression, Ban spoke lightly. In this world, one's own name is the easiest to write, yet sometimes the hardest. True warriors are those who dare to face a bleak life. And you are doing this to save your clan. As long as you have a clear conscience and are worthy of your clansmen, let the infamy be what it may. Ban said this with a smile, looking at Rishang. At that moment, Rishang stared at him in astonishment, never expecting this young man to understand him. Thank you, young master. With this matter settled, I shall take my leave. In the future, if you visit the Hyūga clan, I will surely repay your kindness. After saying this, Rishang left the Uchiha clan with his subordinates. Ban watched his retreating figure, his smile fading, and said in a murderous tone, "It's time to make a move." Upon hearing these words, the entire Uchiha clan erupted into fervor. This battle would be their clan's war of ascension. As Madara's command was issued, the Uchiha, this slumbering war machine, awakened. In an instant, the entire Uchiha clan was ablaze with excitement. Vast amounts of supplies began converging on the clan compound, and countless shinobi from the borders started gathering there. Within just a few days, 3,000 ninja had assembled within the Uchiha territory. This was already a terrifying number, and it clearly demonstrated the Uchiha clan's determination. At this moment, the entire plaza was packed with Uchiha shinobi shoulder to shoulder, so dense that looking down revealed nothing but a sea of scarlet Sharingan eyes. All these Uchiha clan members gazed up at Madara with burning eyes waiting for a single command. Everyone, this time we shall pour all of the Uchiha clan's strength into this battle. This war will be the one that elevates the Uchiha clan. We will make the entire shinobi world witness our power in one battle, and make everyone tremble from the depths of their hearts upon hearing the name of the Uchiha clan. Everyone fight for the glory of the Uchiha. With Madara's final words, the crowd below erupted like a powder keg set ablaze, boiling over completely. Led by Madara, the 3,000 Uchiha shinobi marched directly toward the Senju clan's territory. Because the Senju had deployed many of their ninja, elsewhere only a few hundred remained on the border. But this time the Uchiha had mobilized all their forces, a full 3,000. Furthermore, to ensure the plan's success, Madara had taught these shinobi the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique Izanagi. Each of these ninja effectively had multiple lives. As for the blindness that follows using the technique, that was a minor issue. Over the many years the Uchiha clan had stood in the shinobi world, countless clan members had died in battle or of old age, and their Sharingan eyes had all been recovered and stored within the clan. As long as these ninjas survived, even if they lost their eyes, they could be replaced with new ones. The army of 3,000 shinobi marched for an entire day before finally reaching the Senju clan's border. The Senju defenders were naturally cautious, so the moment the Uchiha army appeared, the Senju's sensory-type shinobi detected them. This is, damn, enemy attack. Enemy attack. The Uchiha clan is launching an assault. Upon discovering the countless numbers of the Uchiha, the sensory shinobi shouted in terror, his panicked voice echoing clearly through the quiet night sky. Senju Giken and Senju Yukon, who had been resting in their tents, heard the sound and immediately rose, rushing outside without hesitation. However, the two did not act together, but instead split up. Senju Giken stayed to assemble the shinobi on the spot, while Senju Yukon led a dozen or so ninja straight to the front. Young clan leader. It seems we've been discovered. Uchiha on scarlet gaze fixed on the panicked figure ahead, and he let out a cold laugh. Madara understood what Uchiha was thinking. We were never hiding anyway. This time the Uchiha will defeat the Senju clan fair and square, and make them realize that from now on the Uchiha will reign supreme over the shinobi world. Though Madara's tone was extremely calm, the Uchiha clansmen around him were already burning with passion. Fellow clansmen, for the glory of the Uchiha clan, kill. As Madara's words fell, countless Uchiha shinobi charged forward like madmen. Of course, they were not entirely reckless. The Senju held the terrain advantage, and a blind assault would cause heavy losses. So just before reaching the Senju camp, they unleashed fire release. In an instant, a myriad of fire release techniques spewed from the mouths of Uchiha shinobi. The pitch-black night sky was illuminated as bright as day by the flames, and the towering inferno reached the Senju ninja in the blink of an eye. Feeling the relentless waves of heat, the Senju guards were terrified. A few Senju shinobi skilled in water release stepped forward, attempting to block the horrifying flames with their meager water techniques. But while their intention was good, reality was cruel. Water release may counter fire release, but under these circumstances fire release could also counter water release. Their feeble water techniques evaporated the moment they appeared, and the guards were completely engulfed by the great fire, their screams echoing endlessly. After devouring the guards, the fierce flames continued unabated, surging into the camp. Everything in the fire's path was reduced to ashes. Senju Yukon, who had just arrived, witnessed a Senju clansman being consumed alive by the fire, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. In the end, even his body was gone. Senju Yukon's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the scene. Ah, Uchiha, I will kill you all. Though the fire release was powerful, it was ultimately limited. Once the Uchiha shinobi stopped channeling chakra, the raging inferno finally subsided. Seeing all obstacles before them turned to ashes, the Uchiha shinobi roared and charged into the camp. Because the Uchiha had launched a surprise attack, the Senju did not react immediately. Some ninja were still in a daze. The isolated Senju shinobi met a grim fate mowed down by the advancing Uchiha. Yukon, what's the situation? Senju Giken, having gathered his clansmen, quickly arrived beside Senju Yukon. Damn Uchiha, they're coming. No sooner had Yukon spoken than Madara and his Uchiha shinobi appeared before them. The two sides were only a few hundred meters apart, and in the glow of the fire Senju Yukon could clearly see Madara's figure. Heh, Senju Yukon and Senju Giken, it's been a long time. Seeing his old rival in such a disheveled state, Uchiha naturally seized the opportunity to taunt. Bastard, Uchiha and your clan is truly despicable for ambushing the Senju. Senju Giken, however, remained rational and did not roar like Senju Yukon. Instead, he spoke calmly. Uchiha, and does your clan truly wish to start a war with the Senju? Such a war brings no benefit to either side, and only allows the Hyūga clan to take advantage. TCH, Senju Giken, spare me your boring tricks. Do you think I don't know the true state of your Senju clan? As for despicable, I think your clan is even more so. After all, you attacked the Hyūga clan without provocation. These words, even the most rational Senju were stung into anger. Damn brat. Who are you? When adults speak, there's no place for you to interrupt. Though Senju put on an angry face, his mind remained composed. He was merely trying to prolong the conversation. Madara looked young, and more importantly, he was standing in the center of the formation. In such a situation, the central position was reserved for the most important person. Senju also noticed the subtle respect the surrounding Uchiha showed toward Madara. Observing these details, Senju knew Madara's identity was no ordinary one. Given the Senju's precarious situation, he planned to draw out Madara's identity and see if he could capture him amidst the chaos. If that were possible, it would surely turn the tide of battle. Madara, of course, saw through Senju plan. But now he was a genuine Kaga-level powerhouse strong enough to protect himself. He no longer needed to hide his identity. From this day forward, he would transform his reputation from a genius into a true, formidable force. Senju, remember my name. I am Uchiha Madara, the one who will annihilate your Senju clan. At these words, the Senju clan's ninjas erupted in fury. How could their esteemed clan be spoken of in such a manner by a mere brat? Who wouldn't be enraged? Arrogant. Do not think that a little strength grants you the right to look down on everyone. Even if your Uchiha clan's ancestor were here, he could never annihilate the Senju clan. I think you've lost your mind. Indeed. Since Uchiha Taijima failed to teach you manners, I shall do it in his stead. Senju and Senju Yonjian spoke in chilling tones. Are you teaching me how to act? The Sharingan instantly emerged in Madara's eyes as he stared coldly at the two. Under his gaze, they felt as if they were being watched by a ferocious beast. The sensation came and went swiftly. After shaking off the absurd thought, they grew vexed. How could seasoned masters be so intimidated by a mere brat? It was a blow to their pride. Humph. A brat who only knows empty words. If you have the skill, prove it on the battlefield. Let me see how strong you truly are. Observing Madara's haughty demeanor, Senju devised a plan. Since this brat was so arrogant, and given his age likely weaker than himself, why not provoke him into a duel? If he captured him, the war would end. Senju thought his scheme was flawless, but he never anticipated that the Madara before him was no mere genius. He was a game-breaking anomaly. Very well. In that case, let strength decide. Uchiha clan, hear my command. Annihilate the Senju. Kill. With Madara's order, thousands of Uchiha ninjas raised a battle cry that shook the heavens. Even the dark clouds above parted, revealing the moon. The Senju clan, unwilling to show weakness, charged forward in response. Senju fixed his gaze on Madara and charged without hesitation, knowing that the war's outcome hinged on this young man. Madara in turn noticed him, and at that moment the system's voice echoed. Ding! A quest is available. Would you like to accept it? The sudden quest startled Madara, but he quickly accepted. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have accepted a multi-part quest. Quest 1, as a villain defying fate, you must eliminate those who dare challenge your villainous authority. Quest objective, defeat the current Senju. Quest reward 10000 fate change points. Random treasure chest may contain rare items, special abilities, including anything from the Naruto world, but those with poor luck might get nothing. Quest 2, as a villain you must alter the world's original trajectory and change the fate of being destined to lose. Quest objective, defeat the Senju forces before you. Quest reward 5000 fate change points. After the system announced the rewards, Madara grinned. Not bad, system. This quest is truly to my liking. Receiving Madara's approval, the system responded. Thank you for your recognition, host. I shall strive to do even better. Madara nodded and dismissed the system, redirecting his full attention to the battlefield. Though it seemed like a long time had passed, in reality, not even a second had elapsed. Senju was swift. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Madara. His body flicker technique was formidable, yet under the Sharingan's gaze it moved as slowly as a snail. It's useless. Victory is inevitable for one who wields the Sharingan. Madara shook his head and sidestepped lightly, evading the blade radiating lethal intent. Seeing his attack fail, Senju finally regarded Madara with seriousness. Though it was only a probing strike, Madara's effortless evasion proved that his strength was far from negligible. As they say, courtesy demands a return. Now take my strike. The moment Madara finished speaking, the blade Leiyu gleamed coldly and descended upon Senju like a white rainbow piercing the sun. Madara's strike was so swift that even the air roared in protest. Sensing the danger, Senju hastily retreated, but in that instant Madara appeared before him. Startled, Senju looked up, and the first thing he saw was Madara's crimson Sharingan. His expression shifted, but before he could react, Madara's Sharingan activated. Demonic illusion shackling stakes technique. The Sharingan's Jinjutsu took effect instantly. In a flash, Senju saw his surroundings warp, and he found himself pinned to a pillar by several stakes. The terrifying binding force rendered him completely immobile. Heh! Senju Ijin perished beneath my illusion. With a sneer, Madara raised his weapon to deliver the final blow. As Senju Ijin watched the descending Leiyu, his pupils contracted violently. Regret flooded his heart. He had never imagined the brat's genjutsu could be so potent. He had been far too careless. But regret came too late. A deep bitterness surged within Senju Ijin. Who would have thought? I, a Kaga-level powerhouse and elder of the Senju clan, am about to die at the hands of this brat. How terribly unwilling I am. No matter how intense his resentment and fury, Senju Ijin could not stop Madara's fatal strike. You bastard. How dare you? Senju Yongjin, locked in battle with Uchiha Yen, witnessed the scene. Senju Ijin caught in a genjutsu, Madara poised to kill him. His eyes burned with fury, but he was helpless. Already overwhelmed by two Kaga-level opponents, all he could do was pray for a miracle. Just as Madara's weapon was about to strike Senju Ijin, several kunai shot toward his vital points with lethal precision. The sheer force caused the air to scream. Sensing the deadly intent of the kunai, Madara hesitated. Killing Senju Ijin would grant him rewards, but if he did so, he would likely become a corpse himself. What use were rewards in death? Thus Madara dodged without hesitation, though not without preparation. As he evaded, a familiar figure came into view. Hashirama. Long time no see. Indeed, Madara. Long time no see. After exchanging greetings, the two locked eyes. Neither made the first move. They stood in silent confrontation as if they were still the friends of old. Yet now they were enemies bound by blood and hatred. Their relationship could never return to what it once was. Hashirama, you have grown considerably. Madara spoke calmly, having sensed that since Hashirama's arrival his strength had increased significantly since their last parting. So have you, Madara. You are even stronger now. Senju Hashirama stared at Madara with a grave expression. Even just facing his former friend, he could feel the suffocating pressure. Excellent. Hashirama, let me see just how much you have grown. With that, Madara vanished from Hashirama's sight like a cannonball shot into the air. Such speed. Zhu Jian was startled by the sudden disappearance of Ban and quickly assumed a defensive stance. Thud. Even though Zhu Jian had defended himself, Ban's terrifying attack still sent him flying several meters away, smashing through the trees along the path. Cough, cough. Ban, you've grown even stronger. Zhu Jian rose, wiped the dust from his face, and looked at Ban with exhilaration, his eyes sparkling with surprise. Seeing Zhu Jian like this, Ban felt a chill run down his spine. Could Zhu Jian possibly have Stockholm Syndrome? With this thought, Ban's gaze at Zhu Jian turned strange, and he instinctively distanced himself. Zhu Jian's perception was naturally sharp, so he noticed Ban's stare immediately. But Ban's gaze made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Could it be that my strength has surprised Ban? Zhu Jian was puzzled, but finally came up with this answer, and the thought made him even happier. Huh, Ban, this time I will make you witness my power. With a loud laugh, Zhu Jian charged forward. Watching him approach, Ban sighed inwardly. As expected of Azura's reincarnation, his physical resilience is incredible. An ordinary Jonin would have been severely injured by that kick. Yet Zhu Jian took it head-on without a scratch. Despite his admiration for Zhu Jian's monstrous physique, Ban's hands moved swiftly. Fire-style great fireball technique. A massive fireball instantly erupted from Ban's mouth and hurtled toward Zhu Jian. Seeing the roaring flame, Zhu Jian was not alarmed, but delighted, and he charged straight into it without dodging. Wood-style wooden wall technique. Zhu Jian clapped his hands, and instantly numerous wooden pillars rose from the ground, encasing him securely. The fireball crashed against the wooden defense, but failed to inflict any significant damage, scattering into countless embers. Wood style, huh? Ban's eyes flickered with an indescribable light as he looked at the sturdy wood style. In the original timeline, Zhu Jian hadn't awakened wood style at this point, but due to his interference, Zhu Jian had awakened it prematurely, a fact that left Ban somewhat speechless. Quite a remarkable jutsu. Let's see who will prevail, the child of destiny or the destined villain like me. Ban murmured, then his right hand was instantly enveloped in crackling lightning. Hashirama, since you prefer to hide in your turtle shell, I'll shatter it. Chidori. With that, Ban charged at Zhu Jian again, his speed doubled by the lightning enhancement. In an instant, he was before the wooden wall. Break. Ban thrust his right hand forward, the lightning-clad arm striking like a thunder god's fist, shattering the wooden defense in an instant. As the barrier crumbled, Zhu Jian's figure was revealed. Hashirama, you've lost again. Ban roared, his momentum unabated, and struck the startled Zhu Jian directly. But soon Ban sensed something amiss. Upon impact, Zhu Jian didn't bleed. Instead, he slowly transformed into a wooden figure. Realizing he had been tricked, Ban heard Zhu Jian's voice from behind. Wood-style wooden golem technique. Zhu Jian clapped his hands again, and several sturdy wooden spikes shot up from the ground, thrusting toward Ban. Not bad, Zhu Jian. You've indeed improved greatly. But I've been making progress too. As Ban's voice faded, he vanished from Zhu Jian's sight, and the wooden spikes struck nothing but air. Zhu Jian was bewildered. He had sealed off all escape routes, yet Ban had somehow slipped away. While Zhu Jian was still in a daze, the scream of Qinsho Ijin snapped him back to attention. Earlier, Qinsho Ijin had freed himself from the Jinjutsu after being rescued by Zhu Jian. Seeing that Zhu Jian and Ban were evenly matched, and recalling Zhu Jian's instruction not to interfere, Ijin decided to aid others. As luck would have it, he encountered Yuzhibo Tai. The two rivals locked eyes, and their fierce battle erupted. At the height of their clash, Ban activated the Flying Thunder God seal he had left on Ijin. Taking Ijin by surprise, Ban struck before the latter could react. By the time Ijin realized what happened, Ban's blade had already pierced his heart. The Kaga-level powerhouse fell. Huh. Well done, Ban. I didn't know you had such a trick up your sleeve. Truly impressive. Yuzhibo Tai, who had been fighting, laughed in praise of Ban as he watched his opponent fall. After all, without Ban's intervention, he alone might not have been able to take down Qinsho Ijin. Fifth Elder, you flatter me. Since Qinsho Ijin is dead, I'll take my leave. Ban said, turning to look at Zhu Jian, who was staring back fiercely. Yuzhibo Tai sensed the tension between them, muttered a few words of caution, and then withdrew. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Rewards have been distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 100 fate-changing points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a random treasure chest. The rewards have arrived. Ban's heart leaped with joy at the system notification. After all, on the battlefield, strength was paramount. System. Open the chest. Ding. Chest is opening. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the wood-style bloodline limit and its accompanying jutsu. Whoa. It's actually wood-style. A gleam of amusement flickered in Ban's eyes. Zhu Jian had relied on wood-style to hold his own, but now he too possessed it, and even stronger. This was interesting. Whatever Zhu Jian had, he had. Oh, whatever Zhu Jian lacked, he also had. Hand over wood-style? Ban smiled, feeling an immense transformation in his body. The most immediate change was his chakra. It had surged exponentially. If his chakra was once a stream, it was now an ocean, the difference as vast as the clouds and the mud. Beyond that, his physique had also strengthened, and the wood-style jutsu granted by the system were now etched into his mind, as if he had practiced them hundreds of times. Perfectly natural. Wood-style is indeed formidable, Ban murmured, then refocused on the battlefield. Hashirama, no wonder you're so confident. This must be your trump card. Ban said with a sneer, eager to see the stunned expression on Zhu Jian's face when he realized Ban not only had wood-style, but was even more proficient. That's right. This is my newly awakened wood-style. With it, I will surely defeat you. Zhu Jian spoke with utter confidence. What a naive child. Since that's the case, let me show you the cruelty of the world. Wood-style would release. World of trees. As Ban's words fell, the ground began to tremble violently, as if some terrifying entity was about to emerge. Zhu Jian's expression changed at the sight. Just moments ago, when Ban shouted, would release, Zhu Jian had wanted to say, do you think would release is like a cabbage that you can just use at will? But seeing the current scene, Zhu Jian grew uneasy. Then countless vines sprouted wildly from the ground and began to grow frantically. Within mere seconds, a vast forest had appeared. Zhu Jian stared at the forest before him with disbelief in his eyes. He had never expected Ban to actually master wood release, and it seemed even more powerful than his own. As Ban intensified his chakra output, countless trees once again surged madly toward him. As one who also wielded wood release, Ban was well aware of its terrifying power, so he retreated before the trees could reach him. Although he retreated, the tree world arrival would not cease. As long as Ban continued to output chakra, these dreadful trees would keep growing wildly. Zhu Jian watched the trees rapidly spreading toward him, feeling a sense of helplessness. Because of Zhu Jian's repeated retreats, the terrifying trees finally spread across the battlefield. The ninjas from both sides who were engaged in combat were startled by this bizarre jutsu and abandoned their fight to flee immediately. Those with stronger abilities managed to escape, but the weaker ones were too slow to flee and were engulfed by the sea of trees. These trapped ninjas were crushed to death by the wildly growing forest. Some luckier ones who weren't crushed were left immobilized within, while the ever-growing trees frantically absorbed their chakra and life force as nourishment. Damn it! What is this again? After Qinsho Yongjian and Yuzhibo Yin distanced themselves, the rampant vines arrived there as well. Qinsho Yongjian casually shattered the vines and was about to resume fighting, but even more vines surged toward him all at once. Seeing this bizarre scene, Qinsho Yongjian was stunned. He turned to look at Yuzhibo Yin only to find that Yin was also being overwhelmed by the trees. No, I have to get out of here quickly. The more I fight, the more they come. Having made up his mind, Qinsho Yongjian retreated from the area, and Yuzhibo Yin did the same. As the tree world arrival expanded, the ninjas from both sides who were still fighting were forced to abandon their battles and withdraw. Seeing that the two clans had separated, Ban stopped the jutsu and landed in front of the Yuzhibo ninjas. Ban, what is this about? Yuzebo Yin and the others looked at Ban with puzzled expressions, wanting to know about the strange trees from earlier. Elders, do not panic. That is my other Kekkei Genkai, would release. What? Ban's calm words triggered a wave of exclamations among the crowd. They never expected Ban to awaken another Kekkei Genkai, besides the Sharingan. For a moment doubts arose in their minds. Could it be that Ban was not a pure-blooded Yuzebo? Thinking this, they exchanged glances. The Yuzebo clan had always valued bloodline purity and Ban's situation. The silent exchange between them did not escape Ban's notice. With a moment's thought, he guessed their concerns. Elders, do not doubt. I am indeed the biological son of my father and mother, and I am absolutely a member of the Yuzebo clan. As for this new Kekkei Genkai, I created it by fusing 2 chakra natures. After Ban briefly explained this system, the doubts in Yuzebo Yin and the others were dispelled. Fusing chakra natures to create a Kekkei Genkai was a relatively normal occurrence, and it demonstrated Ban's exceptional talent. Otherwise, he could never have created a new bloodline limit. At this thought, they became even more delighted. After all, who would complain about the next clan leader being too powerful? Moreover, if this additional Kekkei Genkai could be passed down to the next generation, it would undoubtedly make the Yuzebo clan stronger in the future. They had all witnessed the power of wood release earlier, and this was a welcome development. From a distance, Chincho Yongjian watched Yuzebo Yan's excited smiles and felt a surge of fury, as if those smiles were mocking the failure of the Chincho clan. The more he thought, the angrier he became. At that moment, Ban stepped forward. Enough. This meaningless battle should come to an end. Next comes the moment of your Chincho clan's destruction. Ban's cold words were like the judgment of a god, solemn and filled with killing intent. When these words reached the ears of the Chincho ninjas, they ignited extreme fury. Damn you! You brat dare to insult the Chincho clan like this. Ban ignored Chincho Yongjin, directly clapping his hands together. Would release. Flower Tree World Arrival. Indeed, this time Ban used the upgraded version of Tree World Arrival, so its power was naturally greater. In just 1 second, countless vines sprang up from the ground and surged violently toward the Chincho clan. Chincho Yongjian and the others dismissed these ferocious trees as mere wood that they could easily shatter. However, among the Chincho clan members, only Zhu Jian showed a look of astonishment. Elder Run, you absolutely cannot withstand this jutsu. Get away quickly. Would release. Tree World Arrival. After shouting, Zhu Jian rushed to the front and used his own wood release. Strangely enough, his wood release had not been very strong before, but in the moment of life or death crisis, a flash of insight struck his mind, and he suddenly figured out how to use Tree World Arrival. Standing on the ground, Ban was marveling at the exhilarating feeling of getting whatever he wanted by just clapping his hands together when he suddenly saw that Zhu Jian could also use Tree World Arrival. This gave him a slight surprise. TSK, how unreasonable. Just now he could only use basic wood release, and now he can even use Tree World Arrival. The Child of Destiny is truly outrageous. Ban sighed inwardly, then sneered with disdain. Even a Child of Destiny was useless. With his current strength, he could completely crush Chincho Zhujian. Zhujian, let me show you what true wood release really is. Ban let out a mighty roar, and chakra surged through his body. In an instant, his aura swelled several times over. The few Yuzebo elders behind him were startled by the terrifying power they sensed. As Ban continuously increased his chakra output, the already fierce trees grew even more wildly. Seeing this, Zhu Jian gritted his teeth and poured all his chakra into the jutsu. Although Tree World Arrival was powerful, Flower Tree World Arrival was ultimately the upgraded version. After all, the father is always the father. Zhu Jian's Tree World Arrival could only hold out against Ban's Flower Tree World Arrival for a few seconds before being crushed and swept away. Upon sensing this situation, Zhu Jian anxiously turned to Chincho Yongjian and spoke. Hurry, this is beyond what we can withstand. Hashirama's face was extremely solemn as he looked ahead. It's useless. It's too late now. Hearing Hashirama's roar, Madara shook his head and his chakra surged again. In an instant, Hashirama's wood style was completely overwhelmed by Madara's, and Hashirama himself was utterly submerged by the sea of trees. Damn it! Why is my chakra constantly draining? Help! Someone save me! What the hell is this thing? Help! The moment Hashirama's wood style was crushed, countless Senju ninjas were engulfed by the forest, their terrified cries echoing. But this was only the beginning. The real nightmare was yet to come. After the Senju clan ninjas were entirely swallowed by the sea of trees, enormous flower buds grew on these trees. The moment they appeared, they burst into bloom, showering countless pollen grains down upon the area. Senju Yukon, who was struggling, also inhaled some pollen. That single breath left him feeling dizzy and disoriented. Realizing this, he shouted immediately. Quick! Everyone hold your breath. This pollen is highly toxic. Though Senju Yukon's voice was loud, only a small fraction of the people heard his warning at that moment. The others did not, so within just a few minutes, only a little over 100 remained struggling in the sea of trees. Madara calculated the time silently in his heart and knew it was about time. He immediately ordered his ninjas to unleash fire techniques. In an instant, the entire forest turned into a sea of flames blazing fiercely, and the Senju ninjas within were continuously vaporized in the great fire. Senju Yashin and Hashirama, being the quickest to react, managed to lead a portion of the ninjas out of the sea of trees. Cough cough. Hashirama, are you alright? Having narrowly escaped death, Senju Yukon asked Hashirama with considerable concern. After almost being killed by Madara's wood style, he regretted not listening to Hashirama sooner. If he had obeyed, they wouldn't have lost so many people. Now all he had left were these 100 or so subordinates. The sea of fire still blazed, but the Uchiha clan gave them no chance to catch their breath. In the few moments they spoke, the Uchiha ninjas had already surrounded them. Tsk, how pathetic, Senju Yukon. You look just like a stray dog. Madara's sarcastic words immediately ignited the fury within Senju Yukon. His eyes wide, he was about to retort, but Madara gave him no chance. What, trying to make excuses? An elder of the Senju clan, a renowned powerhouse for years now, defeated by me, a mere 10-year-old junior. What right do you have to bark like that? If it weren't for you, the Senju clan wouldn't have fallen so fast. You are the center of the Senju clan. When you go to the Pure Land in the future, how will you face the dead Senju clansmen? Senju Yukon, you are stubborn, deaf to advice, brave but unwise, ambitious but lacking talent, hungry for glory. You are nothing but the disgrace of the Senju clan, the #1 sinner of the Senju. Madara's sharp words caused Senju Yukon's face to instantly turn a livid purple. He raised his right hand, trembling as he pointed at Madara, unable to utter a single word for a long time. I. Finally, after sputtering a few words, Senju Yukon was so infuriated by Madara that he spat out blood, his vision darkened, and he fainted. Seeing their own powerhouse collapse, the remaining Senju ninjas rushed to Senju Yukon's side frantically, trying to resuscitate him. Under the combined efforts of the Senju ninjas, Senju Yukon finally regained consciousness. Cough cough. I must kill him. Senju Yukon spoke with a ferocious expression, his mind consumed by a single thought. He had to kill Madara. It seems we need to add one more item to your evaluation, narrow-mindedness. Madara cast a disdainful glance at Senju Yukon lying on the ground. To be honest, he had lost interest in this enemy. Though the man was a Kaga-level powerhouse, Madara's Sharingan combined with wood style made him nearly invincible against Kaga-level opponents, not to mention his flying thunder god technique, a space-time ninjutsu. Alright, now it's time to end you all. I hope you will die obediently, but of course resistance is futile. The victory is already predetermined. As Madara finished speaking, he began tossing kunai non-stop. In just a few breaths, hundreds of kunai were thrown into the midst of the Senju ninjas. A few unlucky Senju ninjas were impaled by the kunai and died. Senju Yukon and the others frowned at this seemingly meaningless attack, unable to understand Madara's intention. But Hashirama among the crowd clearly realized something. Quick, everyone throw away those kunai. Ignoring everyone else's thoughts, Hashirama shouted anxiously, trying to save them, but Madara would not give them a chance. Madara's figure vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. At that very moment, the screams of Senju ninjas erupted. Before anyone could react to what was happening, several more flashes of cold light passed, and the heads of several Senju ninjas flew high into the air. And this was only the beginning. With each of Madara's harvests, the sound of system prompts echoed in his mind. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the Grim Reaper. Every swing of his weapon claimed many lives. This was a one-sided battle, no, a massacre. Finally, some Senju ninjas could no longer bear the atmosphere, for no one knew if they would be the next to die. Demon. He's not human. He's a demon. A Senju ninja emotionally broke and screamed. Not only the Senju clan, but even the Uchiha clan was stunned. They knew Madara was strong, but they never imagined that facing so many enemies alone, he would dispatch them as easily as slaughtering dogs and chickens. Damn it. Everyone throw away the kunai around you. Without those marked kunai, he can't keep acting so arrogantly. Hashirama Senju watched as his clansmen fell one by one and quickly shouted to warn them. Although he and Madara were friends, these dead were his own clan members. Right? Throw away those kunai. As long as he loses those special kunai, he won't be able to continue the massacre. Hearing Hashirama's words, Senju Yukon also realized the truth and quickly issued the order. The moment they heard it, everyone tried to toss the kunai away, but as soon as they picked them up, Madara slit their throats before they could throw them. Huh. Since you want to die faster, I'll grant your wish. As his words faded, Ban's speed became even more astonishing than before, pushing his entire body to the absolute limit. The onlookers could no longer discern his figure. All they saw were the Senju clan ninjas falling one after another. Ban's massacre-like movements filled the Senju ninjas with even greater terror. In just a few minutes, aside from Shinsho Yongjin and Shinsho Ijin, there were no other Senju clan ninjas left on the battlefield. When Ban's figure reappeared before the crowd, Chincho Yongjin had lost all his previous composure. His face was pale with fear, his expression one of utter disbelief, and he kept repeating the same phrase under his breath. Devil. He is a devil. Witnessing Chincho Yongjin state, the Uchiha clan burst into hearty laughter. Chincho Yongjin, as a longtime rival, let me personally end your life. Uchiha Yin gazed at his former adversary, now reduced to such a state, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Uchiha Yin, don't be too smug. The Senju clan's fate today will be the Uchiha clan's tomorrow. He who kills will be killed in turn. Your Uchiha clan cannot remain so powerful forever. As an elder of the Senju clan, even in death, I refuse to fall at the hands of you despicable scoundrels. After saying this, Chincho Yongjin immediately grabbed a kunai and plunged it into his own neck. Elder Yongjin. With Chincho Yongjin's force, the gleaming kunai effortlessly pierced his throat. The mighty warrior who had made a name for himself in the warring states period thus ended his own life. After shouting, Zhu Jian stared blankly at the corpse on the ground. The Senju clan had lost, and lost decisively. The Uchiha clan had suffered no casualties in this battle. However, the Senju clan's defeat was largely due to Ban. Thinking of this, Zhu Jian looked up to see Ban clad in black combat attire under the moonlight, his face cold and stern, standing like an exalted deity looking down upon him. It seemed as if Ban could pronounce judgment with a single word. For a moment, Zhu Jian was disoriented, uncertain whether this cold-blooded person was still the friend he once knew. Young master, all the Senju ninjas have been killed. Only this brat remains. What should we do with him? Uchiha Yin, clearly aware of the complex relationship between Ban and Zhu Jian, did not act on his own, but instead sought Ban's opinion. However, instead of answering immediately, Ban looked at Zhu Jian. Hashirama, it seems you are as weak as ever. See all this? It is all because you are too weak. Your current strength is utterly incapable of realizing your hopes. Therefore, strive for the sake of your Senju clan and your own aspirations. After saying these words, Ban turned and left, paying no further attention to Zhu Jian. Although the other Uchiha clan members had not received a direct order from Ban, they understood from his words that he did not wish to kill Zhu Jian, so they merely restrained him. Having just experienced a night of battle, Ban did not immediately order an attack on the Senju clan stronghold. Instead, he chose to set up camp and rest on the spot. The night passed swiftly, and news of the total annihilation of Chincho Yongjin's forces reached Chincho Fuxiang's ears. Upon hearing this, Chincho Fuxiang was so enraged that he fainted. After receiving the news, the Senju clan's high-ranking members hurried to Chincho Fuxiang's residence to check on him. At this critical juncture, his steady presence was indispensable. Finally, after a few minutes, Chincho Fuxiang slowly regained consciousness. However, compared to his previous state, his face was now pale and haggard, his appearance withered. In recent times, so many events had occurred, and the alternating joy and sorrow had caused the latent injuries within Chincho Fuxiang to flare up. Looking at the anxious faces of Feijian and others by his bedside, he sighed. The Senju clan was now beset with internal and external troubles. His own body was failing rapidly, and he likely wouldn't last much longer. In the previous night's battle, his eldest son Chincho Zhujin had been captured, his fate unknown. Feijian, though intelligent and talented, was only that. If he died, the entire Senju clan would be left without anyone capable of leading. At this thought, Chincho Fuxiang's heart grew even more sorrowful. When had the once proud Senju clan fallen to such a pitiful state? Father, are you all right? Feijian looked at his father with concern, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Although he tried to hide it, Chincho Fuxiang noticed. Don't worry, I'm fine. What is the current situation? After offering a brief reassurance, Chincho Fuxiang immediately inquired about the battlefield. Patriarch, the situation is grim. With our border forces near the Uchiha clan wiped out, there is no line of defense to stop the enemy. We are now facing the Uchiha army, which is marching straight toward our clan's stronghold. Hearing this, Chincho Fuxiang frowned. What is the situation on the Rishiang clan front? Chincho Fuxiang asked with a raised eyebrow. The Senju clan had few ninjas left to deploy, so he could only pin his hopes on the forces fighting the Rishiang clan. Patriarch, our campaign against the Rishiang clan cannot be concluded in a short time. Then can we withdraw some troops to reinforce and repel the Uchiha clan first? Upon hearing this unfavorable suggestion, Chincho Fuxiang's brow furrowed deeply. Patriarch, withdrawing the troops fighting the Rishiang clan seems unlikely. The Rishiang clan knows our predicament and is tightly engaging our forces, leaving us no room for retreat. Chincho Fuxiang's words immediately made his expression grow even more troubled. He had no troops to redeploy for reinforcement, and the only forces he could mobilize were a few hundred, while the Uchiha clan had brought 2,000. These few hundred men would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Very well, first withdraw some of the forces fighting the Rishiang clan and immediately seek allies. The Uchiha clan has dominated the ninja world for so long, the other clans must be harboring resentment against them. As long as we offer reasonable benefits, I believe they will help us. And be sure to contact the Hyūga clan quickly. Those madmen should be able to help us through this crisis. They are a clan of battle-hungry lunatics, and they would be more than willing to clash with the Uchiha clan. Qinsho Fuxiang pondered deeply and finally came up with this plan. Although Qinsho Fuxiang had some concerns when he heard the proposal, he did not raise any objections as it seemed to be the only viable option. Thus, after receiving Qinsho Fuxiang's orders, he immediately sent messengers to the various major clans. While the Senju clan was pleading for aid, the situation on the Rishan clan front was gradually stabilizing. Patriarch, the Uchiha clan has already struck. The Senju clan's defenses have been breached. It won't be long before the Uchiha clan conquers the Senju clan's territory. Then we can join forces with the Uchiha clan to attack from both sides and completely annihilate the Senju clan. Hyūga Hung said excitedly. The Hyūga clan, who had been in despair, were invigorated by this news. Thus, during the Senju clan's fierce assault, they held their ground tenaciously. Senju Heijian and his companion were exasperated by the Hyūga clan's sudden resilience. They had received orders for reinforcements the day before, but now they couldn't break through the Hyūga clan, and retreating was impossible, as the Hyūga clan clung to them like a stubborn plaster. Brother, what should we do now? The Patriarch ordered us to withdraw, but the Hyūga clan won't let us go. Senju Tongjian said dejectedly. As the frontline commander, Senju Heijian's face was grim. From yesterday's news, the Uchiha clan had wiped out the border forces. Just as they were at a loss, a summoning beast appeared before them. It seems the Patriarch has new developments. Senju Heijian quickly opened the scroll and read it carefully. After a while, his brows finally relaxed. This is the latest message from the Patriarch. We are to dispatch some ninjas back for reinforcements. The clan can still gather a few hundred more people. Moreover, the Patriarch has sent envoys to other clans for aid. They should send help soon. After Senju Heijian finished speaking, both of them heaved a sigh of relief. They had been worried about the clan these past few days, but fortunately Senju Butsuma had found a way to break the enemy. In that case, let's mobilize the troops and return now. Speed is of the essence. The sooner we act, the better. We should return to the clan before the Hyūga clan realizes what's happening. Senju Tongjian said anxiously. Every minute meant more danger for the clan, and he couldn't afford to waste any time. Alright, then go and gather the ninjas now. There are 200 people here. Take 1100 of them, and the rest will stay. As for the remaining ninjas, I will gradually tighten the formation and move closer to the clan. Senju Tongjian made this decision after some thought. Good. After finalizing the plan, the two immediately set to work. The Hyūga clan was completely unaware of this. While the Senju clan was busy with their arrangements, the Uchiha clan had fully taken over the mines and lands promised by the Hyūga clan, expanding the Uchiha clan's territory once again. Madara, on the other hand, seemed in no hurry to attack the Senju clan's territory. Instead, after penetrating deep into the Senju clan's heartland, he consolidated all the mines and resources, advancing steadily. Even with the steady advance, the Uchiha clan approached to within 1,000 meters of the Senju clan by evening, facing them from a distance. The Uchiha clan's encampment could even see the lights of the Senju clan. As the Uchiha clan arrived, Senju Butsuma received the news immediately. He gathered everyone overnight ready for battle, even donning his armor and taking up his weapons. But when he saw that the Uchiha clan was not attacking immediately, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just then a report from his subordinate stirred the emotions of the aging man. Patriarch, the Uchiha clan has sent an envoy. They say they want to discuss something about the young master. What? About Hashirama. Hurry, let him in. Senju Butsuma, disregarding propriety, quickly ordered the envoy to be brought in. As soon as he spoke, a man in combat gear entered, his clothes bearing the Uchiha clan's fan crest. Speak. What does the Uchiha clan want by sending someone here? Senju Butsuma narrowed his eyes, and his imposing aura like a mountain pressed down on the ninja. The terrifying pressure startled the ninja, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Although his strength was considerable, he felt intimidated before a powerhouse like Senju Butsuma. However, recalling that the Uchiha clan's ninjas were nearby, his unease gradually dissipated. Senju Butsuma, seated above, was somewhat surprised that the ninja recovered his composure so quickly. Nevertheless, he subtly withdrew his aura, a common tactic in negotiations. To intimidate the opponent from the start, so as to seize the initiative later. But it seemed this time it had failed. Senju Butsuma, let me introduce myself. I am Uchiha Ko, sent by the young patriarch to discuss the matter of your eldest son. Having said this, Uchiha Ko looked at Senju Butsuma with a mocking expression. Weren't you acting tough just now? Now your son's life is in my hands. Let's see if you can keep up the act. The composed Senju Butsuma, upon hearing this, could no longer maintain his posture and hastily asked, You mean Hashirama? Where is Hashirama now? How is he? At that moment, Senju Butsuma was in turmoil. He no longer resembled a clan patriarch, but rather a worried father concerned for his child. Patriarch Senju, don't be so hasty. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Rest assured the young master is being well treated and well fed in our hands. Uchiha Ko raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. Senju Butsuma thought to himself, this envoy comes with ill intent. After a silent sigh, he invited Uchiha Ko to sit down and talk. Speak. What does the Uchiha clan want to release Hashirama? Senju Butsuma glared at Uchiha Ko darkly, who ignored the devouring gaze, and said, to save the young master, it depends on what price Patriarch Senju is willing to offer. Likewise, I'm curious how much your own son is worth to you. Uchiha Ko taunted Senju Butsuma. His words were insidious, pitting family against son, a difficult choice to make. As the patriarch of the Senju clan, he could not allow the clan's interests to be harmed. Yet he was also a father, and from a father's perspective, he could not bear to see his son die. For a moment, Senju Butsuma felt utterly drained, as if he had aged decades in an instant. Uchiha Ko was naturally pleased with this, and did not interrupt Senju Butsuma, watching the show with amusement, curious to see what decision he would make. After a long while, Senju Butsuma, who had been motionless like a statue, seemed to have finally made a decision. He raised his head and spoke. I am willing to exchange the 5 mines and affiliated lands of my Senju clan for Hashirama, and on the condition that your Uchiha clan also cease hostilities with my Senju clan. As soon as Senju Butsuma finished speaking, Uchiha Ko laughed. Forgive me, Senju clan leader, as a ninja I usually do not laugh, but your words are truly hilarious, ha. Uchiha Ko's laughter immediately darkened Senju Butsuma's face to an ashen hue. He had not expected an obscure nameless ninja to dare mock him. What? Is it that amusing? Senju Butsuma asked, suppressing his anger. Of course. Does the esteemed eldest son hold only this value in the eyes of the Senju clan leader? To be frank, the Hyūga clan, to forge an alliance with our Uchiha clan, used a full 20 mine veins plus hundreds of millions of gold ryo and countless supplies just to secure our intervention. The lives of our Uchiha clan ninjas are exceedingly precious. Your paltry offerings would not even satisfy a beggar. Uchiha Ko's mocking tone was undisguised, darkening Senju Butsuma's face even further. So saying your Uchiha clan intends to demand an exorbitant price. Exorbitant is not the word. We merely wish to know in the Senju clan leader's heart how much the ninjas of the Senju clan and his own son are truly worth. But it seems now in your eyes, as both clan leader and father, they are utterly worthless. Uchiha Ko looked at Senju Butsuma with a sneer. Insolent. Do you truly think I dare not kill you? Senju Butsuma, finally unable to contain his fury, slammed the table and rose to his feet, his gaze filled with murderous intent toward Uchiha Ko, as if he would tear him apart. TSK, you're getting worked up, Uchiha Ko's words only inflamed Senju Butsuma further. What, you want to kill me? Hey, if you kill me now, your Senju clan might not survive the night. Think carefully, Senju Butsuma. If you want this head of mine, take it. But when I die, your Senju clan will be buried with me. Under Senju Butsuma's boundless killing intent, Uchiha Ko, though inwardly flustered, maintained a fearless expression. Senju Butsuma, however, was intimidated by his words. Yes, what could killing him achieve? Nothing more than momentary relief, followed by the inevitable assault of the Uchiha clan. With this thought, Senju Butsuma let out a dejected sigh. Speak. What does your Uchiha clan demand? As long as it is not excessive, I will agree. Senju Butsuma, seeming to surrender, said, with helpless resignation despite his reluctance. Uchiha Ko, sensing the moment ripe, ceased his mockery of Senju Butsuma. Our young clan leader's intention is this: return Senju Hashirama and cease hostilities. Your Senju clan must cede 25 mines and their affiliated lands to our Uchiha clan. Additionally, you must compensate 3 billion gold ryo and 10 times the supplies our Uchiha clan expended in this war. The moment Senju Butsuma heard these demands, his expression shifted, and he was about to speak, but Uchiha Ko interrupted him. I know what you intend to say. These terms are non-negotiable. Do you not value the life of the Senju clan's strongest young heir and your clansmen at this price? Moreover, once you compensate, our Uchiha clan will mediate the conflict between you and the Hyūga clan. After Uchiha Ko finished, Senju Butsuma was torn. To be honest, though these demands were exorbitant for the Senju clan, they would amount to a severe, but not crippling blow, preserving the clan's foundation. Senju Butsuma was tempted. Seeing that he did not outright refuse, Uchiha Ko knew there was hope, and quickly added, Senju clan leader, it is late tonight. I will return tomorrow at noon. I hope by then you will have a reply that satisfies both parties. Otherwise, humph. Uchiha Ko said no more, but the final 2 humphs carried a murderous intent that Senju Butsuma could discern. After Uchiha Ko left, Senju Butsuma hastily summoned Senju Kuken and others to discuss. While the peace negotiations were actively underway, the envoy sent by Madara also arrived at the Hyūga clan. Madara's intent was to inform Hyūga Tenjin that half of the Senju clan's frontline forces had been secretly withdrawn. Now was the perfect time for their revenge. The reason Madara simultaneously negotiated and informed the Hyūga to attack was to pressure the Senju clan into quickly accepting his terms, while also greatly weakening the strength of both the Senju and Hyūga clans. Clan leader. Someone from the Uchiha clan has arrived. Hyūga Tenjin and others who were discussing plans for the next battle against the Senju looked up at the sound. Someone from the Uchiha clan. Let them in. Hyūga Tenjin sat down and ordered the envoy sent by Madara to be brought in. Soon the Uchiha ninja entered the tent. Honorable envoy, what brings you here today? Hyūga Tenjin asked with a hint of curiosity. Hyūga clan leader. Our young clan leader has sent me to tell you good news. Hearing Hyūga Tenjin's inquiry, the Uchiha ninja spoke calmly. What good news? Hyūga Tenjin lifted his head, a look of keen interest on his face as he regarded the Uchiha ninja. Our young clan leader instructs me to inform you that the Senju clan has secretly recalled half of their ninjas for reinforcement. Now is the Hyūga clan's chance for revenge. The Uchiha ninja's words struck like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sending a shock through the Hyūga clan's high-ranking members. Is this information accurate? Hyūga Tenjin asked, his breath quickening. Excitement gleamed in his eyes. The stalemate they had endured arose from equal numbers, but if the Senju had indeed secretly withdrawn half their forces, they could finally wipe out their disgrace and take vengeance. How could Hyūga Tenjin not be stirred? The news is true. The Senju forces are already nearing their clan territory. Now is the moment to strike them a heavy blow, so our young clan leader specially sent me to inform you. With the Uchiha ninja's confirmation, Hyūga Tenjin immediately exclaimed excitedly, everyone. Since the Senju have secretly withdrawn half their men, their camp likely holds little more than one of zero ninjas. In that case, why not launch a night raid straight into the Senju camp, avenge our fallen, and honor the spirits of our Hyūga ancestors? Hyūga Tenjin spoke with fervor. The many Hyūga clansmen below, upon hearing that the Senju had secretly withdrawn their ninjas, realized their opportunity had come. In an instant, the entire Hyūga clan was quietly gathered, preparing to launch an assault against the Senju clan. The Hyūga clan acted with remarkable speed. In no time at all the ninjas in the camp had gathered. The clan leader announced that everyone was present. Upon hearing this, Hinata Tianrin spoke with excitement. Everyone, today we shall wipe away our shame and exact our revenge. Follow me and drive back the Senju clan. Hinata Tianrin raised his arm, and the Hyūga ninjas below responded in unison. They had been suppressed by the Senju for far too long, their numbers dwindling from 2,000 to just over 1,000. The toll of these battles was devastating. With a cry of kill, Tianrin issued the command, and over 1,000 Hyūga ninjas charged straight for the Senju camp. The Uchiha ninjas watched this scene with a glint in their eyes, then slowly melted into the darkness. This night was destined to be another filled with slaughter. Thanks to the Uchiha clan's leak, the Hyūga had thrown all their strength into the battle. In just one night, they had completely driven back Senju Doken and his forces, forcing them to retreat hundreds of li. Their numbers had dwindled from over 1,000 to just over 500. In a single night, they had lost half their men. Dawn once again dispelled the darkness, and the first rays of morning sunlight finally fell upon the blood-soaked land. News of Senju Doken's defeat also reached Senju Butsuma. The setbacks on both fronts tormented this once mighty leader. Yet there was some good news. The troops called back from the front lines had returned. Efforts to seek reinforcements from other clans had also borne fruit. Most critically, the Kagaya clan had begun to mobilize their forces. Soon they would clash with the Uchiha, alleviating some of the pressure. But Senju Butsuma's plans were not as sound as he hoped. Madara was no fool. He had already anticipated Butsuma's intentions. So early this morning, Madara led the Uchiha ninjas to appear outside the Senju clan's territory, assuming a posture of attack. Senju Butsuma received this news immediately and hastily gathered his ninjas to prepare for battle. Senju clan leader. It has been a long time, hasn't it? Facing the crippled Senju Butsuma across the battlefield, Madara greeted him with a smile. An onlooker would have thought the two were old friends. You, chi, ha, ma, de, are. Senju Butsuma gritted his teeth, uttering Madara's name with murderous intent. His hatred for Madara was immense. If not for him, Butsuma would never have been reduced to this state. Heh, Senju clan leader, don't be so agitated. I came early just to bring you some cheer. A playful smile curled at the corner of Madara's lips. Uchiha Madara, what trick are you playing now? Since being ambushed, Senju Butsuma had become far more cautious. When Madara spoke these words, Butsuma immediately grew wary, suspecting some sinister scheme. Madara saw Butsuma's cautious demeanor and shook his head in disdain. A top-tier powerhouse and clan leader now reduced to such timidity and hesitation. He had completely lost his courage and conviction, like an aged Sarutobi Hiruzen in his twilight years. Heh, I wouldn't play tricks. I simply thought you might miss your son after so long, so I brought Hashirama here personally, so that father and son could reunite. With that, Madara clapped his hands, and Hashirama was brought forward. The moment Hashirama appeared, Senju Butsuma's heart sank. As expected, Madara spoke again. Senju clan leader, no need to thank me. First catch up with Hashirama. After saying this, Madara looked at Butsuma with a smile, saying no more as if waiting for a good show. Though Senju Butsuma felt a vague unease when he saw Senju Hashirama's haggard face, his heart clenched as if gripped by a giant hand aching with pain. Hashirama, are you alright? Despite everything, Senju Butsuma was still a father. He asked with concern. Father, I am fine. They want to use me to threaten you. You must not agree. Seeing his father's worry, Hashirama felt a warmth in his heart. But when he thought of Madara's plan, he quickly warned Butsuma. Madara remained unmoved by Hashirama's warning, as if it had nothing to do with him. Madara showed no reaction, but every Senju ninja's face darkened. They had all heard Hashirama's words. They worried whether Senju Butsuma would compromise for his son's sake. Sensing the gazes of his clansmen behind him, Senju Butsuma's heart skipped a beat. Damn, this is bad. That brat isn't using Hashirama to threaten me. He wants to incite infighting within the Senju clan. Feeling the stares from behind, Butsuma understood everything. Madara had deliberately used Hashirama's mouth to speak those words, sowing discord between the clan leader and his people, thus weakening the Senju. It was a truly venomous move. Seeing Butsuma's silence, Madara decided to add fuel to the fire. Heh, Senju clan leader, now that you've seen him safe and sound, shouldn't you fulfill the promise you made last night? True to form, Madara's words doused the flames of suspicion among the Senju ninjas, amplifying them. Even Senju Doken, who had returned to reinforce, furrowed his brow and looked at Butsuma. Clan leader. Senju Doken's tone carried a hint of accusation. What did you promise the Uchiha? His words were like a signal. Other ninjas soon voiced their questions. Yes, clan leader, what conditions did you agree to with the Uchiha? Right, why didn't you tell us? Exactly. Clan leader, explain clearly what you discussed with the Uchiha. Due to the recent string of defeats, the discontent among the Senju clansmen erupted with these words. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Senju Butsuma knew he had to explain. Otherwise, before the Uchiha even made a move, the Senju ninjas might turn on him. Everyone quiet. Last night the Uchiha came to me with certain conditions in exchange for Hashirama, but I did not agree. Senju Butsuma looked at his clansmen with sincerity. Those who had questioned him began to believe him, as Butsuma had served as clan leader for many years and still retained some credibility. Just as things seemed to improve, Madara spoke again. Clan leader of the Senju, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? I've brought the person to you as promised. If you refuse, I will kill him. Ban said, releasing his killing intent, and immediately drew a kunai and pressed it against Senju Jujin's neck. His masterful performance once again caused many Senju ninjas to suspect Senju Fujian. Just as the atmosphere became extremely oppressive again, a summoning beast arrived at Senju Fujian's side. The other Senju ninjas naturally recognized the summoning beast. It was the one specifically used by the Senju clan to convey messages. This kind of summoning beast was never used unless in an emergency, yet it was now deployed. One could only imagine what had happened. Senju Tongjian, standing behind Senju Fujian, immediately changed color upon seeing the familiar summoning beast, as if he had guessed something. Impossible. This. After reading the contents of the scroll, Senju Fujian's expression turned even more grim. The Rishian clan's surprise attack had once again dealt a heavy blow to the Senju clan, leaving it utterly weakened. Clan leader, what happened? Seeing Senju Fujian looking as if he had lost his soul, Senju Tongjian asked anxiously. Last night the Rishian clan launched a surprise attack on our Senju clan, causing us heavy losses. We are no longer able to fight. Senju Fujian let out a dazed sigh and calmly stated the situation. With the war having reached this point, their clan's territory threatened, more than half of their strength lost, and their land seized. The Senju clan was utterly defeated in this war. Humph, there's no choice. The situation cannot continue like this, or the Senju clan will be completely annihilated. Senju Fujian said with a grave expression. The surrounding Senju elders fell into deep silence. Negotiating with the Uchiha clan now might be too late, as they had already arrived at their doorstep, and the Senju clan was no match in strength. Analyzing these points, the probability of a peace talk is too low. No, they will. If they wanted to attack the Senju clan, they would have done so long ago. As the clan leader, Senju Fujian naturally saw more clearly than the others. In fact, he was right. Ban indeed had no intention of continuing the war with the Senju clan, though the Senju had suffered heavy losses. However, the Senju clan was still a major clan with over 1,000 ninjas. The Uchiha only outnumbered them by a few hundred. If they fought to the bitter end, the Uchiha would also suffer heavy casualties. If they did so, their strength would decline significantly, giving other clans an opportunity to take advantage. Ban would never allow that to happen. Uchiha Ban, since you've spoken, let's discuss the peace talks in front of everyone. After taking a deep breath, Senju Fujian said with a solemn face. Negotiation was a skillful art. This is a matter concerning the interests of both clans, and we must not take it lightly. Oh, if it's a peace talk, then triple the terms from last night. And most importantly, your Senju clan must pledge allegiance to the Uchiha clan. Tribute. Ban's conditions were harsher than last night. Not only Senju Fujian, but even the Uchiha ninjas were worried whether the Senju would agree. Uchiha Ban, don't go too far. The Senju clan may be weak, but we are not at the point of being slaughtered. Senju Fujian spoke with great backbone. Although the Senju clan was not as strong as the Uchiha now, it did not mean they could be bullied. If the Uchiha went too far, they would definitely fight back. Huh. Senju Fujian, you don't really think your Senju clan is still the same as before, do you? The times have changed, and now it's the era of the Uchiha clan. I can tell you clearly, if you refuse the terms, you will face a joint attack from other clans. By then your Senju clan will be wiped out, and you won't have any face left to save. Ban's words were ruthless, but the truth was exactly that. After a moment of silence, Senju Fujian said, "No. 5 times is too much. At most 3 times. We can only give you 20 mines, and the subsidiary lands will also be given to you. As for gold and supplies, we don't have that much, and it will take time to raise them. As for pledging allegiance and paying tribute." Though unwilling in his heart, Senju Fujian finally agreed to the terms. Alright, 3 times is acceptable. If so, we can sign the agreement. Once the ceasefire treaty is signed, the Uchiha clan will mediate with the Rishon clan. With Senju Fujian's agreement, Ban nodded. A nearby ninja quickly handed over a scroll. Clan leader Senju, these are the terms of the ceasefire treaty. Please take a look. As Ban finished speaking, the ninja threw the scroll to Senju Fujian. After checking it and finding no errors, Senju Fujian finally signed his name. Ban did the same. Thus, the ceasefire treaty was successfully concluded, meaning the Senju clan would change from an equal status with the Uchiha to a subordinate relationship. As Ban signed his name, Senju Fujian collapsed onto the ground, as if all his spirit had been drained. He knew that from this day on he would become the center of the Senju clan. Ban looked at Senju Fujian sitting on the ground, and with a wave of his right hand, the Uchiha ninja behind him released Senju Jujian. The moment he was freed, Jujian rushed to Senju Fujian's side. Alright. Since the ceasefire treaty has been signed, we will take our leave. I hope the Senju clan will complete the handover as soon as possible. Likewise, the Uchiha clan will send someone to the Rishon clan to mediate your war. I hope you will select a representative soon. Ban casually announced, then turned and left with his people, leaving the Senju clan behind in dejection. Victors always make themselves stronger, while the defeated can only silently hide in the shadows, licking their wounds, waiting for a chance to seek revenge. The news of the peace agreement between the Senju and Uchiha clans quickly spread throughout the ninja world. What shocked them was not the ceasefire itself, but its terms. The Senju clan had never suffered such humiliation in all these years. As the news spread further, the Rishon clan also received it. Upon hearing the news, they immediately held a meeting to discuss their next move. After all, the ceasefire between the Uchiha and Senju greatly affected them. While they were discussing their next step, they were unaware that Ban had already set his sights on them. As part of the ceasefire terms with the Senju clan, the Uchiha naturally had to mediate the war between the Rishon and Senju. The envoy sent to the Rishon clan was none other than Rishon D-Ren. As soon as the armistice agreement was signed, Madara immediately summoned Hyūga Chijin and entrusted him with the mission of visiting the Hyūga clan, assigning the task of diplomacy to him. He told Chijin that it was time to help him reclaim the Hyūga clan. Overjoyed by the news, Chijin quickly pledged to complete the mission and obey Madara's orders. After professing his loyalty, Chijin set off for the Hyūga clan with 2 Hyūga members and 2 Uchiha members. The Uchiha were there to put Madara at ease, serving as constant surveillance over Chijin. Under Chijin's leadership, the group finally arrived at the Hyūga clan's compound the following day. Gazing at the familiar yet alien structures from afar, Chijin felt as if an era had passed. When he had left this place, he was brimming with passion to achieve greatness and expand the clan's territory. Now he was merely a avenger seeking to reclaim everything that was his. Let's go. We're entering. After a deep lingering look at this strange, yet familiar place, Chijin led the group inside. The 2 Hyūga members behind him also had excitement flickering in their eyes. All their hard work had been for this very moment. If Chijin regained power, they would surely rise to great heights. Who goes there? The guard, sensing someone approaching the compound, immediately stepped forward to stop them. But upon recognizing Chijin's face, he exclaimed in astonishment, "A second young master." Seeing the guard's reaction, Chijin sighed inwardly. It seemed the Hyūga clan had believed him dead. His good brother had certainly worked hard to spread that news. After muttering to himself, he looked up with a cold expression. "What? Have you forgotten me after just a few days?" The guard, facing Chijin's icy demeanor, felt a chill run down his spine. What is going on? Wasn't the second young master dead? Could this be an imposter? This thought consumed the guard's mind. Word had spread that Chijin was dead, confirmed by the former clan head. Now a perfect double appearing. Surely it was a fake. Bastard. This is the Hyūga clan, not a place for your insolence. Who are you and why are you impersonating our fallen second young master? I advise you to confess immediately, or I'll show you no mercy. The guard-eyed Chijin and his group warily ready to attack at any sign of trouble. Chijin frowned at the guard's disbelief, then activated his Byakugan without hesitation. In an instant the veins around Chijin's eyes bulged. The guard stared in shock, realizing that this man indeed possessed the Byakugan. He truly was the second young master. The guard was dumbfounded, unsure what to do. Just then an Uchiha ninja stepped forward. We are Uchiha ninja. This gentleman is indeed Hyūga Chijin, and he is fully in charge of the negotiations. The Uchiha ninja then displayed his Sharingan to confirm his words. His declaration hit the guard like a magnitude 10 earthquake, leaving him utterly stunned. This. How did the second young master become an envoy of the Uchiha clan? In that moment the guard's mind was a mess. But he knew his duty, and despite his confusion, he led the group into the Hyūga compound. Clan leader, elders. The guard entered the room hesitating. Hyūga Tenjin and the others frowned at his demeanor. What's wrong? Speak up, Tenjin urged impatiently, as they had important matters to discuss. The guard, seeing their annoyance, gritted his teeth and said firmly, Clan leader, the second young master and the Uchiha envoys have arrived. Hearing this, Tenjin replied casually, Oh, it's just Uchiha ninja. I know, let them. Huh. Wait, who did you say? The second young master. Tenjin abruptly stopped mid-sentence, realizing what he had heard. Yes. The second young master has returned, and he comes as an envoy of the Uchiha clan. The guard's words struck Tenjin's heart like a heavy hammer. How is this possible? Why didn't he die? Why didn't the Uchiha kill him? A torrent of questions flooded Tenjin's mind. He couldn't understand why Chijin was alive and had become an Uchiha envoy. Though Tenjin was now clan leader, his position was precarious. The others in the room only outwardly accepted his leadership because of the emergency and the fact that he was the sole remaining heir of the main house, allowing him to take control so smoothly. But now his brother, his greatest rival, had returned. Even after all this time, many within the clan still favored Chijin. And just as Tenjin was about to deal with those loyalists, Chijin's return threw him into panic. It was obvious to all that Chijin had latched onto the Uchiha clan and was back to seize power. In an instant the room's atmosphere grew strange as the high-ranking members exchanged knowing glances. No one was foolish. They saw the power struggle between the two brothers, one with internal advantage, the other with external backing. The situation seemed evenly matched, and the cunning elders chose to remain silent, watching from the sidelines like spectators at a drama. Choosing sides was not a decision to be made lightly. Their best course was to stay neutral. Though they might not be favored by the eventual victor, it was far better than losing their lives. Tenjin took a deep breath and lifted his head, his eyes gradually regaining calm. Recent events had taught him one lesson: never show your true face to your opponent. Let them in. As Tenjin finished speaking, a familiar voice rang out. Long time no see, my dear elder brother. As the voice rang out, a familiar face appeared before them. It was Rishiang Diren. Diren. Long time no see. Rishiang Tunrin gazed at the familiar visage, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, as if reminiscing about times gone by. Likewise, Rishiang Diren, upon seeing his elder brother again, felt an intense turmoil within. The two brothers stared at each other for a moment before the nostalgia in their eyes dissipated entirely. Everyone, I have come on behalf of the Uchiha clan to negotiate a ceasefire among the Senju, Hyūga, and Uchiha clans. Rishiang Diren stated this matter with a calm expression, as if he were not a member of the Hyūga clan at all. Second young master, how did you become an envoy of the Uchiha clan? Rishiang Kong looked at Rishiang Diren with confusion, and so did the other clan elders. It's a long story. After my defeat last time, I was captured, but the clan delayed redeeming me. Coincidentally, the Uchiha clan recently formed an alliance with our Hyūga clan, and to show their sincerity, they released me and sent me as an envoy to mediate the relations. Rishiang Diren briefly explained his situation, a mocking smile curling on his lips. The Hyūga elders present flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. Many among them had contributed to why Rishiang Diren had not been ransomed, especially Rishiang Tianren. He felt that Rishiang Diren's words were a direct mockery of him, which darkened his expression. Diren, you've been wrong these past days. The reason we didn't ransom you immediately is that the clan faced some issues, so you need to understand. Rishiang Tianren said this while putting on a sighing expression. But Rishiang Diren would not believe his brother's act. He knew exactly why he had been in trouble, and the more Rishiang Tianren behaved this way, the stronger his resentment grew. Is that so? It seems the clan did have problems while I was away. Now that I'm back, the clan can't continue like this. These seemingly ordinary words from Rishiang Diren made Rishiang Tianren's expression shift. He knew his younger brother, though not openly breaking with him, was clearly vying for power. Rishiang Diren's words implied that before his return the clan had made mistakes, clearly pointing to Rishiang Tianren's failures. He did not acknowledge Rishang Tianren's position as clan leader, insisting that he was merely an acting leader. This angered Rishang Tianren. His brother was no easy opponent. Brother speaks wisely. However, the clan needs stability now, so we should first sign a treaty with the Senju clan. I trust you won't let the clan suffer, Diren. Moreover, father has not yet been buried. We should see to his interment first, so that his soul may rest in peace. Rishang Tianren immediately put on a sorrowful expression after saying this, and the others saw him as a filial son. But unlike the others, Rishang Diren's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Rishang Tianren's words were meant to suppress him. Since you, Rishang Diren, want to seize power, I won't allow it. You exploit the peace talks and war to make your move, so I'll use righteousness to suppress you. You want to seize power now? Sorry, the clan has many affairs and father has just died. Are you so eager to usurp? What kind of conduct is that? Rishang Diren was certain that if he continued, the Hyūga clan would shun him, and he would never become clan leader. Elder brother is right. As a son, I should first pay respects to father and let him rest in peace. Rishang Diren was not to be outdone. Since you use father to suppress me, I'll put aside the peace talks for now. As time passes, the Senju clan will surely prepare for revenge, and when that happens before Rishang Tianren can speak, others will beg me to negotiate. I can then win their hearts. Seeing that Rishang Diren did not immediately discuss the peace talks, and instead planned to pay respects to their father, Rishang Tianren grew anxious. Diren, I think we should first sign the ceasefire with the Senju clan. I believe father's spirit in heaven would wish for this too. Upon hearing this, Rishang Diren shook his head and said earnestly, Brother, say no more. Filial piety is the foremost virtue. As a son, I must first pay respects to father. With that, Rishang Diren ignored everyone and turned toward the place where Rishang Zhenghe's body was kept. You want to dismantle my leverage? Dream on. Since you want to use father to pressure me, I'll have father buried first, and then see what excuse you have. Rishang Diren thought bitterly, quickening his pace. Inside the room, watching Rishang Diren leave, Rishang Tianren's face gradually darkened, and his killing intent increased. Eldest young master, since there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. As the atmosphere grew more tense, an elder finally spoke to break the silence. One by one, several others left. Rishang Tianren watched them go, his murderous intent almost tangible. Bastards! You old fools, do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? And my dear brother, why do you always haunt me? This time I will kill you with my own hands. Rishang Tianren screamed inwardly. The elders who left were former supporters of Rishang Diren. Their support had only come because Rishang Diren was presumed dead and the clan was in chaos, leaving them no choice. Rishang Tianren had accepted them only to avoid further turmoil, but he had always marginalized them. Now that Rishang Diren was back, these people crawled back like dogs wagging their tails. Clan leader, since there's nothing else, we'll take our leave too. After these people left, another portion of the remaining elders departed. These were the neutrals who had wavered between him and Rishang Diren. Now that Diren was back, they returned to their old stance of neutrality. Rishang Tianren looked expressionlessly at the elders behind him. Those who remained were his most steadfast supporters, which brought him some comfort. Rishang Diren, just wait. Since I defeated you once, I can defeat you a second time. Rishang Tianren murmured to himself. It was not boastful. Although Rishang Diren still had many old followers, the number of high-ranking elders controlled by Rishang Tianren far exceeded that of Rishang Diren's faction. Come, follow me to father's funeral hall. Rishang Tianren waved his hand and walked toward the hall with a cold expression. A new round of conflict had begun. Hyūga Chijin gazed at the corpse within the funeral hall, his eyes tinged with red as he slowly stepped forward. No one dared to stop him. Approaching Hyūga Zhenghe, memories of his father flashed through Hyūga Chijin's mind, causing a pang of bitterness in his heart. Father, I have come, but why could you not wait for me? Hyūga Chijin murmured softly. Rest assured. Father, I will surely become the new clan leader and make the Hyūga clan even stronger. Likewise, a cold glint flashed in Hyūga Chijin's eyes. I will make those traitors pay the price. As if on cue, Hyūga Tianren strode in with his men. My dear elder brother, what brings you here? Hyūga Chijin spoke without turning his head. Hyūga Tianren paid him no heed, walking straight to Hyūga Zhenghe's side. Neither spoke, they simply knelt in silence. After a long silence, Hyūga Chijin finally spoke. Brother, let us bury father tomorrow. Hyūga Tianren replied with a single cold word. Fine. Though they agreed on the date, both harbored ulterior motives. According to tradition, the one who presides over the clan leader's burial is the next leader, but neither would allow the other to take that role. After kneeling for a while longer, they each returned to their quarters to gather their subordinates and discuss the next day's plans. The night passed in an instant. Soon it was time for Hyūga Zhenghe's burial. As the clan leader of the Hyūga, his funeral was naturally grand and solemn. All three remaining elders of the Hyūga clan attended. Soon the Hyūga brothers, the main figures, arrived. The moment they saw each other, sparks flew between their gazes. Chijin, according to tradition, I as the new clan leader shall preside over father's funeral. Huh. Brother, you are not the new clan leader. As far as I know, you are merely an acting leader appointed in a crisis. Don't wave a chicken feather as a command baton. Hyūga. Chijin's sarcastic words infuriated Hyūga Tianrin. This is father's funeral. Stop causing trouble, Chijin. Stop causing trouble, Chijin. Hyūga Tianrin's tone was now filled with murderous intent. Though he resented his father's favoritism toward his younger brother, death extinguished all flames. This was after all their father, and he did not wish any mishap at the funeral. Hyūga Chijin cast a silent glance at Hyūga Tianrin and relented. Fine. Let us both take a step back. He is my father too. As his son, I must see him off on his final journey. Hyūga Chijin fell silent after uttering those words. Looking at the quiet Hyūga Chijin, Hyūga Tianrin finally nodded. Once the agreement was reached, the funeral proceeded. As the Hyūga clan was immersed in sorrow, the ninja army of the Hyūga clan had already reached the border of the Yuzhibo clan. Ever since the envoy from the Chinsho clan sought their aid, the Hyūga clan had seen an opportunity, a chance to become the greatest clan in the ninja world. Clan leader, the Yuzhibo are currently at war with the Chinsho. The border must be lightly guarded. Let us attack now. A Hyūga clansman spoke with wild excitement. The Hyūga clan was known throughout the ninja world as madmen. From the clan leader to the children, they were all war fanatics. Good. Launch the attack immediately. From today onward, the Hyūga clan shall become the greatest in the ninja world. Huh. Hyūga Chingda was already envisioning the glory after defeating the Yuzhibo. With Hyūga Chingda's command, countless Hyūga clansmen drew their own bones as weapons and charged forward. Little did they know that what awaited them was not glory but annihilation. The Hyūga ninjas did not use ninjutsu. They relied solely on taijutsu and their bloodline limit, the corpse bone pulse. This power gave them the confidence to stand in the ninja world, but also carried a terrible curse for every Hyūga ninja who possessed the corpse bone pulse. They would eventually be tortured to death by the bloodline disease. Yet in the cycle of nature, everything has its counterbalance. Although the bloodline disease was terrifying, there were ways to suppress it. In the ninja world, a specific herb existed solely to suppress the corpse bone pulse bloodline disease. However, its scarcity prevented widespread use. To obtain more of this herb, they needed to wage constant wars, seizing lands to search for it. The Hyūga clan's speed was remarkable. They covered several hundred meters in mere seconds. But as they entered the Yuzhibo border, countless Yuzhibo clansmen appeared on the surrounding high ground, the very ninjas that Ban had brought from the front lines. Due to the terrain, the only passage into Yuzhibo territory was through a narrow valley. All other routes were impassable. With this easily defensible terrain and the Yuzhibo's preparations, the Hyūga clan was met with a devastating blow the moment they charged. A storm of ninjutsu descended instantly, mixed with countless shuriken and kunai. Most deadly of all were the explosive tags the Yuzhibo had buried in advance. 3,000 explosive tags detonated simultaneously, their terrifying power shaking the entire valley, as if an earthquake had struck. The moment the tags exploded, the front of the valley was leveled into a plain. The first wave of hundreds of Hyūga ninjas caught off guard were reduced to ashes. Hyūga Chingda, who had been dreaming of becoming the greatest clan leader, was caught completely off guard by this sudden turn of events. The deafening explosions soon subsided, but the horrifying power of the explosive tags remained vivid in everyone's minds. The massive crater on the ground seared into every Hyūga ninja's heart. Bastard! What happened? Why so many explosive tags? After a few seconds, Hyūga Chingda finally realized he had been ambushed. His face darkened instantly. He had led his men out with full confidence, only to lose hundreds before even seeing the enemy. An ill omen for a campaign. Hyūga Chingda, I have been waiting for you. Ban's resounding voice echoed through the valley. Then countless Yuzhibo ninjas revealed themselves. Seeing this, Hyūga Chingda was stunned. He had secretly contacted the Chinsho clan. How could the Yuzhibo possibly know? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Ban answered his unspoken question as if reading his thoughts. Heh. The Senju clan informed me long ago of your Kagaya clan's plan to strike against us Uchiha. So every move you make is within my grasp. Though Madara was bluffing, his face bore an air of conviction and his words exuded an aura of one who orchestrates victory from afar. Yet Kagaya Chingda, as the clan head, was not so easily swayed by Madara's mere words. Humph. Such audacity. You even try to sow discord between our two clans. Everyone knows the Senju are your sworn enemies and your clans are at war. Your words lack all credibility. With a cold snort, Kagaya Chingda's face twisted with contempt. If one intends to deceive, at least craft a plausible excuse. This one was far too flimsy. Madara gazed down at Kagaya Chingda, noting his disbelief. He remained silent, knowing that the entire shinobi world was aware of the Senju's defeat, except the Kagaya clan, who in their preparations for war had sent no one out to gather intelligence. Other clans wary of these madmen would never approach them voluntarily. Thus the Kagaya clan remained ignorant of the news. Kagaya Chingda, the Senju have already made peace with us. As a token of their sincerity, they revealed your plans. If you doubt this, you may verify it at your leisure after the war concludes. Though reluctant to elaborate, Madara offered a brief explanation, for he still aimed to drive a wedge between the two clans. Given the Kagaya's nature, learning of their betrayal by the Senju would undoubtedly spur them to seek revenge, exactly what Madara desired. What? How could the Senju possibly make peace with you? Kagaya Chingda was utterly dumbfounded by Madara's revelation. He had prepared for so long only to hear this news at the very moment he believed he had done everything possible, only to be backstabbed by an ally. The indignity was unbearable. Bastard, who knows if you speak truth or lies? No matter what you say today, even if you spin gold from straw, I will fight the Uchiha clan. Though Kagaya Chingda said nothing aloud, he had already marked the Senju clan for retribution. This grudge could not be so easily settled, but all that would have to wait until the war with the Uchiha was over. Seeing his plan taking effect, Madara ceased his banter with Kagaya Chingda and immediately ordered his ninjas to attack. Thousands of Uchiha shinobi struck in unison, and the sky was instantly blanketed by an overwhelming curtain of fire release. A normal person would have retreated or countered with water release, but the Kagaya clan were no ordinary people. They were a pack of madmen. Confronted by the raging inferno, they did not fall back. Instead, they charged forward with frenzied glee. Of course, they were not entirely defenseless. Bones emerged from each of their bodies, and in an instant the hundreds of Kagaya ninjas below resembled an army of skeletons. Each of them was covered in a layer of bone, attempting to shield themselves from the fire release's damage. Though the bones boasted formidable defense, the flames might not burn them to death, but they could certainly roast them alive. Thus this wave cost them several hundred more lives. Madara's eyelid twitched at the sight. This was practically throwing away lives. Just as Madara prepared to end the battle personally, the system's voice chimed in his mind. Ding! A new mission has appeared. Host, would you like to accept it? Hearing the long-lost voice again, Madara's heart leaped with joy. This damned system finally has a mission, he muttered inwardly, and immediately chose to accept. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission accepted successfully. Mission: as a villain, you must utterly crush all defiance. Do not let these ugly madmen escape. Defeat the Kagaya clan's assault, and successfully make them bear a grudge against the Senju clan. Reward: 10000 fate-altering points. 1 pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. When the system's reward appeared, Madara's mind exploded with excitement. Though his wood release was formidable, he was after all an Uchiha, and the Uchiha were all about the eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan was simply irresistible. A huge profit, an immense profit, to earn such a reward from a mere Kagaya clan. After the initial thrill, Madara quickly refocused on the Kagaya clan below. Since the system has offered such a prize, I must obtain it. You will all sacrifice your lives for my ascent to power. Muttering the final words, Madara began pondering which technique to use to eliminate those below. He had a vast arsenal of jutsu at his disposal. After a moment, his eyes lit up. Since I can't decide, I'll use them all. Having made up his mind, Madara acted instantly. With a thought, he produced a large number of special kunai from the system space. Then without pause, he hurled them downward. The Uchiha ninjas witnessing this grew excited. They knew Madara was skilled in space-time ninjutsu, and exceptionally so. Seeing him throw kunai, they eagerly joined in tossing their own downward. The Kagaya clan, already battered, were bewildered by the seemingly pointless probing attack. They couldn't fathom why the Uchiha would resort to such meaningless tactics. Countless kunai rained down like a storm. Though sharp, they posed little threat to the Kagaya clan, who wielded the Shikatsumiyaku. With the concerted effort of the Uchiha ninjas, Madara's 100-odd special kunai were successfully thrown into the midst of the Kagaya forces. Now it was time for the hunt. Madara's eyes flashed red, revealing the three-tomoe Sharingan, and his figure vanished from sight. The Uchiha ninjas eagerly peered downward. Below, the Kagaya ninjas easily deflected the kunai, then stood dumbfounded. They assumed the Uchiha had exhausted their options and were running low on chakra. At this thought, the previously bewildered Kagaya clan grew excited, their faces once again contorting with madness. Just then, Madara's actions dealt them a resounding slap, jolting them back to reality. Madara blinked between the special kunai, and each time he appeared beside a target, he claimed the life of a Kagaya ninja. Their vaunted Shikatsumiyaku proved as useless as a facade. The Kagaya clan was stunned. They had never imagined Madara could kill with such speed. This was no war, it was a massacre. Quick, get away from those kunai. There's something wrong with them. As the clan leader of the Kagaya clan, a Kaga-level powerhouse, he immediately discerned the anomaly and shouted a warning. Hearing his alert, the Kagaya clan members swiftly retreated. Though they reacted promptly, hundreds were still reaped by Madara during their retreat. Cunning brat. I never expected you to master such a jutsu. I've underestimated you. Kagaya Shitoku declared with murderous intent. But now that we've seen your weakness, let's see what you can do next. After uttering these words, Kagaya Shitoku let out a sinister chuckle. Alas, it seems I'll have to resort to wood release. Madara sighed, then clapped his hands together. Would release advent of a world of flowering trees. As Madara completed the hand seals, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from his body. Kagaya Shitoku, who had been gloating moments ago, felt the overwhelming aura, and his expression shifted drastically. Impossible. How can a mere brat possess such an aura? Before Kagaya Shitoku could say more, countless trees burst forth from the ground, in an instant pressing down upon the Kagaya clan. No good. Everyone retreat immediately. After a momentary daze, Kagaya Shitoku roared. Given Madara's immense earlier aura, he knew the ensuing jutsu would be extraordinarily powerful, so he quickly warned his clansmen. Yet swift as his warning was, Madara's wood release was swifter. Countless trees engulfed the Kagaya clan shinobi in an instant. Help! Help! What is this? Clan leader, save me. The Kagaya shinobi trapped in the forest cried out in terror. Though Madara's wood release was fast, not all of them failed to evade. Those who escaped the jutsu stood trembling, still shaken by the experience. After all, they had sensed the lethal nature of the wood release. Madara silently assessed the Kagaya shinobi and realized that he could only eliminate this many, so he ceased outputting chakra. Just as the remaining Kagaya shinobi prepared to retreat further, the rampant wood release deprived of Madara's chakra halted. Kagaya Shitoku vaguely suspected that Madara might be running low on chakra. At that moment, the once calm buds on the trees burst into gigantic blossoms, their deadly beauty illuminated by the firelight. As the flowers bloomed, fine pollen instantly filled the forest. Kagaya Shitoku, curious at first, froze upon inhaling the pollen. No good. This pollen is poisonous. It restricts my chakra flow and leaves me powerless. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Kagaya Shitoku fled, without hesitation, retreating even farther. Having witnessed Madara's bizarre techniques, he dared not take any chances. Seeing their clan leader retreat, with a grim expression, the other Kagaya members followed suit. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Madara's tricks were far from over. Standing atop the trees, he formed hand seals, and a terrifying flame roared from his mouth, sweeping toward the wooden forest. In an instant, a massive blaze erupted, fed by the countless trees, the fire growing ever more ferocious. After unleashing the fire release, Madara swiftly retreated, watching the towering inferno from a distance, as if observing a fireworks display. The Uchiha shinobi at the rear, having witnessed Madara's unparalleled power, gazed at him with reverence. The Uchiha clan worshipped strength, and Madara's recent deeds had earned their deep admiration. Now, with Madara single-handedly repelling the Kagaya clan's assault, once more his prowess only deepened their awe. Finally, one shinobi shouted spontaneously, "Long live the young clan leader!" Thousands of Uchiha shinobi joined in, their voices so powerful that they seemed to part the clouds above. Long live the young clan leader! Long live the Uchiha! Long live the young clan leader! Long live the Uchiha! The earth-shaking cries echoed like waves, spreading far and wide. The Kagaya shinobi across the field could hear the chants clearly, and they fell silent. Kagaya Shitoku stared blankly into the distance. He never imagined he would suffer such a crushing defeat, and at the hands of a junior. Yet hearing the thunderous cheers, he seemed to understand that his loss was not unjust. Let's go. Those clansmen are beyond saving. From today, as long as Uchiha Madara lives, the Kagaya clan shall never engage the Uchiha in battle. Any clansman who encounters Uchiha Madara may surrender unconditionally. After taking a deep breath, Kagaya Shitoku uttered these words, then cast one last glance at the inferno behind him before turning away without lingering. The remaining Kagaya shinobi were stunned by his command. They never expected such an order. Yet as they looked back at the blazing fire, realization dawned. The surviving Kagaya shinobi quickly followed Kagaya Shitoku, leaving behind a place they would never forget. Thus the Kagaya clan's ambush ended anticlimactically. Those trapped by the wood release were as good as dead. News of Madara's triumph spread swiftly throughout the Uchiha clan. His fame soared within the clan, and some radical supporters even clamored for Madara to become clan leader immediately and take command. It was no exaggeration to say that Madara had become the very faith of the Uchiha clan. Even the current clan leader Uchiha Taijima might not wield as much influence as Madara now. Moreover, Madara's renown extended far beyond the Uchiha. He had single-handedly defeated the Senju clan, forcing them to sign a treaty, and repelled the Kagaya clan alone. He was also the earliest known prodigy to awaken the Sharingan in Uchiha history. With these accolades, the entire shinobi world was astounded. Every clan, upon reviewing the intelligence, immediately instructed their members. Avoid provoking the Uchiha, especially Uchiha Madara. He had truly elevated the entire Uchiha clan to its peak through his own might. Yet oblivious to the storm outside, the protagonist Madara now focused solely on the Mangekyo Sharingan, granted by the system, eager to discover its abilities. So this is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, incredibly powerful, far surpassing the Tomoe variant. At this moment, the entire world unfolded before Madara's eyes with extraordinary clarity. Unquestionably, if he wished, he could perceive anything with perfect precision. Even the subtle flow of air around him was as clear as day. System. What abilities does my Mangekyo Sharingan possess? Since this power was granted by the system, it only stood to reason that the system would be fully aware of its capabilities, so Madara immediately called out in inquiry. Though his composure was generally tranquil, a flicker of nervousness stirred within his heart. After all, this was the power of his own Mangekyo. His future strength and weakness hinged entirely upon it. Soon from within Madara's expectant, yet tense anticipation, the system's voice rang forth as promised. Ding! Since the host's Mangekyo Sharingan was granted by the system, in addition to the two innate abilities, the host may either select or independently awaken a new ability. Madara's excitement surged uncontrollably at these words, to the point where he felt an irresistible urge to set off firecrackers right then and there to celebrate his elation. System, you are too considerate. I can even choose my own abilities. Ding. Friendly reminder: if the host desires additional abilities, other dojutsu may be redeemed using fate points. Upon redemption, the host will gain the ability to use all redeemed dojutsu. To Madara's ears, these words from the system sounded like the most melodious music in the world. Huh. System, I truly love you. After excitedly exclaiming, Madara eagerly turned his attention to the dojutsu offerings. Truthfully, if the system possessed a physical form, he would have planted 2 enthusiastic kisses upon it just to express his jubilation. However, the moment this thought crossed his mind, the system's cold voice immediately blared forth. Ding. Warning: your thoughts are highly inappropriate. Cease them immediately. This system does not engage in homosexual activities. Though the system's tone remained largely detached, and icy, Madara swore he detected the faintest hint of panic within it. Madara chuckled lightly and ceased further provocation, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained fascination as he perused the dojutsu options. Kodo Amatsukami Kamui Tsukuyami. Gazing at the array of available dojutsu, Madara yearned to redeem every single one. Yet his rationality quickly reminded him that his fate points were woefully insufficient. Damn it. So many treasures, yet I could only take 2, while the rest remained cruelly out of reach. It was enough to make a child weep with longing. Suppressing his overwhelming urge to redeem everything, Madara began carefully analyzing which abilities he required most. My naturally bestowed dojutsu include enhanced ninjutsu and taijutsu abilities alongside powerful genjutsu that, while not matching Itachi's Tsukuyami, is hardly inferior. Coupled with the Susanoo inherent to the Mangekyo Sharingan, I am already comprehensive across ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Then, I shall opt for independent awakening rather than selection. After thorough deliberation, Madara ultimately chose to awaken his abilities independently. His current capabilities were already well-rounded, and the Mangekyo Sharingan was known as the eye that reflects the soul. Each awakener would manifest abilities tailored to their deepest personal needs. Thus, Madara opted for independent awakening, for only abilities born from himself would truly suit him. That said, he would not forego selection entirely, as an antagonist such as himself could certainly benefit from certain abilities within this collection. Ding. Host selection confirmed. You may independently awaken 2 dojutsu abilities. Upon hearing the system, Madara's gaze once again fell upon a particular dojutsu, one that proved absolutely crucial to him, for it would significantly bolster his identity as a great antagonist. System. Redeem Kamui for me. Ding. Confirming redemption of the Kamui dojutsu for 1000 fate points. Confirmed. The moment Madara confirmed, he felt an inexplicable shift within his eyes, and knowledge of how to wield Kamui flooded his consciousness. After absorbing the newfound memories, Madara immediately directed his gaze toward his desk, eager to test the power of Kamui. Kamui. Upon activation, spiritual energy erupted wildly within Madara's eyes. Ashi's version, both of Madara's eyes were fully intact, rendering the activation speed exponentially faster. In an instant, distorted spatial energy manifested mid-air, utterly pulverizing the entire desk. From activation to complete destruction, the entire process consumed merely a single second. Gazing at the shattered remains of the desk, Madara silently nodded in quiet approval, thoroughly satisfied with his dojutsu's power. System. Open my profile. Name: Uchiha Madara. Gender: male. Power level: Kage class peak. Item: Stormblade. Fate points: 120000. Abilities: Mangekyo Sharingan would release Kekkai Genkai. Madara contemplated the remaining 1200 fate points displayed on his profile. A considerable sum accumulated through his numerous alterations to Fate's course, with 1000 just recently expended. System. I wish to redeem the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, after extensive consideration, Madara ultimately resolved to obtain the eternal Mangekyo. After all, the Mangekyo carried severe drawbacks, and he refused to end up blind. Ding. The host currently lacks sufficient fate points. Please strive to complete missions. The system's words caused Madara to frown. System. How many fate points does the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan require? Ding. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is priced at 150,000 fate points. Upon hearing this figure, Madara's expression darkened considerably. 150,000 for a single Eternal Mangekyo. That was practically highway robbery. Though discontent, Madara nonetheless closed the system interface. I must make the Hyūga clan submission a priority. Only by altering the grand design can I gather sufficient fate points. With this resolved, Madara immediately employed the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive beside Hyūga Jiren. Earlier, when Jiren had set out, Madara had secretly marked him with a Flying Thunder God seal, enabling this instantaneous arrival. Young master, what brings you here? Hyūga Jiren, who had been deep in thought plotting his power grab, was utterly startled by Madara's sudden appearance. Though he had maintained awareness of his surroundings, the abrupt manifestation of Madara before his very eyes sent a jolt of shock through him. Enough. I came specifically for you. It has been far too long, and you still have not succeeded. I'm beginning to question whether you are truly capable. Madara regarded Hyūga Jiren with unmistakable disdain. Stung by words that struck at his very dignity, Jiren's initial surprise instantly dissolved into fierce indignation. How could I possibly fail? It is simply that my elder brother proves far too formidable. At the mention of Hyūga, Jiren's brow furrowed. These past days he and his brother had engaged in ceaseless rivalry, yet neither could gain the upper hand, leaving Jiren deeply vexed. Enough. I have come to assist you this time. Follow my plan, and you shall surely succeed in becoming clan leader. What? The young patriarch has a solution. Speak quickly. As long as you help me become the clan leader, I will immediately declare the Hyūga clan subordinate to the Uchiha clan. Hyūga spoke earnestly to Madara, marking the first time he had ever submitted to another. Yet he felt no resentment. He had witnessed Madara's actions recently, which were nothing short of turning the tide with a mere gesture. Hyūga knew that if Madara truly helped him, success was assured. Seeing this, Madara nodded. Good. Neither of you can overcome the other now, so you need an opportunity. I will create that opportunity for you. Hearing this, Hyūga quickly nodded. Madara instructed Hyūga to remain still and await his orders, then ordered a black outfit and an orange mask, the same attire Obito would later wear, a villainous ensemble. After changing, Madara activated Kimui, spinning and vanishing before Hyūga eyes, who stared in astonishment. Meanwhile, Madara used Kimui to reach Hyūga. The latter, training, suddenly saw a vortex appear from which a cloaked, masked figure emerged. This startled Hyūga. Who are you? How did you get in, and what do you want? Hyūga regarded Madara warily. Since this mysterious figure appeared, he felt that a single glance from the man could kill him. Relax. Who I am matters not, nor will I explain my entry or purpose. I came to save your life. Madara's strange words made Hyūga even more cautious. You say you're here to save me, but I'm fine. Leave now or you won't escape when others arrive. Hyūga wished to avoid the mysterious figure. His instinct warned him of danger, so he threatened him to leave. TCH, do you truly think those rabble can threaten me? Seeing Hyūga dare threaten him, Madara sneered. Not to mention his strength, Kimui alone allowed him to come and go freely. Only if he allowed it could he be caught. How dare you? I know you're strong, but even you can't face a whole clan. I advise you to leave quietly. Hyūga, hearing Madara's taunt, felt indignant, but restrained himself from attacking. Since you're so confident in your Hyūga clan, I'll give you a chance to prove it. Attack me with all your might, and I won't move. If you can harm me, I'll honestly answer all your questions. Beneath the mask, Madara's lips curled into a playful smile. Hyūga eyes lit up at the proposal. Really? You won't move? Hyūga asked skeptically. Of course. I keep my word. I value my reputation and never lie. Madara chuckled lightly, calmly watching Hyūga. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Suddenly, Hyūga struck, seizing the moment Madara was about to speak. A frontal assault might fail, but a surprise attack could catch him off guard. Yet the scene unfolded differently. His palm, which had created sonic booms, passed through Madara's body and shattered the wooden post behind him. Hyūga stared in disbelief. Who are you? After the shock, a flicker of panic appeared in Hyūga eyes, quickly hidden. Hep. I said who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm here to save you. Madara's theatrics clearly convinced Hyūga. I'm fine now. Why would I need saving? If you're just toying with me, find someone else. After the test, Hyūga knew Madara was troublesome and chose not to engage further. You're safe now, but tomorrow you'll be in danger, utterly destroyed. These words shocked Hyūga. What do you know? Hyūga frowned at Madara, now believing the man knew something. You're not stupid. Tomorrow, after signing the treaty with the Senju, your brother will attack and assassinate you. Madara's calm words struck Hyūga Tenjin like thunder. What? You mean tomorrow my brother will propose peace between the Hyūga and Senju, then ambush me and frame the Senju? Exactly. Confirmed by Madara, Hyūga Tenjin narrowed his eyes, now believing, but weighing the truth. If you doubt, test it tomorrow. The truth will reveal itself, Madara said calmly. Hyūga Tenjin stared at the orange mask, then laughed. Good. I'll trust you this once. I hope you're right. Hyūga Tenjin gave Madara a deep look. Good. Tomorrow we'll know the truth. Madara then used Kimui to leave. After he vanished, Hyūga Tenjin gathered his men to discuss the next day's events. Madara returned to Hyūga. It's settled. Tomorrow propose negotiations between the Hyūga and Senju. But you must send some men ahead and make sure your brother knows. I told him you'd ambush him. You need to make him believe it. When he attacks you, the Uchiha will have reason to help eliminate him. Tomorrow I'll send Uchiha elites to assist you. Madara explained his plan, and Hyūga nodded excitedly. Madara then returned to the Uchiha clan, dispatching over a dozen elite jonin overnight to aid Hyūga. The night passed swiftly, and the next morning arrived. Hyūga went early to the clan hall, gathering everyone. Everyone, I have gathered you here today to discuss the peace negotiation with the Senju clan. Riseong-Rin swept his gaze across the room at the assembled crowd before speaking. As soon as his words fell, many of the Hyūga higher-ups present broke into smiles. For them, a ceasefire agreement would be the best outcome. Previously, due to Riseong-Rin's suppression, the agreement had been delayed, but now that he had taken the initiative to propose it, they were overjoyed. The second young master is truly the pillar of our Hyūga clan. Indeed, we must rely heavily on the second young master this time. At once, everyone who heard the news of the peace negotiation beamed with delight and began praising Riseong-Rin. However, one person in the crowd wore a grim expression. That person was Riseong-Rin. When he received the news of Riseong-Rin's proposal for peace, that morning he was shocked. Subsequently, Riseong-Rin gathered many Hyūga ninjas and secretly dispatched them, which further convinced Riseong-Rin of Ban's words. Recalling that last night Ban had said Riseong-Rin might ambush him on the road today, Riseong-Rin panicked. No, I must not be eliminated so easily by him. After a moment of wavering, Riseong-Rin's expression hardened into determination. Since you have no mercy, do not blame me for being ruthless. Hiding among the crowd, Riseong-Rin shot Riseong-Rin a murderous glare. Riseong-Rin, who was elated at the prospect of soon becoming clan leader, keenly sensed Riseong-Rin's gaze. Riseong-Rin turned his head slightly, and their eyes met. Seeing that it was his elder brother, he did not wish to burn bridges just yet, so he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Just wait. After today, I will become the new clan leader of the Hyūga clan. Riseong-Rin muttered inwardly before continuing to converse with the others. Riseong-Rin's intentions were good, but under the current circumstances his actions appeared to Riseong-Rin as contempt and provocation. Damn it. Do you really think you have already won? Riseong-Rin, you underestimate me. Indeed, ever since yesterday when Riseong-Rin learned that Riseong-Rin would move against him, he had secretly assembled his men. Now outside the hall there were over 100 elite Hyūga ninjas waiting ready to charge in at Riseong-Rin's command. Riseong-Rin had originally planned to have them strike after setting out, but Riseong-Rin's actions now ignited the fury in his heart. Peace talks. I think you are using this as an excuse to eliminate me. Riseong-Rin snorted coldly and glared at Riseong-Rin. His words sent a shock through everyone in the hall. However, Riseong-Rin, who had been forewarned by Ban, remained composed and said calmly, Brother, what do you mean by that? I am doing this wholeheartedly for the clan. How can you slander me like this without a guilty conscience? Seeing that the truth was out and his dear brother still refused to admit it, Riseong-Rin spoke coldly. Still not confessing. I received word yesterday. Your entire plan is known to me. Now hundreds of my ninjas are outside the hall. At my command you will die without a burial place. My dear brother, I advise you to confess your crimes and surrender obediently. Riseong-Rin narrowed his eyes, staring fixedly at Riseong-Rin as if ready to order the charge at the slightest hint of movement. Brother, you truly misunderstand me. We are blood brothers. How could I do such a thing? And this time I am genuinely considering the clan's interests. Despite Riseong-Rin's threats, Riseong-Rin remained impassive, displaying an unyielding calm, even as Mount Tai crumbled before him. Since you are still obstinate, do not blame your elder brother for being ruthless. Seeing Riseong-Rin's impervious demeanor, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Riseong-Rin's eyes. Since the rift had been opened today, he might as well act without hesitation. As his words fell, dozens of Hyūga ninjas surged into the hall, filling it to capacity. The assembled guests were greatly alarmed at the sight. Please calm down, young master. Let us talk this out. Yes. We are all of the same clan. Nothing cannot be discussed. Seeing the fierce ninjas, the fence-sitters among the neutral faction immediately cowered and began to plead. Rhysong Tianren looked down at these double-dealing cowards, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Humph. Today everyone talks about negotiation, but have you forgotten how you resolutely left back then? Rhysong Tianren's words reminded them of the day Rhysong Di-Run returned, the day they had coldly chosen to depart. Now they were begging for mercy before Rhysong Tianren. Truly the heaven cycle of justice spares no one. Well, for a moment everyone exchanged glances and fell silent. Rhysong Di-Ren's supporters quickly rose and moved to his side. Second young master, go quickly. We will hold them off here. Yes, as long as you escape you can bring reinforcements. When you return to the clan, expose this despicable man's true face. Huh, that's right, second young master, go. We will hold them here. Seeing the perilous situation, Rhysong Di-Ren's supporters shouted, urging him to flee. However, Rhysong Di-Ren paid no heed to their words and remained calm as he spoke. Brother, must it come to this? There are so many elders and high-ranking members here. Hearing Rhysong Di-Ren's words, Rhysong Tianren paused for a moment, then said coldly, I have no choice. An arrow once shot cannot be turned back. If I do not act today, I might be the one to die. Rhysong Tianren's low voice rang in everyone's ears, and the room fell silent. I see. Then brother, forgive me. After a long pause, Rhysong Di-Ren sighed, then rose and slowly shattered the cup in his hand. This was the signal he had agreed upon with Ban. Breaking the cup meant to commence the attack. After smashing the cup, Rhysong Di-Ren stood motionless, appearing to outsiders as if he had resigned to his fate. At once the supporters of Rhysong Di-Ren grew frantic, urging him to escape. But he ignored all their pleas, standing still with a tranquil expression. Rhysong Tianren, though uncertain of Rhysong Di-Ren's intentions, felt a growing unease. Just as he was about to give the order to attack, screams erupted from outside, and then the entire building exploded. Second young master of the Hyūga, we have been sent by the young clan leader to assist you in eliminating the traitors. Just as the entire house exploded, a voice reached his ears. The speaker was none other than Madara's guard, Yuzhibo. This is... Hyūga Tianren's pupils contracted as he saw the dozens of ninjas outside. Hyūga Diren, you dare to collude with the Uchiha clan to move against me? Hyūga Tianren panicked. Indeed, upon seeing the Uchiha clan, he was stunned. He never imagined that Hyūga Diren would seek help from the Uchiha clan. Shouldn't internal clan affairs be settled within the clan? How could he bring in outside support? Young man, you lack martial virtue. Using outside help for a sneak attack. Hyūga Tianren stared at Hyūga Diren with an expression dark and uncertain. What's wrong, big brother? These are all reinforcements I summoned. I told you not to let it come to this, and now it's hard to end well. Hyūga Diren sighed in a feigned manner, as if he truly worried about Hyūga Tianren. Diren, to become the clan leader of the Hyūga, one must earn the recognition of the clan members and rely on one's own ability. Yet now you conspire with outsiders to scheme for the position. Upon seeing the Uchiha ninjas, Hyūga Tianren instantly realized the situation was difficult. He immediately stood on the moral high ground to denounce Hyūga Diren, hoping to strip him of the people's support. Huh, I beg to differ, big brother. You say becoming clan leader depends on personal strength, but isn't securing outside help also part of one's ability? Is there anything wrong with that? Not at all. As for clan recognition, I ask all of you here, do you acknowledge me as the clan leader? Once Hyūga Diren finished speaking, the previously neutral high-ranking members immediately voiced their support. After all, they had witnessed Hyūga Tianren's behavior earlier. If he became clan leader, he would surely not spare them. Thus, to save their own skins, they promptly rallied behind Hyūga Diren. The second young master is right. This is all part of strength. That's right, we also support the second young master as clan leader. Yes, support the second young master. The eldest brother kills his own kin and disrespects the elders. He is utterly unworthy of becoming clan leader. In an instant, the neutral high-ranking members verbally attacked Hyūga Tianren. Seeing their shamelessness, everyone's eyes flickered with contempt. However, since Hyūga Diren needed their support, he showed no reaction. See, big brother, I possess both of the two things you mentioned. But you can only rely on schemes and tricks. I'll give you one last piece of advice: surrender, and I might spare your life. These words from Hyūga Diren made the surrounding Hyūga members perceive him as merciful. Yet in his heart he knew his brother well. The prouder he spoke with pity or condescension, the less likely he would yield. As expected, after Hyūga Diren's words, Hyūga Tianren was enraged. Damn it. Don't be too pleased. Although these Uchiha ninjas have come to support you, there are only 40 odd of them, while I have over 200. I hold an absolute advantage in numbers. Hyūga Tianren glanced around, and immediately counted the number of Uchiha ninjas. As he finished, Yuzhibo let out a mocking laugh. But these 40 may not be many, but they are all elites of the Uchiha clan, each with the strength of a jonin. Do you really think your ragtag bunch can defeat us? Yuzhibo looked at Hyūga Tianren as if he were a fool. Jonin were formidable. In a sense, they could turn the tide of battle. Yet Hyūga Tianren was still so stubbornly reckless. Hyūga Tianren, who had been lost in his own confidence, was stunned by Yuzhibo Ye's words. He hadn't expected the Uchiha clan to invest so heavily, sending 40 jonin outright. Jonin were not as common as cabbages, how many could a clan have? Yet here they were 40 of them. This gave Hyūga Tianren an utterly exasperated feeling. Though your Uchiha clan is strong, the Hyūga clan is no pushover. Attack. First kill Hyūga Diren. Not wanting to waste any more time, Hyūga Tianren immediately ordered the attack. Since Hyūga Tianren's order was to prioritize killing Hyūga Diren, the Hyūga ninjas charged en masse toward him. However, Hyūga Diren was firmly protected by his supporters in front, so he wasn't attacked immediately. Upon seeing this, the Uchiha ninjas joined the fray, and the 40 jonin swept through like wolves among sheep. Watching his subordinates fall one after another, Hyūga Tianren grew anxious. These were his core forces. In his desperation, he turned his gaze toward Hyūga Diren. As the saying goes, capture the leader to capture the bandits. He knew the Uchiha clan fought only because of Hyūga Diren. If he could eliminate Hyūga Diren, the Uchiha would surely stop. He believed the Uchiha clan would not risk offending him for the sake of a dead man. With this plan in mind, Hyūga Tianren hesitated no longer and immediately charged at Hyūga Diren. Hyūga Diren, who had been steadily slaying Hyūga clansmen, suddenly felt a sharp, killing intent lock onto him. Looking up, he saw Hyūga Tianren hurtling toward him. He knew this was the destined battle between brothers, inevitable. The winner takes all, the loser dies. Big brother, it has come to this after all. Hyūga Diren said in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of sorrow. Upon hearing this, Hyūga Tianren's eyes dimmed for a moment, then were once again veiled with murderous intent. Little brother, this is the last time I'll call you that. Let us settle this once and for all. Good. Hyūga Diren only replied with a single word, and then both attacked simultaneously. As sons of the Hyūga clan, both had been trained in similar techniques since childhood. Thus they employed the same secret arts, and for a time they fought to a stalemate. The terrifying shockwaves of their clash completely destroyed the remaining walls. 8 trigrams. 164 palms. 8 trigrams. 164 palms. Both unleashed their secret techniques simultaneously. In an instant, the two brothers' figures flickered, their hands becoming blurs as they collided rapidly, producing a continuous roar. Boom, boom, boom. After the final palm strike, the two immediately distanced themselves from each other. Diren, I didn't expect you to become even stronger. After steadying himself, Ryuseong Tianren's eyes revealed a deep solemnity. From the earlier exchange, he could sense that Ryuseong Diren's strength had significantly surpassed before. It's been so long, isn't it normal to have some changes? Besides, haven't you also grown stronger? In response to Ryuseong Tianren's words, Ryuseong Diren only replied indifferently. From the earlier clash, he had also gauged Ryuseong Tianren's strength, slightly weaker than his own, but only by a hair. It seems I'll have to use the young clan leader's method. Ryuseong Diren's eyes flickered with various thoughts. Finally, he stealthily glanced at the kunai in his hand. This kunai was no ordinary one. It was Ban's special kunai engraved with Ban's Flying Thunder God technique formula. As for Ban himself, he was hidden among the surrounding Ryuseong clan members waiting for an opportunity. This was the plan he had discussed with Ryuseong Diren the previous night. If Ryuseong Diren could not handle it, then Ban would step in. This kunai was Ban's chance to act. Having made up his mind, Ryuseong Diren concealed the kunai and immediately used the Ryuseong secret technique rotation. Ryuseong Tianren, who was always eager to compete, did not dodge and naturally used rotation as well. In an instant, the two spun at high speed like tops. As they collided repeatedly, terrifying shockwaves spread outward, injuring some weaker ninjas directly. After spinning for a while, they realized that neither could overpower the other, so they stopped immediately. Seizing this gap, Ryuseong Diren made his move. The special kunai in his hand was instantly released, shooting toward Ryuseong Tianren with a faint cold gleam. However, with the support of the white-eye, Ryuseong Tianren could clearly perceive the kunai. Seeing Ryuseong Diren's small move, he did not take it seriously, merely regarding it as an ordinary probe. So just as the kunai was about to hit him, he lightly dodged. At that moment, Ban chose to act. The Flying Thunder God formula engraved on the kunai was immediately activated. Flying Thunder God slash. Indeed, Ban used this technique again. The space-time ninjutsu was truly impossible to defend against. Ryuseong Tianren never expected that Ban would be here, nor that the seemingly ordinary kunai was actually a special one. But at this moment, he had no time to react. The sharpness of the famed blade Thunder Rain went without saying. As the Flying Thunder God slash was executed, Ban appeared behind Ryuseong Tianren. His blade was still stained with a single drop of blood, the blood of Ryuseong Tianren. The two stood motionless. Then everyone present saw Ban gently blow on the blade, and the drop of blood magically transformed into a blood blossom, slowly drifting down. At the moment the blood blossom fell, the previously motionless Ryuseong Tianren's neck immediately spurted blood. He tightly clutched his wound, staring at Ryuseong Diren in disbelief, then slowly collapsed with confusion. With Ryuseong Tianren's death, the Ryuseong clan ninjas who had been resisting instantly abandoned the fight and surrendered. As for the few loyalists of Ryuseong Tianren, they were completely eliminated by the combined efforts of the Ujibwa ninjas, causing no trouble. Looking at the fallen Ryuseong Tianren, Ryuseong D-Run felt an indescribable emotion. However, in the end, all thoughts turned into joy, for he was finally about to obtain the position he had longed for. After taking a deep breath, Ryuseong D-Run looked around with excitement. The clan members who had originally belonged to Ryuseong Tianren's faction all lowered their heads under his gaze, while those who followed Ryuseong D-Ren proudly puffed out their chests, for they had won. Everyone. From today onward, I, Ryuseong D-Run, am the clan leader of the Ryuseong clan. As for Ryuseong Tianren, he disrespected his elders, was narrow-minded, jealous of the worthy, killed his own brother, and plotted against the clan leader. For these multiple crimes he has been duly punished by me, the clan leader. Let this be a warning to all. After Ryuseong D-Ren finished speaking with great excitement, all the surrounding Ryuseong clan members knelt on the ground and shouted, "Clan leader." 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After ascending to power, Ryuseong D-Ren immediately displayed ruthless methods. He killed all the remaining members of Ryuseong Tianren's faction under various charges, and also uprooted those who had remained neutral fence-sitters. The entire Ryuseong clan was thoroughly renewed. However, this great purge had significantly weakened the clan's strength. Now it was no exaggeration to say that the entire Ryuseong clan was Ryuseong D-Ren's one-man rule. Finally, after handling all matters, he signed a pact with the Ujibwa clan, as agreed. From that moment on, the Ryuseong clan officially became a vassal family of the Ujibwa clan. When this news broke, the entire ninja world was once again shaken. They never expected that within just a few days the young prodigy of the Ujibwa clan, who had recently made such a splash, had pulled off another earth-shattering feat. They knew that in terms of overall strength, the Ryuseong clan with their white eyes was not much inferior to the Ujibwa clan. Yet now the Ryuseong clan had completely become vassals of the Ujibwa clan, and all of this was orchestrated by a mere 10-year-old child. This made the entire ninja world truly take Ban seriously. Alright, since matters here are settled, I'll be heading back. You Ryuseong clan should move over as soon as possible. After helping Ryuseong D-Ren stabilize the situation for a few days, Ban finally returned to his clan. According to the convention of the ninja world, a vassal clan must relocate its compound to the main clan's territory. This way it could protect the main clan's territory from invasion. Secondly, it allowed the main clan to better control them. That was why Ban had urged them so urgently before leaving. Rest assured, young clan leader, I will start the relocation today. Ryuseong D-Ren naturally obeyed Ban's instructions obediently. Without further ado, Ban used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his clan. Upon returning to his familiar room, instead of immediately reporting the good news, he directly opened the system. Because after successfully making the Ryuseong clan a vassal, Ban's fate-altering points had surged by 100 points. This was a huge sum and a very important one for him. System. Exchange for the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at his 200 fate-altering points, Ban unhesitatingly chose the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, although he currently had the Mangekyo Sharingan, he dared not use it recklessly. But once he obtained the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, things would be different. Then he would be able to freely use his abilities. A system voice chimed, "Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." Following that melodious voice, Madara immediately sensed a tremendous surge in the power of his eyes. Without exaggeration, if it had previously resembled a mere stream, it now felt like an expansive ocean, a chasm of difference. Phew! The power of this Eternal Mangekyo is simply too formidable. I should be able to unleash the perfect Susanoo now, right? After testing the surge in his ocular power, Madara immediately thought of the Susanoo. Though he had the urge to test it, he ultimately let that thought go. Now that I possess the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan combined with the wood-release Kekkei Genkai and other ninja techniques, I am infinitely stronger than my counterpart at this point in the original story. So tell me, Hashirama, just how strong have you become? Madara recalled the ending from the original tale, a sneer curling his lips. This time he would never allow the Uchiha clan to suffer the same fate as in the original story. Meanwhile, Hashirama in Madara's narrative was diligently training his wood-release. After witnessing his clansmen perish in such agony the last time, Hashirama had changed. One voice echoed in his heart. He must grow stronger. No matter what, he needed overwhelming power, for only then could he safeguard everything he held dear and realize his ideals. Brother, father summons you. As Hashirama was developing a new jutsu, he heard the call and turned to see his younger brother Senju Tobarama. Tobarama, what does father wish to discuss? Hashirama paused his chakra output and asked with curiosity. Perhaps it concerns the Hyūga clan. The Hyūga clan. Hashirama felt puzzled, having been so absorbed in his cultivation that he paid little attention to outside affairs. Hearing Tobirama mention the Hyūga clan only deepened his confusion. So it is, the Hyūga clan has become a vassal family under the Uchiha. After Tobirama briefly explained the matter, Hashirama was thoroughly shocked. Did Madara orchestrate this? Hashirama's shock quickly gave way to suspicion directed at Madara. Tobirama glanced at him in surprise. How did you know, brother? Instead of answering immediately, Hashirama fell into deep thought. Madara has already begun preparing to realize his ambitions. I must accelerate my own preparations as well. Upon receiving confirmation from Tobirama, Hashirama immediately recalled Madara's earlier words. He now possessed unfathomable confidence in himself, for during this period, he had comprehended a jutsu capable of overturning the ninja world. He could hardly wait to measure his strength against Madara. Let us go, find father. After taking a deep breath, Hashirama turned and departed. While both Madara and Hashirama prepared for their next confrontation, the Black Zetsu, lurking in darkness, could no longer remain still. Something is wrong. Why are these reincarnations of Indra and Ashura so extraordinarily powerful? Even the original Indra and Ashura themselves might not have been this formidable at the same age. Moreover, why has Uchiha Madara awakened the wood release? There is no logical explanation. Could there be something amiss with the reincarnation of Indra? Black Zetsu found himself unable to fathom the situation. Madara's transformation had thoroughly disrupted his plans, leaving him no choice but to observe before making his next move. Time slipped by unnoticed. 2 days had passed since the ambush by the Uchiha clan. Upon returning to his family, Kagaya Juntoku immediately sent men to investigate what Madara had said. When the returnees reported everything in detail, Juntoku flew into a rage. Insolent! How dare the Senju clan act thus, striking us from behind? The Kagaya clan had always been fierce and unruly, and upon receiving this news they were consumed with fury. Elder, the Senju clan fights without honor. I suggest we teach them a lesson. Precisely. Elder, let them witness the might of our Kagaya clan. Exactly. Elder, our Kagaya clan is not made of mud to be squeezed at anyone's whim. In an instant upon receiving the intelligence, the Kagaya clan's ninja all volunteered for battle. Gazing at his bolstered clansman, Juntoku steeled his resolve. Since the Senju clan has abandoned all honor, there is no reason for us to show them any mercy. A hint of killing intent crossed Juntoku's face as he addressed the clan ninja. 2 days from now, the Kagaya clan will wage war upon the Senju. We shall make them pay dearly for their treachery. The moment Juntoku's words left his lips, the remaining clansmen erupted in approval, and the entire Kagaya clan mobilized for war once more. Soon the Kagaya clan assembled a force of 1,000 warriors and marched toward the Senju border. The Kagaya clan moved with considerable speed, reaching the Senju territory in merely half a day. Though the Senju had previously ceded substantial lands to both the Uchiha and Hyūga clans, their domain remained vast compared to smaller clans. Wait, how can there be people here? This is trouble. The Senju ninja assigned to patrol, being of the censor type, immediately detected the presence of several thousand warriors the moment the Kagaya clan appeared. What's with the alarm? What's wrong? The squad leader nearby frowned and questioned the censor ninja's outburst. Captain, enemy attack. Approximately 1,000 strong. The censor ninja's words sent shockwaves through the entire squad. Is what you're saying true or false? How far away are the enemies? Upon receiving news of the ambush, the captain did not panic. Instead, he calmly asked how distant the Kagaya forces were. Roughly 800 meters. That's the limit of my sensing range. Cold sweat beaded on the ninja's forehead. Upon hearing this, the captain immediately issued his orders. Stay with me. Since the enemy's strength remains unclear, the two of us will scout ahead first. As for raising the alarm, that falls entirely to Senju. After distributing tasks with grave seriousness, the captain immediately set out with the censor ninja. Senju hastened back to camp to warn the Senju ninja and prepare for defense. Upon returning to camp, Senju proceeded directly to a building. Due to the continuous garrisoning of Senju ninja here over the years, a small town had gradually formed its inhabitants, all members of the Senju clan. Hurry! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The moment Senju entered the town, he shouted aloud. The ninja along the route were immediately thrown into alarm upon hearing his cry, but he paid them no mind and headed straight inside the building. Elders! Enemy attack! Thousands are approaching our Senju clan from the border. What? An enemy attack? Where are they from, and how many are there? The previously leisurely tea-sipping Chinsho Bunjian's expression instantly darkened. The Chinsho clan had been plagued by unrest lately. Just 2 days ago they had barely stabilized 2 clans by ceding territory and paying reparations. Now another force was advancing. Clearly they thought the Chinsho clan were an easy target. Elder, we don't yet know which clan the enemy belongs to. The captain has gone to reconnoiter. It shouldn't be long before we find out. As for the number of enemy shinobi, it's roughly over 1,000. Over 1,000. Upon hearing this, Chinsho Bunjian realized the gravity of the situation. Their garrison here numbered only about 400 or 500 while the enemy was coming with over 1,000 in full force. This would be difficult. I understand. You may withdraw. Shinsho Benjian furrowed his brow and dismissed Shinsho Jia, then pondered alone in the room, contemplating how to face the enemy. Just as he was racked with anxiety, a shinobi entered again to report. Elder, the young clan leader has arrived. Shinsho Benjian, already troubled by the Hyūga clan, now felt even more vexed. The young clan leader of the Shinsho clan had chosen this very moment to visit. Normally he would welcome him, but now was hardly the time. Let him in. Shinsho Benjian sighed inwardly, then ordered Hashirama to be brought in. He resolved that once Hashirama entered he would urge him to leave this place of trouble immediately. Elder. Upon entering, Hashirama greeted Shinsho Benjian with proper courtesy, but the troubled elder merely waved his hand dismissively. Hashirama, you've come at the worst possible time. Say no more and leave at once. Remember, hurry back to the clan and inform the patriarch that the border outpost is under attack. Request reinforcements. Time was pressing, so Shinsho Benjian kept his words brief, urging Hashirama to depart swiftly. But Hashirama was bewildered. Having just arrived, he was being rushed away. Though displeased seeing the elder's expression, he guessed something serious had happened. Elder, what exactly happened? Why are you so anxious? Hearing Hashirama's inquiry, Shinsho Benjian sighed and spoke. Alas! Just now a patrol clansman reported that an unknown force is approaching our Shinsho clan numbering roughly over 1,000 and is only about 800 meters away. That's why I urged you to leave immediately. After Shinsho Benjian explained, Hashirama understood why the elder was so insistent. Elder, rest assured. An enemy of merely 1,000 is nothing. I can easily deal with them. Having just mastered a new wood-style technique, Hashirama was brimming with confidence, almost overconfident. Seeing Hashirama's self-assured demeanor, Shinsho Benjian was not convinced. He simply thought that Hashirama's strength had grown a bit, making him arrogant. With that thought, he cautioned him. Hashirama, don't boast. You may have grown stronger, but the enemy is a full 1,000 strong. That's not something you can handle alone. Elder, trust me this once. If Yuzhibo Band can take on 1,000 alone, why can't I? Shinsho Jujian. Besides, Hashirama paused, his eyes blazing as he looked at Shinsho Benjian. I also possess wood style. Hashirama's words were like a depth charge, unsettling Shinsho Benjian's heart. Seeing Hashirama's unshakable confidence, the elder began to waver. It was true that the entire Shinsho clan knew Hashirama had wood style, but in their minds his wood style was not particularly powerful. Yet now, hearing Hashirama speak so convincingly, a thought flickered through Shinsho Benjian's mind. Exactly. Both are wood style. As Hashirama said, why can't he, like Yuzhibo Band, take on 1,000 foes? This thought took root like a seed, echoing endlessly in Shinsho Benjian's mind. His face flickered with hesitation, but in the end, he steeled his resolve. Very well. Hashirama, I hope you're not deceiving me. I'll trust you this once, but you must not fail. Otherwise our Shinsho clan will be in grave danger. Shinsho Benjian spoke with solemn gravity. Hashirama understood the stakes and nodded firmly in acknowledgement. After their discussion, Shinsho Benjian immediately mobilized the shinobi for battle. As a battle-hardened elder of the Shinsho clan, he did not place all his hopes on Hashirama alone. To be safe, he also dispatched a messenger to the clan to inform them of the situation. Soon several hundred shinobi had assembled. Hashirama changed into a black combat suit with a red armor over it. Once everyone was gathered, Shinsho Benjian gave the order. Move out. The hundreds of Shinsho shinobi surged forward in a mighty wave toward the direction from which the Hyūga clan was advancing. At that moment, Shinsho, he had just identified the enemy and was leading his censor shinobi back to report. By chance, he encountered Hashirama and the others on their way. Elder, young clan leader. Both men promptly saluted when they saw the Shinsho force. You are Shinsho-e, correct? Having received Shinsho Jia's report, Shinsho Benjian knew this captain's name. Yes, Elder. I am Shinsho-e. The enemy's identity has been confirmed. At this, Shinsho Benjian immediately asked, which clan is the enemy? It's the Hyūga clan, Elder. Upon hearing this, Shinsho Benjian ground his teeth and said, damn it. A mere Hyūga clan dares to make a move against our Shinsho clan. They really think we're pushovers. Shinsho Benjian's words left the other Shinsho clansmen's faces dark as well, yet his words exactly echoed the thoughts of Hyūga. Ever since learning of the Shinsho clan's consecutive defeats, Hyūga had been scheming. Since the Shinsho clan had suffered repeated losses and had to cede land and pay indemnities, they must be outwardly strong, but inwardly weak. So why not seize the opportunity to raid them, following the example of the Yuzhibo and Rishian clans, and carve a piece of flesh from the Shinsho clan? This was not only Hyūga's idea, but also the sentiment of the other Hyūga clansmen. After all, profit was the hidden hand that drove everything. Soon the enraged Shinsho clan met the high-spirited Hyūga clan face to face. Kagaya Shitoku, Why do you bring your men to invade our Senju clan without reason? Watching the menacing Kagaya clan approaching Senju Hanma immediately demanded an explanation. Humph, your Senju clan has the nerve to speak. If not for you, could our Kagaya clan have suffered such a crushing defeat? We come today to seek justice for our clan. As the two armies faced off, Senju Hanma's initial accusation made Kagaya Shitoku feel overshadowed. Yet as the saying goes, one may lose the battle, but not the spirit. Believing his clan might still prevail, Shitoku responded with unwavering defiance, even turning the question back on Hanma. His words left Senju Hanma bewildered. Huh, your Kagaya clan's defeat. What does that have to do with my Senju clan? Senju Hanma replied with utter confusion, feeling as if he were trapped in a bewildering paradox, like a fool beneath a foolish tree accompanied by a fool like you. Huh, still pretending at this point. Your Senju clan is truly sinister, unworthy of being called the clan of love. Kagaya Shitoku watched Senju Hanma's bewildered expression and seethed with rage. Good, still acting even now. Your performance is worthy of the Best Actor award in the ninja world. Senju Hanma's confusion was innocent enough, but in the eyes of Kagaya Shitoku at this moment, it was nothing but a sham of blatant refusal to admit guilt. Kagaya Shitoku, I truly do not understand what you are talking about. I swear on my honor that my Senju clan has done nothing to wrong your Kagaya clan. Senju Hanma's words were like pouring oil on the flames, further inflaming the already furious Kagaya Shitoku. Silence. Senju Hanma, your Senju clan is utterly shameless. You conspired with the Uchiha clan to ambush my Kagaya clan, yet you still deny it. It seems we must settle this with fists. Kagaya Shitoku roared in fury, and his clansmen echoed his sentiments. Indeed, Chief, they are nothing but cowards. Yes, Chief, enough talk. Let's attack. Right? Crush them. In an instant, the entire Kagaya clan erupted with fervor, eager to tear Senju Hanma apart. Seeing this, Kagaya Shitoku nodded. The people's spirit was ready. Very well. Then for our fallen clansmen, charge. After Kagaya Shitoku's roar, countless Kagaya clansmen rushed forward recklessly, not truly avenging the dead, but driven by a mad lust for battle. Watching the overwhelming tide of Kagaya clansmen, Senju Hanma cursed under his breath, his face darkening. Damn it. A bunch of lunatics. Just as he was about to give orders, Hashirama stepped forward. Elder Hanma, leave this to me. I alone am enough. Hashirama stood firm with determination, and in the eyes of the Senju clansmen, his figure loomed large. Senju Hanma looked at the young man before him, paused for a moment, and uttered two words. Be careful. Then he fell silent, standing quietly behind Hashirama, ready to watch his performance. Hashirama took a deep breath as the Kagaya clansmen charged. Come. Today I shall make my name known across the ninja world. Hashirama gazed ahead with excitement, seeing the Kagaya clansmen as mere tools. The distance of 100 meters was covered in an instant by the sprinting Kagaya shinobi. As the bone blade was about to strike him, Hashirama clapped his hands together. Would release. Advent of a world of flowering trees. Yes, this jutsu, once his ultimate technique, could now be unleashed effortlessly, and its power was formidable. Just as the Kagaya clansmen were about to strike Hashirama, countless trees erupted, sending them flying and engulfing them. But this was only the beginning. As Hashirama continuously poured in chakra, the ground quaked violently, and trees burst forth from the earth, sweeping toward the enemy. Having witnessed Madara's terrifying power before, Kagaya Shitoku sensed danger the moment Hashirama used the advent of a world of flowering trees. He shouted urgently, Quick, get out of the tree's range. Kagaya Shitoku's warning proved effective. In an instant, many Kagaya shinobi retreated far away. Since these were the clan's elite, Hashirama's would release assault only killed a few dozen. Seeing his attack fail, Hashirama wore a wry smile. Alas, I still haven't killed as many as Madara's would release. Sensing the number of enemies, his technique had eliminated Hashirama's side. After all, Madara had once slain hundreds with this very jutsu. His own result was somewhat lackluster. But soon Hashirama dismissed the thought. His would release had more to offer, the real trump card was yet to come. Kagaya clan. Perfect for testing my newly developed jutsu. Speaking of his new technique, Hashirama looked at Kagaya Shitoku with a smile. A chill ran down Kagaya Shitoku's spine. A thought crossed his mind, could he have an even more terrifying jutsu than this? Soon Hashirama made Shitoku's fear a reality. He pressed his palms together and closed his eyes. Would release. True, several thousand hands. Cannon of the summit. As Hashirama opened his eyes, mysterious face markings appeared on his face. Were Madara present, he would marvel at the world's will. He had gained eternal Mangekyo Sharingan through his system, yet Hashirama had awakened Sage Mode on his own. Such speed was beyond ordinary, the mark of a child of destiny. With his eyes open, Hashirama released his chakra without reserve. The sheer pressure shattered everything around, even pulverizing boulders, stunning even the nearby Senju clansmen. As his aura surged, the ground trembled violently, as if struck by a cataclysmic earthquake. Then everyone present witnessed a sight they would never forget. Upon the flat ground, a 1,000-armed giant Buddha standing 100 meters high materialized instantly, with Zhu Jian standing atop its head gazing down upon Hyūga from a position of dominance. Gazing upon the 1,000-armed giant Buddha that soared hundreds of meters into the sky, all present were struck speechless, their mouths agape for a long time. As the primary target, the Hyūga clan felt the overwhelming aura emanating from the Buddha like a mountain descending upon them. Since you insist on this path, I shall have no choice but to repel you myself, Zhu Jian murmured, pressing his palms together. In an instant, he commanded the countless arms of the Buddha to crash downward. Boom! Rumble! 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 Countless arms blotted out the sky and earth, descending like a torrential downpour. In that moment, it was as if the apocalypse had arrived, annihilating everything around. The earth shattered. Even the Hyūga clan's ninjas, who fought desperately with their bloodline limit, were utterly powerless against this world-destroying force. More Hyūga clan ninjas, upon witnessing Zhu Jian's technique, abandoned all resistance and sat numbly on the ground. Is this truly the power a human can wield? We cannot defeat him. It's utterly impossible. He's no longer human. Countless Hyūga clansmen voiced their despair. Yet Zhu Jian overheard their words. His assault lasted for several minutes, and its terrifying might transformed the terrain entirely. The once flat expanse was reduced to a desolate wasteland, jagged and broken. Countless Hyūga clansmen were crushed into pulp, their remains scattered across the ground, a sight that would make anyone retch. Zhu Jian was somewhat surprised by the sheer severity of the destruction he had wrought, but more than that, he felt exhilaration. After all the power Ban had displayed earlier had left him disheartened for a long time. Now this newly developed technique surpassed even what Ban had shown him. Zhu Jian's heart brimmed with renewed hope for his next clash with Ban. Hyūga gazed at the ravaged land, the reversed river currents, and the few remaining ninjas by his side, a chill of sorrow creeping into his heart. Twice he had struck, and twice he had been brutally crushed. The defeat was devastating, and the clan's strength had been halved. In that moment, a profound desolation settled over Hyūga. As the victor Zhu Jian approached Hyūga slowly. I never imagined you possessed such strength. The Uchiha and Senju clans are truly among the great powers of the ninja world. I have no regrets in this defeat. Seeing the figure before him, Hyūga raised his head and smiled bitterly. The victor is king, the vanquished a bandit. I lost to absolute power. There is nothing more to say. From today onward, the Hyūga clan will leave the land of fire entirely. As for our territory, Hyūga cast a meaningful glance at Zhu Jian, uttering words laden with implication. Whoever wants it, take it. Once these words left his mouth, it was as if Hyūga had aged countless years in an instant. A pang of sorrow stabbed his heart. The land he had lived on for decades was being surrendered so easily. How could he not grieve? Shinsho Benjian and the others naturally heard this statement. They said nothing, for Hyūga's words had already made his intention clear: the Hyūga clan's entire territory in exchange for their survival. Shinsho Benjian was not foolish. He understood that clashing to the death with the Hyūga clan served no purpose. Even if they won, there would be a price to pay. Compared to such a costly struggle, this easy acquisition of land was far more preferable. Hyūga gathered the remaining few hundred ninjas and returned to the clan in dejection. Zhu Jian watched this scene in silence, uttering not a single word throughout. Let's go, Zhu Jian. This time we owe it all to you. When we return, I'll make sure the clan head rewards you properly. Once Hyūga and his men had vanished from sight, Shinsho Benjian turned to Zhu Jian with a beaming smile. Having witnessed Zhu Jian's prowess firsthand, he was overjoyed. At that moment, he felt boundless confidence in the future of the Senju clan. Zhu Jian looked at his clansmen, their faces brimming with excitement. He felt something weigh upon his face, as if something had been added. After a moment, he understood. It was responsibility. Having become the clan's heir, he must shoulder the burden of revitalizing the Senju clan. As the saying goes, he who desires a crown must bear its weight. The confusion in Zhu Jian's eyes evaporated, and his aura grew more profound. Carrying the hopes of everyone, I must not fail. I will lead all who trust and follow me into a new future. At this moment, Zhu Jian's ideals were firmly solidified. Unlike Ban's ambition to unify the ninja world through absolute military might, Zhu Jian wished to forge bonds of love to achieve lasting peace. Of course, if anyone proved stubborn, he would certainly beat them into submission. A day slipped away unnoticed. Upon returning to the clan, Hyūga immediately issued orders to prepare for relocation. The entire Hyūga clan was shocked by this command. Some bold clansmen even harbored thoughts of rebellion. Looking at the opposition, Hyūga sighed inwardly. He too was reluctant to leave the ancestral land. If not for the overwhelming power of Ban and Zhu Jian, he would never have considered moving. The thought of them made him sigh once more. He could foresee that the Land of Fire would become a stage for the two to contend with other clans reduced to mere embellishments. To avoid his clan becoming a vassal, Hyūga proposed relocating to another country. Only then could the Hyūga clan avoid subjugation. Hyūga, after all, was the clan head, and his decades of authority had ingrained a deep respect. Thus, the Hyūga clan obediently packed their belongings and moved their settlement. Standing by the seashore, Hyūga took a long, deep look at the former clan land, a glimmer of reluctance in his eyes. But it was quickly replaced by resolve. Staying in the land of fire meant certain death. Escaping offered a chance to return. His plan was indeed well conceived. Shinsho Jujien, Uchiha Ban. The Hyūga clan will forever remember this humiliation. Since both the Senju and Uchiha are wolves, let us see which of you is the more cunning. Hyūga muttered these words with a faint smile. Though he was leading the Hyūga clan away, he would not cede this land to the Senju clan so easily. He intended to plunge the land of fire into chaos. The Hyūga clan's territory was his bait. Before departing, he had already sent word to other clans promising to gift them the land. This was his plan, to drag the entire land of fire into turmoil. At that moment, the Hyūga clan's ninjas had successfully met with Ban. What business does the Kagaya clan have with me? Ban asked with a calm expression, looking at the Kagaya ninja before him. He had been handling the administrative affairs assigned by Taijima when the guards informed him that someone from the Kagaya clan wished to see him. This surprised Ban, as after he had thoroughly thrashed the Kagaya clan last time, only enmity remained between them, with no connection whatsoever. Why would the Kagaya clan seek him out? Thoughts swirled in his mind, but ultimately he decided to meet the Kagaya envoy first. Only by meeting could he discern their intentions. Moreover, with his current strength, he had no fear of any treacherous schemes. The Kagaya ninja, who had been growing impatient, instantly felt a terrifying pressure emanating from Ban the moment he laid eyes on him. When Ban's gaze fell upon him, the Kagaya clansman felt as if his very blood had frozen solid, his knees weakening as he struggled to keep from collapsing. Suppressing his fear, the ninja cautiously wiped the cold sweat from his brow, glanced at Ban, and spoke. It is like this: our clan leader instructed me to inform the Uchiha clan that the Kagaya clan must leave the land of fire for certain reasons. However, our clan territory holds abundant resources and lands. The Kagaya ninja paused, stealing a glance at Ban's expression. Seeing no reaction, he continued. Therefore, to show our respect for the Uchiha clan, our clan leader has decided to gift the clan territory to the Uchiha. After uttering these words, the Kagaya ninja seemed drained of all strength, his legs trembling and cold sweat beading on his forehead. Ban's Sharingan fixed on the ninja, his murderous intent palpable and tangible, causing the man to shake uncontrollably. The reason Ban's killing intent was so unrestrained was that he suspected the Kagaya clan's motives upon hearing their words. Perhaps they were plotting against the Uchiha. He had to be cautious. After all, they had recently been at war with the Kagaya clan, killing many of their members. Though he had successfully redirected their hatred toward the Senju, the fact remained that they had slain their kin. Now the Kagaya clan claimed they would give away their territory, which immediately made Ban doubt their intentions. As for the ninja's mention of relocation, Ban suspected it was a ruse to deceive the Uchiha. You wretch! Why would the Kagaya clan suddenly relocate? And we are enemies, are we not? Just a few days ago, my Uchiha clan slaughtered hundreds of your Kagaya. And now you say you want to gift us your territory. I think your clan plans to ambush us. Ban stepped forward with each word, his murderous aura intensifying with every stride. The kneeling Kagaya ninja was already terrified by the boundless killing intent. He instinctively raised his head to defend himself, only to meet a pair of malevolent, blood-soaked eyes. Ban's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The illusion technique was activated instantly. With the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Kagaya ninja fell under Ban's Jinjutsu in less than a second. Seeing the Kagaya ninja's vacant, lifeless expression, Ban knew his illusion had succeeded. He immediately posed his question. Why would the Kagaya clan cede their territory to the Uchiha? Explain everything clearly. Ban commanded coldly. Under the influence of the Jinjutsu, the Kagaya ninja, like a puppet on strings, poured out the entire story. He spoke of their attack on the Senju clan a few days earlier. When mentioning Hashirama, the ninja's mental fluctuations spiked violently, his entire body trembling, as if he had witnessed something extremely terrifying. Upon hearing this news, Ban furrowed his brow. The Kagaya clan had already attacked the Senju and suffered a disastrous defeat. According to the ninja, they were crushed by Hashirama with overwhelming dominance. And from his reaction, Hashirama must have used an exceptionally powerful jutsu. Could it be the Flower Tree Realm descends? Ban's mind raced. No, that's not right. The Flower Tree Realm descends shouldn't be that terrifying. He said Hashirama is even more fearsome than me. Has Hashirama already mastered the true Thousand Hands? Ban was frantically deducing everything. From the Kagaya ninja's fragmented words, he had already pieced together a fairly accurate estimation of Hashirama's current strength. Describe the Senju clan leader's jutsu to me, roughly what it was like. Ban asked with a tight frown. As soon as he finished, the ninja's emotions surged even more violently, threatening to break free from the Jinjutsu. But Ban would not allow that. He intensified his Mangekyo Sharingan's gaze, reinforcing the illusion, and the ninja settled down again. The Senju clan leader's jutsu is extremely powerful. That giant Buddha was over 100 meters tall, blocking out the sun. Its arms were terrifying, seemingly endless. Hearing this description, Ban confirmed that Hashirama had indeed mastered the true Thousand Hands. How could he have progressed so quickly? I have the system, and just a few days ago I could crush him, but now he's already using the true Thousand Hands. How absurd. Ban grumbled inwardly. The worlds will always favored Hashirama. But soon he turned his mind to the strange request from the Kagaya clan. Heh, Kagaya-chinda, you're no easy mark. I thought the Kagaya clan were all crazed brutes, but you actually possess such strategic acumen. Truly rare. After several minutes of contemplation, a gleam of insight struck Ban. He finally understood Kagaya-chinda's plan. Since Kagaya-chinda dares to offer it, I'll accept. But this matter. Ban's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light. He would need to scheme carefully. Perhaps this time he could cripple the other clans. Having made up his mind, Ban wasted no time. He intended to inform Uchiha Taijima of this development. He turned to the Kagaya ninja, activated his illusion again, completely altering the man's memories, and then let him go. He couldn't allow Kagaya-chinda to sense anything amiss, or he might change his mind. After the Kagaya ninja departed, Ban rose and headed to Taijima's room to discuss the matter. Father, I wish to discuss something with you. After sitting opposite, Uchiha Madara spoke gravely for this plan of his required simultaneous action against several clans, leaving no room for carelessness. Oh, has something momentous occurred? Taijima furrowed his brow, asking with some confusion. It is thus today the Kagaya clan sent a messenger claiming they are willing to cede their territory to the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, a smile crept into Taijima's eyes. This is excellent news. The Kagaya clan has been cowed by the might of the Uchiha. Taijima spoke with fervor, utterly oblivious to Madara's resigned expression. Father, I have not finished speaking. Madara cut short Taijima's reverie. Though being interrupted by his own son somewhat diminished his paternal authority, Taijima did not harbor any resentment toward Madara. After all, this was his cherished prodigy. Proceed. After composing himself, Taijima gestured for Madara to continue. The Kagaya clan speaks fair words, but their intentions are sinister. They even seek to plunge the Uchiha into irredeemable ruin. Madara's words darkened Taijima's countenance. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, though he had delegated most affairs to Madara, his concern for the family was undiminished. Indeed, this battle-hardened elder valued the clan above all else. What exactly is the matter to be so severe? This matter is grave in one sense, yet trivial in another. Madara's sudden twist left Taijima bewildered. Enough. Stop keeping me in suspense, and speak quickly. Seeing Taijima's displeased expression, Madara smiled, and ceased his teasing, revealing the truth directly. In fact, it is quite simple. Kagaya Shitoku used the Kagaya clan's territory as bait, promising it to several families simultaneously, and our Uchiha clan is one of them. After Madara succinctly outlined Kagaya Shitoku's scheme, Taijima understood at once. I never expected the Kagaya clan to have someone with brains, but his calculations are far too optimistic. Do they take us for fools? As Taijima sneered scornfully, Madara offered a reminder. Father, aside from us, the other families are unaware of this. They surely believe the Kagaya clan has secretly informed only them. Moreover, the Kagaya clan genuinely intends to leave the Land of Fire. This news struck Taijima like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned. The Kagaya clan truly plans to abandon the Land of Fire. They are not merely hiding in the shadows. Partially yes and partially no. Though the Kagaya clan departs the Land of Fire, I dare assert they have not wholly relinquished this territory. They have merely gone into hiding elsewhere, waiting for a future opportunity to return. After Madara's calm analysis, Taijima nodded. Since you have analyzed this so clearly, you must already have a plan. Indeed. Father, this time I intend to act decisively, to drag all the families vying for a share into the abyss and cripple them, thereby establishing the Uchiha clan's supremacy. Likewise, we can seize this opportunity to forge alliances and recruit some families as our allies. The phrase forge alliances and recruit lit up Taijima's eyes. He had never heard such a term before, so it struck him as novel. Though he did not fully grasp its meaning, he felt its profundity. Sensing Taijima's curious gaze, Madara again explained the concept of forging alliances and recruiting. The more Taijima listened, the brighter his eyes became, until finally, after Madara finished, he burst into laughter. Excellent. Excellent is the notion of forging alliances and recruiting. Proceed with confidence. The Uchiha clan shall always be your strongest bulwark. Remember, you are the heir of the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha clan fears no one. Taijima's bold words sent a warm current through Madara's heart. Rest assured, Father. This time the Uchiha clan shall not lose. Madara's firm tone further bolstered Taijima's confidence. After their discussion, Madara returned to his quarters. Though he had spoken confidently to Taijima, he was not entirely certain of success. Hashirama's surging power had also placed pressure on Madara. Although he possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he knew he could not yet defeat Senju Hashirama, and thus he needed external aid. Moreover, this external force must not be too weak. Soon a smirk curled on Madara's lips. He had already conceived of the aid that could help him. After all, in the original story, Madara had used this very power to fight Hashirama in Sage Mode to a standstill. If there is anything in the ninja world that symbolizes raw power, it is the tailed beasts. Their terrifying destructive force is the nightmare of countless shinobi. Sharp claws, tough hide, immortality, and immense chakra, all combined to form the tailed beasts that inspire dread in all. The external force Madara needed was none other than the Nine Tails, the most powerful of them all save for the 10 Tails. However, though Madara thought of using the Nine Tails to bridge the gap, he faced a dilemma. In this era, he had no idea where the Nine Tails was, leaving him at a loss as to how to proceed. Ding. The host may spend 100 fate-altering points to inquire about the Nine Tails' current location. Just as Madara was racking his brain, the system's considerate voice sounded again, instantly brightening his expression. What a thoughtful and excellent system. Simply love it. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Madara immediately spent 100 fate-altering points to exchange for the Nine Tails' location. Ding. Exchange successful. The Nine Tails is currently resting in a ravine 2,000 meters north of the Uchiha clan territory in the Land of Fire. After spending the 100 fate-altering points, Madara confirmed the Nine Tails' location and wasted no time, immediately taking Uchiha Yi and his two brothers to travel overnight to the Nine Tails' position. After all, one must strike early, lest the Nine Tails escape. After a night's journey, Madara and the two Uchiha brothers finally arrived slowly at the place the system had indicated. At that moment, the Nine Tails was enjoying a rare morning, for Konoha had not yet been founded, so the Nine Tails had not been sealed, and no clan had a Jinchuriki. Thus, the Nine Tails was akin to a wild creature living without restraint, free to wander wherever it pleased. You two wait here for me. Once I enter, no matter what sounds you hear, do not come in. If danger arises, leave at once. I possess space-time ninjutsu, so have no concern for me. Having instructed the two, Madara walked into the valley. The Nine Tails, which had been basking in the morning sunlight, immediately detected the intruder the moment Madara appeared. The Nine Tails slowly opened its enormous eyes, its languid demeanor vanishing, replaced by a look of grave solemnity. Human, why have you come? Joe, whose body loomed like a mountain, rose and gazed down upon Ban from a height, as if appraising him, while subtly exuding a hint of hostility. Ban felt a tremor of awe at the sight of the colossal nine-tailed fox before him. Though he had seen it in anime in his past life, the reality was vastly different from the screen. Witnessing this behemoth in person was still staggering, yet the shock lasted only a fleeting moment. It was merely a beast unworthy of squandering too much of his energy. Jiwei, I have come to inform you of one thing. I require your power and offer you a chance to become my summoning beast. As Ban spoke these calm words, Jiwei's initially steady aura erupted into unruly fury, and its crimson chakra leaked out. Instantly, Ban sensed a torrent of negative emotions emanating from Jiwei's chakra. Yet Ban remained utterly unmoved. Human, do you realize what you are saying? I will give you a chance. Return to where you came from, and I shall let bygones be bygones. Jiwei glared fixedly at Ban, its heart seething with rage. Never in all these years had anyone dared speak to it like this. Not even the Sage of Six Paths or Yinchualuo had addressed it so. But now this puny human brat dares to speak to me like that. Huh. It seems you have grown too comfortable. A beast is always a beast. It should wear a collar and stay put. Seeing Jiwei dare to threaten him, Ban let out a sneer, looking at it with utter disdain. Although he came to subdue Jiwei, he had no intention of winning it over with love like Naruto would. In Ban's eyes, a beast was merely a beast, a tool to achieve his goals. You bastard! What did you say? Enraged, Jiwei's aura surged instantly. Its 9 crimson tails flailed wildly, and with the violent chakra it appeared like a primordial ferocious beast. Jiwei's sharp claws stabbed directly toward Ban, the scene between man and beast eerily surreal. The claws seemed to tear through space itself as they plunged toward Ban. Before Jiwei, Ban looked as frail as an ant, as if the mere shockwave of Jiwei's might could shatter him to pieces. Just as Jiwei's claws were about to strike Ban, a massive blue skeletal arm clamped tightly around the claws, halting their advance. Startled, Jiwei never expected this scrawny brat to possess such power. I gave you a chance. Since you refuse, you leave me no choice. With a cold snort, Ban wasted no time. His eyes instantly manifested the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The moment it appeared, the skeleton, which had been dwarfed by Jiwei, began to grow, flesh and muscle expanding to match Jiwei's size. Before Joe could recover from the blocked attack, Ban seized the opportunity to command Susanoo to deliver a heavy punch. The blue giant fist like a meteor struck Joe with irresistible force. The blow knocked Joe to the ground, and the searing pain finally jolted it back to its senses. Roar! You little brat, I will tear you apart. With a furious roar, Joe flipped over and slammed a punch at Ban Susanoo. Boom! Joe's strength was of course terrifying. Its punch seemed to shatter the heavens, striking directly at Susanoo. Yet though Joe was mighty, Susanoo was no less formidable. The heaven-shattering blow was caught firmly before it could land. Inside Susanoo, Ban remained composed as if he had anticipated this all along. Beast, your strength is not bad. If time were not pressing, I would actually enjoy playing with you a while longer. But now I have no time for this tedious game. Ban finished coldly, then commanded Susanoo to force Joe back. He immediately dismissed Susanoo and leaped before Joe. Before Joe could speak, Ban's Mangekyo Genjutsu activated. The moment the illusion was cast, Joe, which had been wild and unruly, instantly became docile, as obedient as a pet. A beast should know its place. With a cold glance at Joe, Ban retrieved a scroll from his system space. It was the summoning contract scroll, the very purpose of his visit. Ban bit his thumb and pressed his blood onto the scroll. The moment his blood stained the parchment, he sensed a strange connection in his mind, signifying the successful contract. Finally, it went smoothly. Now, Zhujian, let me see who is stronger, you or me. Ban murmured, then gazed far into the direction of the Qinsho clan, as if engaging in a silent confrontation with Zhujian. After Ban tamed Joe, the other clans received the news sent by the Hyūga clan and felt a stirring in their hearts. Yet these clans were not fools. They suspected a trap from the Hyūga clan, so they did not mobilize immediately. Instead, they sent spies to verify whether the Hyūga clan had truly left the Land of Fire as claimed. The dispatched spies lived up to expectations, returning word that the Hyūga clan had indeed departed. Upon receiving this news, the clans went wild with excitement. They could hardly believe the Hyūga clan had actually left. Did that not mean the territories and resources once belonging to the Hyūga clan were now ownerless? In an instant, the clans began to stir restlessly. Yet they refrained from immediate action, preferring to wait and see. They understood the principle of the bird that sticks its neck out gets shot. This stalemate continued for several days, until finally the Jitsuan clan and the Yuanfei clan could no longer resist and made their move. The Yuanfei and Jitsuan clans had always been allies, maintaining a mutual support alliance through intermarriage, much like the Qinsho and Uzumaki clans. Thus they decided to seize the land first and split it equally. However, they underestimated the other clans. Just as these two clans prepared to act, the other clans also dispatched their shinobi to the area. In a flash, the entire Land of Fire became turbulent, with all clan forces focusing their attention and efforts on the lands of the Hyūga clan. Young Patriarch. According to the latest intelligence just received from our scouts, the Sarutobi clan has formed an alliance with the Shimura clan and is marching toward Kagaya clan territory. Meanwhile, the Senju and Uzumaki clans have joined forces along with the Inoshikicho trio from the south and the Hitakisai dual alliance, all advancing as well. After Uchiha reported the situation, Madara remained silent, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. Tap, tap, tap. It seems the great turmoil across the Fire Country is about to begin. Our Uchiha clan should prepare early, though we must not intervene too hastily. Madara pondered for a moment before immediately ordering Uchiha to gather the ninja. As for himself, he stayed behind in the room to continue contemplating his next move. Big brother. Just as Madara was deep in thought about what to do next, Izuna's voice broke into his deliberations. Izuna, what brings you here? For his only younger brother, Madara revealed a long-forgotten smile. In these turbulent times, familial bonds were rare and precious. Father sent me. He said I should join this battle as well. Eager to fight alongside his most revered elder brother, Izuna eagerly declared this without hesitation. His thoughts were straightforward. After years of diligent cultivation, his strength had reached the Jonin level, and he had long yearned to battle alongside Madara to fight for the glory of the Uchiha clan. That Taijima himself had personally ordered his participation made him exceedingly delighted. Was it father's idea? Madara furrowed his brow. He was not particularly keen on Izuna joining this battle, for this conflict differed from all others. The entire Fire Country would be drawn into the turmoil, turning it into a war of unprecedented scale. Izuna's strength, admirable by ordinary standards, would prove insufficient against such a catastrophic clash. As an elder brother, he could not bear the thought of his last younger brother falling in battle. Izuna, still filled with excitement, naturally noticed the subtle movement between Madara's brows and quickly spoke. What's wrong, big brother? Madara could sense the tension in Izuna's eyes, yet he maintained a stern expression. This war is different from before. It is far too dangerous. I will speak to father afterward. You cannot participate. This unyielding refusal immediately stirred Izuna's emotions. No. I must join this battle. I too will fight for the Uchiha clan's honor. Besides, I am no longer weak. How can a member of the Uchiha clan fear war? Izuna protested with a flushed, determined face as though ready to lunge at anyone who dared refuse him. This time Madara said nothing and remained silent for a moment. Very well. You make a valid point. Only through war can our Uchiha clan grow swiftly. However, I warn you, this conflict is of grave importance. When combat erupts, I will have no means to protect you. Exercise utmost caution in all matters. Madara urged Izuna with a grave countenance, for war was no trivial matter. A single mistake could cost one's life. Fear not, big brother. I will be careful. Upon receiving Madara's approval, Izuna readily and obediently agreed. Madara then reminded Izuna of various precautions for the battlefield before dismissing him to make preparations. Yi, Ming, from today onward you two are responsible for safeguarding the second young master's safety. Once Izuna's figure disappeared completely, Madara immediately ordered his two subordinates to protect him. Uchiha Yi and his brother, well aware of Madara's capabilities, departed without hesitation to shadow Izuna covertly. After a day's time, the Uchiha clan had once again assembled 1,000 ninja and marched toward the border. As a vassal family of the Uchiha, the Hyūga clan naturally also dispatched 1,000 ninja to join the campaign. However, Hyūga Jinin did not lead the contingent. Instead, it was Hyūga Sora who took command. At this moment, nearly 10,000 ninja from several clans had already gathered at the former Kagaya clan territory. Senju Uzumaki Alliance 2000, Sarutobi Shimura Alliance 2000, Hataki Sai Alliance 2000, Ino Shikacho Alliance 3000. Adding the Uchiha clan positioned at the border, this small region had somehow amassed 11,000 ninja. The Kagaya clan's territory had been thoroughly divided among the major clans. Of course, the Senju clan had not yet entered the fray, for the timing was not yet optimal. None of the present clans would be satisfied with merely the land they currently occupied. War was but a breath away. Young Patriarch. All clans have taken their positions, but none have struck first. They maintain a precarious balance. Upon reaching the border, Madara immediately had Uchiha Yi send scouts to investigate the other major clans. None intend to strike first, do they? It seems I need to fan the flames for them. A glint flashed across Madara's eyes. Since no one wishes to be the one to light the fuse, then let him be that one. Do you know the supply routes of the other clans? Madara's gaze locked firmly onto the map as he asked. We have scouted them thoroughly, though some details remain unclear. Does the young patriarch intend to act against them? Yes, but not now. Keep watching them, for they serve a great purpose to me. Hearing that the Senju clan's logistics supplies held great value to Madara, Uchiha Yi did not dare delay and immediately dispatched men to closely monitor them. Then it is my turn to perform. Madara gazed deeply at the map. This time he would ignite a great fire, fully detonating this powder keg on the verge of explosion. The dark nightfall soon covered the entire sky. Night had arrived. Madara created a wood release clone to remain behind as a precaution. As for himself, he donned his familiar black robe and orange mask. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Madara carefully inspected himself for any flaws before activating Kimui and slowly disappearing from the room. The Senju clan. This time the contingent was led by Senju Heian and Senju Hanma. Likewise, Hashirama and Tobirama had also come to the front lines together. However, due to their youth and lack of command experience, neither served as the supreme commander of this campaign. The situation for Hanma is not favorable. It seems the Kagaya clan has shared this intelligence with all the families. Senju Heian studied the map with a headache, his previous severe injuries having fully healed after extended rest. Not a trace of his wounds remained upon him now. Since we are here, we shall make the best of it. Let us take things one step at a time. Nevertheless, do not worry. For the Kagaya clan's territory, the Senju clan is determined to claim it. Besides, do not forget that Hashirama's strength is formidable. If all else fails, we can simply have him act directly and subdue all the other clans. Thinking of Hashirama's prowess, Senju Heian and Hanma exchanged glances and smiled. Understanding Hashirama's capabilities so well, they could rest entirely at ease. If there was anything to worry about, it was solely the Uchiha clan. By a striking coincidence, just as the two of them were thinking of Madara, a whirlpool materialized before them. The mysterious figure cloaked as Madara had arrived. Who goes there? As Kage-level powerhouses, both of them, since the moment Ban appeared. Senju Tongjian and Senju Benjian. Who I am is not important. The two stared at Ban with wary eyes, ready to strike without hesitation if he made any move. Playing tricks. Who are you and what business do you have? Senju Pingjian clutched a kunai tightly, his gaze fixed on Ban's figure. I said who I am doesn't matter. I'm here to discuss a deal with you. A deal? You dare not even show your true face. How can we trust you? Hearing Ban mention cooperation, Senju Pingjian refused outright, without a second thought. He dared not risk collaborating with someone of unknown origins. Indeed, A skulking coward who hides his face dares to propose a deal with the Senju clan. Ridiculous. If you have any sense, leave at once, or you'll find yourself in an awkward position. Their sarcastic and barbed words stirred Ban's temper. It seems you two have no faith in me. In that case. Before Ban could finish, the two attacked, hurling kunai at his vital points in an attempt to kill him instantly. Ban watched their assault coldly, making no move. As the kunai struck him, a bizarre scene unfolded. He seemed to exist outside the world, the weapons passing through him harmlessly. Yet Ban remained completely unscathed. Witnessing this eerie phenomenon, Senju Pingjien and his companion froze. They had never imagined anyone could ignore all physical attacks. Who are you? With such power, you must be among the strongest in the ninja world. But why have we never heard of you? After their probing attack was effortlessly neutralized, the two became even more vigilant. Seeing them finally subdued, Ban nodded inwardly. Good. Now we can discuss matters in peace. Ban sat on the table as casually as if it were his own chair. Senju Pingjien and the others' faces darkened, but they said nothing. Please state your business quickly. If the Senju clan can accomplish it, we will. Senju Pingjian's words were watertight. Can accomplish? How would Ban know the truth? It would be up to their discretion. If Ban's request was easy, they wouldn't mind doing him a favor to forge ties, adding a powerful ally to the Senju. If the request was too difficult, then they would regretfully decline. Hep. Since this is my first meeting with you, I have no gifts. As a token of sincerity, tomorrow at noon, go 1 kilometer west of the Kagaya clan. I will leave a grand present there to show my goodwill. What do you think? Ban made no mention of the cooperation's details, instead offering a grand gift first. Senju Pingjien and his companion naturally wanted nothing to do with it. One should not accept gifts without merit. Please state the terms of the deal. Enough. That's all for today. I'll return tomorrow. Remember, accept my gift well. Without giving the two Senju a chance to speak, Ban activated Kimui and vanished from the room, leaving behind the bewildered brothers. Benjian, should we go tomorrow? Senju Pingjien frowned, looking at his companion. I'm not sure either, but let's send someone to scout first and see what this grand gift really is. Unlike Senju Pingjien, Senju Benjian was curious about Ban's promised gift. Though Ban's ability was troublesome, he remained unconcerned, believing the entire Senju clan stood behind him. Senju Benjian reasoned that since Ban hid his face, he must be afraid to show himself or had a huge secret. Thus, he wouldn't dare provoke the Senju clan, making Benjian feel at ease. Alright, go personally tomorrow with the team. Remember, retreat immediately if anything seems off. After pondering fruitlessly, Senju Pingjien ordered Senju Benjian to investigate. Just as the Senju clan decided who would go, Ban visited the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, saying the same words. Compared to the Senju, the greedy Sarutobi and Shimura clans fell for the trap easily. Ban repeated the same tactic, informing the other clans as well. Then he prepared to visit the last stop of his plan, the Inoshikacho allied camp. The location Ban pointed out to these people was precisely the supply route of the Inoshikacho alliance. This time, unlike his previous offers, he intended to directly inform them that their supply convoy would be ambushed tomorrow. Rakuku, this can't go on. With so many clans here, all restraining each other, no one can make a move. Every extra day drains our resources. Do you think we should participate in this contest? Under the dim oil lamp, Yamanaka Haishur asked with a troubled expression. The Nara clan always served as the strategist in their three-clan alliance, so whenever a situation arose, they deferred to Nara's decision. This time was no exception. I suggest we leave here. Nara Rakuku frowned, then asked, why not fight for it? Yamanaka Haishur asked in confusion. Now all the powerful clans of the Land of Fire have gathered here. Though the Inoshikacho alliance is strong, the Senju and other clan alliances are not far behind. Besides, I have a feeling this battle is not simple. I advise against getting too involved. As for fighting for it, with the mighty Senju clan here, what can you contend with? Even if you win, can you hold it? Don't forget, the Uchiha clan is lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. After Nara Rakuku analyzed the situation, Yamanaka Haishur and the other fell silent. As he said, even if they managed to seize the prize, could they defend it? Sigh. Then we withdraw. Staying here only wastes our supplies. Having reached a consensus, the three prepared to return to their camps and issue orders. Just then Ban appeared. Heh. As expected of the Nara clan, so sharp-witted. But now you can't leave. The moment Ban materialized, Yamanaka Kaichi attacked. Mind-body switch technique. But Ban was faster, dodging the jutsu's range as soon as he moved. Who are you? I am here to save the three clans. Ban declared with resolute conviction, his piercing gaze fixed upon the trio. Oomph. Our three clans are faring well enough without your salvation. You, however, skulk in the shadows. Today, I shall make you stay here. Xiudao Dingzhan finished speaking and immediately prepared to strike, but Naoyang Lujiao restrained him. Dingzhan, stop. At Lujiao's command, Xiudao Dingzhan halted his movement. What's wrong, Lujiao? Hold your attack. Let's hear what this gentleman has to say first. After stopping Dingzhan, Lujiao turned to Ban, his expression implying that Ban had better offer a reasonable explanation. Otherwise today, he would not leave unscathed. Heh, you don't know yet, do you? The other clans are already planning to move against you. Niliang Lujiao shot back before Ban could finish his sentence. Impossible. Our 3 clans have made no aggressive moves. They have no cause to attack us. I suspect. Niliang Lujiao paused, casting a cold glance at Ban. You're trying to sow discord among us, hoping to reap the benefits as a fisherman, aren't you? Heh, believe it or not, the truth will reveal itself tomorrow. Just wait. By tomorrow you'll know. He added one final warning. A tall tree catches the wind. Ban cast a meaningful glance at the 3, then said no more. He immediately activated his divine power, his body spinning as he vanished from the tent, leaving the Inoshikacho trio behind. Lujiao, how credible do you think this mysterious man's words are? Xiaodao Dingzhan asked with a contemplative expression, while Shanzhong Haisher nodded in agreement. Hard to say. I can't tell if it's true or false. But he's right. We are indeed a tall tree that catches the wind. So it's possible the other clans are conspiring against us. Whether it's true or not, we'll see tomorrow. After pondering for a while, Niliang Lujiao still had no clear answer, so he proposed this suggestion. Good. Then we'll send more people when we receive supplies tomorrow, and the 3 of us will go together. Shanzhong Haisher had the final word, settling the matter. The next day, dawn broke through the darkness as promised. Many had not rested well that night because of Ban's words. Today was the day they would uncover the truth. The various clans assembled early and set out for the location Ban had designated. Of course, not all of them went. The allied forces of the Flag and Saddle Horse clans remained inactive, but the majority did depart. The Thousand Hand Alliance sent Thousand Hand Benjian and Whirlpool Zong as their leaders. Other clans also dispatched their top-tier combatants. In an instant, that ordinary little valley drew the attention of numerous clans. The Inoshikacho allied forces, of course, had already laid an ambush around the valley. They wanted to see if, as the mysterious man had claimed, the other clans were truly about to attack them. Soon noon arrived, the time the Inoshikacho clans had agreed upon for the exchange. The other clans, sensing the moment was right, began to lean forward, looking ahead. And there they saw the Inoshikacho ninjas slowly advancing, escorting several carts laden with supplies. At that sight, the hidden clans sprang into action. In an instant, countless explosive tags, kunai, and shuriken rained down like a torrential storm. The dozen or so ninjas guarding the supplies were wiped out in the first exchange, with only 2 severely wounded survivors. Yet none of the attacking clans pressed their advantage. Every clan lying in ambush in the valley except for the Flag and Saddle Horse clans had acted in unison. For a moment they all exchanged awkward glances. I can't believe these clans truly dared to strike at us. Xiaodao Dingzhan glared angrily at the ninjas from the various clans ahead. Since they dared to move against our 3 clans, let them all stay here. Shanzhong Haisher, paying no heed to anything else, flew into a rage upon seeing that these clans had set their sights on them, and immediately attacked. You all have quite the refined taste, daring to lay hands on our 3 clans' supplies. As Shanzhong Haisher's words rang out, the previously hidden tri-clan forces instantly emerged, surrounding the entire valley in an impregnable encirclement. The clans below, still locked in stalemate, turned pale at the sound. Cursing inwardly, they realized they had been deceived when they saw the tri-clan forces surrounding them. Elder Haisher, you misunderstand. Our 2 clans came here because we received intelligence that someone was about to ambush you. So we brought our forces specifically to protect your supplies. The moment Yuanfei Yezhan laid eyes on Shanzhong Haisher, he knew things had gone wrong. So after Haisher finished speaking, he quickly concocted an excuse, making no mention of the attack. After Yuanfei Yezhan spoke, Ji Siyuan, Chuanzong hastily echoed him. The 2 of them acted as if they had truly come to protect the tri-clan supplies. Hearing their shameless words, Shanzhong Haisher cursed them inwardly for their brazenness. They had clearly launched a sneak attack on the tri-clan forces, yet Yuanfei Yezhan twisted it into a story of protection. Hidden within the Yuanfei Siyuan allied forces, Ban's eyes flickered. Even he was stunned by Yuanfei Yezhan's audacity. He now seriously wondered if Yuanfei Yezhan was a direct ancestor of the future 3rd Hokage Yuanfei Risen. Then how do you explain killing our tri-clan ninjas? Shanzhong Haisher pointed at the corpses on the ground, his voice grave. That was all a mistake. A mere accident. We accidentally mistook them for enemies. Compared to his earlier excuse, this one was even more far-fetched. Accident. Accident, my ass. Shanzhong Haisher was furious. Fine. A fine accident indeed. I have never seen such shamelessness. Yuanfei Yezhan, I will kill you today. Hearing that Yuanfei Yezhan's words were even more outrageous than before, Shanzhong Haisher could no longer contain his rage. The tri-clan forces shared his fury, and as soon as Haisher finished speaking, they surged forward as one. The tri-clan's distinctive colors were unmistakable, especially when the Qiudao clan used their expansion technique, transforming into giants. In an instant, hundreds of Chodao clansmen enacted their secret art, all becoming colossal and charging downhill. The sight of so many giants charging together made the entire valley tremble, the ground shaking, as if an earthquake had struck. The besieged clans panicked at the sight of so many giants rushing toward them. Everyone, the three clans outnumber us greatly. We must unite now if we hope to survive. Let us set aside our differences for now and join forces to overcome this crisis. What say you? Sensing the situation turning unfavorable, Hanma Senju immediately spoke up, attempting to unite the other clans against the Inoshikacho trio. Hidden among the crowd, Ban's face flickered with a hint of mockery upon hearing this proposal. Unite? As if I didn't exist. Ban sneered coldly in his heart, then made his move. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. As Ban completed his hand seals, a ferocious water dragon surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, carrying terrifying power straight toward the Akimichi clan ninja. Boom. Because the Akimichi clan member had enlarged his body, his movements were naturally slower. Thus the water dragon bullet struck him squarely, its force undiminished. The Akimichi ninja let out a sharp cry upon being hit, stumbling backward several steps. Each step his massive frame took kicked up a thick cloud of dust. Some Yamanaka clan members who failed to dodge in time were severely crushed by the Akimichi's retreat. The Senju clan. How dare you ambush our Akimichi people? Dingjan Akimichi, seeing the Senju clan launch a sneak attack, immediately fixed his glare upon them. Bastards! Who gave the order to strike? As soon as Dingjan Akimichi finished speaking, Hanma Senju's expression changed drastically as he looked back, wanting to know who had acted. According to his plan, he had intended to unite all the clans present, have them draw the attention of the three allied clans, and then lead the Senju clan to break through amidst the chaos. Clearly Ban had seen through his intentions. So Ban acted decisively, leaving Hanma Senju no time to consider. A chaotic battle erupted. The 1,000-strong allied force of the three clans quickly formed into three-man teams, fighting in perfect coordination. Meanwhile, the other clans' allied forces were a scattered mess, utterly lacking any cooperation. Under these circumstances, ninjas from the great clans kept falling. Although several clans had united, their total numbers barely matched those of the three-clan alliance. Consequently, the coalition, led by the Senju clan, suffered heavy losses. No, this cannot go on. Hanma Senju dodged a secret technique from a Yamanaka ninja and shouted. From the start of the battle, they had been on the defensive. The three-clan alliance fought with flawless coordination, turning the fight into a one-sided slaughter. The leaders of the other clans also saw the situation clearly, but they were helpless. The enemy's strength was overwhelming. Moreover, on their side, only Hanma Senju was a Kage-level powerhouse, while the rest were merely pseudo-Kage. The three-clan alliance, however, boasted 3 full Kage-level fighters. The disparity in top-tier combat power was too great. Then what do you suggest we do? Their coordination is too perfect, flawless. Yejan Sarutobi grumbled in frustration after kicking aside a Nara clan ninja. Despite his pseudo-Kage-level strength, even against a combination of 1 Jonin and 2 Chunin, he found it extremely taxing, which made him want to vomit blood from sheer frustration. The Akimichi clan, though easy to hit like a stationary target, relied heavily on the Nara clan's tactical coordination and the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques. Everyone, do not attack the Akimichi clan directly. Prioritize the Yamanaka and Nara clans. Especially the Yamanaka clan. They are completely immobile while using their secret techniques. Hanma Senju shouted with all his might, his voice carrying across the entire battlefield. All ninjas except those from the three-clan alliance abandoned their attacks on the thick-skinned Akimichi and instead launched a fierce assault on the Nara and Yamanaka clans. Super expansion technique. Just as Hanma Senju's words faded, a sky-obscuring figure plummeted from above, instantly casting a vast shadow over most of the battlefield, as if the very heavens were collapsing. Then Dingjan Akimichi's mountain-like body slammed into the ground. Boom. The moment Dingjan Akimichi landed, a deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. The terrifying shockwave from his impact radiated outward at tremendous speed, sending countless ninjas flying. The spot where Dingjan Akimichi landed was utterly devastated. The ninjas below who failed to escape were crushed to pulp by his massive frame. Shadow sewing technique. Hot on the heels of Dingjan Akimichi's move, Lujiao Nara acted. His pitch-black shadow shot forward like an assassin from the Dark Realms, swiftly binding nearly 100 ninjas. Damn it. I can't move. What's happening? Curses. This damn Nara clan's secret technique. Mind disturbance dance technique. While the surrounding ninjas, immobilized by the shadow sewing technique, were cursing and complaining, Hashirama Yamanaka stepped in. With a single mind disturbance dance technique, he caused over 100 ninjas to begin attacking each other. In sheer terror, those 100-plus ninjas found their bodies completely out of control, turning on one another. Within mere seconds, they had killed each other in fratricidal chaos. The arrival of the three instantly tipped the scales of war further in favor of the three-clan alliance. Hama Senju and the others witnessing this had bloodshot eyes burning with fury. After all, the fallen were their own clansmen. Gentlemen, time is pressing. The enemy's high-end combatants have entered the fray. We must immediately engage them or the situation will only worsen for us. Hama Senju's voice was low as he finished speaking. The others nodded in agreement, not fools to the battlefield's reality, and without hesitation accepted his proposal. Earth Release Yellow Swamp Spring Technique. Hama Senju formed hand seals at lightning speed while charging toward Lu Jiao Nara. Before Lu Jiao could employ his secret technique, the solid ground beneath his feet transformed into a swamp, trapping him deeply and rendering him immobile. Humph. Do you think restraining me will do any good? Shadow Neck Binding Technique. Lu Jiao Nara made a seal and his shadow shot forward like a wraith, attempting to ensnare Hama Senju. But Hanma, anticipating this, used the body flicker technique to retreat and evade. Simultaneously, he produced several shuriken and hurled them at Lu Jiao's vital points. The shuriken, cutting through the air, flew with lethal intent straight toward Lu Jiao. Not satisfied, Hama Senju quickly formed more hand seals after releasing the shuriken. Fire Release Flame Bullet. A massive fireball followed the shuriken, blazing toward Lu Jiao Nara. The fireball radiated intense killing intent, its heat so fierce it seemed to melt the very air around it. Two terrifying attacks locked onto Lu Jiao Nara alone. But trapped by the yellow swamp spring, he could not evade. Helpless, he watched the shuriken and kunai draw closer. Lu Jiao Nara slowly closed his eyes, knowing this time his fate was sealed. Chieftain, Lu Jiao. In an instant, the entire three-clan alliance watched in tension. Some Nara clansmen even collapsed in despair. Finally, under the desperate gaze of the three-clan alliance, the shuriken were about to strike Lu Jiao Nara. Shikaku, this isn't like you. In that hair-trigger moment, Akimichi Choza used his own body to take the fatal attack for Nara Shikaku. Choza. At the sound of the voice, Nara Shikaku hurriedly opened his eyes and saw the familiar massive figure before him. Choza had blocked the deadly strike with his own body. For an instant, Nara Shikaku's eyes were filled with gratitude. All right, don't make that face. The Nara Shikaku I know has always been a man of wisdom and confidence. Akimichi Choza turned back with a smile and said to Nara Shikaku, I'm not giving up. Get me out. Nara Shikaku chuckled lightly and asked Akimichi Choza to pull him out. The giant Choza reached out and dragged Nara Shikaku out with ease. But as soon as Nara Shikaku was out, Akimichi Choza quickly withdrew his arm. Earlier, when he had shielded Nara Shikaku from fire release and shuriken, his entire right arm had been badly scorched by the intense heat of the fire release. Choza, are you okay? Nara Shikaku immediately noticed Choza's arm and asked with concern. Don't worry. It's just a scratch. Akimichi Choza waved his hand to brush off his dear friend's concern. He didn't want anyone to worry about him. Senju Homa. I never expected that the honorable clan of love would resort to sneak attacks. How can you still have the nerve to call yourselves the clan of love? Nara Shikaku's face turned ashen as he stared at Senju Homa, fury burning in his eyes. His friend's injury had enraged the normally composed strategist. Humph. The reputation of my Senju clan is naturally indisputable. This is wartime. As the strategist of the allied forces, you must know that all is fair in war. Senju Homa was completely unmoved by Nara Shikaku's sarcasm and fired back. Humph. A fine all is fair in war, you say? Then let me see just how powerful the famed Senju clan really is. Nara Shikaku gave a cold snort and immediately sent his shadow darting towards Senju Homa. Shadow Imitation Technique. Nara Shikaku did not use any advanced secret art. Instead, he chose the most ordinary shadow imitation technique, a jutsu common to every shinobi of the Nara clan. Under Nara Shikaku's control, the slender black shadow eerily moved towards Senju Homa. But Senju Homa, prepared for it, naturally dodged. The Shimura shinobi behind him was not so lucky. Because Homa suddenly jumped aside, that Shimura shinobi who was locked in battle was instantly caught by Shikaku's shadow. The Shimura shinobi's opponent seized the opportunity, using partial expansion jutsu, to turn his right hand enormous. The sky-covering hand crushed the Shimura shinobi with overwhelming force. After evading Nara Shikaku's attack, Senju Homa immediately formed hand seals at lightning speed. Wind Release Great Breakthrough. With his seals complete, Senju Homa expelled a huge mass of wind bullets from his mouth, charging at Nara Shikaku with terrifying destructive power. The power of Wind Release needed no introduction. Among all ninjutsu, its destructive force was second to none. Seeing it coming, Nara Shikaku hurriedly dodged the wind bullet. Boom. Because Nara Shikaku dodged the wind release, struck the great tree behind him and shattered it to pieces. Seizing the opening, Nara Shikaku drew a kunai and threw it at Senju Homa. Though Homa was in the brief lull after using a jutsu, his reaction was far from slow. The instant the kunai shot out, he managed to avoid it. Senju Homa took the opportunity to draw his weapon and slash at Nara Shikaku. Under the sunlight, the sharp katana gleamed with a flash of cold light. As a Kaga-level powerhouse, he was no master of swordsmanship, but he still had a certain grasp of it. This strike came at Narashikaku's heart from a bizarre and vicious angle. Yet Narashikaku seemed to have expected it standing in place without dodging. Seeing this, Senju was startled. Before he could think it over, the weapon had already pierced deep into Narashikaku's body. But though the blade struck the heart dead on, the scene of blood spraying that Homa had imagined never came. The moment the blade struck, Narashikaku's figure dissolved into a puddle of water. Senju pupils violently contracted. A single cry rang through his heart: "No, I've been tricked." At that moment, a cold voice like a demon's voice from hell sent a chill creeping up his spine. Shadow strangulation technique. The pitch-black shadow attached itself to Senju like a phantom. As soon as it seized him, he felt his body no longer obey him. His brain sent commands to his body, but the body simply refused to carry them out. After taking control of Senju body, the shadow split into a part that formed an arm and clamped tightly around his neck. This was the Nara clan's secret art. "Heh, looks like you've lost this time." Narashikaku's calm voice slowly resounded beside Senju ear. His indifferent words sounded as if he were speaking of something utterly trivial, as if he had already foreseen this outcome from the start. "Heh, as expected of the Nara clan, your battle intelligence is remarkable. I just want to know, when exactly did you use the water clone?" Senju asked with a hint of unwillingness in his voice. His defeat was somewhat unexpected and hard to accept. After all, moments ago it had seemed he was about to win, only to discover that everything was a scheme his opponent had set up. That left a very bitter taste in his heart. "That's a simple question. What if I said I used a clone jutsu the very first moment I escaped the swamp? Do you believe me?" This time Narashikaku's voice was no longer as calm as before. It turned serious. Although Senju had been defeated by him, to respect one's opponent is to respect oneself. With that in mind, Narashikaku answered Homa's question with a grave expression. I never expected that this old man was tricked by you from the very beginning. Losing to you is not unjust. Go ahead and finish me." After learning why he had lost, Senju no longer dwelled on it. Rather than die an obscure old man, he would rather die a magnificent death on the battlefield. He had spent his entire military career earning countless achievements for the Senju clan. Even in death, he wanted to die a worthy death to be remembered by future generations. Falling in battle was his ultimate destination. As Narashikaku kept tightening the shadow arm, the scene before Senju eyes gradually blurred. He seemed to return to the very beginning. A carefree childhood, then gradually growing up and fighting endlessly for the clan. Reviewing his life, he had never truly lived for himself. From start to finish, he had struggled solely for his clan. Finally, I can be freed. The ultimate fate of a shinobi is, after all, death, born in war and dying in war. Perhaps that's not such a bad thing. Finally, with one last surge of strength in his arm, Chishu, the elder of the Chishu clan who had spent half his life battling for his people, fell dead upon the battlefield. "Elder, Lord Hanma." At the moment Chishu's corpse hit the ground, every ninja of the Chishu clan present let out cries of grief and outrage. They were all old subordinates of Chishu Heijian, having been personally trained by Chishu step by step, essentially his students. In the ninja world, where teachers are revered as parents, it was only natural that Chishu death struck them with devastating force. "Bastard! Nara clan, I will kill you all. Avenge Lord Hanma. Slaughter the Nara clan. Kill." Hundreds of Chishu ninja immediately roared with earth-shattering force. Though they numbered only in the hundreds, their battle spirit was unmatched by anyone else present. As the saying goes, a grieving army is invincible. The more desperate the situation, the stronger they become. Surrounded and mourning the loss of their comrade, these Chishu ninja had already cast death aside. Consequently, they were able to press the three-clan alliance forces backward. Narashikaku furrowed his brow, watching the scene unfold below. The Chishu clan ninja were now trading lives for lives, a severe disadvantage. Fortunately, the three clans maintained seamless coordination. Wind release, vacuum, great sphere. After evading several explosive tags, Jinsook Hanzo immediately unleashed multiple air bullets from his mouth. While the Jinsook clan lacked Kekkei Gunkai, their mastery of wind release formed the foundation of their survival in the ninja world. Hanzo's wind release proved formidable. The technique streaked towards several Yamanaka clan ninja, mid-formulation of their secret arts piercing through their chests in an instant. "Damn it, Jinsook Hanzo, I'll make you pay with your life." Yamanaka Inori engaged in combat, locked onto Hanzo with murderous intent, yet he remained unfazed. Such hostility from enemies on the battlefield was merely expected. As the various clans descended into chaos, concerns about alliances faded entirely. Everyone fought with bloodlust driven by a single thought: survive. Madara observed the chaotic battle from a secluded valley above, a smug smile curling his lips. "Heh. Fight on, fight on. The more fiercely you battle, the better, but not yet." I must intensify this conflict further. Murmuring to himself, Madara activated Kimui once more and departed. His objective was to draw all clans into committing their frontline ninja to full-scale combat, throwing the entire war into complete disarray. Only when the waters are sufficiently murky can one fish with ease. Soon Madara reappeared at the Chishu clan's encampment. This time Chishu Heijian refrained from testing him, as he had before, though vigilance remained essential. Notably, Hashirama was also present within the tent alongside him. They had been debating Hama's prolonged absence when Madara's arrival immediately captured both their attention. Who goes there? While Heijian remained composed, Hashirama, encountering Madara for the first time, displayed immediate wariness and hostility. Haha, is this how the Chishu clan treats their guests? Madara ignored Hashirama, entirely addressing Heijian directly. Though Hashirama possessed formidable power, Heijian held command of the frontline forces, so Madara directed his inquiries solely to him. Guest? From where would a guest come? I'd call them an enemy. Heijian's sarcastic retort revealed his experienced cunning. Haha, whether guest or enemy, what matters is that I can be of assistance, isn't that right? Madara watched Heijian with amusement, eager to witness his expression upon learning of his brother Hanma's death. Speak. What do you want this time? Heijian responded, coldly harboring no trust in Madara's intentions. I've come to deliver news. Before Heijian could interject, Madara quickly added, don't tell me you don't wish to hear this. It concerns the hundreds of ninja you dispatched. And your brother Chishu Hanma. Behind his mask, Madara smiled as he observed both men. Get to the point. Stop beating around the bush. Hashirama paid no mind to such matters and confronted Madara directly, sensing an inexplicable familiarity in the mysterious figure before him, as though he'd encountered this person somewhere before. Madara initially relaxed, sensed the suspicious gaze, and felt a jolt of alarm. No way. Surely not. After all this disguise, could he still recognize me? That would be absurd. Fortunately, Hashirama's sense of familiarity didn't lead to confirmation, and Madara secretly exhaled in relief. Enough idle talk. I'm here to tell you that Chishu Hanma was slain by the combined forces of the Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka clans. The other ninja you sent along likely fare no better. Upon mentioning Hanma's death and the others, Madara merely shrugged and spread his hands, appearing entirely unfazed, as though the hundreds who perished were nothing more than trash to him. What? You're saying Hanma fell in battle? That's impossible. Hearing this, Chishu Heijian immediately roared in disbelief. He knew Hanma's strength. No matter how severely wounded, he shouldn't have died. Yet this mysterious figure claimed Hanma was dead. What exactly happened? Why did Elder Hanma fall in battle? Since Chishu Hanma's mission had been planned privately between Heijian and Hashirama, and the other ninja were unaware of its true nature, believing merely that Hanma had led a group to collect supplies. Haha, it seems they didn't tell you, did they? Sensing Hashirama's ignorance, Madara's eyes narrowed as he attempted to sow discord. However, Heijian, consumed by grief, immediately recognized Madara's machinations. Hashirama, do not be swayed by his words. Hanma undertook a secret mission that must remain concealed. And furthermore, Chishu Heijian gnashed his teeth, glaring at Madara. The intelligence he provided was what drove Hanma to take such risks in the first place. Though Hashirama remained unclear about the nature of Hanma's mission, he understood from Heijian's words that this very mysterious figure was the catalyst behind it. Damn you! Who exactly are you? Why are you targeting our Chishu clan? Did you orchestrate Elder Hanma's death? After a moment's reflection, Hashirama detected the shadow of conspiracy. Haha, don't cast aspersions on me. I merely provided intelligence. You chose to proceed on your own. That has nothing to do with me. Madara was taken aback that Hashirama had deduced his role as the mastermind so quickly. He never imagined the typically simple-minded Hashirama could display such acumen. Damn it. So it was you after all. I'll make you pay with your life for Hanma. Consumed by grief, Chishu Heijian immediately seized his weapon and launched a ferocious strike at Madara without hesitation. As Senju Hirama's kunai struck Madara, and he himself passed straight through Madara's body, causing him to fall to the ground. Madara had not moved an inch, not even a speck of dust clinging to his clothes, as if he did not exist in this world. I was truly terrified. However, I advise you to cease these futile efforts. You cannot defeat me. Better take your people and rescue the Senju clan members. Otherwise, Madara said with a smile, glancing at the two, if you delay, not a single one will be saved. After uttering these words, Madara activated Kimui and vanished from the tent, leaving one man slumped on the ground and the other in utter shock. Elder Hirama, what just happened? Why did you strike him but pass through without injury while you fell through? Hashirama, bewildered by the bizarre scene, quickly asked the prone Senju Hirama. Alas, no time to explain. The situation is critical, we'll discuss it later. After sitting dazed for a moment, Senju Hirama's expression hardened into resolve. Hashirama, seeing this, said nothing more and simply nodded. Subsequently, Senju Hirama mustered all remaining ninjas in the camp and set off with Hashirama toward the battlefield. After leaving the Senju camp, Madara visited the other clans still engaged in battle, informing them in turn. Upon receiving this news, these clans also dispatched all their remaining ninjas from their camps. At the united camp of the Shimura and Akimichi clans. Unlike the other clans panicked, these two clans that had not yet participated were eerily quiet. However, one person's arrival shattered this tranquility. The newcomer was none other than Madara. After visiting every other clan, he came to these two exceptionally steady clans intending to probe when they would withdraw. Indeed, Madara deduced from their behavior that these two clans would likely not join the conflict. After all, their territories were far from the Kagaya clans, and they were merely middle-ranking clans in the ninja world. Although they lacked renowned powerhouses, underestimating them would be a grave mistake. Their combined combat strength was still formidable. The Akimichi clan's illusion techniques could directly deprive the enemy of their five senses, and when paired with the Shimura clan's terrifying sword arts, the alliance's combat power was quite impressive. Inform your alliance commander that the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan has come to call. As Madara approached the allied camp with two ninjas, guards immediately stopped him. After he announced his name, the guards respectfully escorted him inside. After all, who would dare show disrespect to a member of the Uchiha clan? Soon Madara and his party were led to the command tent of the allied forces. As he entered, his eyes fell upon a man with silver-white hair, a stern expression, and an imposing aura, Shimura Suefu. Coincidentally, Shimura Suefu also noticed Madara at the entrance. Instantly, the man's aura pressed toward Madara as if to test the mettle of the much-talked-about young prodigy. As a swordsman, Shimura Suefu's aura was as sharp and unyielding as his blade, a relentless piercing edge. The moment this undisguised pressure descended upon Madara, he sensed it immediately. This aura made Madara feel as if countless swords were piercing him, his skin aching. After gauging Shimura Suefu's aura, Madara's own aura rose to match it, no less formidable. Unlike Shimura Suefu's, Madara's aura was steeped in boundless killing intent, invoking a primal fear that made one feel as if immersed in a sea of blood and corpses. When the two auras collided, everyone in the tent could feel their distinct natures. Madara's aura in particular made them feel as if they would be killed in the next moment, and a flicker of terror crept into their eyes as they looked at him. Neither servile nor arrogant, strong in skill, steady in mind, and unmatched in strategy and cunning. Truly, the Uchiha clan has produced a genuine genius, Shimura Suefu said with a hint of admiration. Patriarch Shimura flatters me. I came here to propose an alliance between the Uchiha clan and your two clans. Shimura Suefu and Akimichi Hakuin exchanged a glance, then looked at Madara with surprise. An alliance? Shouldn't your father Uchiha Taijima be the one to propose such a thing? Can you truly represent the Uchiha clan? Akimichi Hakuin asked skeptically. You need not doubt. The young patriarch's decisions are equivalent to the patriarch's. Before Madara could speak, the guard behind him explained. What? You mean his decisions are equivalent to Uchiha Taijima's? Yes, I fully represent the Uchiha clan. You can rest assured on that point. Seeing their astonishment, Madara simply nodded calmly. Though he was only the young patriarch, his authority was nearly on par with the patriarch's, and his orders within the Uchiha clan were even more effective than his father's. It seems the Uchiha high-ranking members have extraordinary trust in you. Shimura Suefu's words seemed pregnant with meaning, but Madara did not respond. Now can we discuss the alliance? Of course, please have a seat. Shimura Suefu and Akimichi Hakuin smiled slightly and gestured for Madara to sit opposite them. Clearly, they had acknowledged his status and placed him on equal footing with themselves. Gentlemen, we are all intelligent. I will not mince words. I came to propose an alliance between your two clans and mine to seize the Kagaya clan's territory. Unlike his usual evasive tactics, Madara stated his purpose directly. Knowing that Shimura Suefu as a swordsman valued straightforwardness, he chose to be blunt. After speaking, Madara sat quietly waiting for their response. Since you are a straightforward man, I will speak plainly. What benefit does an alliance with the Uchiha clan to seize the Kagaya territory bring us? With no benefit, and with our two clans bearing great costs, this deal seems far from favorable. If you want us to ally with you, it's simple. Shimura Suefu fixed his gaze on Madara. You must give us a compelling reason for an alliance. Though Shimura Suefu spoke of a compelling reason, Madara knew it was merely a demand for profit. Without gain, why would anyone help? Only sufficient interest would move them to assist. If your allied forces help us achieve victory, the Uchiha clan will grant the Kagaya clan half of their territorial resources. Hatake Shofu was about to speak upon hearing this condition, but Madara interrupted him. I know what you want to say. The Hatake and Onma clans are far from the Kagaya clan and not adjacent, so I will convert the equivalent land of the Kagaya clan into the equivalent land of the Hyūga clan. Your two clans are close to the Hyūga clan, so I will exchange the borderland of the Hyūga clan with you for the equivalent land of the Kagaya clan. After Madara stated this condition, Onma Boryu asked, You mean that after we two clans help you conquer the Kagaya clan's territory, we will split the land equally between our two allied forces? Since we are not adjacent to the Kagaya clan, you plan to exchange it with the equivalent land of the Hyūga clan's border. So in effect, your Uchiha clan will possess the entire Kagaya territory, while our two clans will acquire a portion of the Hyūga territory, right? Onmaboryu sorted out his thoughts and looked at Madara, as if seeking his confirmation. Exactly, that is correct. This way both sides will be delighted. What do you two think? Madara looked at them with sincerity. His offer was already quite generous. If they still refused, he would directly abandon the plan of forming an alliance. In that case, allow us to discuss it. After all, this concerns the fate of our two clans, and we cannot decide lightly. Hitachi Shofu glanced at Onmaboryu, and said then the two left the tent and went outside. Shofu, should we agree? Onmaboryu looked at Hitachi Shofu with doubt. Since their alliance, Shofu had always been the one making decisions, and this time he instinctively asked for his opinion. I think allying with the Uchiha clan is acceptable. He said we can exchange land for land. We won't lose anything. Moreover, we only need to assist them. The main force is still the Uchiha clan. Hitachi Shofu smiled as he said this. Oh, how so? Onmaboryu became interested upon hearing this. We will only be responsible for support, not engage in desperate battles with other clans. Let the Uchiha clan be the main force and do the fighting. We will only harass and contain from the flanks. In this way we won't lose too much strength while fulfilling the alliance pact. After hearing Hitachi Shofu's words, Onmaboryu also laughed. Haha, Shofu, I never expected you to be so cunning. Heh, it's all for the clan. There's no such thing as cunning. He wouldn't admit to being cunning. This was truly for the clan's sake, reducing war losses and saving the lives of his people. How could that be called cunning? A ninja's actions cannot be called cunning, they are benevolent. Haha, right. It's all for the clan. Then we shall ally with the Uchiha clan. Besides, the Uchiha clan is not weak. Yes, the Uchiha clan is indeed strong. And from the probe earlier, the young clan leader of the Uchiha is no ordinary person. He might be truly powerful. Speaking of Madara's strength, Hitachi Shofu narrowed his eyes. From the earlier aura, Madara had subtly gained the upper hand, and for that reason, he dared not underestimate him in the slightest. Let's go. Since we have decided to ally with the Uchiha clan, we shall give them our answer. Hitachi Shofu said with a smile to Onmaboryu, who also wore a pleased expression. As soon as they entered the tent, they saw Madara sitting alone drinking tea, as if he had anticipated their decision to ally with him. Witnessing this strange scene, both felt a peculiar sensation rise in their hearts. Have you two considered it? Will you ally with my Uchiha clan? Madara looked up at them. Though he was asking, his tone was filled with certainty. Heh, since the Uchiha clan is so sincere, it would be ungrateful of us not to agree. It seems you are both wise men, cooperating with me. I dare not guarantee anything else, but I assure you, you will not regret it. Upon hearing their agreement, Madara chuckled casually. Haha, in that case we will follow the Uchiha clan's lead. If you have any requests, please inform us. Having received Madara's promise, Hitachi Shofu and Onmaboryu immediately gave their assurance that they would act together whenever the Uchiha clan required. Heh, then let us wish for a pleasant cooperation ahead. Madara raised his teacup toward them. Hitachi Shofu and Onmaboryu also picked up their cups from the table and raised them toward Madara. The three exchanged glances, then drank the tea in one gulp, symbolizing the successful formation of the alliance. Soon after, the three signed the alliance documents. After signing, Madara took his leave and departed from the Hitachi-onma allied camp. You two go back first. I have something to attend to. Tell the seventh elder I'll return shortly. After leaving the camp, the smile on Madara's face immediately vanished, replaced by his usual cold expression. His smile had been feigned all along. Yes. The two Uchiha ninjas responded and turned to leave, while Madara flickered and reappeared at the valley battlefield. As for the Uchiha frontline camp, even without his presence, it would not face major problems. To ensure the success of his plan, the Uchiha clan had specially dispatched three elders, Uchiha So, Uchiha In, and Uchiha Tsushima, to assist him in executing the plan. With these three elders stationed at the frontline Uchiha camp, they were fully capable of handling any unexpected situations, so Madara had no worries. After such a long time, the allied forces of the various clans in the valley had completely lost their minds. Except for their own allies, every ninja from other clans was regarded as an enemy. The relentless slaughter had turned the entire valley into a living hell. Fire release, water release, earth release. All kinds of ninjutsu were unleashed endlessly. Kunai and shuriken flew everywhere, interspersed with the occasional explosion tag. Almost every minute a ninja fell. By now the Akimichi clan, due to constant attacks, had reverted to their normal size. The blood of the dead gradually formed a small river, and the nearby stream had turned completely crimson. Partial expansion jutsu. Boom. Akimichi Chose's fist, like a meteor, crashed into the ground with irresistible force. In an instant, the once solid earth was smashed into a deep crater, and the flat ground was covered with cracks like a spiderweb before finally exploding. The giant fist effortlessly eliminated several enemy ninjas, and the shockwave from Akimichi Choza's strike sent all nearby ninjas flying. It seems we cannot avenge them. The Senju clan ninja panted heavily as he looked around. They were now completely exhausted. After prolonged combat, their chakra was depleted, and their physical strength was nearly gone. The last of their soldier pills had been used to replenish chakra. Now they were at the end of their rope with only death awaiting them. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Senju Harama, who had just led the group over, was also somewhat bewildered by the chaotic free-for-all before him. Unlike Senju Harama's focus, Senju Hashirama noticed from afar the ninjas of the Senju clan besieged by the allied forces of the Inoshikacho trio. However, the Senju clan ninjas at this moment were truly in a sorry state. Their armor bore multiple breaches, they leaned on each other just to stand, and most were severely wounded, as if a single gust of wind would topple them. Elder Hirama, we must hurry over. It looks like our clansmen are in a bad way. Hashirama warned Senju Harama with concern, and Hirama himself followed Hashirama's gaze to see the tottering Senju clan ninjas. Bastards. So it's indeed the Inoshikacho families. It seems Hanma really did die at their hands. Seeing this, blood rushed to Senju Harama's head. Recalling what Madara had told him, his heart erupted like a volcano. Akimichi Choza, die, old man. With a loud roar, Senju Harama instantly used the body flicker technique and charged toward Akimichi Choza. That roar drew the attention of every ninja present to Hashirama and his group. The Senju clan ninjas who had been in despair grew excited upon hearing the familiar voice. It's Elder Hirama. Elder Hirama is here. Look, reinforcements. They've arrived. Great. We're saved at last. The remaining few dozen Senju clan ninjas burst into elated cries. They had thought death was certain, but now they could survive. How could they not be overjoyed? Earth release, Earth Dragon. The instant Senju Harama completed the hand seals, a massive dragon formed of earth rose from the ground and charged toward Akimichi Choza, effortlessly flinging aside any enemies in its path as it headed straight for him. Akimichi Choza, who had been dazed, snapped to attention at the screams and hastily retreated, trying to evade the ferocious dragon. But Senju Harama had his eyes locked on Choza, so as Choza dodged, the earth dragon followed him. Realizing escape was impossible, Akimichi Choza gritted his teeth and immediately used the expansion technique. Partial expansion technique. Akimichi Choza's right hand swelled to enormous size and grabbed the earth dragon, squeezing it as if it were a mud loach, holding it in a vice-like grip. Boom. With a forceful squeeze, the earth dragon exploded with a thunderous blast, showering dirt like light rain. Unfazed by the failed strike, Senju Harama kept his hands busy. Blade light flashed continuously. Several nearby Nara clan ninjas were all slain in a single blow by Senju Harama. Senju Harama, how dare you? Do you really think you can take on all three of us alone? The three clan leaders of Inoshikacho immediately converged, their eyes blazing with murderous intent as they stared at Senju Harama. The war had reached this stage. They all knew there was no turning back. No matter the past relations, there was now no way to retreat. Narakaku, don't act so righteous. How many of my Senju clan ninjas have died at your hands? And you killed Hanma. I must avenge him. Mentioning Senju Hanma, Narakaku and the other two, knowing they were in the wrong, fell silent for a moment. Hanma's death was an accident. In that situation, it was completely enough. No more talk. War is war. Don't make excuses for the killings you've done. Senju Harama roared, cutting off Narakaku's words. Elder Harama, lead the men back now. Just as Senju Harama was about to act, Hashirama's voice rang out sharply in his ears. Would release, tree binding, eternal burial. Hashirama clapped his hands together, and instantly the chaotic valley ground began to tremble. Vines and trees burst forth from the earth, entangling numerous ninjas. The ninjas from other clans were stunned by the vines coiling around them. Before they could comprehend what was happening, the vines grew wildly within seconds, turning into towering trees. Those entwined by the vines felt their life force and chakra draining away. What? What is this? Help! Save me! Quick! Someone get this damn thing off me! Damn it! Why is my chakra decreasing? Hundreds of trapped ninjas screamed in terror and agony simultaneously, as if they had encountered something horrifically monstrous. Their collective cries drew the attention of everyone on the battlefield. When they turned to look, they witnessed a sight they would never forget. The living people within the vines were gradually consumed by the trees until they vanished completely, becoming nourishment for the wood. Most of the ninjas present had never seen wood release before, and they were all stunned by its eerie nature. However, Hashirama showed no sign of stopping. He clapped his hands again. Would release, advent of a world of flowering trees. As Hashirama's chakra surged, countless trees sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain in seconds, reaching dozens of meters high and spreading madly across the valley. The ninjas below, who couldn't escape in time, were swallowed by the sea of trees, not even a scream left behind. The remaining ninjas, seeing the overwhelming forest, wore expressions of terror and fled frantically. But the despair brought by wood release was far from over. As the trees stopped their frantic growth, enormous flowers bloomed across them, releasing countless clouds of pollen into the air. The pollen drifted with the wind toward the surviving ninjas. The potent toxins inhaled into their lungs took effect swiftly, and another large batch of ninjas collapsed to the ground. The power of wood release was indeed among the foremost of all bloodline limits. From the moment Hashirama acted to the end, barely half a minute passed, yet in that mere half-minute hundreds of ninjas perished, and even the once coordinated Ino-Shikicho alliance suffered heavy losses. On the hillside, Madara watched the scene in the valley, calmly witnessing Hashirama's overwhelming rampage. But to Madara, it was merely a spectacle. His plan had only truly begun now, and Hashirama was the key figure in it. He intended to use Hashirama to exhaust the strength of these clans to the maximum. Hashirama, let me see just how many people you can eliminate for me. Madara's eyes gleamed as he watched the ninjas below his mind scheming new plans. After speaking, Madara vanished in an instant using the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving the scene without needing to witness further. He knew that with Hashirama's move, the Senju clan would be impossible for any other clan to ally with. What followed unfolded exactly as Madara had anticipated. After Madara struck, once reinforcements from the other clans arrived on the battlefield, only to witness Hashirama brutally slaughtering their respective clansmen. Witnessing this, the reinforcing clans made no hesitation, launching a direct assault on the backs of the Senju clan. In an instant, the Senju clan found themselves caught between two fronts. The assembled clans numbered over 5,000 or 6,000 ninjas, and with so many attacking simultaneously, one can imagine the devastating losses the Senju clan suffered this time. Hashirama, who was fighting at the front, quickly noticed the situation behind him. Glancing at the still resisting ninjas from the various clans ahead, he furrowed his brow. Elder Pingjian, the situation is grim. Our Senju clan has become the enemy of all these clans, surrounded and attacked from both sides. Without needing Hashirama's reminder, Senju Pingjian had already noticed the situation behind. Hashirama, eliminate these enemies in front of you as quickly as possible. I will lead the remaining clan members to hold off the allied forces from the rear. Once you finish off the enemies ahead, you can immediately turn around and attack these sneaky ninjas. Senju Pingjian quickly formulated a strategy after surveying the surroundings. No, Elder Pingjian, immediately order the clan members to let them in and have everyone shrink back toward me. Contrary to Senju Pingjian's idea, Hashirama suggested contracting the forces. You plan to? Senju Pingjian stared at Hashirama in shock. That's right, Elder Pingjian, I intend to eliminate them all by myself. Hashirama's resolute voice rang clearly through the chaotic battlefield into Senju Pingjian's ears. Although Hashirama was incredibly powerful, Senju Pingjian did not believe he could single-handedly destroy these thousands of enemies. No matter how strong a ninja is, he is still human, and as a human he has limits. Senju Pingjian could not conceive that Hashirama would be capable of annihilating the entire enemy force. Hashirama. Senju Pingjian hesitated, looking at him. Rest assured, Elder Pingjian. Trust me, with my strength, I can definitely do it. Seeing Senju Pingjian's expression, Hashirama had no choice but to reassure him once more. Very well, then we'll rely on you. Seemingly infected by Hashirama's confidence, Senju Pingjian said no more and simply nodded before turning away. All Senju clan ninjas converge on me immediately. Senju Pingjian's loud shout clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Instantly, the Senju clan ninjas broke off their engagements and retreated. Seeing this, the ninjas from other clans seized the opportunity to charge into the valley. Because of the Senju clan's deliberate retreat, the enemy ninjas surged into the valley. Hashirama now. As all the enemies entered the valley, Senju Pingjian hurriedly called out. Hashirama immediately clapped his hands together. Would release. Sage art. True, several thousand hands. Cannon at the top. After Hashirama's low chant, a colossal and majestic Buddha emerged on the battlefield with an earth-shattering aura. The towering Buddha struck the ninjas present with an indescribable sense of awe. Hashirama paid no heed to their thoughts. As the great Buddha appeared, countless arms descended with devastating force. The already ravaged valley was completely obliterated by this destructive assault. The surrounding mountains were reduced to ashes under Hashirama's terrifying power. After countless explosions, aside from the Senju clan ninjas, most of the other clan's ninjas had been wiped out. Clan leader, we must retreat. The power of the Senju clan is too great. Our only option now is to retreat temporarily and plan for the future. Upon witnessing such terrifying power, the Sarutobi clan ninjas were filled with fear. The same was true for the other clans, they only wanted to flee this nightmare-like place. The words of that Sarutobi clan ninja acted like a trigger setting off a chain reaction. In an instant the other clans began to retreat en masse. Thus all the clans present silently withdrew, temporarily accepting their losses, though they had no intention of giving up revenge. At the Uchiha clan camp, Madara was chatting with Uchiha So and Uchiha In about recent events. According to reports from our scouts, aside from the Shimura alliance, all other alliances have mobilized. We don't know what conspiracy they are planning. Uchiha In looked at the map with some concern. Could it be that they are joining forces with the Senju clan to attack us? The elder Uchiha So immediately voiced his thoughts. No need to worry, elders. This time they are not allied. In fact, after this they will all come to seek an alliance with our Uchiha clan, while the Senju clan will be completely isolated. A confident smile appeared on Madara's face, as if he had everything under control. Oh, Madara, how do you know the Senju clan will become the enemy of all clans? Uchiha So looked at Madara in surprise. Rest assured, Grand Elder. I would never speak without basis. Just wait and see. Madara did not intend to reveal the matter in advance, only offering a mysterious smile. Uchiha So and the others exchanged helpless glances, though curiosity gnawed at them like a cat's claws. They held back their questions and did not press Madara. They knew that Madara always had his own ideas, so they said no more. A day passed as swiftly as a white horse fleeting through a gap. Indeed, the next day, all the major clan alliances except the Uchiha and Senju alliances gathered together. Their purpose was none other than to deal with the Senju clan. The power Hashirama had displayed the previous day far exceeded their understanding, filling them with immense panic. When one side becomes overwhelmingly powerful and breaks the balance, the weaker forces will inevitably band together to resist. That was now the case with the Senju clan. Because Hashirama's strength was too great, the other clans had no choice but to unite. Everyone, let's discuss what we should do. After a moment of silence, Akimichi Choza spoke up. As the representative of the strongest force among the present alliances, he saw the oppressive atmosphere and decided to break it. The Senju clan is too strong. Even if we unite, our chances of victory are slim. So I suggest we retreat and stop making futile resistance. It will only increase casualties. Sarutobi Yagiri, having witnessed Hashirama's overwhelming display the previous day, was terrified and dared not continue fighting the Senju clan. I have a different opinion, and the Senju clan is not invincible. Seated among the assembly, Chimu Shuofeng differed from the rest, for he had not been deceived by Madara's words, and thus had not suffered Hashirama's brutal beating. He had come to this clan meeting under Madara's instruction, as Madara had foreseen that the clans after their crushing defeat would unite against the Senju. Therefore he had sent Chimu Shuofeng to sway their thoughts. He needed to make them understand one thing: the power of the Senju was not invincible. To oppose the Senju, they would have to rely on the Uchiha. He had to make them realize that only the Uchiha clan could match the Senju in the entire shinobi world, thereby facilitating his rise to the leadership of the clan's alliance. Chimu Shuofeng, you were absent from yesterday's battle and didn't witness the dreadful ninjutsu of the Senju, a technique that could annihilate heaven and earth. I fear that even if all our clan's shinobi fought together, we would be no match for them. Jikuen Hanzong hastily interjected upon hearing Chimu Shuofeng, his heart filled with terror. He now wished only to return to his clan and stay far away from the Senju. Look at yourself. The head of the Jikuen clan cowering like a child before a junior. What a disgrace. Chimu Shuofeng sneered disdainfully at Jikuen Hanzong's demeanor, and his contempt instantly ignited the old man's fury. Bastard, what kind of expression is that? You're just spouting empty words here. If you ever witnessed the Senju's ninjutsu, I'm certain you'd be even more pathetic than me. Jikuen Hanzong snarled, his eyes darting with cold glares. An excuse is an excuse. You're clearly terrified of a younger generation, yet you pile up so many pretexts. Chimu Shuofeng retorted without mercy, making Jikuen Hanzong's already grim expression turn even uglier. Enough. Stop arguing. Our enemy is the Senju. Clan leader Chimu, you just said the Senju are not invincible. Do you have a way to counter them? Naoyang Lujiao, sensing the tension in the room, quickly stepped in to mediate. Jikuen Hanzong merely snorted coldly and glared at Chimu Shuofeng, eager to see what nonsense he would spew. There is indeed a way to defeat the Senju. Before I reveal it, I'd like to ask everyone here which clan in the entire shinobi world is as renowned as the Senju. Chimu Shuofeng smiled at the assembly. Could it be the Uchiha clan? Naoyang Lujiao, with his sharp mind, instantly thought of the Uchiha, the clan that rivaled the Senju. Yet even as he spoke, his tone carried a hint of uncertainty, for he had already begun to suspect Chimu's plan. However, having personally experienced the terrifying might of Hashirama's true thousand hands, he held little confidence in the Uchiha. Chimu Shuofeng, as if anticipating this reaction, spoke calmly, without haste. Don't be so quick to dismiss the idea. I'm sure you all recall that not long ago the Uchiha inflicted a heavy defeat on the Senju, forcing them to cede most of their territory. This happened just recently. Think about it, if Hashirama Senju possesses such power, it couldn't have appeared overnight. It must have been cultivated through years of hard work. Since he trained for so long, and yet the Senju still lost to the Uchiha in their last war, even conceding land and paying reparations. I trust you all understand the rest without my further elaboration. With each word Chidori Shuofeng spoke, the eyes of those present grew brighter. By the time he finished, the faces of the clan leaders were alight with excitement and agitation. Yes, that's right. Now that you mention it, I recall that the Senju are not invincible. Hashirama's strength couldn't have been achieved in an instant. Since the Uchiha defeated them, the Uchiha must be even stronger. Moreover, word has it that a young Uchiha named Madara single-handedly killed thousands. That Madara must be the one who can overcome Hashirama. Naoyang Lujiao, having received the hint, immediately steered the discussion toward the direction Madara desired. Chidori Shuofeng nodded inwardly, knowing his mission had succeeded. Exactly. That is why I say the Senju are not invincible. To prevent any further doubts, Chidori Shuofeng quickly offered them reassurance. Excellent. Then we should immediately send someone to seek an alliance with the Uchiha. That way we need no longer fear Hashirama's terrifying power. Brought to this realization by Naoyang Lujiao, the assembly once again stirred with fighting spirit, as if they had never been cowed by Hashirama's might. But the Uchiha won't easily agree to an alliance with us, will they? Yuan Fei Yejian keenly spotted this impossibility. The questions silenced the room. Since the war began, they had heard no news of the Uchiha preparing to join the fray, which meant the Uchiha might not contest this land, making matters difficult. Chidori Shuofeng observed the gloomy expressions with cold detachment. Unlike the others' worry, a sardonic smile curled within his heart. The Uchiha don't want to fight. They've made no move. Are you kidding? The Uchiha have already secretly allied with them, and there are thousands of shinobi gathered at the border. Saying they don't want to fight for territory is a joke. Chidori Shuofeng cursed inwardly, but his face betrayed none of his thoughts. He maintained the same worried expression as the others. Since we're unsure of the Uchiha's intentions, how about this? I will personally go to the Uchiha to sound them out and see if they'll help us. Naoyang Lujiao proposed after a moment of consideration. At present, the only option was to gauge their stance before making a decision. Very well. Then we'll trouble clan leader Naoyang to make the journey. We'll await your return before deciding. Chidori Shuofeng, upon hearing that Naoyang intended to negotiate an alliance with Madara, immediately expressed his full support. After all, this was the very purpose of his visit, and now that success was at hand, he naturally endorsed it wholeheartedly. Soon the assembled clan leaders unanimously agreed to the plan. Naoyang Lujiao then set out with his escort toward the Uchiha to discuss the alliance. Because the distance between them was not great, it took only a few minutes for Shikaku and his group to arrive at the Uchiha clan's camp. Before they could even approach the camp entrance, the hidden Uchiha clan guards emerged and blocked their path. Two esteemed guests. I am the clan leader of the Nara clan. I have come to discuss a matter with your young clan leader. Please inform him of my arrival. Faced with the guard's obstruction, Nara Shikaku simply stated calmly. He was here for cooperation, not to cause trouble for the Uchiha clan, so he had to maintain a courteous attitude unlike his usual demeanor. Upon hearing this, the two guards exchanged glances and then led Nara Shikaku and his companions into the camp. As for why they did not announce the visit, it was because Madara had previously instructed them to bring any visitors from clans other than the Senju directly inside without reporting. The two guards quickly led Nara Shikaku to Madara's tent. Young clan leader. The Nara clan leader has come to visit. Madara, who had been browsing the shop, was brought back to reality by the guard's voice. Let them in. Madara retracted the system interface and replied indifferently. With Madara's response, Nara Shikaku and his subordinates walked straight in. The first thing Nara Shikaku noticed about Madara was his youth. However, despite Madara's apparent youth, Shikaku could sense an underlying pressure emanating from him. Nara Shikaku felt a shiver of caution. He knew Madara was not as simple as he appeared. Please have a seat, Nara clan leader. What brings you to the Uchiha clan? A warm spring-like smile always lingered on Madara's face, elevating Shikaku's estimation of him. Before answering the young clan leader's question, I have a query I hope you will address. After speaking, Nara Shikaku met Madara's gaze calmly. They stared at each other for a few seconds before Madara nodded. Of course. Please ask your question, Nara clan leader. Madara gestured with his hand. Nara Shikaku then directly inquired. I wish to know whether the Uchiha clan truly desires the territory of the Kagaya clan. After uttering these words, Nara Shikaku fixed his eyes on Madara, hoping to read the answer from his expression. However, Madara clearly disappointed him. His face remained unchanged, still bearing that warm spring-like smile. Witnessing this, Nara Shikaku's estimation of Madara rose even higher. Hep. You jest, Nara clan leader. The Uchiha clan recently acquired a great deal of land and is currently digesting it. Madara did not give a precise answer, but neither did he immediately refuse. It was obvious that Nara Shikaku understood the implication in Madara's words. A flicker of joy passed through Nara Shikaku's heart. Since the other party had not refused outright, there was hope. Though myriad thoughts raced through his mind, his expression remained unchanged. Oh, does the Uchiha clan have no interest at all? The Kagaya clan's territory is very close to you, and it is by no means small. Nara Shikaku coaxed and tempted, hoping to provoke Madara into action. Heh, Nara clan leader, you might as well speak plainly. Such roundabout talk will only waste time. Nara Shikaku's instigation had little effect on Madara. Seeing his intention exposed, Shikaku was not embarrassed, he simply smiled. In that case, I will stop beating around the bush. The purpose of my visit is to invite the Uchiha clan to join us in opposing the Senju clan and jointly seize the Kagaya clan's territory. Since his thoughts had already been seen through by Madara, Nara Shikaku decided to stop hiding and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Heh, join you to fight the Senju clan. As far as I know, the young clan leader of the Senju, Hashirama Senju, is extremely powerful. He recently thoroughly defeated the allied forces of your several clans. If the Uchiha clan allies with you, I fear our losses would be severe. Even if we manage to defeat the Senju clan, how would we distribute the Kagaya clan's land? Once the alliance is formed, there will be 9 clans in total. Such a small territory from the Kagaya clan would hardly be enough to divide. Madara spoke eloquently while closely watching Nara Shikaku's expression. With each word Madara uttered, Shikaku's face grew more serious. By the time Madara finished his analysis, Nara Shikaku had fallen into complete silence. Madara's analysis plunged Nara Shikaku into deep thought. From Madara's tone, Shikaku could infer that if the Uchiha clan joined the alliance, they would certainly not suffer losses. Yet the Kagaya clan's territory was only so much, too many wolves and too little meat. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and finally Nara Shikaku's gaze turned resolute. Young clan leader, since you are also interested in the Kagaya clan's land, how about this? If we defeat the Senju clan, half of the Kagaya territory will be given to your 2-clan alliance. Moreover, in this alliance, all clans will regard the Uchiha as the leader. What do you think? In just a few seconds, Nara Shikaku made a decision. Although such conditions might dissatisfy other clans, it was unavoidable. If they did not ally with the Uchiha, they might gain nothing at all. But by allying, even if they had to concede most of the benefits, they could still obtain a portion of land, which was not bad. Upon hearing Nara Shikaku's conditions, Madara discreetly appraised him. He had to admit that Shikaku's intellect was truly remarkable, making such a swift decision and sacrificing his own interests. Although Nara Shikaku said that half of the territory would be given to the Uchiha and Hyūga clans, both of them knew that this was merely stated for the 2 clans. In reality, it would all go to the Uchiha clan, with the Hyūga clan as a vassal family. Oh, does the Nara clan leader's promised condition have the knowledge of the other clans? Madara asked with a hint of amusement, subtly reminding Nara Shikaku that this was only an agreement between the 2 of them. What if the other clans refused to acknowledge it? The astute Nara Shikaku quickly grasped Madara's meaning. Rest assured, young clan leader. I came representing them, so they will accept everything I have said. Having received Nara Shikaku's affirmation, Madara no longer kept him in suspense. Madara understood the principle that too much is as bad as too little. Very well. Since Nara's clan head has shown such sincere goodwill, our Uchiha clan agrees to form the alliance. After finishing his words, Madara rose to his feet and extended his right hand. Nara Shikaku, seeing this, also stood up and extended his left hand. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile, grasped each other's hands tightly. Then we are allies now, Nara Shikaku said with a light smile. Madara nodded. Correct. From this moment on, we are allies. However, we still need to finalize the alliance treaty. Excellent. Since that is the case, then let us begin. After reaching a consensus, the 2 proceeded to sign the alliance treaty. Upon completion, Nara Shikaku returned to the Boar Deer Dog Coalition camp. Amidst the expectant gazes of each clan head, he finally arrived back at the coalition headquarters. Well, did the Uchiha clan agree? The moment he entered the tent, Yamanaka and Noji hastened to ask. Our mission has not been in vain. The Uchiha clan has agreed. This is the content of the treaty and the conditions I promised them. Please review it. As Nara Shikaku spoke, he tossed the scroll onto the table. The person closest to the scroll, Kurama Hiramichi, casually picked it up and examined it carefully. Soon after seeing the contents written on the scroll, Onma Bohayuan's expression darkened somewhat. Observing this, the others noticed something was amiss and hurriedly inspected the scroll's content as well, while Nara Shikaku merely watched them calmly, without uttering any words of protest. Shikaku, are the conditions you offered to the Uchiha clan not going a bit too far? Half of their territory. How much will be left for the rest of us? After all, we still have these clans too. Shimura Hansang furrowed his brows and said, feeling that the alliance conditions were simply an outrageous demand. Short-sighted. Let me ask you. If the Uchiha clan refuses to ally with us, can we defeat the Senju clan? Nara Kyakuku's words were like a sharp arrow hitting the mark. Shimura Hansang was at a loss for words, his face turning alternately green and purple. Since that is the case, then what harm would it do if we satisfy some of the Uchiha clan's requests? Although we might gain slightly fewer benefits, we can obtain resources at minimal cost. Is that not good? After Nara Kyakuku looked around, everyone fell silent. It was obvious they all agreed with his perspective. Following the signing of the alliance, the various great families successively began transferring ninjas from their clans to the front lines. Within merely 2 days, the number of troops in each family was replenished again, even exceeding previous numbers. The Senju clan coalition also seemed to sense the dangerous aura and followed suit, sending reinforcements to the front along with the great families. By this point, over 10,000 ninjas had gathered at the front lines. Boar Deer Dog Coalition 4500 personnel. Sarutobi Shimura Coalition 300 personnel. Hataki Kurama Coalition 300 personnel. Senju Uzumaki Clan 3500 personnel. Uchiha Hyūga Coalition 200 personnel. Thus the 9-clan coalition led by the Uchiha clan totaled 1250 personnel, while the Senju Uzumaki coalition numbered only 3500. The 9-clan coalition held an overwhelming numerical advantage over the Senju coalition. After several days of preparation, both sides had fully assembled and war was imminent. 9-clan coalition camp. At present, all clan heads from the various great families had gathered together. Even Taijima was also within the coalition camp, though he was not the commander-in-chief. Madara held that position. Everyone, since all of you have arrived, I shall now distribute the battle strategy. Seeing that everyone was present, Madara began announcing the operational plan. During the forthcoming battle, I will personally take action to keep Senju Hashirama engaged. In a direct confrontation, the Boar Deer Dog 3 clans will serve as the main assault force, with Sarutobi and Shimura clans providing support on the 2 flanks. Remember to eliminate as many Senju coalition ninjas as possible. The Hataki clan and the Kurama clan should remain inactive at the beginning of the war. Once the conflict reaches a heated climax, your 2 clans must strike swiftly and decisively, launching a surprise attack from the center against the Senju coalition. As for the Uchiha clan and the Hyūga clan, you will be positioned behind the Senju coalition. When the Senju forces are in full retreat, deliver a fatal blow and intercept any fleeing Senju coalition members. After Madara finished outlining his plan, everyone present expressed no objections. Even Nara Kyakuku, known for his intelligence, did not add further comments. In his view, this operational plan indeed had no flaws and thus required no elaboration. A wave of eager anticipation spread across the faces of the clan heads seated there, as if all were looking forward to the upcoming war. Enough. Since the plan is now settled, let us proceed to declare war on the Senju coalition. Rising to his feet, Madara declared in a deep voice. Subsequently, all the clan heads present roared in unison. Declare war. The moment the 9-clan coalition announced their intent to fight, they immediately began vigorous mobilization. Simultaneously, word of the Senju coalition's declaration of war also reached their camp. Terrible news. Terrible news. Lord Hirama, the 9-clan coalition has declared war upon us. Upon receiving the challenge, the Senju clan guards swiftly rushed into the command tent shared by the 2 coalitions. What's going on? Speak slowly. Observing the guard's panicked expression, Senju Hirama immediately reprimanded him. Lord Hirama, this is the 9-clan coalition's declaration of war. They have attacked us. The guard ninja, face contorted in terror, handed the scroll to Senju Hirama. Upon receiving it and reading its contents, Senju Hirama's brow knit into a frown. Elder Hirama, what troubles you? Seeing that Senju Hirama's expression was so grave, Hashirama, beside him, immediately inquired. It is the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan has allied with other families to form the 9-clan coalition and declared war upon us. They have already begun assembling their forces. It appears they will attack shortly. Senju Hirama handed the scroll to Hashirama, his brow still furrowed. The Uchiha clan and Madara is the leader of the coalition. Staring at the contents, Hashirama found himself at a loss for words. Hashirama, about this Madara, can you? Senju Hirama looked at him with concern. After all, in past encounters, Hashirama had always been soundly defeated by Madara, so Senju Hirama could not help but feel anxious. Elder Hirama, rest assured. I am no longer the same person I once was. My strength now surpasses his. Hashirama declared with utmost confidence, for having awakened the power of Sage Mode, he had never felt more self-assured. Excellent. In that case, then we shall accept the battle. Hashirama, you must deal with Madara at the fastest possible speed. Only then can our Senju clan avoid defeat. Having received Hashirama's assurance and considering the opponent's capabilities, Senju Harama felt somewhat reassured, so he agreed with Hashirama's proposal. From now on we shall greatly rely on your Uzumaki clan. Senju Harama, after consulting with Hashirama, turned once more to speak to Uzumaki Jitsu. Fear not. Our two clans have long been bound by friendship. Our Uzumaki clan will certainly lend our full support. Schwanwasher quickly stood up and responded. After the Senju alliance finished deliberation, they began to gather all the ninjas in the camp preparing to face the Nine Clans Alliance. The Nine Clans Alliance had an absolute numerical advantage, so the Senju alliance dared not take it lightly and immediately summoned their ninjas to engage. Under the frantic mobilization of both sides, they soon gathered all the ninjas and arrived at the original territory of the Hyūga clan. The originally clear sky was completely covered by dark clouds, and gusts of wind occasionally swept through the heavens and earth, making the entire battlefield seem exceptionally oppressive. After both sides arrived at the former territory of the Hyūga clan, they faced off tensely from a distance of dozens of meters. Madara and Hashirama stood at the forefront of their respective teams. Once close friends, they were now mortal enemies. Though only a few dozen meters apart, that distance seemed like an impassable chasm. Hashirama, it's been a long time. I never expected to meet you again on the battlefield. Madara looked at Hashirama from afar and said with some emotion. Indeed, Madara. It's been a long time since we last parted. But this time I will never lose to you. Hashirama, you seem quite confident. I wonder if your strength is as formidable as your boasts. Seeing Hashirama's confident demeanor, Madara immediately taunted him mercilessly. Damn it. Madara, this time I'll show you my true strength. Hashirama pointed at Madara and said angrily, Come on. Hashirama, let me see the results of your training. After Madara finished, the two charged at each other simultaneously. Clang, clang, clang. As the most common offensive tools for ninjas, kunai and shuriken attacks were always reliable. Although their strength was already formidable, they still chose this most ordinary opening. The kunai from both sides collided in midair and fell to the ground, and their figures finally clashed. Clang. Madara's Leiyu immediately clashed with Hashirama's giant sword. Hashirama, your strength has increased quite a bit. Sensing the power transmitted through Leiyu, Madara said jokingly to Hashirama. Madara, I am no longer the same as before. Today I will defeat you. After Hashirama said this triumphantly, the two distanced themselves. As they began to fight, the ninjas on both sides who had been facing off also started to engage. Hashirama, let's change the place for our duel. If we continue here, I'm sure you don't want to accidentally injure them because of our battle. Madara raised an eyebrow and suggested to Hashirama. Alright, let's go over there. Hashirama casually pointed to an open space in the distance. Madara naturally had no objection. After deciding on the spot, they immediately moved toward the open space. Unlike Hashirama's body flicker technique, Madara immediately threw his flying thunder god kunai toward the open space, and his entire body instantly appeared there along with the kunai. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Just as Hashirama arrived, he was met by a massive fireball released by Madara. With the enhancement of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the fireball, originally a few meters in diameter, instantly expanded to over 10 meters. Hashirama, who had just landed, immediately sensed the danger ahead. He swiftly swung his giant sword, splitting the massive fireball in two. The fireball instantly turned into a sea of flames scattered on both sides. Susanoo. Chakra surged through Madara's body, and a burst of blue chakra erupted around him, gradually forming a blue giant dozens of meters tall. Madara controlled Susanoo's fist and smashed it down at Hashirama. The giant blue fist, like a small meteor, struck with earth-shattering power. Wood release. Wood golem technique. Seeing the enlarging fist, Hashirama dared not be careless and quickly used the wood golem to defend. The ground beneath Hashirama shook violently, and then a giant form of wood rose from the earth. The fist, resembling a small meteor, was effortlessly caught by the wood golem. Boom. The mere collision of fist and palm sent a terrifying shockwave radiating outward from the two, destroying all the surrounding trees. Since Madara and Hashirama were not far from the battlefield, the commotion they caused was fully witnessed by the ninjas who were fighting nearby. At that moment, everyone present was astounded. They never imagined that these two were so powerful. However, this was merely their warm-up. The real battle was yet to come. Not bad, Hashirama. You've improved a lot. The old you didn't have this kind of strength. People always improve, don't they? After Hashirama retorted, Madara just smiled lightly. Alright, Hashirama. This boring warm-up ends here. Now let me see your true power. After Madara used Susanoo to create distance, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Hashirama. He knew that Hashirama's strength couldn't be this simple. Madara's words struck the crowd like thunder. They had assumed that this was the full extent of Hashirama and Madara's power, but from Madara's words, it was just their warm-up. How terrifying must their true strength be? The other clans present, aside from the Senju and Uchiha, all showed terrified expressions at this sight. Madara and Hashirama cared not for their feelings. Madara's eye power surged, and the already towering Susanoo underwent further transformation. As his ocular power and chakra increased, Susanoo donned armor and manifested weapons in its hands, and grew even taller, making the already mountain-like Susanoo even more imposing. The blue Susanoo stood like a demon god between heaven and earth, while Madara stood within the prismatic crystal atop, its head looking down at everyone around. Everyone gazed at the demon-like figure, their minds reeling. A thought sprang into their hearts: is this power truly something a human can possess? Unlike the others, the Uchiha clan members, upon seeing the towering Susanoo, were filled with intense fervor, not only on their faces, but also in their eyes and hearts. It's Susanoo. It seems Madara has successfully awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. As elders of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tsang and Uchiha Yen were clearly aware of the Mangekyo Sharingan's existence, so they recognized it as soon as the complete Susanoo fully appeared. Hashirama, let me see how your power really is. I hope you won't disappoint me. Madara looked down at Hashirama with an arrogant expression. Under Madara's control, the deep blue perfect Susanoo slowly drew its twin swords, aiming them at Hashirama atop the wooden giant. Would release. The all-encompassing wood technique. The Susanoo's colossal blade howled as it slashed toward Hashirama, its terrifying power causing Hashirama's expression to shift slightly as he quickly employed the all-encompassing wood technique. Before the fearsome giant sword could reach Hashirama, enormous hands from all sides swatted toward the Susanoo. Boom. The chakra giant sword and the wood release hands collided instantly, but the wooden hands remained unharmed, completely blocking the blade. Meanwhile, the surrounding hands relentlessly struck the Susanoo, producing thunderous roars. Summoning technique. Madara slammed his right hand down, and instantly countless dark summoning arrays appeared beneath his feet. A fiery red figure then emerged on the battlefield. Roar. The Nine-Tails' crimson eyes blazed as its 9 fiery tails writhed like a swarm of demons, its sharp claws gleaming with a cold light. With the appearance of the Nine-Tails, the surrounding shinobi were once again astounded. A tailed beast was a symbol of power, one that no ninja dared approach or provoke. Yet now they witnessed the very embodiment of terror being summoned as a mere summon by Madara. This truly stunned them deeply. That is a tailed beast. How is it possible? Why is the tailed beast so obedient? A tailed beast has become a summon. The young clan leader is undoubtedly the strongest of the Uchiha. Even a tailed beast must obediently serve as a summon. Indeed, Lord Madara is too powerful. The surrounding shinobi from the major clans murmured among themselves, their faces filled with shock and reverence. Even the Uchiha clan was awestruck at the sight. Senju Hirama gazed at the mountain-like crimson figure, a trace of worry in his eyes. Earlier, Madara had fought evenly with Hashirama without summoning the Nine-Tails, but now with the Nine-Tails added, Hashirama's situation seemed unfavorable. Hashirama, now you will witness my ultimate power. Prepare to accept defeat. Madara roared, then leaped onto the Nine-Tails' head. Soon a layer of Susanoo began to envelop the Nine-Tails' fiery red body, making the already powerful beast even mightier. Enveloping the Nine-Tails and Susanoo. Madara, you are as clever as ever. Hashirama looked at the even more colossal Nine-Tails before him, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Hashirama, unleash your true strength, or you might actually lose. Hashirama's face turned serious as he heard Madara's words. Madara, do we really have to do this? I'm afraid I might hurt you. Hashirama, you are quite confident. Do you mean you could kill me anytime? Madara felt a surge of anger at Hashirama's remark about hurting him. No, that's not it. I mean, I don't want to fight you. Hashirama, enough talk. If you won't attack, then I'll have to kill them all. Madara pointed at the Senju shinobi as he spoke. Those engaged in battle immediately felt a chill. They had witnessed the warm-up fight between Madara and Hashirama, and Madara's terrifying power meant that if he truly turned on them, they would surely not survive. Thus, these shinobi silently prayed that Hashirama would prevail over Madara. In the midst of the crowd, Izuna and Tobirama, who were locked in combat, also heard Madara's words. Tobirama, enjoy your last moments. Soon after my brother defeats yours, you'll be joining your comrades in the Pure Land. Izuna said mockingly to Tobirama after forcing him back with a kunai. In battle, disrupting the opponent's thoughts could greatly benefit oneself. Damn it, don't talk big. My brother won't lose, it's your brother who will lose. Tobirama retorted, immediately displeased by Izuna's words. The outcome is already clear. Enough useless talk. Die, Senju Tobirama. With that, Izuna, his Sharingan spinning, charged at Tobirama, once more reigniting their battle. Meanwhile, Hashirama, upon hearing Madara's threat to eliminate all the Senju present, also became filled with killing intent. I will never let you harm my family and my clan. Good, that's the resolve I wanted. Now take this, Hashirama. Madara instantly controlled the armored Susanoo to form a pitch-black-tailed beast ball, then his weapons gradually dissolved into energy merging into the orb. The moment the fusion was complete, a terrifying attack shot toward Hashirama. Hashirama, not daring to be careless, bit his finger and pressed his right hand to the ground. Summoning technique. 5 Rashomon gates. With the summoning, 5 massive gates adorned with demonic faces erupted from the ground. The fearsome attack easily toppled all the Rashomon gates, but thanks to them Madara's surefire strike missed completely. Using the gates to alter my attack's trajectory, Hashirama. You still love these tricky methods. The deflected special-tailed beast ball slammed into a hill behind, utterly pulverizing it with a single blow. The explosion's light flashed, brightening the surroundings even more. After the hill exploded, the violent shockwave annihilated everything nearby. Madara smirked disdainfully, then again controlled the armored Susanoo to fire 2 more tailed beast balls. Seeing the 2 pitch-black destruction-laden orbs, Hashirama wasted no time. He directed the wooden giant to grab 1 tailed beast ball in each hand and press them toward Madara. Quick! Everyone leave this place immediately. Just as the crowd was stunned by the fierce battle between Madara and Hashirama, Nara Shikaku reacted first. He realized that their fight was beyond the involvement of ordinary shinobi. Staying would mean being killed by the shockwaves. His shout snapped everyone back to their senses. They seemed to understand and immediately retreated. Under the threat of death, the shinobi on both sides abandoned their battle and fled backward. Hashirama and Madara no longer paid attention to the others. All their focus was now on the ongoing fight. The wooden giant, clutching the pitch-black-tailed beast balls, immediately smashed them toward the armored Susanoo. But Madara was not about to let Hashirama succeed so easily. Madara immediately controlled the armored Susanoo to raise its arm and block in front of him. Boom. The terrifying power of the tailed beast balls upon colliding with the armored Susanoo instantly exploded completely. With 2 tailed beast balls detonating together, the power was naturally immense, and in an instant the force of the tailed beast balls scattered in all directions. The immense force instantly pulverized everything within hundreds of meters. Some unfortunate ninjas were turned into bloody rain under this pressure without even having the chance to cry for help. Before the dust could settle, the enormous fist of the armored Susanoo slammed into Hashirama's wooden giant. Bang! The tall and sturdy wooden giant was immediately knocked back dozens of meters by this punch. After stabilizing his stance, Hashirama clapped his hands together. Wood style. Wood dragon technique. In an instant, the giant dragon coiled around the wooden giant, soared into the sky with a roar, and charged toward Madara's armored Susanoo. Humph. Hashirama, are you looking down on me? After a cold snort, the armored Susanoo immediately seized the majestic wood dragon firmly in its hand, as if squeezing a loach, and no matter how the wood dragon struggled, it could not escape the armored Susanoo's grip. Boom! The armored Susanoo condensed a tailed beast ball in its mouth, and instantly blasted the wood dragon to pieces. Just as Madara was about to proceed, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Detected the host's current status. The system has generated 2 quests. Does the host wish to accept? Hearing the system's familiar question, Madara accepted without hesitation. Ding! Quest 1. As a great villain, how could you repeat the same mistakes? 1 failure is enough. Defeat your lifelong rival Senju Hashirama. Reward 1000 fate-changing points. Penalty for failure none. Ding! Quest 2. As a great villain, you must dominate the ninja world. This is the beginning of your domination. Lead the Ninja Alliance to completely defeat the Senju Clan Alliance. Reward 1000 fate-changing points, 1 random ability chest. Penalty for failure none. After casually browsing the system's quests, Madara dismissed the panel. Even without the system issuing quests, he was still going to defeat Hashirama and severely damage the Senju clan. But now that the system had issued the quests, Madara had an even more compelling reason to do so. Hashirama, there's no need to waste time. Let's settle this with a single strike. Madara shouted coldly, and the opposite Hashirama heard his words. Alright, Madara, let's settle it with 1 strike. Hashirama also knew they couldn't drag it on any longer, so both chose to decide the battle with a single blow. Sage art. Wood style, true, several thousand hands. Demonic statue of the Buddha. Hashirama placed his hands together and closed his eyes tightly. When he opened them again, a mysterious black pattern appeared on his face. Instantly his aura surged and his chakra spread out without restraint. The towering 1,000-armed Buddha once again appeared in the world. Although he had used his ultimate trump card, Hashirama's expression was not relaxed in the slightest. On the contrary, he looked grave. From the previous exchange, it was clear that Madara's strength was by no means inferior to his own, so Hashirama felt some anxiety. Hashirama. Madara. The two shouted simultaneously and charged at each other. Madara, now standing atop the Nine Tails, stared intently at Hashirama on the Buddha. Countless arms behind the Buddha immediately rained down upon Madara, but Madara was not unprepared. As the arms came crashing down, he also struck back. Countless tailed beast balls and other attacks rained down on the Buddha. Boom, 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 boom. Countless arms and tailed beast balls collided, producing continuous explosions. The power generated by the explosion was like a nuclear blast. In an instant, a blinding light erupted and spread outward. The shockwave destroyed everything around in just a few seconds. The area within several kilometers was instantly leveled into a flat plain. Those ninjas who had not yet completely left the range were all turned to ashes. As the light faded, the remaining ninjas gasped in shock. The once dense forest and scattered hills had all vanished, replaced by a desolate and barren landscape. At the very center of their battle, a huge crater had appeared. The once imposing armored Susanoo was now battered and tattered, revealing the nine tails beneath. Hashirama's Buddha was completely gone, and he stood panting as he looked at Madara. Hashirama, looks like it's a draw this time. Unlike Hashirama, who was gasping for breath, Madara looked at him calmly and composedly. Madara, I'm not done yet. After saying that with its tsundere tone, Hashirama immediately controlled the wooden giant to stride toward Madara. Madara, on the other hand, completely removed the remaining Susanoo armor from the Nine Tails and commanded it to engage the wooden giant in brutal combat. Since the Nine Tails was under Madara's Jinjutsu control, it seemed to feel no pain, exchanging blow for blow with the wooden giant. As for whether Madara worried about the Nine Tails dying, it's just a tool. After all, tailed beasts can't truly die. Even if it dies now, it will be revived. Madara couldn't care less. As the Nine Tails attacked furiously, the wooden giant accumulated more and more wounds. Seeing that the wooden giant was nearing its limit, Hashirama gritted his teeth and used his life force along with his remaining chakra to completely repair the wooden giant's injuries. The Nine Tails' power is too strong. I'ma seal you first. With a determined look at the attacking Nine Tails, Hashirama immediately had the wooden giant extend its right hand and seize the Nine Tails. Koan Nucho no Te. The right hand bearing the character seat directly grabbed the Nine Tails' body, holding it firmly like a chick. In an instant, the once ferocious Nine Tails, after being caught by the wooden giant, docilely closed its eyes. Hashirama knew that the Nine Tails had been sealed. After Madara jumped to the ground, Hashirama also landed. The seal on the Nine Tails had nearly exhausted his chakra, and the markings on his face had now faded. However, Hashirama secretly created a wood clone while his real body hid using the transformation technique. Hashirama's little trick did not escape Madara's notice. Madara, seizing the opportunity, turned the tables and also created a wood clone hiding his real body with the transformation technique. The wood clones of Madara and Hashirama quickly clashed. The two clones fought only with taijutsu. Finally, Madara's clone seized an opportunity and successfully stabbed Hashirama's wood clone with a sword. Just as Madara's sword pierced Hashirama's chest, Hashirama's real body knew his plan had succeeded, so he struck, without hesitation, also piercing Madara's chest with a sword. However, when he saw the Madara he had stabbed gradually turn into a wooden figure, his expression changed drastically. Dreadful. It's a wood release clone. Just as Hashirama prepared to retreat, Madara's voice, like a specter, echoed in his ear. Hashirama, it seems I have triumphed after all. Upon hearing these words, Hashirama's vision darkened, and he collapsed completely. With his fall, the battle was irrevocably concluded, yet this was merely their personal duel. The skirmishes among the various clans on the battlefield were far from over. Although thousands had perished in the clash between Madara and Hashirama, the Senju coalition still numbered in the thousands on the field. The moment Senju Heijian witnessed Hashirama's defeat, he knew all was lost. The Senju clan had been utterly vanquished in this conflict, and every Senju shinobi felt the same despair. They had all witnessed the titanic struggle between Madara and Hashirama. Madara's power was insurmountable. In stark contrast to the Senju's hopelessness, the nine-clan coalition's morale soared. Though they had also suffered thousands of casualties from the shockwaves of the battle, their joy remained undiminished. Madara was on their side, so his victory was their victory. Everyone, now is the time to annihilate the Senju. With Sarutobi Yoru's roar, the long-suppressed nine-clan coalition surged forward with exhilaration toward the Senju forces. Seeing the boundless sea of enemy shinobi, the Senju clan fell into utter despair. Because their will to fight had withered the moment the two sides clashed, the Senju suffered hundreds of losses. Flee. Everyone break out separately. Senju Heijian knew the situation was beyond redemption, so he immediately ordered the Senju shinobi to scatter and escape. Yet though the ideal was noble, reality was cruel. After half an hour of carnage, the Senju forces dwindled, and not a single soul managed to break through the encirclement. At last, the remaining few hundred Senju gathered together, and Senju Heijian looked at his clansmen with a bitter expression. Everyone, it is beyond our power to change this outcome. I command you all to surrender. After his words, the despairing Senju coalition laid down their weapons and crouched on the ground. Senju Heijian, why do you not lay down your arms? Upon seeing the entire Senju coalition surrender, Uchiha In and others smiled, but when they noticed Heijian still standing, they immediately questioned him. Heh, I am an elder of the Senju clan. How could I betray my own kin? Do not dream of my surrender. These words of Senju Heijian instantly ignited the fighting spirit of the remaining Senju shinobi with backbone. However, Uchiha In and the others were greatly displeased. So Senju Heijian, you intend to face the 9-clan coalition alone. Seeing their side's complete victory, Shimura Hanzo immediately shed his previous fear, as if rediscovering his confidence. Shimura Hanzo, do you dare to duel me? Senju Heijian, his face stained with blood and grime, glared at Shimura Hanzo with murderous intent. Just as he was about to accept, Shimura Hanzo felt the thick, killing intent emanating from Heijian and fell silent. A cowardly rat. Senju Heijian spat disdainfully and turned away from Hanzo, whose face flushed with alternating shades of purple and white. Senju Heijian, you are a veteran of many years, renowned throughout the ninja world. Since you are so loyal to the Senju clan, I shall grant your wish. Come, I give you a chance. I will fight you. Dying by my hand should not disgrace your name. After a long silence, Madara stepped forward. Though Heijian was an enemy, Madara held some respect for him, so he intended to personally end the matter. Good. Dying by your hand does not tarnish my reputation. Senju Heijian looked at Madara with a complex gaze, then nodded. Then come. Senju Heijian, attack me with all your might. I will not deny you the chance. Madara made a gesture of invitation. Knowing Madara's power, Heijian did not stand on ceremony and launched his assault. Senju Heijian abandoned his shuriken and kunai, immediately unleashing a fire release. Fire release fireball. The moment the fireball emerged, it surged toward Madara. However, Madara regarded the fireball with contempt. For Heijian to use fire release before a master of fire was an insult. Madara resolved to teach Heijian a lesson about the harsh realities of the world. Fire release fireball. Yes, Madara employed the same jutsu as Heijian, but with a crucial difference: his fireball was several times larger. Heijian's fireball was instantly engulfed by Madara's flames. Water release water wall. Faced with the terrifying fireball, Heijian opted for a water release defense. Water release. Normally water does overcome fire, but under certain conditions fire can also overcome water. As Madara spoke, he formed a hand seal. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Amplified by the Mangekyo Sharingan, the B-rank technique instantly attained S-rank power. The already nearly evaporated water wall was completely vaporized upon contact with the sea of flames. The flames mercilessly consumed Senju Heijian after extinguishing the water. Surrounded by the inferno, Heijian accepted death with a serene expression. To die in battle for his clan and comrades was a worthy end. The fire soon reduced Heijian to ashes. Witnessing his tragic death, the assembled clan leaders felt a chill. The euphoria of victory had clouded their thoughts. But now, with the Senju clan eliminated, a critical issue emerged. Previously, the Senju and Uchiha had stood in balance, checking each other. Now that the Senju had fallen and the only one capable of opposing Madara, Hashirama, had been captured, who could stand against the Uchiha? Who could resist Uchiha Madara's might? At this thought, the clan leaders' hearts grew heavy, and even the joy of their victory was significantly dampened. Yet none dared to speak, for Madara was still present. First, take the Senju shinobi away. As for Hashirama, confine him to my quarters to prevent his escape. Having instructed the Uchiha shinobi to handle the Senju prisoners, Madara turned to the other clan leaders. Feeling Madara's gaze, a chill ran through the assembly. After sweeping his eyes over them, Madara spoke. Naturally, no one had any objections to Madara's words, and they began executing his orders with utmost reverence. With everyone's concerted efforts, the scene was soon cleaned up. Confined alongside Hashirama Senju was naturally Tobirama Senju. Unlike Hashirama, Tobirama remained fully conscious throughout, observing everything that transpired along the way. It was precisely for this reason that a faint concern stirred within him. In this battle, the Senju clan had dispatched the majority of its ninjas, and their complete annihilation had dealt a devastating blow to the clan's strength. Without exaggeration, the Senju clan might now be unable to even defeat the Sarutobi clan. He could only hope that Madara would spare the Senju clan for the sake of his elder brother. After silently sighing to himself, Tobirama ceased his thoughts and returned with the others to the allied camp. At the same time, the system notification appeared in Madara's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Received 100,000 fate-altering points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Received a random ability chest. 2 tones rang out in succession, and Madara immediately shifted his attention to the system. System, open the random ability chest. Madara chose to open the chest without hesitation. He had been eagerly anticipating this random ability chest, as it had granted him an excellent ability last time, and he hoped it would bestow something equally valuable this time. After a brief moment of anticipation, the mysterious chest enveloped in a radiant glow slowly opened. Intense light burst forth, momentarily blinding Madara. Under Madara's expectant gaze, the system's melodious voice finally resounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Hashirama Senju's Sage Mode and all his ninjutsu. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Madara's initial excitement was instantly doused like a bucket of cold water. It was Sage Mode. Well, at least it's better than nothing. It can further enhance my strength, and perhaps I can finally use that technique. As if recalling something, a smile crept back onto Madara's lips. Young master, the clan leaders of each family are waiting for you. Just as Madara was intently sensing the newfound power within him, Akira's voice reached his ears. Let them wait a while. I need to speak with Hashirama first. Madara rose calmly and walked toward the tent next door. Uchiha Akira, though uncertain of Madara's intentions, remained silent, following faithfully behind as his guardian, even if Madara might not need his protection. As Hashirama was confined in the adjacent tent, Madara soon met him again. Uchiha Madara, what are you doing here? Seeing Madara suddenly enter the tent, Tobirama Senju immediately looked at him with full vigilance. Though bound, Tobirama's alertness remained undiminished. Oh, I remember you. You're the brat called Tobirama Senju, aren't you? Although Madara was not much older, his strength had already surpassed the entire ninja world, so addressing Tobirama in this manner was not inappropriate. Madara's face remained calm, but within him murderous intent surged. He was strongly tempted to kill this man who would indirectly lead to the extermination of the Uchiha clan in the future. Though the killing intent was fierce, Madara restrained himself from eliminating Tobirama. He still needed Hashirama, and Tobirama was Hashirama's most cherished person. For now, Tobirama could not die. What did you call me? You detestable Uchiha. I'm not a brat. Being called a brat by Madara infuriated Tobirama. If not for being bound, he would have eagerly rushed forward to land a few punches on Madara. Enough. I have no time to play house with a little brat like you. I'm here to see Hashirama. With that, Madara turned his gaze toward the still unconscious Hashirama. Bastard. What are you going to do to my brother? Upon hearing that Madara was looking for Hashirama, Tobirama's expression grew even darker. His mind began to spiral into wild speculations, which was not unreasonable. Madara was now a prisoner. The only one in the ninja world capable of opposing him was Hashirama, and the Senju and Uchiha clans were sworn enemies. Moreover, Madara was visiting Hashirama in secret, which easily led Tobirama to suspect that he intended to eliminate Hashirama. Eliminating enemies by any means was the way of a ninja. Truly a dark-minded little brat. If not for Hashirama, I would have killed you right now. Madara glanced disdainfully at Tobirama before beginning to awaken Hashirama. In his eyes, Tobirama was no more than an ant, one he could crush at will. Under Madara's call, Hashirama slowly regained consciousness. Madara. And Tobirama. What's going on? Having just woken up, Hashirama was clearly disoriented, but soon he recalled the final moments of the battlefield. As you can see, you're my prisoner again. Madara smiled at Hashirama, for this was not the first time he had captured him. Is that so? Haha, it seems I've lost to you again, Madara. You truly are strong. Hashirama looked at Madara with a complex expression, uncertain of what to say. Earlier he had believed that awakening a new ability would put him on par with Madara, but after this battle, he had been defeated once more. Madara was like a towering mountain before him. No matter how hard he climbed, Madara always stood higher. This filled Hashirama with immense frustration. Enough, Hashirama. I didn't come here to see your melancholic side. I have a major matter to discuss with you. This matter concerns the entire ninja world. After saying this, Madara immediately wiped the smile from his face. His serious demeanor alerted Hashirama that what he was about to say was undoubtedly significant. Madara, what is it that makes you so serious? Hashirama frowned, looking at Madara, eager to know what he meant. Hashirama, have you forgotten our dream from back then? At the mention of the dream, Hashirama immediately nodded, his face even showing excitement. Of course I haven't forgotten. I've always been determined to realize my dream, but it seems impossible now. Hashirama lowered his head in disappointment. Hashirama. What if I told you that I can make your dream come true? Madara looked at Hashirama with a meaningful gaze. He knew that Hashirama might not agree with his ideals, but he still had to try his best to persuade him. After all, having Hashirama's strength by his side would save him a great deal of effort in the future. What? Fulfill my ideals. Exactly. That is precisely why I summoned you here today, to discuss this very matter. Zhujian stood dazed, staring at Ban, unable to keep pace with his thoughts. According to the customary practices of the ninja world, should Ban not have slain him? Yet now Ban spoke of aiding him in realizing his ideals. Ban, are you serious? Zhujian gazed at Ban with solemnity, for matters concerning ideals were grave and could not be taken lightly. Of course, Zhujian. Would I ever jest about the dreams we both share? This ninja world has witnessed far too many wars, and too many lives have been lost over the years. Consider the battle that just ended. Within a mere 2 days, thousands have perished. I refuse to let this world continue on this path. Thus I must change it all. To transform the ninja world, power is absolutely indispensable. The Chinsho and Yuzhibo clans are the two mightiest families in the ninja realm, and you and I are the strongest individuals within it. Should we join forces, all obstacles will vanish and peace will be within reach. Come Zhujian, join hands with me and usher in an era of absolute peace for the entire ninja world. Ban extended his right hand as he spoke, while Zhujian regarded him with unbridled excitement. He had never imagined that Ban still clung to their oath, nor that Ban would voluntarily propose uniting to forge a world devoid of war. Truth be told, Zhujian was moved. Just as he was about to reach out and clasp Ban's hand, the irksome voice of Chinsho Feijian rang out once more. Yuzhibo Ban, do not deceive my elder brother. Feijian glared at Ban with fury, then turned to Zhujian and cried out in anxious tones, brother, do not be beguiled by this sinister fiend. Have you forgotten how Weijian and Banjian met their demise? If Ban's words had kindled the flame in Zhujian's heart, Feijian's speech doused it like a torrent of icy water, quenching the fire and forcing him to regain his composure. Indeed, his younger brothers had all perished at the hands of the Yuzhibo clan. Not only his own kin, but other clan members had also fallen to the Yuzhibo. This hatred, indelible and unending, cycled through generations, ceaselessly repeating the word revenge. The thought of his future children and descendants being consumed by hatred sent a chill down Zhujian's spine. Should they become mere machines of vengeance, living only for retribution, it would be utterly terrifying. No, I must not allow the Chinsho clan to become a family defined solely by revenge. The wavering in Zhujian's heart slowly solidified into resolve. Feijian, say no more. If we all cling to vengeance, our descendants will be tainted by it, endlessly repeating the cycle of retribution. Then everyone would be but walking corpses existing only for revenge. How horrifying. I will never let the Chinsho clan become that. After Zhujian spoke with resounding conviction, Chinsho Feijian grew frantic. Brother, even if you wish to change this situation, can the clan members agree? Let alone the distant past, consider the battle that just concluded. How many of our Chinsho clan fell to the Yuzhibo? Under such circumstances, can we truly bring about change? Feijian's words were like a blade slashing through the illusions in Zhujian's mind, laying bare the bloody reality before his eyes. Not to mention our father. Do you think he would ever endorse your idea? Feijian's final interrogation silenced Zhujian completely. Yes, ideals were, but ideals a life would not bend to his dreams. Chinsho Feijian had become what he was because of the Yuzhibo, and given his temperament, he would never consent to such a plan. Ban glanced at the silent Zhujian, then cast a sidelong look at Feijian. Though he detested Chinsho Feijian, he had to admit the latter was astute. Yet despite the cogency of Feijian's arguments, Ban was not one to surrender so easily. Zhujian, put aside those concerns for now. I ask you only one thing: do you truly wish to realize our ideals? If you do, then all obstacles shall be surmounted. Ban's eyes blazed with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Zhujian, awaiting nothing but his answer. The words of Feijian and Ban echoed in Zhujian's mind like a demon and an angel. After a moment of inner turmoil, he ultimately chose the most sincere desire of his heart. I do. Upon receiving Zhujian's unequivocal reply, Ban smiled. He had been certain that Zhujian would utter that word. Excellent. Then Zhujian, wait for me. I will personally handle your father. The rest will be up to you. Once you succeed, the ninja world will embrace lasting peace. Everyone content, clothed, and fed, the elderly cared for, the young nurtured, and war shall never again plague this realm. Ninjas will be free to undertake missions according to their own wishes, no longer bound by their current plight. Though Ban's words contained considerable exaggeration, they sufficed to persuade Zhujian. Indeed, after hearing Ban's speech, Zhujian was instantly enraptured by the dream Ban had woven. He even began to envision scenes of his own children being born, teaching them ninjutsu. A smile crept across his lips. Madara, are these words of yours true? Can it really be achieved? Though the dream was beautiful, Zhujian still voiced his doubts. Perhaps unbeknownst to himself, a hint of anticipation had crept into his tone. Ban sensed that his plan was on the verge of fruition. All that remained was the final spark to ignite the fire within Zhujian's heart. Of course, as long as you and I join forces, all this will cease to be mere imagination. It will become reality. People living happily together regardless of clan, nation, or territory. Ban was like a seductive demon, gradually luring Zhujian into the trap he had so meticulously set. Yes. Then I accept, Madara. I will join hands with you to bring absolute peace to the entire ninja world. Ban's final words had firmly cemented Zhujian's resolve. Brother. Seeing that Zhujian had been thoroughly ensnared by Ban, Chinsho Feijian quickly interjected to warn him. Yet at merely 10 years of age, he was still too young and inexperienced. At this age, Zhu Jian was brimming with passion and impulsiveness, and Ban's words instantly ignited a blaze of fervor within him. Say no more, Feijian. I have made my decision. I will ensure the Qinsho clan no longer suffers from war. That is my duty as the young patriarch of the Qinsho. Watching Zhu Jian reprimand Quan Nai with such a stern expression, Ban broke into a relaxed smile. All right. Since you've agreed, I'll go ahead and deal with the trouble on your father's side. Hashirama stood up with a smile and bid farewell to the two, but Tobirama seemed to have guessed what Madara was about to do next. Uchiha Madara, don't you dare touch my father. Tobirama Senju's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he glared at Madara, believing that Madara intended to kill his father to resolve the issue. However, it was clearly a misunderstanding. For one, if Madara truly killed Butsuma, Senju Hashirama would likely refuse to cooperate with him, and the two would instead become mortal enemies. What a gloomy little brat. Rest assured, I won't kill Butsuma Senju. After all, I'm in a partnership with Hashirama now. Madara let out a cold laugh and walked out, leaving only Hashirama and Tobirama in the room. Hashirama was clearly displeased with Tobirama's suspicion just now. In his eyes, Madara had always been sincere, yet Tobirama kept doubting Madara's motives. Tobirama, it seems you've been too severely affected by recent events to the point of baselessly suspecting others. Tobirama was clearly not pleased with Hashirama's lecturing. His intuition kept telling him that Madara was deceiving his elder brother and that Madara's intentions were certainly impure. However, his brother refused to believe him, even going so far as to say that he was too traumatized and had begun to suspect others without reason. Brother. Tobirama looked at Hashirama silently before speaking. I am not as you say. I only want to tell you one thing, that Uchiha Madara is absolutely untrustworthy. You'd better be wary of him. Having said that, Tobirama fell silent. Hashirama for a moment didn't know what to say, and the two sank into silence. Unlike the situation between the two brothers, Madara immediately returned to his own tent after leaving the tent. System. Open personal status. Name Uchiha Madara. Gender male. Strength Super Kage. Items Famous Blade. Thunderstorm. Abilities Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Would release Bloodline Limit. Sage Techniques. Fate Points 0. Seeing his fate points of 0, Madara immediately opened the system shop. System. Bring up the dojitsu. As Madara gave the command, the items in the shop shifted rapidly and dojitsu appeared. Kodo Amatsukami Special Edition 1000 Fate Points. Effect is Special Edition modified by the system, which reduces the original cooldown of 1 year to 1 month, and also enhances the activation speed of Kodo Amatsukami, allowing it to instantly alter others' memories and thoughts. After reading all the effects, Madara didn't hesitate to exchange for it. After all, this was exactly the ability he needed. Ding! Would the host like to spend 1000 Fate Points to exchange for Kodo Amatsukami Special Edition? Yes. As Madara responded, a burning sensation instantly appeared in his eyes, and then a memory of Kodo Amatsukami emerged in his mind. So this is the so-called strongest Genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. It truly lives up to its reputation. After thoroughly understanding Kodo Amatsukami, Madara was extremely satisfied. Since I still have so many fate points, I might as well do a lottery. After retracting his Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara opened the lottery feature he hadn't used in a long time. System. Draw once for me. Ding. Friendly reminder. After the previous upgrade, the current lottery has been changed to 100 fate points per draw. Since the novice period has passed, the guaranteed reward function has been completely removed. Please be informed, host. After the system's prompt, Madara's face immediately darkened. System. You update, but you remove the guaranteed reward. What kind of nonsense is that? Madara angrily demanded why the system had done this. Ding. Because the host's strength was previously weaker, the guaranteed reward was set to enhance the host's power. Now that the host's strength is sufficient, the guaranteed reward is removed. Then what's the meaning of this 1000 per draw? I remember there were higher tiers before. Madara pointed at the lottery interface. Ding. Because the host currently has sufficient fate points, the lottery has been automatically upgraded. This reply nearly made Madara spit blood. Swindler. Swindler. What do you mean by raising the price just because I have enough fate points? Is that how you do business? Ding. Please watch your language, host, or the system will randomly remove one of your abilities. As soon as the system's cold voice sounded, Madara immediately backed down. After all, jokes are jokes, but don't mess with my abilities. System. Draw 10 times for me. Madara reluctantly chose to draw. Since he didn't lack these fate points, he directly opted for the draw. Ding. Would the host like to spend 100 fate points to start the lottery? Yes. Gritting his teeth, Madara initiated the draw. The huge wheel began spinning rapidly, and the system's prompts sprang up like mushrooms after rain in Madara's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've won a box of instant noodles. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've won a pair of exquisite socks. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've won a bundle of explosive tags. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've won a pair of reading glasses. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've won. The system's voice kept ringing in Madara's ears, but his face grew darker and darker. He had spent 10,000 fate points and got a bunch of useless items. Now only the last draw of the 10 pull was left. Madara stared nervously at the screen as the pointer slowly came to a stop on something. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, improved version. Impure World Reincarnation. Hearing this name, a smile finally appeared on Madara's face. The ones of the 0 fate points were not wasted after all. But what did improved version mean? Puzzled, Madara began to read the description of the Impure World Reincarnation improved version carefully. As he read on, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. It can restore the deceased's peak combat power regardless of the living sacrifice, and no matter how the battle proceeds, there's no need to worry about cell activity. Also, no one other than the caster can dispel this technique. This is incredibly powerful. With this improved version of Impure World Reincarnation, unifying the ninja world might be even faster. A glint flashed in Madara's eyes, and he quickly opened his personal status again. Name: Uchiha Madara. Gender: male. Strength: Super Kage. Items: Famous Blade, Thunderstorm. Abilities: Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Would release Bloodline Limit. Sage Techniques: Kodoame Tsukumi. Special Edition: Impure World Reincarnation, improved version. Fate points: 900. Seeing that his fate points had shrunk by more than half in an instant, Madara sighed inwardly and immediately closed this sorrowful panel. Since everything is ready, it's time to deal with Butsuma Senju. With a flicker of his gaze, Madara vanished from the tent. During the previous war against the Senju clan, Madara had deliberately stationed a ninja proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique. Thus it took him merely a second to arrive at the outskirts of the Senju clan's territory. After carefully sensing the guards around the Senju clan, Madara opened his eyes. The Senju clan truly appears to be in decline. Even their guards have been significantly reduced. With a brief internal sigh, Madara activated his transformation technique and assumed the appearance of a middle-aged man. He strode forward boldly, and the moment he revealed his figure, Senju clan ninja swiftly surrounded him. A cold kunai silently pressed against Madara's neck. Who are you? Why have you come to the Senju clan? A killing, intent-laden voice immediately reached Madara's ears, accompanied by a swarm of Senju ninja converging upon him. 5 Senju ninja gripped their weapons, eyeing Madara with fierce vigilance. The moment he made any suspicious move, they would strike without hesitation to eliminate him. 5, is it? Fine, I suppose I'll have to use that jutsu. Madara murmured softly under his breath, then raised his head. The Mangekyo Sharingan immediately manifested, and the ninja, who had been staring at him so intently, were drawn into his Jinjutsu through their own vigilance. As expected, the Jinjutsu of the Mangekyo is truly effective. Gazing at the reverent ninja before him, Madara nodded in satisfaction. Enhanced by the power of Kodoame Tsukumi, the Jinjutsu's strength had been elevated by several magnitudes, allowing him to completely rewrite the memories of all 5 individuals in an instant. Under the guidance of a Senju ninja, Madara quickly arrived at the residence of Senju Tobarama. Senju Bing, were you not on guard duty? Why are you here? The guard at the entrance was clearly taken aback to see Senju Bing arrive. Moreover, upon noticing Madara, an instinctive sense of foreboding seized him. Madara wasted no time conversing with the guard. His Mangekyo Sharingan locked eyes with the guard, and in an instant the guard too fell under his Jinjutsu's control. Having disposed of the guard, Madara finally entered the room and came face to face with the long-absent clan leader of the Senju clan, Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama, who had been deeply concerned about the frontline war efforts, immediately sensed Madara's presence. Frowning, he scrutinized the newcomer, searching his memories for any recognition. Finding none, he assumed the person before him was simply a ninja come to report on the frontline situation. Has something happened on the frontline again? Senju Tobarama said grimly. The Senju clan now truly had no reserves of strength left. If yet another crisis arose, the consequences would be catastrophic. That is correct. There has indeed been trouble on the front line. However, my primary purpose in coming here is to see you. See me. Senju Tobarama paused, confused by Madara's words. But before he could respond, the crimson Sharingan flashed before his eyes, and his consciousness was instantly plunged into slumber. Kodoame Tsukumi, Divine Light. In an instant, an immense surge of spiritual pressure rewrote Senju Tobarama's memories entirely. From this point forward, he would issue the order to transfer leadership to Hashirama and acknowledge Madara as his master. Of course, such alterations orchestrated by Kodoame Tsukumi would go unnoticed by ordinary people. Only Madara himself knew the truth. Having secured Senju Tobarama, Madara immediately returned to the frontline camp, for there remained many matters awaiting his attention. Go release Hashirama and Tobarama Senju. Let them return to the Senju clan. As for the clan elders, inform them to wait a while longer. We shall discuss the matter of the Kagaya clan's territory. Upon returning to the camp, Madara promptly instructed Uchiha Yoru to notify the other clan elders. Following Madara's order, Uchiha Yoru personally freed Hashirama and Tobirama. The remaining Senju clan members, however, were kept detained. Hashirama did not protest. He understood Madara's reasoning, even though an agreement had been reached between him and Madara personally. Yet that agreement was between Hashirama alone and Madara, not the entire Senju clan. Therefore, it was only natural that the remaining clan members continued to be held. Let us go, Tobirama. Let us return home. Hashirama cast a complicated glance at the camp behind him, then turned and walked away without looking back toward the Senju clan. Due to the urgency of the matter, Hashirama abandoned his usual leisurely pace and instead relied entirely on the body flicker technique throughout the journey. Fortunately, his chakra reserves were plentiful enough, and they arrived at the Senju clan by evening. As for Tobirama, Hashirama carried him back on his back the entire way, for Tobirama lacked sufficient chakra and could not keep up otherwise. The young master has returned. Upon seeing Hashirama, the guards' eyes widened like saucers as they shouted aloud. Soon the entire Senju clan learned of Hashirama's return. Though they did not understand why he had personally come back from the front line, they presumed it must be a matter of great importance. Otherwise, Hashirama would not have rushed back so urgently. Tobirama, go back and rest. I will go see father. Hashirama said this, gazing resolutely towards Senju Tobirama's residence in the distance. He knew the opposition he would face might be enormous. Nevertheless, he chose to proceed regardless. Oni-san. Watching Hashirama's resolute expression illuminated by the lamplight, Tobirama hesitated, words trapped behind his lips. In his estimation, Hashirama's attempt at persuasion was utterly futile. Given their father's deep-seated hostility toward the Uchiha clan, no amount of pleading would ever succeed. Rest assured, Tobirama. There are things in this life we must do and things we must never do. Convincing father is an inevitability. It concerns the safety of the entire shinobi world. No matter what, I must attempt it. After speaking, Hashirama turned and strode purposefully towards Senju Tobirama's residence. At that moment, in Tobirama's eyes, Hashirama had become a beacon of light. Eventually, Tobirama ceased his attempts to dissuade his brother. He knew that once Hashirama had made up his mind, no one in this world could change it. Father, I have something I must say to you. Upon entering the room, Hashirama spoke to Senju Tobirama with a stern expression. He was fully prepared to endure a fierce reprimand, and even confinement, as punishment. Is that you, Hashirama? Are you not supposed to be at the front line? Why have you returned to the clan? Senju Tobirama looked at Hashirama with visible confusion. Although his memories had been altered by Madara's jutsu, they had not been erased. Thus he still retained knowledge of these events. Father, the war on the front line has been lost. I have returned for another matter. Hearing Hashirama declare that the frontline war had failed, Senju Tobirama displayed no outward reaction. After all, Madara had already revealed this truth when altering his memories. Though he knew it was coming, Senju Tobirama's face still wore an expression of stunned astonishment. You are saying the frontline war has been lost? Senju Fujian's voice immediately rose several degrees. Having served as the clan leader of the Senju for many years, his acting skills were naturally impeccable, so the simple-minded Hashirama failed to detect any abnormality. Yes, father. This time it is all my fault. If not for me, the war would not have been lost. Hashirama lowered his head in self-blame. In truth, this battle was not entirely his fault. He had already been strong enough, but Madara was simply operating on another level, so his defeat was not altogether unjust. Unfortunately, Hashirama was unaware of this and merely blamed himself. Now is not the time for such talk. The pressing matter is how to ensure the survival of our Senju clan. The Uchiha are our mortal enemies, and after suffering such devastating losses this time, they will certainly not spare us easily. Fujian's performance was quite convincing, methodical, and earnest. Hashirama, unaware that his father was merely acting, simply took his words as genuine concern for the clan, and a faint guilt stirred within his heart. However, when he recalled his aspiration for peace across the ninja world, Hashirama's resolve hardened once more. Fortunately, he was kept in the dark. Had he known the truth, he would surely have exclaimed in disbelief. The clown turns out to be myself. Father, I have returned for the future of the clan. I have a plan that can ensure the Senju will never be annihilated by the Uchiha. Hashirama spoke slowly to Senju Fujian, patiently guiding him as one would a student. You have a plan? What kind of plan could you possibly have? Senju Fujian knew that Hashirama was about to reveal the real matter, so he played along accordingly. I wish to ally with the Uchiha clan. We shall establish a new system, one that will bring an end to all war across the ninja world, allowing our Senju clan to develop in peace. Hashirama gazed into his father's face, seeking to understand what lay behind those words. Alliance with the Uchiha. Then tell me, would the Senju clan lead, or would the Uchiha? Senju Fujian did not answer Hashirama's proposal directly, but instead posed a crucial question, one that rendered Hashirama speechless. Thinking carefully, an answer emerged in Hashirama's mind. Given Madara's nature, the alliance would undoubtedly be dominated by the Uchiha. The Senju would never be allowed to take the leading role. The atmosphere between the two grew heavy and oppressive. After a moment, Senju Fujian let out a long sigh. Sigh. Very well. Let it be done. As things stand, we shall proceed according to your plan. Our Senju clan must not be wiped out. Senju Fujian's words were 3 parts genuine and 7 parts performance. The reason he agreed so readily to Hashirama's proposal was partly because Madara had already altered his memories. Nevertheless, he still possessed his own consciousness, and within those words lay a measure of his true intentions. Father, you. Hashirama was visibly taken aback. He never expected his father, who had always harbored such hostility toward the Uchiha, to utter such words. There is no need for surprise. Though I harbor enmity toward the Uchiha, I am the leader of the Senju clan. I must consider the entire clan, not merely myself. When you become leader one day, you will understand. Go. Go and reply to that brat Madara of the Uchiha. Our Senju clan accepts his proposal. Upon hearing those final words, Hashirama was truly stunned. He could not fathom how his father knew this had originated from Madara's suggestion. Surprised, Senju Fujian gazed at his son with complicated emotions. His son was excellent in every way save for one flaw, a profound simplicity of heart. With a quiet sigh, Fujian decided against further explanation. To be honest somewhat, Hashirama fell silent for a moment before asking, Father, how did you know this was Madara's proposal? It is quite simple. You are my son, and based on my understanding of you over the years, you would never have conceived of a plan resembling surrender. Senju Fujian shook his head and refused to say more. Seeing this, Hashirama could only depart in silence. The moment Hashirama left, Fujian immediately used a summoning creature to relay the message to Madara. One night passed in the blink of an eye. The following morning, Senju Fujian immediately summoned all the high-ranking members of the Senju clan, who arrived at the family assembly hall utterly bewildered. Senju Fujian glanced around the room, confirmed that everyone was present, and spoke slowly. Everyone, the reason I have called you here is that our Senju clan has reached a point of life and death. Fujian's opening words immediately erupted into chaos among the assembled Senju clansmen. Clan leader, what exactly is happening? Isn't it said that the front line was going smoothly just recently? Indeed. Why has the young heir suddenly returned? That's right. What exactly has happened? The numerous Senju elders spoke over one another, turning the entire room into a cacophony. Silence. Listen to me. Hearing the noisy clamor around him, Senju Fujian immediately projected the commanding presence befitting a clan leader. Having served as the leader of the Senju for decades, his words carried significant weight, and his sharp cry caused the crowd to fall silent almost instantly. Due to the recent war, our Senju clan has been targeted by a coalition of multiple clans, and we have suffered defeat. Our deployed force of 1500 ninja has been almost entirely annihilated, as have the 1500 ninja from the Uzumaki clan. After Fujian calmly stated these facts, the Senju elders fell into collective silence. They had imagined the situation might be at worst a loss of several hundred, never expecting that their combined forces with the Uzumaki had been nearly wiped out entirely. Clan leader, then what of our Senju? Though the elder left the sentence unfinished, everyone present understood his meaning. Precisely for this reason have I said that our Senju clan faces an existential crisis. The Uchiha are our sworn enemies, and now that they hold the upper hand, they will surely show us no mercy. Senju Fujian's words were well-reasoned and compelling. The assembled elders, who had already harbored concerns about the Senju's future, now began to tremble with dread. Clan leader, is there truly no other way? Some of the Senju elders spoke with palpable reluctance, unable to accept the possibility of their clan's destruction. No, there is still a way. Hashirama brought back word upon his return, though I fear some among you may not be willing to accept it. Senju Fujian regarded the assembled elders with a knowing gaze. What is it, clan leader? Yes, clan leader. Whatever it is, we must try. Exactly. The Senju clan must not be annihilated. The high-ranking members of the Senju clan voiced their opinions one after another, but all were essentially urging Senju Butsuma to reveal his plan. Some time ago, the Uchiha clan made a proposal. They wished to ally with the Senju clan. If the two strongest clans in the ninja world joined forces, peace might not be impossible. According to the Uchiha clan's proposal, they intend to gather all clans together so that there will be no division of lands, no distinction between peoples, and everyone will belong to one nation. There will be no more war in the world. Senju Butsuma's words proved quite effective. The many high-ranking members present began to envision that very scene. Having fought for so long, they were weary. Who would choose war over a peaceful life? As the saying goes, better to be a dog in a prosperous age than a man in troubled times. In the warring states era, human life was the cheapest currency. Clan leader, can this be true? Yes. We and the Uchiha were mortal enemies before. They wouldn't trick us then attack when we're off guard, would they? Though Senju Butsuma's promise was enticing, not all of the Senju clan's high-ranking members had lost their reason. Clearly some remained vigilant. Let me ask you this, can the current Senju clan defeat the Uchiha-led alliance of 9 clans? Senju Butsuma's counter-question silenced the dissenters who lowered their heads, unable to speak. Since the Uchiha clan already had the power to overwhelm them, why would they go to such unnecessary trouble? Thus their concerns were entirely unfounded. Once this dawned on them, the Senju clan's high-ranking members voiced no further opposition. Seeing this, Senju Butsuma declared, since there are no objections, this matter is settled. The Senju clan must not be wiped out. The high-ranking Senju members below nodded in agreement. Thus the proposal passed unanimously. Sitting off to the side, Hashirama watched in astonishment. That very morning Hashirama had prepared himself for a heated debate, but he never expected matters to proceed so smoothly. Suddenly Hashirama recalled what Madara had said. Could it be Madara's doing? The thought crossed Hashirama's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. If Madara had used Genjutsu on the Senju clan, he could not possibly have controlled so many people simultaneously. Before Hashirama could figure it out, Senju Butsuma's voice rang out again. Now that the first matter is settled, let's move on to the second. The high-ranking Senju members who had been preparing to leave refocused their attention on Senju Butsuma upon hearing there was a second matter. I have decided. From today onward, I will pass the position of clan leader to my eldest son Senju Hashirama. If the previous words were thunder, then this declaration was a magnitude 10 earthquake for the high-ranking Senju members. None of them had expected Senju Butsuma's second matter to be relinquishing his position as clan leader. Clan leader. This matter of the clan leadership is of utmost importance but cannot be decided so lightly. Indeed, such a decision cannot be made hastily. Hearing that Senju Butsuma intended to appoint Hashirama as clan leader, many high-ranking members immediately grew worried. Rest assured, this is a decision I have made after careful consideration. I am now crippled with less than a tenth of my former strength. Our clan is at a critical juncture of survival, so we must be led by someone powerful. And you have all witnessed Hashirama's strength. It is more than sufficient. Though I am no longer clan leader, I will still assist Hashirama with clan affairs. After Senju Butsuma's explanation, many high-ranking Senju members felt that having Hashirama as the new clan leader was not so unacceptable. Alright, voice your opinions. Senju Butsuma looked down at the high-ranking members, wanting to know what they thought. Clan leader, with you assisting Hashirama in handling affairs, there should be no major issues. Moreover, Hashirama's strength is formidable, which will serve as a deterrent. Thus I agree. Senju Kuken was the first to voice his approval. Though he had never fought alongside Hashirama, he had heard of his abilities from Senju Eren and others. Given his close relationship with Eren, the latter was unlikely to deceive him. Thinking of Senju Eren, Senju Kuken felt a pang of grief. His good brother was now separated from him by life and death, and the culprit was the Uchiha clan. Yet now they were forced to ally with those very clan. How ironic. After composing himself, Senju Kuken looked sincerely at Senju Butsuma. As someone whom Senju Hanma had thought highly of during his life, Kuken was willing to lend a hand, especially since Hashirama was indeed a worthy choice. Given the current state of the Senju clan, this decision was also timely. Clan leader, I also agree. And me. As the saying goes, where there is a first, there is a second. With someone taking the lead, the rest followed easily. Within minutes, all high-ranking Senju members had consented. Thus Hashirama's appointment as the new clan leader of the Senju was settled. While the Senju were finalizing their decision, Madara had begun meetings with the various great clans. Though he could easily defeat them with his strength, he did not do so. A man of his word, he could not afford to appear fickle and petty. I wonder when the young Uchiha leader will arrive. After drinking 4 or 5 cups of tea, the Sarutobi clan was the first to break the silence. The young leader is handling some matters. He will be here shortly. Shimura Hanzo, hearing Uchiha Yoru's response, felt helpless. This was the third time he had asked, and each time the answer was the same. Though inwardly annoyed by the Uchiha's arrogance, he had no choice but to endure it. After all, the one with the bigger fist rules, and when one's strength is inferior, one must remain humble. Apologies for the wait. I was just dealing with the matter of the Senju prisoners. Madara entered the room with a smile and took the seat at the head. The clan leaders present, upon hearing him mention the Senju prisoners, exchanged subtle glances. The handling of prisoners could be interpreted in many ways, yet it revealed Madara's attitude toward the Senju clan. Alright. Now let's discuss the division of the Kagaya clan's territory. When the topic turned to territory division, the clan leaders present immediately cast aside their previous gloom, all looking at Ban with great delight. Noticing the changes among those below, Ban sneered coldly in his heart. According to our prior agreement, half of the Kagaya clan's territory shall be allocated to the Uchiha and Hyūga clans. Thus all lands bordering our 2 clans belong to us. Do you have any objections? Ban casually drew a line across half of the map. The other clan leaders, though inwardly envious, dared not show it, for Ban's strength was plainly evident. Naturally, this was prearranged. How could anyone object? Chimu Shuafeng, secretly colluding with Ban, immediately echoed his support. Exactly. This has been agreed upon. We have no objections whatsoever. Yes, yes. Following Chimu Shuafeng's declaration, Yuanfei Yejan and Jitsuan Banzang also voiced their agreement. They cared little about how much the Uchiha took. Their only concern now was which lands they would receive. Good. Since no one objects, next is the Inoshikacho alliance. Your 3 southern clans border the Kagaya, so this portion is yours. You may divide it among yourselves as you see fit. Ban made another mark on the map. Upon seeing the designated territory, the 3 clan leaders expressed satisfaction and remained silent. After confirming their stance, Ban raised his hand once more to mark the map. Then this portion belongs to the Chimu and Koma clans. Knowing he would later exchange territories with the Chimu clan, Ban deliberately allocated richer resource areas to them. Compared to the other leaders, Chimu Shuafeng remained remarkably composed. After all, no amount of land here mattered. He was only eager to learn which territory Ban would trade after the meeting. The Chimu clan has no issues whatsoever. Chimu Shuafeng stated flatly before resuming his calm tea drinking. Good. As for the remaining areas, they belong to the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Setting down his brush, Ban turned his gaze to Yuanfei Yejan and Jitsuan Banzang. Yuanfei Yejan and Jitsuan Banzang were clearly dissatisfied with Ban's allocation, as they were the last to receive their share. Their territory was inevitably slightly inferior to the others, though not by much. Ban seemed to notice their displeasure and asked softly, "What's the matter? Could it be that the 2 clan leaders are dissatisfied with my distribution?" Ban drew out his words, and the 2 men caught the thread in his tone. Recalling his strength, they hastily replied, No, we're merely excited by the sudden acquisition of new territory." Driven by his desperate will to survive, Yuanfei Yejan quickly concocted this flimsy excuse. "Very well. If either of you is dissatisfied, feel free to speak with me anytime." Ban nodded, and then looked away from them. The 2 could only nurse their grudges in silence, never daring to voice them. "Then I declare this alliance a complete success. Let the victory banquet begin." Ban rose and addressed the assembly. The clan leaders in the room all broke into smiles. They had indeed endured a taxing few days, ceaseless battles, reality-shattering power, and the torment between despair and hope. After speaking, Ban left the tent and returned to his own. The banquet was attended by Yuzhibo Tiandao, as the nominal clan head of the Uchiha was still him. At the banquet, the great clan leaders showered Ban with praise, extolling his strength and tactical brilliance. Yuzhibo Tiandao, basking in the glory of his son's acclaim, was immensely pleased and further solidified his own resolve. After the banquet, Tiandao visited Ban's quarters. Ban was then dealing with the issue of prisoners from the Senju clan. "Father, why have you come?" Ban asked, puzzled by Tiandao's visit. "I came to inform you of something." Seeing Tiandao's solemn expression, Ban wondered what matter required such formality, but he smiled and said, "Father, you could have sent someone. There was no need to come in person." "No, this I must tell you myself," Tiandao said gravely. "I have decided to abdicate tomorrow and make you the new clan head of the Uchiha." Tiandao's words stunned Ban. "Why? Father, I am only 10 years old. Would it not be against tradition for me to become clan head?" Ban showed little excitement at the prospect. Instead, he asked with genuine confusion. Tiandao gazed at his calm son with deep satisfaction. That Ban could remain so unruffled before the temptation of the clan head's position showed he already possessed a fundamental quality of a leader. The entire ninja world has changed. It is no longer what it once was. Your strength can sweep through every other clan. Under your strategy, the Uchiha have soared to new heights. Moreover, with your reputation within the clan, becoming head is inevitable. For the sake of the Uchiha, I have decided to install you early. Tiandao's words were profoundly sincere, and Ban could feel the genuine emotion behind them. After a moment of silence, Ban spoke. "Very well, I accept the position of clan head. I swear that I will elevate the Uchiha above the entire ninja world." Ban declared firmly, and Tiandao broke into a smile. "Good. I believe in you. Return to the clan tomorrow, and prepare. In a few days you will assume the position." Patting Ban on the shoulder, Tiandao left, leaving Ban alone. The moment Tiandao departed, the 2 Yuzhibo brothers entered. They looked at Ban with excitement, never expecting him to become clan head so early. This was a boon for them, as they were Ban's guards. With Ban as the Uchiha clan head, their own status would naturally rise. A classic case of new court, new ministers. "Enough, no more idle talk. Pack up or we return to the clan tomorrow." Ban cut them off before they could speak, sparing them from rambling. The 2 brothers had no objections to Ban's orders, and quickly nodded in agreement. Ban, along with the 2 Yuzhibo brothers, returned to the Uchiha compound at top speed. Meanwhile, Tiandao informed the Uchiha elders of his decision to abdicate in favor of Ban. Without any dissent, the elders unanimously agreed. Beyond them, the other Uchiha ninja also received the news. When they learned that Ban was to become the new clan head, the entire Uchiha clan erupted in excitement. Soon, under the watchful eyes of all, the inauguration ceremony for Ban began. Because Madara was about to succeed the clan leader, the Uchiha clan was exceptionally busy that day. From early morning, all members of the Uchiha clan were fully engaged in setting up the venue. The other clan members had also tidied everything up early, awaiting the inauguration ceremony of the new clan leader. Finally, amid everyone's anticipation, Madara's succession ceremony began. Today, Madara, for the first time in a long while, donned the formal attire he had rarely worn. As the moment arrived, all members of the Uchiha clan gathered in the clan square. In an instant, the once spacious square became incredibly crowded, shoulder to shoulder, bustling with an air of festivity that in this brutal era of the warring states felt strangely fitting. "All right, silence." Taijima confirmed the time, then stepped onto the high platform at the front and spoke. "I'm sure you all know what I'm about to say. From today onward, I will no longer be the clan leader of the Uchiha. Next, let us welcome our new clan leader, Uchiha Madara." After Taijima's deep, resonant proclamation, the slightly slender figure of Madara slowly ascended the platform. The moment Madara appeared, the entire square erupted in cheers. In response to the roaring crowd, Madara gently pressed his hands downward, and the entire assembly fell into absolute silence. Taijima, standing nearby, was deeply shocked by this scene. He had always known that Madara was popular among the people, but he had never imagined that Madara was so beloved by the clan members. "Madara, from today on, you are the clan leader of our Uchiha clan." As he spoke, Taijima handed over the Uchiha clan's war fan to Madara, symbolizing Madara's new role as the clan leader. The clan members below gazed at Madara, who took the fan with fiery eyes. Standing on the high platform, Madara could feel the admiration, reverence, and fervor in the clan members' gazes. At that moment, the war fan in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 jin. When he had become the young clan leader, he had not felt it so acutely. But now he experienced a sense of bearing a heavy burden. The feeling that thousands of people were looking to him, that every word and action of his would affect countless lives. Madara looked solemnly at the crowd below and slowly raised the war fan in his hand. "From this day forward, I, Uchiha Madara, am the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. I swear to let the glory of our Uchiha clan shine across the entire ninja world. May all people revere the Uchiha clan as they revere the gods." After Madara spoke these words with utmost seriousness, the Uchiha clan members below paused for a second, then burst into thunderous shouts, wave after wave, unending. Even the high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan, infected by the fervent atmosphere, joined in the cheers. Seeing the overwhelming momentum below, Madara felt no excitement. His heart was utterly calm. At that moment, he finally understood the feeling that one must bear great weight to wear a crown. While Madara successfully took over as the Uchiha clan leader, Hashirama also began his own succession ceremony. Unlike the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan had no earth-shattering cheers. The atmosphere was unusually somber. Under these circumstances, Hashirama took over the already battered and broken Senju clan. Hashirama looked at the faces of his clan members and silently resolved to ensure they could live a life of peace, never again enduring such warfare. Ding! Congratulations, host, for altering the original storyline and becoming the clan leader of the Uchiha ahead of time. You are rewarded with 10000 fate-changing points. Just as Madara became the new clan leader of the Uchiha, the system's voice rang in his mind. 10,000 fate-changing points were far from enough for Madara. He needed more. "Madara, from today you must begin handling clan affairs." After the succession ceremony, Taijima led Madara to the Uchiha clan's council hall to begin managing the clan's matters. But Madara's face fell as he looked at the towering pile of scrolls before him. His expression did not escape Taijima's notice. Seeing Madara's miserable look, Taijima felt a surge of relief. Thinking of how he used to spend all his time handling clan affairs with little time for training, Taijima felt a hint of resentment. But now that Madara was the clan leader, he could take it easy. "Father, do I need to finish all of these today?" Madara pointed at the mountain of scrolls on the table, somewhat doubting his life. "That's right. You must finish these today, and there will be more tomorrow." Taijima nodded seriously, as if afraid Madara wouldn't believe him. "Father, I just felt a sudden inspiration. I have some new ideas about ninjutsu, so I'll go research them first." Madara laughed and tried to slip away, but Taijima was not about to let him off so easily. "Don't even think about running. As the clan leader, you must handle clan affairs in the future, so you need to learn this." Upon hearing this, Madara knew he could not escape this ordeal today. He obediently followed Taijima back to his seat to handle the affairs. Izuna, watching from the side, found his brother's predicament amusing. After all, Izuna had always seen Madara as someone who remained calm and composed no matter the situation, as if nothing could ever trouble him. Seeing Madara at a loss like this was a rare sight. Izuna's laughter was clear in the silent room. Madara seemed to know Izuna was laughing at him, so he turned back and glared at his brother. Izuna, caught in the act of sneaking a laugh, noticed Madara's gaze. He immediately wiped the smile off his face and turned his head away, avoiding Madara's eyes. Taijima, who seemed to be aware of the little exchange between the two brothers, spoke calmly. Izuna, you should also study with Madara. Since you are his younger brother, you will definitely need to help him manage the clan in the future. Taijima's words caused Izuna's face, which had been gloating, to fall as well. Father, I don't think that's necessary. After all, my elder brother is the clan leader, and besides, there's you and the other elders. Izuna tried to wheedle his way out, but Taijima was not swayed. He simply pulled Izuna over to his side. Oh, father, we also need to expedite the territory exchange with the Hitaki clan. Madara suddenly remembered his promise to Hitaki Shuafeng and quickly reminded him. Exchanging territories with the Hitaki clan. What's this about? Taijima was unaware that Madara had already agreed to the territory swap, so he was puzzled and did not understand Madara's meaning. Seeing Taijima's confusion, Madara immediately explained the deal he had made with Hitaki Shuafeng in detail. Taijima then understood the whole story. In that case, complete the exchange with the Hitaki clan as soon as possible. Taijima did not interfere much with Madara's decisions. He knew that his son was not the type to act recklessly, so he trusted him. Then, father, I'll take my leave. After saying this, Madara turned and left the clan grounds, leaving only Izuna to deal with the clan affairs miserably. After departing the council hall, Madara headed toward the Hitaki clan with the Uchiha brothers in tow. As for the Hyūga clan, Madara had already sent word well in advance. Whether they would consent or not. Under Madara's overwhelming strength, they had no choice but to comply. After all, the lives of their entire clan now rested in the hands of the Uchiha. They would never dare to oppose any decision made by the Uchiha clan. The three arrived at the Hitaki clan grounds in merely a single second. This was possible because Madara had previously sealed Flying Thunder God marks upon several Hitaki ninja, enabling such instantaneous travel. Although the Uchiha brothers had witnessed Madara wielding the Flying Thunder God technique in battle before, nothing could compare to experiencing it firsthand. Only through direct encounter did they truly comprehend the staggering power of the Flying Thunder God. Madara released the two brothers, and they steadied themselves upon the ground. Elder, this spatial ninjutsu is extraordinarily convenient. We traversed such a vast distance in a single second. Indeed, and this is merely for travel. In actual combat, enemies would likely be eliminated before they even realized what had happened. The Uchiha brothers, marveling at the prowess of the Flying Thunder God, Madara remained remarkably composed at their praise, uttering hardly a word. Let us go. We are here on business. With that, Madara strode ahead. Unlike other clans, the Hitaki primarily devoted themselves to swordsmanship. Though they also practiced ninjutsu, their true essence lay in the blade. As soon as Madara's party neared the Hitaki grounds, several Hitaki ninja wielding weapons immediately encircled them. Unlike the frail Senju clan, the Hitaki's strength had suffered little erosion. These were but the perimeter guards, yet more than a dozen emerged at once. I am Uchiha Madara, head of the Uchiha clan. Summon your leader. Gazing at the ninja surrounding them, a flicker of disdain crossed Madara's eyes. With but a thought, he could dispatch every one of them in an instant. In his estimation, these individuals were hardly worthy of conversation with him. The Uchiha clan head. Upon hearing this title, the guards were instantly struck with alarm. Their leader had given strict orders: under no circumstances were they to offend the Uchiha. Regardless of how the visitors conducted themselves, all due respect was to be shown. Should someone demand to see the leader without prior announcement, they were to be escorted directly to the family's council chamber. The Hitaki ninja dared not delay and promptly led Madara's party into the clan grounds. Unlike the Uchiha, the Hitaki seemed imbued with the sharpness born of their sword-focused tradition. As Madara made his way through, every Hitaki ninja he encountered moved with decisive, resolute energy. Elder, the Uchiha clan head has arrived. The ninja bowed his head and reported. Hitaki Tsukumo immediately raised his gaze, and upon seeing the familiar face before him, a smile graced his lips. Ha! Young master. The words had barely left his mouth when Tsukumo slapped his own forehead. With a touch of apology on his face, he corrected himself. Forgive me. You are now the Uchiha clan head. Huh. He Hitaki elder, your grace remains undiminished after all these days. The two exchanged the customary pleasantries of old acquaintances. Ah, but you, my younger brother, have accomplished so much at such a tender age. Already the newly appointed head of the Uchiha clan. Truly extraordinary beyond extraordinary. Hitaki Tsukumo felt a pang of inner unrest upon hearing that Madara had indeed become the new clan head. At Madara's age, he had still been scrambling and fighting for survival, far from leading an entire clan. Offering a self-deprecating smile, Tsukumo gestured for Madara to sit. You flatter me, Elder Uchiha. I owe my position solely to the trust placed in me by my clansmen. Madara received Tsukumo's courtesy with his usual composure. Maintaining calm in all circumstances was, after all, an essential discipline for any shinobi. Then, my younger brother, what brings you here today? Tsukumo asked, his eyes bright with anticipation. He had been awaiting this moment eagerly. The territory recently ceded from the Kagaya clan had become a burden. The Hitaki found themselves neither able to make use of it nor afford to abandon it. It lay far from Hitaki lands, lacking connectivity and demanding considerable resources to govern. Yet discarding it felt like a grievous waste, for it had been won through great sacrifice. Thus all of Tsukumo's hopes rested upon Madara. He simply hoped Madara would honor their agreement and exchange territory as promised. Should Madara break his word, Tsukumo would have no recourse. Grief would have to be swallowed in silence. As for demanding accountability, heavens no. Madara's terrifying power made such a notion unthinkable. Fortunately, to his relief, Madara proved to be a man who honored his commitments. Hitaki elder, I shall not waste words. I have come to fulfill our agreement. Madara spoke bluntly and without preamble. Hitaki Tsukumo was unsurprised. This forthrightness was precisely the quality Madara had displayed during their original negotiations. Excellent. Which territory would you prefer to exchange? Tsukumo unrolled a map and inquired eagerly. Without hesitation, Madara seized the brush from the table and drew a border region along the Hyūga clan's territory. Tsukumo's earlier excitement visibly faded upon seeing Madara's selection, his smile gradually dissolving. Madara naturally noticed Tsukumo's change of expression, but said nothing. He had deliberately intended to give the Hitaki the better end of the bargain. The marked territory contained valuable mineral veins, whereas the Hyūga lands offered little in comparison. Brother, might we discuss another area? Bound by fear of Madara's terrifying power, Tsukumo expressed his concern only in the most circumspect terms. To Tsukumo's frustration, Madara chose to feign ignorance of his subtle objection. Is there an issue, Hitaki elder? Do you find these lands unsuitable? Madara furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze upon Tsukumo. At the sight of Madara's frown, Tsukumo's heart dropped. Could he be angered? The thought of Madara's devastating power sent chills through him. Should a confrontation erupt, the entire Hitaki clan could be annihilated in an instant. Tortured by spiraling thoughts, Tsukumo ultimately grit his teeth and resolved to acquiesce. After all, without Madara's intervention, the Hitaki would have gained nothing at all. To receive free land was already more than they could have hoped for. With renewed conviction, Tsukumo lifted his gaze and addressed Madara. Very well. I am deeply grateful, clan leader Uchiha. After confirming the handover procedures, Ban took Uchiha Yi and his two brothers back to the clan territory. After dealing with this matter, Ban did not initiate any new plans, but fell into a state of calm. The other clans in the shinobi world, seeing that the Uchiha clan did not immediately wage war against them, breathed a sigh of relief, and their initial thoughts of alliance gradually dissipated. 2 years passed swiftly. After the great battle, the Uchiha clan's territory expanded rapidly. With the sudden influx of resources, the Uchiha clan needed to properly digest them. After these 2 years of consolidation, the Uchiha clan had fully digested the resources plundered, and thanks to this, their strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Combined with the policies encouraging childbirth and military merit issued by Ban, the entire Uchiha clan was swept up in an unprecedented frenzy for war. Over the entire 2 years, the overall strength of the Uchiha clan had increased several-fold. Uchiha Clan Council Hall. At this moment, all the high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan were present. It was the first clan meeting of the new year, so attendance was naturally full, and even the clan leader stationed at the border had returned to report. Everyone. After 2 years of development, our Uchiha clan has become incomparably strong. Now is the time to show our fangs. Compared to 2 years ago, Ban now stood at 1.7 meters tall. His originally youthful face had become resolute and stern, adding a unique charm to his already handsome features. His most iconic spiky hair had fully grown into long hair. Sitting there, he exuded an aura of authority without anger, inspiring fear in others. After Ban finished speaking, the many high-ranking members present did not turn pale at the mention of war like other clans. On the contrary, because of the excessive peace over the past 2 years, the bellicose nature deep within them had become restless. When they heard that Ban was about to make a major move, these high-ranking members immediately spoke up to request battle. Clan leader, it seems you are preparing for a big action. Leave it to me. I, Uchiha Yen, may not have other skills, but I am no slouch in battle. Clan leader, don't listen to him. If there's a war, it should be me. I've been so idle these 2 years, I'm about to rot. Let me fight the first battle. In an instant, the entire room became noisy and chaotic. Enough. Listen to me. There will definitely be war, and you don't need to rush. Everyone will have a chance to participate. But I'm warning you now, if any of you holds back the Uchiha clan, don't blame me for turning ruthless. Ban said these words coldly, sweeping his gaze over the assembled crowd. These battle-hardened warriors, upon feeling Ban's terrifying stare, immediately felt a chill in their hearts. Over the past 2 years, they had come to understand Ban's character well. Usually when there was nothing serious, you could joke with him however you liked, but if a major issue arose, Ban would not show any mercy. Clan leader, rest assured. If anyone holds back the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Song will be the first to deal with them. As the oldest among those present, Uchiha Song's words carried considerable weight. Under the intimidation of both Ban and Uchiha Song, everyone secretly resolved not to make any mistakes. The first task I want you to do is to rob graves. Rob graves. The Uchiha high-ranking members were stunned, not understanding. Shouldn't they be discussing war? Why suddenly bring up grave robbing? And what did grave robbing have to do with war? Ban seemed to read their confusion and explained, I have successfully developed a forbidden technique that can resurrect the dead. However, this technique requires the cells of the deceased as a medium. Upon hearing Ban's casual explanation, the many Uchiha high-ranking members were shocked to the core. Resurrecting the dead. It sounded like a fantasy, something beyond human capability. Clan leader. Uchiha Song hesitated to speak. Is it really possible to resurrect the dead? Not only Uchiha Song, but the others also wore expressions of disbelief. Seeing that everyone seemed doubtful, Ban had no choice but to stand up and say somewhat helplessly, since you all don't believe me, then come with me and see for yourselves. Without further explanation, Ban immediately ordered Uchiha Yi to bring up 2 ninjas from the Chinsho clan. Although everyone was puzzled as to why Ban had Uchiha Yi bring 2 prisoners, they did not say much. Soon Uchiha Yi brought up 2 Chinsho clan prisoners. Because of the agreement between Ban and Hashirama, Ban had not treated the Chinsho ninjas harshly. They were well taken care of every day. Clan leader. Both of them are at the Chunin level. After Uchiha Yi reported their strength, he stepped aside and said no more. As for the 2 Chinsho Chunin, they looked at Ban with trepidation, not knowing what he wanted with them. At first, when they were captured, they were a bit panicked. But in the following years, they had not suffered inhuman treatment, nor been killed, so they had let go of their unease. But today, when the 2 of them were suddenly brought over by Uchiha Yi, their unease rose again, and more intensely than ever before. Ban did not give them a chance to speak. With a kunai in hand, he threw it directly at one of the Chinsho ninjas. Before the ninja could react, he was killed instantly. The remaining Chinsho ninja immediately assumed a defensive stance. But it was obviously useless. Although Ban had not killed them to prevent them from attacking or causing trouble, he had previously ordered the Hinata clan ninjas to seal the Chinsho ninjas' tenketsu, rendering them unable to use chakra. Clan leader, are you planning to resurrect this dead Chinsho? Uchiha Song immediately sensed Ban's intention and asked. Exactly. Next, I will use this person as a sacrifice to reincarnate the dead Chinsho. The reincarnated individual will have an immortal body, infinite chakra, and the peak strength they had in life. After Ban described the features of the impure world reincarnation, the Uchiha high-ranking members were once again shocked. However, they still remained skeptical. If what Ban said was true, wouldn't the impure world reincarnation be invincible? Ban also knew that merely talking would make them think it was a lie. After all, seeing is believing, hearing is doubting. Soon Ban turned his gaze to the remaining Chinsho ninja. Alright. As they say, seeing is believing, hearing is doubting. Everyone, the next moment is the moment of witnessing a miracle. After speaking, Ban cut off a piece of flesh from the dead body beside him, then pressed his right hand onto the ground. Impure world reincarnation technique. As soon as Madara's right hand touched the ground, countless dark formation marks appeared beneath the Senju clan ninja. Then a miraculous scene unfolded. Countless scraps of paper materialized from thin air and began adhering to the ninja's body. Witnessing the bizarre paper fragments, the Senju ninja frantically waved his hands in an attempt to brush them away. However, this was clearly futile. No matter how he struggled, the paper scraps remained firmly attached to his body. As the paper fragments continued to accumulate, the ninja gradually felt his vitality draining away, his body no longer responding to his commands. Ugh! Aya! A piercing scream erupted from the Senju ninja. After several seconds, the living ninja completely vanished, replaced by a man radiating an aura of death, his face covered in cracks. This man was exactly the one Madara had personally killed moments before. The Uchiha elders standing behind Madara were utterly shocked by this terrifying sight. They never imagined Madara possessed such power to resurrect the dead. Where? The resurrected Senju Chunin looked around in confusion. When his gaze fell upon Madara again, he froze. He distinctly remembered being killed by Madara just moments ago, yet here, he was seeing him once more. This made him question his very existence. Now, everyone, let me demonstrate whether the Edo Tensei ninja truly match my claims. After finishing his words, Madara struck again. Activating the body flicker technique, he vanished before the Senju Chunin's eyes, reappearing instantly at the ninja's side. Boom. His fist, armed with immense force, effortlessly crushed the Chunin's skull completely. Those present watched in silence, each thinking that the Senju Chunin was truly finished, just brought back to life, only to be killed once more. But what happened next utterly shattered their understanding of reality. The Senju Chunin, whose head had been blown apart, did not die immediately. Nor did the gory scene they imagined. blood spraying and brains exploding. Instead, his shattered head simply dissolved into countless paper scraps. Then slowly the fragments gathered together once more, reforming an identical head. The Uchiha elders stood frozen in shock at this terrifying sight before them. This. With years of experience under his belt, Uchiha so stammered as he pointed at the immortal Senju ninja. If this proves true immortality, then infinite chakra must be real as well. Uchiha So's words snapped the crowd out of their numbness, their dazed eyes turning to Madara. Even Taijima stared in awe. Indeed. Now you believe me, Madara said helplessly to those before him. But, if we revive them, and they turn against us, what then? Uchiha So, as a seasoned elder with years of experience, immediately grasped the critical issue. Almost as if on cue, the moment Uchiha So finished speaking, the Senju Chunin understood the situation. Having learned of his immortality and infinite chakra, he didn't hesitate before attacking. Water release water wave technique. A destructive torrent of water shot from the Senju Chunin's mouth, aimed at Madara like a high-pressure water jet. Fire release great fireball technique. Without even glancing at the water technique, Madara countered it directly with his own fire release. In an instant, the massive fireball vaporized the water release entirely. Countless wisps of steam filled the entire courtyard. Wind release. Typhoon pass. Uchiha Yoru saw this, and quickly stepped forward using wind release to clear the dense mist. At that moment, the Senju Chunin had already drawn his kunai and was thrusting it toward Madara. Those present were too far away to intervene in time, but unlike the others concerned, Madara calmly watched the approaching kunai. Just as the kunai was about to strike him, Madara calmly raised 2 fingers before his forehead. This boring performance ends now. With Madara's cold words, the previously arrogant Senju Chunin's terror became apparent. He couldn't move. He could only think, but his body refused to obey his commands. The situation turned around instantly, and the Uchiha elders secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Madara, what's happening? Why did he suddenly stop moving? Taijima turned to look at Madara and asked. This is also my countermeasure. If someone I've resurrected doesn't obey my commands, I can forcibly control them and manipulate them remotely, just like this. With a mere thought from Madara, the Senju Chunin immediately stood perfectly still and obediently at attention like a drill instructor's model student. Seeing this display, everyone present was completely subdued. All the Uchiha ninja looked at Madara with fanatical reverence, as if he were a god. Good. In that case, let's fully begin collecting the bodies of the fallen warriors. After witnessing this miraculous ninjutsu, the Uchiha elders had no further objections or questions. In that moment, they had only one thought: to exhume graves and steal enough powerful corpses. Seeing that everyone had been thoroughly convinced by his methods, Madara immediately dispelled the Edo Tensei. The Senju Chunin's soul was finally free to rest in peace. Everyone, collecting corpses to mass-produce an army of Edo Tensei warriors is only the first step. I plan to convene a joint meeting of all major clans in the Land of Fire. I want to unite all the clans of the Land of Fire, so that from now on we can truly achieve peace, and spare our people and future generations from the brutality of war. Madara then shared his vision of uniting all the major clans to establish Konoha with the many Uchiha elders. Naturally, there was no opposition to his proposal. Everyone enthusiastically supported it. After all, they too had suffered greatly from war and harbored deep hatred for it. So when they heard Madara's proposal, they were quite sympathetic to it. Madara, while your ideas are good, each clan harbors deep grievances against the others. It's fundamentally unlikely you could unite all the clans together. Taijima, having served as clan head for many years, naturally understood the mutual hatred between the clans, so he raised the concern immediately. Father, I have already reached an agreement with Chinsho Jujian. He will stand on our side. The Yuzhibo clan and the Chinsho clan are both the foremost clans in the ninja world, and Jujian's strength is not far behind mine. Therefore, with the two of us joining forces, no clan in the ninja world can oppose us. Even if they join forces, I have no fear of them. Though Ban said this calmly, anyone could hear the dominance in his tone. Since you have already decided, I will not say more. After all, you are now the clan leader. Taijima patted Ban on the shoulder and then left with the others. Yi, go notify the other clans to hold a joint conference of all major clans. Watching the retreating figures of everyone, Ban immediately ordered Yuzhibo Yi. As soon as he spoke these words, Ben knew that the days of peace were gone forever, and what lay ahead would likely be a storm of bloodshed and countless killings. As Ban's bodyguard, Yuzhibo Yi naturally executed Ban's orders without question. The moment Ban's command was issued, he immediately sent people to notify the various clans. Meanwhile, Ban himself used the Flying Thunder God technique to personally go to the Chinsho clan. Madara, why are you here? Jujian, who was handling clan affairs, immediately sensed Ban's presence the moment he appeared. He looked at Ban with confusion. It had been 2 years since their last meeting, and he still remembered the words Ban had spoken to him. All this time he had been working hard toward that goal. The two met again, their gazes tinged with complexity. Compared to 2 years ago, Zhu Jian had matured considerably. The cynical air that once clung to him had completely vanished. Now every move he made was steady and composed, fully embodying the demeanor of a clan leader. Hashirama, 2 years have passed. It is time to realize our ideals. As soon as Ban said this, Zhu Jian's excitement was visibly evident. Really? That's wonderful. I have waited for this day for so long. Finally it has arrived. Hashirama, as the first step toward peace, let us begin with the alliance between our two clans. Ban said as he took out a scroll from his person. Zhu Jian nodded with excitement written all over his face. Good. Wait for me. I'll gather the clan members and announce our alliance. Zhu Jian took the scroll and hurried outside to gather the members of the Qinsho clan. Soon, under his strong summons, all the Qinsho clan members assembled. Qinsho Kongjian looked at Zhu Jian with confusion, and the other Qinsho clan members also looked at him with the same bewilderment. It's like this. I have decided to sign a treaty of alliance with the Uchiha clan. Zhu Jian's words, far from being well received, were like a powder keg, causing the entire training ground of Qinsho clan members to erupt in uproar. Clan leader, are you serious? Right? Clan leader, we have a grudge against the Uchiha clan. Exactly. Have you forgotten about Benjin and Elder Tianjin and the others? The Qinsho clan members spoke one after another, chattering about their hatred for the Uchiha clan. Zhu Jian listened to the buzzing noise around him, and his head began to ache. Enough. Everyone quiet down. Seeing that Zhu Jian was struggling to handle the situation, Qinsho Fujian finally spoke up to help stabilize the situation. Let's all hear what the clan leader has to say. As the clan leader for decades, Qinsho Fujian still carried great authority. So after he spoke, the Qinsho clan members fell silent and listened to Zhu Jian, wanting to know why he wanted to ally with the Uchiha clan. Everyone, let me ask you, after so many years of war, aren't you tired? Although Zhu Jian's voice was not loud, it was extremely clear in the quiet square, so everyone heard it distinctly. However, precisely because they heard his words, they all fell silent and did not speak. War. Who would want that? If there were a peaceful life, who would choose war? It was for this reason that they did not immediately answer Zhu Jian. I think you all have the answer in your hearts. Because of endless war, we have lost too much. Friends, family, loved ones, and everything. Now we have the opportunity to let our clansmen and future descendants enjoy peace. Then why should we disagree? Do you want your future children and grandchildren to be forced into war like us? Zhu Jian's words were not shouted loudly, nor were they stirring. On the contrary, they were exceedingly ordinary, every sentence sincere. Precisely for this reason, his words successfully touched everyone's hearts and struck the weak points within them. As Zhu Jian had said, they had already lost too much due to war. The thought that their future descendants might still have to endure the same cruelty sent chills down their spines. But to immediately accept becoming allies with their mortal enemies was somewhat unacceptable to them. I agree with Zhu Jian's opinion. In the midst of the profound silence, Qinsho Fujian was the first to voice his support for Zhu Jian. The Qinsho clan members looked at Qinsho Fujian with some confusion. They hadn't expected that the first to agree would be Qinsho Fujian. After all, his hands and legs were the handiwork of the Uchiha clan. If not for the Uchiha clan, he would not have been severely injured, losing most of his strength and becoming a cripple. Yet even so, Qinsho Fujian was still the first to agree with Zhu Jian's opinion. Of course, these people did not know that the current Qinsho Fujian was no longer the same as before. Everyone looked at Qinsho Fujian with complex expressions. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the start, but now that there was a leader, what followed was undoubtedly much simpler. One after another, the Qinsho clan members agreed to Zhu Jian's proposal. In their eyes, if Qinsho Fujian, a man with deep hatred for the Uchiha clan, could set aside his enmity for the sake of the clan and future generations, why couldn't they? In this atmosphere, soon all the Qinsho clan members agreed to Zhu Jian's proposal. Immediately afterward, the Qinsho clan began mobilization, and within just a few minutes, they prepared the venue for the alliance ceremony. As clan leaders, every move of Ban and Zhu Jian represented the face of their respective clans. Thus, during this alliance ceremony, both wore solemn expressions and strictly followed the procedures to sign the treaty. Soon Ban and Zhu Jian signed their names on the scroll, marking the successful alliance between the two clans. The Uchiha clan and the Qinsho clan transformed from enemies into allies. The news of the two clans' alliance quickly spread throughout the ninja world. The alliance of the two strongest clans in the ninja world caused all other clans to show panic. Yet the two families directly involved showed no signs of disturbance. At the same time, the ninja dispatched by Uchiha Yoru had conveyed to the major clans the message that Madara wished to convene a joint council. As soon as this news spread, the attitudes of the families in the Land of Fire became subtly nuanced. Among them, some shrewd individuals had already vaguely guessed Madara's intentions, including Nara Lujiao. Since the last alliance meeting, Nara Lujiao had never ceased his relentless scrutiny of the Uchiha clan, instead pouring even more energy into it. The fact that the Uchiha clan had made no moves over the past 2 years only intensified the unease swelling within him. Today, the arrival of a ninja from the Uchiha clan made Nara Lujiao realize that the Uchiha were about to make their move. Upon learning this, he immediately summoned Akimichi Dingjan and Yamanaka Hashirama. Lujiao, why did you call us over so urgently? Akimichi Dingjan looked at Nara Lujiao with a bewildered expression, for he had just been enjoying a meal when he suddenly received Nara Lujiao's emergency signal, the highest level of danger warning among their 3 clans. This left Akimichi Dingjan utterly confused. Yes, Lujiao, what major event has occurred? Yamanaka Hashirama also gazed at Nara Lujiao with a puzzled look. You must have received the Uchiha clan's invitation as well. Nara Lujiao pointed to the scroll on the table and inquired. Indeed. This invitation seems to have been sent to all families. Akimichi Dingjan saw the familiar content on the scroll and did not sense anything amiss. Nara Lujiao sighed at his 2 friends' blank expressions. Alas, it seems you haven't yet realized the impending crisis. Think carefully, what did the Uchiha clan do after the last war ended? Nara Lujiao prompted them. The Uchiha clan. What could they have done? They've been quiet ever since the last great battle. As the impulsive one among the trio, Akimichi Dingjan blurted out without any deliberation. Exactly. They have made no moves for 2 whole years. Think about it, the number 1 clan in the ninja world, a warlike powerhouse, peacefully bided their time for 3 years after acquiring territory. What does that imply? Nara Lujiao's words were practically an explicit hint, and Yamanaka Hashirama immediately caught on. You mean the Uchiha clan is planning a major move? Precisely. As the saying goes, it may not have flown, but once it does, it soars to the heavens. It may not have cried, but once it does, it astonishes the world. The Uchiha clan is far from benevolent. These 2 years of peace have dulled your vigilance against danger. Nara Lujiao hit the nail on the head regarding Madara's plan. Akimichi Dingjan and the others stared at him in shock, never imagining that a mere invitation could reveal so much. Lujiao, what do you suggest we do? Akimichi Dingjan, who never liked to ponder problems, simply handed the matter over to Nara Lujiao. There is no solution for now. I can't predict exactly what the Uchiha clan will do. We'll have to wait and see. Nara Lujiao shook his head with a grave expression, already preparing for the worst. I urge you both to brace yourselves. This time the Uchiha clan has spoken of peace in the ninja world. Just imagine, peace across the entire ninja world is no small matter. Their actions will undoubtedly be significant. Nara Lujiao's words successfully made Akimichi Dingjan and the other realize the gravity of the situation. Then, if it really comes to that, what should we do? Yamanaka Hashirama muttered in a low tone, then fixed his gaze on Nara Lujiao, seeking an answer from him. If it truly comes to that, we have no choice but to surrender. Only then can we ensure our clan's survival. Thinking of the immense power of Madara and Hashirama, Nara Lujiao felt utterly helpless. Although he had many strategies in mind, the sheer strength of those 2 made him abandon them all. In the face of absolute power, any scheme or trick was futile. Nara Lujiao understood this well. With Nara Lujiao's words, the atmosphere among the 3 once again sank into boundless silence. The ninja world was not without keen minds. Like Nara Lujiao, a handful of people, upon receiving the Uchiha clan's invitation, sensed that this gathering would be far from a friendly banquet. Yet, cowed by the strength of Madara and Hashirama, they had no choice but to comply. However, every coin has 2 sides. With acceptance came opposition. Several small clans in the south, unwilling to be subjugated by the Uchiha, immediately formed an alliance in an attempt to resist. This news reached Madara's ears almost instantly. Resist the Uchiha clan? What a bunch of fools. After reading the report from his Uchiha ninja, Madara merely sneered coldly and tossed the scroll aside. To him, the alliance of those minor southern clans posed no threat whatsoever. He could annihilate them in an instant if he wished. And that was precisely what he had in mind. The Uchiha clan had remained dormant for far too long. This time he needed someone to serve as an example, and these minor clans were the perfect targets. That night, after handling all administrative affairs, Madara used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the camp of these unknown clans. He was able to teleport there because an Uchiha ninja had previously placed a marker. Appearing silently, Madara did not alert a single soul. Even the guard station mere 10 meters away remained completely oblivious. Seeing this, a cold sneer crept across Madara's face. Such lackluster opponents dared to challenge the Uchiha clan. How utterly foolish. With a contemptuous laugh, Madara's eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In an instant, the colossal blue Susanoo rose from the ground. Only then did the guards belatedly notice Madara's presence. But it was already too late. Madara controlled the Susanoo, drawing its massive blade and bringing it down with a thunderous swing. The enormous blue sword, accompanied by a resounding roar, cleaved the ground open into a bottomless chasm, while a distant hill was split in 2 by the same strike. This is... The guards stared in utter disbelief at the colossal Susanoo, towering even higher than the hills. It was their first encounter with such a divine technique, leaving them speechless with awe. Now let you perish under this strike that can shatter all phenomena. Madara stood upon the diamond-shaped crystal of his Susanoo and spoke with arrogance. In his eyes, unless it were for the Uchiha clan's need to swiftly establish authority, he would have no reason to intervene personally. After all, deigning to fight such people would only diminish his own stature. Two massive swords descended once more with terrifying power capable of shattering all in their path. In an instant, the camp that had already been split in two suffered a devastating blow once again. The vast plain immediately split open into three intersecting abysses, and the ninjas crushed beneath Madara's great blades were reduced to nothing but ash. As for the clan heads of those families, they had already been sent to the Pure Land by Madara's strike. Deprived of leadership, the allied forces immediately scattered like headless flies, frantically dodging Madara's attacks. It seems clearing out the weaklings truly requires wood release. Seeing that so many ninjas had survived even after his 3 strikes, Madara had no choice but to deploy wood release and bring this to a swift conclusion. Wood release flower tree world manifestation. The devastated earth immediately began to tremble violently, and countless vines erupted from the ground, like reanimated monsters ruthlessly devouring the lives of these ninjas. Of course, not everyone was crushed to death by the wood release. Seeing it was sufficient, Madara caused the enormous flowers on the trees to bloom, and poisonous pollen immediately filled every corner of the air. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Madara formed hand seals and unleashed his fire release. Upon contact with the trees, the flames intensified ferociously, as if electrified, seemingly intent on incinerating everything in their path. The toxic pollen, intensified by the fire release, also exploded. The ninjas trapped within the flower tree world immediately felt their minds reel and their bodies go limp, their chakra severely restricted. In merely a few seconds, all the trapped ninjas were dead, not a single one escaping. Having resolved the matter, Madara departed using the Flying Thunder God technique. As for the aftermath of this incident, he needed to ensure other clans were made aware, for this was meant to serve as a warning to deter any who would oppose him. The following morning arrived as usual, accompanied by news that those families had been utterly annihilated. Upon receiving this information, the ninja world erupted in shock, but all quickly gave way to an endless chilling silence. These families had only just refused the Uchiha clan's invitation the previous day. Yet by this morning they had received word of their complete destruction. Judging by the scene, these people had been wiped out overnight. Throughout the entire engagement, these clans' forces showed absolutely no resistance before being eradicated. This completely dispelled the lingering ambitions of the remaining clans. The clan heads of every major family arrived at the Uchiha camp as promised. Since today was the day when all major clans would convene, with the Uchiha clan as the hosts had set up the meeting grounds early to demonstrate their sincerity. The first to arrive at the Uchiha compound was naturally the Senju clan, the closest neighbor. Their representative was Hashirama Senju. Though the two clans had once been mortal enemies, they had become firm allies after their previous alliance. Thus, when Hashirama and his party arrived at the Uchiha compound, they faced no hostility or reproach. "Hashirama, I knew you would be the first to arrive." Once Hashirama arrived, he was immediately escorted to the meeting hall. Madara greeted him with a smile, noticing his formal attire. "Madara, how could I possibly lag behind on an occasion this momentous?" Hashirama responded with a smile of his own. Truth be told, his heart was racing with excitement. After all, his lifelong dream was finally within reach. Who could blame him for being so exhilarated? "Hashirama, do not get ahead of yourself. While our ideals may be admirable for the ninja world, the other clans will hardly concede so easily. After all, this will directly threaten their interests." Madara was not as optimistic as Hashirama. He understood the immense difficulty ahead, which was precisely why he wished to prepare his companion in advance. "Remember, once the meeting begins, you must keep a stern countenance and show no emotion whatsoever. Do not reveal even the slightest hint of compromise. Afterward, everything will be directed by me." "Understood." Madara stared seriously at Hashirama, well aware of his companion's impulsive nature. Precisely because of this, he harbored some concern. "Fear not, Madara. I will follow your commands to the letter." Hashirama, understanding the gravity of the situation, immediately patted his chest and promised unwavering obedience. As time passed and afternoon arrived, the clan heads of all families finally gathered at the Uchiha compound. There were no shortage of families from the Land of Fire. The number of clan leaders attending this meeting alone reached a staggering 20. The seating order of these clan heads naturally followed the ranking of clan strength. The Uchiha clan occupied the foremost position, with the Senju clan seated first on the left, followed by the rest, in descending order. "Everyone, I am delighted that all of you could grace the Uchiha compound with your presence at this meeting. I offer my sincere gratitude to each of you clan heads." After delivering a perfunctory opening remark, Madara swept his gaze across the assembly. Seeing no reaction, he continued. Let us then dispense with formalities and address the purpose of this gathering directly. I trust all of you have grown thoroughly weary of the endless warfare that has plagued our land for so many years. Following Madara's inquiry, the expressions of all the assembled clan heads shifted to sorrow. Having experienced the ravages of war firsthand, each person in attendance could relate. After all, who among them had not lost parents, siblings, or children to the horrors of conflict? Without exaggeration, everyone present shared this grief. It was precisely for this reason that their expressions darkened after Madara's words. Far from unfamiliar with such loss, my own father perished in war. Indeed, the same can be said of my brothers. As one clan head spoke, the others followed suit, recounting the relatives they had lost to the relentless wars. It appears all of you deeply understand the brutality of war. Then let me ask you this, for what cause do you fight, and where does your original hatred stem from? Madara posed another question, causing all the clan heads to fall into deep thought. We fight to survive. Only through combat can we stay alive. If we do not fight, others will kill us. Shikaku Nara responded, most quickly blurring out the answer without hesitation. Then clan head Nara, may I ask how your original hatred came to be? No sooner had Madara finished his question than Shikaku Nara blurted out another answer. Naturally, my father instructed me. However, the moment those words left his mouth, Shikaku Nara clearly sensed something amiss. If that is the case, then how did the Nara clan leader's father come to harbor such hatred? Ban asked Niliang Lujiao again, but this time Niliang Lujiao did not answer. He already had the answer in his heart, but he was unwilling to speak it out loud. It seems that the Nara clan leader also knows the answer, as do the other great families present. Hatred originates from the previous generation. As each of you grows old, hatred fades and new hatred accumulates. This new hatred will be passed down to the next generation through your teachings. Exactly. It is passed down from one generation to the next, and this cycle has created the current situation. Hatred will never end. So think about it, in a decade or decades your descendants will be just like you, trapped in hatred and war. Not only that, but also your entire clan and the descendants of your clan will suffer the same fate. Is this the outcome you desire? Ban suddenly raised his voice as he spoke, his words echoing clearly throughout the vast, empty conference hall. The clan leaders clenched their fists tightly. Seated on Ban's left, Zhu Jian listened to Ban's speech and felt a surge of approval in his heart. Ban's words resonated deeply with him, echoing his own thoughts. He was eager to chime in and add more to Ban's argument, but remembering Ban's earlier instructions, he suppressed his excitement. Uchiha Ban, come on, out with it. What is your purpose? You've been talking for so long, you must be tired too. Although Niliang Lujiao had felt a moment of confusion earlier, he quickly regained his composure. His heart tightened, and upon seeing the expressions of the other clan leaders, he became more certain of his suspicion. Ban was subtly influencing their wills with Jinjutsu. In fact, Niliang Lujiao's guess was correct. Ban was indeed using Koto Amatsukami to sway their minds. Although Niliang Lujiao saw through Ban's method, he did not expose him. After all, sabotaging Ban's plan might provoke Ban's wrath. Ban at this age was full of youthful vigor. If he flew into a rage and attacked the Nara clan, it would be disastrous. So Niliang Lujiao chose a more tactful way to probe Ban's attitude. My vision is to bring complete peace to the shinobi world, to end all wars, and to ensure that the old are cared for, the young are supported, and everyone is a genius. His words stunned not only Niliang Lujiao, but also everyone else. They had never imagined that Ban's ideals could be so grand. Since the Uchiha clan leader has spoken of bringing peace to the shinobi world, I would like to ask how you plan to achieve this, given that the great families cannot truly understand each other. Niliang Lujiao shook his head, indicating that he was not optimistic about Ban's proposal. That's simple. I have already devised a system. If everyone here agrees to my plan, then all the clans will live together. There will be no conflicts, no wars, and everyone can become a shinobi. There will be no division between North and South, and no distinction between clans. What is this system? Niliang Lujiao, upon hearing the future Ban described, immediately looked at Ban with hopeful eyes, eager to know what system Ban had devised. This system is the one village, one country system. One village, one country. Niliang Lujiao did not understand what Ban meant by one village, one country, and neither did the other clan leaders. One village, one country is easy to understand. The village is formed by our great families, and this village itself is a country. There will be no clan distinctions. We will all be citizens of one nation. Everyone will fight for the nation, not for their clan. After Ban briefly explained the one village, one country concept to those present, their faces showed expressions of rapt fascination. They had never imagined that peace could truly be achieved, and that there would be no more scheming and intrigue. Seeing the hopeful looks on their faces, Ban did not point out the darkness that would arise under this system, nor the countless schemes far exceeding the present. After all, he still needed these clans to join the future Konoha. Of course, Ban directly excluded the daimyo from this one village, one country system. After all, those daimyo did nothing, had no use, were lazy parasites, and still needed to be protected. Such people were completely worthless. Ban would never allow these parasites to lord it over him. As for the daimyo providing money, Ban was perfectly capable of copying their management methods. Money was not a problem at all. Ban's persuasion truly hooked these clans, for peace was in their eyes more precious than anything else. What do you say, everyone? For yourselves, for your clansmen, and for your descendants to no longer endure such a brutal life, unity is the only way out. Ban's voice was like a demon's, constantly tempting the clan leaders, tilting them toward his side. Then I would like to ask the Uchiha clan leader, if we all unite, what will happen to the existing resources and territories of each clan? Unlike others, Yuanfei Yejan was concerned about the territorial issue after unification. Ban narrowed his eyes at the question and then replied. All clan territories will naturally become public property. To ensure fairness, each clan will be given priority to choose shops and new clan sites within the village based on the size of their territorial resources. Ban smiled at Yuanfei Yejan, who was pondering the pros and cons. Feeling Ban's gaze, Yuanfei Yejan's heart tightened, as if he had been stared at by a venomous snake, sending a chill down his spine. Thinking of Ban's strength, Yuanfei Yejan shrank back. That's good. That's good. Yuanfei Yejan chuckled awkwardly and said no more. The room fell into a heavy silence once again. Ban knew that these people would not agree immediately, and some would likely split off to oppose the Uchiha clan. And Ban was ready to take this opportunity to completely eradicate any forces within the Land of Fire that did not submit to the Uchiha clan, making it easier for the Uchiha to control Konoha after its establishment. Since the clan leaders have not made up their minds, let's stop here for today. We'll continue tomorrow. After saying this, Ban left the meeting hall with the two brothers of Uchiha Yi. The other clan leaders also left the hall, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Inside the inn reserved exclusively for receiving the great clans, Sarutobi Yazen and Shimura Hanzo had already gathered in secret. Yazen, are we really going to agree to Uchiha Madara's proposal? Shimura Hanzo's face was as somber as a still pool as he lowered his voice. Sarutobi Yazen glanced at him. To be honest, he too was unwilling to accept Uchiha Madara's demands, but he had seen Madara's strength with his own eyes that day. Moreover, the fear of Madara had already burned itself deep into his mind. I don't want to either, but what other choice do we have? Don't forget that just a few days ago several clans were wiped out overnight. Although our clans are stronger than theirs, not by much. Do you think we can fight against the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Yazen's piercing counter-question left Shimura Hanzo speechless. No, we cannot fight them alone, but if we unite the other clans, perhaps we will stand a chance. After a long silence, Shimura Hanzo finally conceived this not-so-brilliant plan. Since we have made our decision, let us slip out quietly tonight and contact the other clans as quickly as possible. Only then can we oppose the Uchiha. Sarutobi Yazen made the final call, sealing the plan completely. Nightfall soon descended again. Having agreed to wait for the moment when the Uchiha clan's defenses were at their weakest, Sarutobi Yazen and Shimura Hanzo silently slipped out of the Uchiha compound. The two of them thought they had acted in absolute secrecy, but every single move had been watched by Madara. Clan leader. Should we? Uchiha Yoru asked, drawing a finger across his throat, signaling whether Madara wanted Sarutobi Yazen and the other man disposed of. No. Let them go. I want to see how many clans in the Land of Fire still oppose us. Madara narrowed his eyes and stared thoughtfully at the figures disappearing into the night. First he had struck the mountain to startle the tigers, instilling fear in the crowd. Then he gave them a chance, allowing the clans that still harbored defiance to come forward and oppose him. In doing so, he could sweep away all opposing forces in a single stroke, eradicating the threat once and for all. The night passed quickly. The next day Madara convened the meeting as promised, yet only half of the clans from the previous day arrived. Madara quietly noted that the Hitaki clan had also left the Uchiha side, but surprisingly the Inoshikacho 3 clans had not. This came as a slight surprise to Madara, but a moment's thought made the reason clear. Nara Shikaku was no fool, he was a wise man. What Madara could figure out, Shikaku could figure out just as well. It seems those of you who remain have already thought things through. Madara scanned the room and spoke slowly. Correct. The Inoshikacho clans have made our decision. We will answer the Uchiha clan's proposal. That's right. The Kurama clan is of the same mind. And us. The great clans voiced their assent one after another, each expressing its willingness to become part of Konoha. Good. In that case, I, Uchiha Madara, welcome you all here. However, before Konoha is established, I still need to deal with one small problem. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Madara spoke with a cold gaze. All present felt a chill run through them, for they knew Madara was about to strike. Everyone. Although Hashirama and I can crush them with ease in order to dissolve the barriers between the great clans and foster mutual understanding among them, I have decided that all the clans present shall form a united army. Then we will have all clans fight together in mixed units. This will greatly reduce the estrangement and hatred between the clans. What do you all think? After Madara finished speaking, he calmly regarded the clan heads in the room. Their eyes lit up at the plan. They had not expected Madara to devise such a method, one that would not only eliminate estrangement, but also help the great clans quickly build trust and friendship among themselves. After all, those who survive together on the battlefield share a bond forged through life and death trials, and this was also the fastest way to bring the clans closer together. I agree as well. Me too. All the clan heads present raised their hands in agreement. With the plan confirmed, more than a dozen clans simultaneously began mustering their shinobi and converging upon the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Yazen, who had left, returned to his clan, and immediately joined Shimura Hanzo in rallying the shinobi of all the great clans preparing to fight a life-or-death battle against Madara. Yazen, news from the Uchiha side. They have begun to form an allied army. It looks like they will launch an attack on us within the next day or two. Shortly after the Uchiha clan began deploying its forces, the spy sent by Shimura Hanzo delivered the intelligence. Ever since leaving, the Uchiha Hanzo had made great efforts to keep close watch over them, so the moment the Uchiha made a move, he received word. What? So soon? How many shinobi have they gathered now? Sarutobi Yazen was clearly startled. Though he had expected that Madara would not easily let them go, he had not expected it to happen so quickly. I don't know the exact number, but it absolutely cannot be small. They have formed a coalition of over a dozen clans. Shimura Hanzo warned Sarutobi Yazen with a grim expression. It seems we must quicken our pace even further. If we wait until they finish mustering, disaster will be upon us. The urgency in Sarutobi Yazen's heart intensified. Shimura Hanzo said nothing more, only nodding firmly. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Madara had fully completed the muster of his shinobi. During those 2 days, he had thoroughly shuffled the clans together, and every squad was composed of members from different clans. Such teaming left the shinobi of the great clans confused and even wary of one another. Madara naturally noticed the situation, but he did not intervene, knowing that it would disappear completely after a few battles. Looking down at the dense throng of shinobi below, Madara felt a surge of heroic ambition. This battle would allow him to unify the Land of Fire completely, and it would be his first step toward conquering the shinobi world. Move out. With a wave of Madara's right hand, the more than 10,000 assembled shinobi set out for the battlefield. Before setting off, the declaration of war he had sent had already reached Sarutobi Yazen's hands. Sarutobi Yazen looked at the scroll in his hands and drew a deep breath, then faced the clan heads with an exceedingly grave expression. Everyone, the Uchiha clan is already here. The moment those words left Sarutobi Yazen's mouth, panic flickered across every face. Noticing their expressions, Yazen cursed inwardly. Truly, this was mud that could not be plastered onto a wall. After a silent curse, Yuanfei Yejan continued to soothe them, for the impending Great War demanded the assistance of these clans. Everyone, don't fear them. Uzibo-ban is human, and so are we. What is there to be afraid of? He is merely a bit stronger. Human strength has its limits. No matter how strong, he is still human. As long as he is human, he has limits. With so many of us, even if we send wave after wave, we can exhaust him to death. Yuanfei Yejan naturally possessed the art of manipulating hearts. With these simple few words, he instantly revived the spirits of the many clan leaders present. All right, since the Uzibo clan has come, let us engage them in battle. This time we must not fail. Failure has only one outcome: death and annihilation of our clan. Yuanfei Yejan first encouraged the crowd, then did not forget to warn them of the consequences of failure. Only in this way could he make these clans fight harder. He wielded the tactic of the carrot and the stick quite skillfully. With Yuanfei Yejan's command, tens of thousands of ninjas set off together toward the border of the Yuanfei clan. This border was naturally the former territory of the Kagaya clan, but now it had become the border of the Yuanfei clan. A full 20,000 ninjas from both sides arrayed themselves on the plain, instantly covering it entirely. As far as the eye could see, there was a dense sea of heads stretching endlessly. The imposing aura of over 20,000 ninjas gathered together was naturally extraordinary. The entire world was filled with a killing intent. The originally clear sky gradually became covered by dark clouds, with occasional gusts of fierce wind blowing through. Yuanfei Yejan, I give you one last chance. Do you truly wish to be my enemy? Ban's eyes, sharp as lightning, stared straight at Yuanfei Yejan. In that instant, Yuanfei Yejan had an illusion that he would be killed by Ban in the next moment. Uzibo-ban, you are ambitious and wolf-hearted. For your own ambition and goals, you do not hesitate to start wars, cruelly harming other clans without reason. For your selfish desires, you have caused countless deaths. Does your conscience not ache? Yuanfei Yejian was indeed worthy of being the grandfather of Yuanfei Risen. Not only was he skilled at brainwashing, but he also had a talent for telling lies. Heh. Yuanfei Yejian, you are truly shameless. I never expected you to say such words. I asked you how did you obtain the land beneath your feet. Looking at Yuanfei Yejian's hypocritical expression, Ban ruthlessly exposed his hypocrisy. You said I started a war for my selfish desires, right? Fine, then let me ask you, how did you come by the land under your feet? Ban's words caused Yuanfei Yejian's face to turn ugly. This question left Yuanfei Risen unable to find a reply for a moment. Hep. Can't answer, can you? This territory was seized by my own hands, and then given to you. But you, now ungrateful, you turn against me. Tell me, aren't you thick-skinned and heartless? Ban's tone shifted, and he immediately stared at Yuanfei Yejian, shouting sternly. Startled by Ban's shout, Yuanfei Yejian's heart trembled, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. You are twisting the truth. Yuanfei Yejian responded with slightly insufficient confidence. Heh, is it really twisting the truth? Then how do you explain this last question? You say I started a war for my selfish desires, causing countless ninjas to die. Then I ask you, wasn't my previous proposal of a peaceful resolution good? But you sneaked back and gathered these people to oppose me. Then I ask you, isn't this a war unilaterally started by your own selfish desires? And because of your selfish desires, countless ninjas will die. I think you are the real culprit behind all this. Hearing Ban pour all the dirty water onto him, Yuanfei Yejian immediately pointed at Ban and said, trembling all over. You. Before he could finish his words, Ban sternly interrupted him. Shut up, shameless old thief. The world actually has a person like you who acts like a whore while setting up a chastity arch. I truly feel sorry for your clansmen. Ban's merciless mockery instantly made Yuanfei Yejian's face flush red with anger. Yuzhibo Ban, how dare you insult me like this? I will tear you apart limb from limb to vent my hatred. In a rage, Yuanfei Yejian had completely lost his reason. Only one thought remained in his mind: to kill Ban. Having lost his reason, Yuanfei Yejian immediately ordered the ninjas behind him to attack. Countless ninjas roared and charged toward the enemy. However, Ban did not immediately order his allied forces to act. Instead, he alone stepped forward slowly. Facing the tens of thousands of ninjas alone, this scene was quite reminiscent of the Edo Tensei Madara facing the allied shinobi forces in the original work. However, unlike that time, the current Ban did not possess the Rinnegan. Watching the approaching ninjas, Ban also gradually accelerated toward them. His speed was naturally astonishing, and the two sides clashed in just 1 second. The ninjas of the Yuanfei clan swallowed, nervously gripping their kunai tightly. Although there was only Ban before them, they felt as if facing an entire army. The aura of Ban alone could rival their tens of thousands. Finally, Ban charged into the ninja coalition. His powerful taijutsu instantly sent all the ninjas blocking his path flying. At that moment, Ban suddenly sensed a dangerous aura from behind. Without a second thought, he slightly tilted his head and then reached out to grab the kunai flying toward him. After so many great battles, Ban could rely entirely on his combat experience to roughly sense any danger. After catching the kunai, Ban casually threw it backward. The sharp kunai, carrying fierce killing intent, directly pierced a ninja who was about to ambush him. Even then, the kunai did not lose momentum and embedded itself into a stone behind, demonstrating Ban's immense strength. With his Sharingan activated, every move of these ninjas appeared extremely slow under its observation, like snails. Zzz. Just as Ban kicked a ninja away, a kunai with an explosive tag flew toward him. Although the kunai was fast under the Sharingan, it was nothing special. So Ban easily caught the kunai in his hand. He casually tore off the explosive tag, stuck it on a ninja's chest, then kicked the ninja away. The kunai in his hand was also thrown toward other ninjas. The ninja with the explosive tag hadn't realized what was happening when he felt a tremendous force on his chest, sending him flying. After crashing into several other ninjas, he finally understood what had occurred. Number 96 wants to solo. Great teamwork. Help. Save me. The ninja frantically tried to tear off the explosive tag, but the more flustered he became, the less he succeeded. Boom. The explosive tag detonated instantly, its terrifying power killing him and several other ninjas together. Do you want to dance too? Ban casually grabbed a ninja who tried to ambush him. His Sharingan activated instantly, and the ninja fell into a boundless, terrifying Jinjutsu. Seeing this, no one dared to step forward. Don't get too cocky. Wind release vacuum sphere. At that moment, an angry voice rang out, followed by a wind release technique that struck Ban. However, the moment he heard the voice, he activated Susanoo, so the wind release did not cause any damage at all, not even making him step back. Yuanfei Yejian's wind release was far from satisfactory, which made him lose face. Is this the great technique of the Yuanfei clan leader? Is that all? Ban's mocking tone instantly infuriated Yuanfei Yejian, making him extremely angry. Bastard. Don't be cocky, that was just a wind release. As they say, courtesy demands reciprocity. Since that's the case, please try my Fire Release Clan leader Yuanfei. Fire Release Great Fire Annihilation. After speaking, Ban formed a hand seal, and then a boundless sea of flame like a ferocious beast ready to devour surged toward them. Damn it! How is this fire release possible? This power must be at the level of an S-rank forbidden technique. Yuanfei Yezhan looked grimly at the roaring flames. He didn't dare to be careless and quickly formed hand seals to use a water release to counter. However, although his water release was decent, it was clearly insufficient against Ban's fire release. As soon as the water release appeared, it was mostly evaporated by the flames. Seeing this, Yuanfei Yezhan's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Bastard! Why aren't you helping?" His shout immediately drew the attention of the surrounding ninjas who were still in shock. Seeing Yuanfei Yezhan's life in danger, they quickly joined forces to use water release to resist. With the combined efforts of over a dozen people, they barely managed to block Ban's fire release. Yuanfei Yezhan breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. The moment just now was truly a brush with death. Without exaggeration, his water release had been evaporated in an instant by the fire release. He had even felt the pain of flames burning his skin. At that moment he thought he was truly finished, but fortunately these people had saved him. After escaping danger, Yuanfei Yezhan immediately distanced himself from Ban, watching him warily. Now Yuanfei Yezhan felt a tremendous headache. Ban seemed to be all-powerful. In Jinjutsu he had the Sharingan, and Ninjutsu he couldn't compare, in Taijutsu he was far from a match. And Ban's strength was not limited to this. Alright, this boring game of make-believe ends here. From now on the real battle begins. After Ban casually said this, Yuanfei Yezhan's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. So all his desperate efforts to defeat Ban were just a game in the other's eyes. This made Yuanfei Yezhan's mentality waver. I'm fucking split. Yuanfei Yezhan looked at Ban with a dark face. Ban ignored him and clapped his hands. Would release advent of a world of flowering trees. As a crowd-clearing technique, wood release was very suitable, so Ban chose to use it to clear the area on a large scale. Countless vines grew wildly. Many of the ninjas present had naturally witnessed the terror of Ban's technique, so the moment they saw the trees they immediately began to retreat. They still vividly remembered how their comrades had died. However, although they were fast, Ban's wood release was not slow either. Countless trees directly engulfed a large portion of the ninjas. Seeing that his technique had successfully hit a large number of enemies, Ban directly used fire release to ignite the entire forest, ending their lives. The fire touched the trees and instantly turned into a sea of flames. Countless ninjas were burned alive. For a moment the smell of char and cooked meat filled the battlefield. Damn it, his wood release is a wide area technique. We'll all spread out. Once he uses wood release, we'll retreat immediately. That way he'll have no way to deal with us. Yuanfei Yezhan's combat intelligence was naturally not low. In just a few seconds he thought of a plan. Summoning technique. 9 tails. Ban slapped the ground with his right hand and countless dark runes appeared. Then with a puff of smoke the massive figure of the 9 tails appeared before everyone. Roar. 9 red tails instantly waved behind the 9 tails. Its massive body like a small mountain was awe-inspiring at first glance. Tailed beast ball. As soon as the 9 tails appeared it began gathering immense chakra in its mouth, forming a pitch-black tailed beast ball. After being sealed last time, Ban had directly released the seal. Boom. The tailed beast ball launched with a thunderous roar. Its terrifying power erupted instantly like a nuclear bomb, directly reducing the ninjas in front to dust. The terrifying shockwave of the tailed beast ball explosion spread outward, blowing away weaker ninjas. Then, let this beast play with you for a while. But to keep you from getting too bored, I'll let my clones play with you too. Would release wood clone technique. Ban clapped his hands, and dozens of wood clones appeared on the battlefield. Each clone activated Susanoo and began attacking the Yuanfei clan coalition. Ban looked at the chaotic scene and felt it was about enough. This battle had been his show from start to finish. However, he was only trying to drastically weaken the enemy's strength to prevent heavy losses on his side. And now he felt it was enough, so he ordered his own side to begin the attack. Tens of thousands of high-spirited ninjas surged forward like a swarm. In contrast, the Yuanfei clan coalition after the previous battle was demoralized. With one side's morale high and the other low, the defeat of the Yuanfei clan coalition was already inevitable. With the fresh troops joining the Yuanfei clan coalition showed signs of collapse, but they still held their ground, stubbornly not retreating immediately. Although the Uchiha clan coalition members were wary of each other on the battlefield, they could only trust one another. As a result, they gradually developed a certain tacit understanding. The ninjas of various clans actually found that the abilities they had previously despised now gave them an immense sense of security. The Hyūga clan was responsible for reconnaissance and alerting teammates of ambushes, while the Uchiha clan used their Sharingan to find enemy weaknesses and launch attacks. The Senju clan was responsible for drawing enemy attention, creating opportunities for their teammates. Zhujian and Ban stood together watching the scene below. Zhujian spoke with emotion. Madara, it seems your idea was correct. The clans have already begun to coordinate with one another. Hashirama turned and looked at Madara seriously while Madara simply smiled. Enough, Hashirama. Now that they've started to coordinate, the purpose of this battle has been achieved. It's time to end this. It's already night. We've been fighting all day. Madara glanced at the pitch-black sky, preparing to personally end the battle. Madara, do you need my help? Seeing Madara about to strike, Hashirama looked at him with eager anticipation. No need. Hashirama, you just need to keep an eye on them and make sure they don't get away. In response to Hashirama's eagerness, Madara refused without hesitation. He had no intention of letting Hashirama steal the spotlight, otherwise the other clans might start harboring other ideas. As soon as he finished speaking, Madara vanished before Hashirama's eyes and appeared directly atop the Nine Tails. This tedious battle is long overdue for an end. Everyone fall back. After assessing the battlefield, Madara immediately ordered his own shinobi to retreat, fearing he might injure his allies. The allied shinobi who had been in the heat of battle immediately withdrew upon hearing Madara's command. Everyone be careful. He's probably about to use wood release again. Hearing Madara order his own shinobi to retreat, Sarutobi Yazen immediately thought of Madara's wood release. This time Yazen's guess was right, but not entirely. Correct, Sarutobi Yazen. I didn't expect you to guess my technique. But you're only half right. Upon hearing Madara's words, Yazen was puzzled, but he soon understood. Madara pressed his hands together, closed his eyes, and let out a mighty shout. Sage art. Would release, true, several thousand hands. Top thou Buddha. As Madara's eyes snapped open, a colossal thousand-armed Buddha rose from the earth. Unlike the one Hashirama had used, Madara's Buddha was clad in a suit of blue Susanoo armor, making the already terrifying statue far more devastating. Not good. His technique is even stronger than Hashirama Senju's. Dodge. Sensing the dread emanating from the thousand-armed Buddha, Sarutobi Yazen immediately ordered his shinobi to retreat. They naturally heeded his command, so at his roar, they quickly fell back. Why wouldn't they run? Were they supposed to stay and die? They were no fools. The blue Buddha was intimidating at a single glance. It's over. Madara coldly spat out 3 words like the grim reaper passing judgment. A storm of blue fists rained down from above, and the savage force obliterated everything within several hundred meters, utterly annihilating countless shinobi. At the epicenter of the technique, countless craters had been carved into the earth, while the shockwave, like a nuclear explosion, swept outward in all directions. The light from the explosion instantly illuminated the entire night sky, turning the whole world bright as day. As the light faded, everyone who beheld the scene drew a sharp breath. No wonder they were shocked. With a single strike, Madara had shattered the entire plain. Countless rivers flowed in reverse, mountain valleys were reduced to rubble, and the land was left in utter ruin. Though the destruction was terrifying, it also claimed many lives. That single wave had wiped out over 4,000 shinobi of the Sarutobi coalition, half of their entire force. Counting those Madara had already slain, the Sarutobi coalition now had only a little over 3,000 shinobi remaining. Sarutobi Yazen looked at the few shinobi around him, a pang of desolation flashing through his heart. He had arrived with overwhelming force, over 10,000 strong, yet in just a single day the enemy had utterly defeated him through sheer power. Yazen's heart was filled with despair. Too strong. This isn't power a human should possess. Yeah, we can't win. The surviving shinobi beside Sarutobi Yazen stared blankly at Madara as he walked forward slowly. Having personally witnessed Madara's strength, not a shred of resistance remained in their hearts. Sarutobi Yazen, to prevent more needless deaths, I'll give you one last chance. If you surrender now and choose to join the village I'm building, I'll let bygones be bygones for this incident. Madara looked down at Sarutobi Yazen from above, the posture of a victor gazing upon the vanquished. Yazen gave a bitter smile. Do I have a choice? Yazen raised his head, looking at Madara with a hint of hope. But Madara's words extinguished the illusion in his heart like a splash of cold water. What do you think? Indeed, a defeated general has no right to make demands. After muttering those self-deprecating words, Yazen fell silent. All right, I agree, but you must promise not to kill my clansmen. After a moment of silence, Yazen finally uttered those words. In just a few seconds he had already weighed his options. After all, family was far more important than pride. Only by living could one possess anything. Agreed. I won't touch your clan, nor will I touch the shinobi behind you. With Madara's guarantee, Yazen finally breathed a sigh of relief. His heart had been in his throat, fearing that Madara might order the extermination of his entire clan. Fortunately, Madara was not that kind of man. Then I thank the Uchiha clan leader. From this day forward, the Sarutobi clan will follow the Uchiha clan's lead in all things. Yazen declared this with a grave tone, making sure every shinobi present heard him clearly. This act was nothing less than a public declaration that the Sarutobi clan had become the Uchiha clan's dogs. Madara was quite satisfied with Yazen's decision. Beside him, the severely injured Shimura Hanzo saw Yazen's submission and quickly chimed in declaring that he would do the same, and the other clans followed suit. And so all the clans of the Land of Fire agreed to Madara's proposal. The founding of Konoha was all but certain. After the battle, the great clans each returned to their own territories to prepare for the relocation. This was a major undertaking, for every clan had its own members and property. Such things would take days to pack up. After returning to the Uchiha clan, Madara immediately brought Hashirama to a chosen location and began using wood release to build houses. Wood release linked house technique. Two voices rang out at once, and rows upon rows of houses instantly sprang up on the empty ground. As expected of wood release. When it comes to greening, it's truly top-notch. Madara watched the buildings rising from the ground one after another, and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Damn it. Madara, you're so quick to talk from the sidelines. I alone built 2/3 of these houses. And you have the nerve to stand here and speak so lightly." As if on cue, just as Madara finished those words, Hashirama happened to walk over and heard everything, which made him quite indignant. "Hee, come now, don't speak like that. I contributed no less than anyone. I simply used my mind instead of my muscles, something you can't see." Madara spoke his lies with a straight face as though it were the truth. Hashirama, observing this sight, harbored some doubt, yet he still nodded. "Then I've wronged you. I'm sorry, Madara." Hashirama's face carried just a trace of shame as he offered his sincere apology. Seeing Hashirama like this, Madara felt a slight pang of guilt stir within him. Is it truly right to deceive such an honest man? But a white lie should be fine. With that thought in mind, Madara smiled and patted Hashirama on the shoulder. "Enough. Hashirama, I'm not one to hold grudges. To make up for your distrust just now, you'd better put in more effort going forward." Hearing this, Hashirama nodded vigorously, and through their combined efforts, Konoha was quickly and completely built. Since the village was built outward from the Uchiha clan as the center, the first family to move in was naturally the Uchiha, followed by the Senju clan as the second. Given the long-standing enmity between the two clans, their residential areas were deliberately kept at a distance, a decision made after discussions between Madara and Hashirama. The village had just been founded, and hatred between great families had not yet been fully erased, so keeping rival families apart was the wisest choice. Within the following 7 days, all the clans of the Land of Fire gathered within the village, and the once desolate settlement instantly burst into lively prosperity. "Madara, our village still has no name. As its founder, why don't you give it one?" Hashirama stood atop the future Hokage monument and gazed far into the distance at the humble village. "Let's call it Konohagakure, Leaf Village." Hearing Hashirama's impromptu request, Madara answered without hesitation. After all, the name was vividly etched in his memory. "Konoha. Wait, why that name?" Hashirama tilted his head, looking at Madara with confusion. "Nothing. I just thought of it on the spur of the moment." Madara did not explain to Hashirama why he chose the name Konoha. Since the village now had a name, it was only natural that the leader also needed a title. "As one of the village's founders, I'll leave that to you." Since Hashirama had just asked Madara to name the village Madara, only fair to have Hashirama name the leader's title in return. The title of the village leader. Hashirama looked down in deep thought, then his eyes lit up. "How about we call it Hokage?" Hashirama gazed earnestly at Madara, eager to hear his opinion. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Madara's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected the story to diverge so greatly from the original plot, yet even in this altered world, Hashirama immediately thought of that very name. As though an invisible hand were guiding everything, this realization cast a shadow over Madara's heart. "What's wrong, Madara? Did you not like the title?" "No. The name is excellent. I was just thinking of something else." Hearing Hashirama's words, Madara shook his head with a smile and offered an explanation, though a quiet anxiety lingered within him. He had a nagging intuition that everything would not be so simple, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not piece it together. "That's a relief. I was worried you might have a problem with the name." Hashirama laughed and breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at Konoha before him as though it were his own child. With the village name and the leader's title settled, the two entered the village and gathered all the clan heads to hold a meeting. "Everyone, this is the first meeting held since our village was established, a day of historical significance. I believe you will all go down in history from this point onward." Madara began by praising the great families present to steady their spirits. "What important matter has summoned us, Lord Uchiha?" Shikaka Nara looked around at the full gathering with some confusion. "Actually, there's nothing too urgent. The main points are the name of the village and the title of its leader." The moment Madara finished speaking, the expressions of the gathered clan heads grew somewhat complicated. Madara had just mentioned the village leader, yet the village currently had no leader at all. This meant that between the two matters, one must be the election of a new leader. The village name was merely the appetizer. At this realization, a look of eager anticipation flashed in the eyes of every clan head present. Noticing the reactions of the assembly from his seat of honor, Madara calmly withdrew his gaze and spoke with a smile. After Hashirama and I discussed it, we have decided the village shall be named Konohagakure. As for the title of the village leader, let it be Hokage. What do you all think? Though Madara phrased it as a question, his tone carried an undeniable authority. Knowing what he meant, none dared to object, and all simply nodded in agreement. Seeing the clan heads so agreeable, Madara wasted no more words and moved directly to the matter of electing the Hokage. Everyone. The second matter is the election of the Hokage. We all understand that for a clan to prosper, a capable leader is indispensable. The same applies to our great village. To ensure our village thrives, we must have a strong leader. Therefore, we will adopt a democratic measure and hold a vote to determine the first Hokage of Konoha. After finishing his speech, Madara gestured for the Uchiha ninjas to bring forth a box and paper for voting. Everyone. This vote will be conducted anonymously. Write your choice on the paper, fold it, and place it directly into the box without signing your name. The candidate with the most votes shall be the first Hokage. Following Madara's explanation, all the assembled clan heads wrote down their choices, folded the papers, and placed them into the box. After the Uchiha ninja went around the room and everyone had deposited their ballots, the ninja set the box at the front. The moment of revealing the results was upon them. Well, since everyone has written down their answers, let's begin the ballot counting now. After speaking, Madara signaled the ninja to start tallying the votes. The Uchiha clan ninja, upon receiving the order, poured out all the ballots and began counting them in front of everyone. 1 vote for Senju Hashirama. The ninja opened a ballot and read out Hashirama's name. The crowd was surprised to see Hashirama's name first, as they had expected it to be Uchiha Madara. 1 vote for Uchiha Madara. Immediately after Hashirama's vote, Madara's name was announced. The clan leaders below exchanged glances, knowing that the Hokage seat would soon be decided between Madara and Hashirama. 1 vote for Senju Hashirama. 1 vote for Senju Hashirama. 1 vote for Uchiha Madara. 1 vote for Uchiha Madara. 1 vote for Uchiha Madara. After Hashirama's name appeared twice, 6 consecutive votes were for Madara, plunging the crowd into a profound silence. According to the current situation, Madara's ascension to Hokage seemed inevitable. Yet Madara remained impassive, confident in his claim to the position. 1 vote for Sarutobi Yazen. Just as everyone expected the next vote to be Madara's, the name Sarutobi Yazen rang out, unexpectedly startling them. They all turned to look at Sarutobi Yazen. Fortunately, Sarutobi Yazen was composed. Despite the nervousness in his heart, he smiled and asked, "What are you all staring at me for? Do I have a flower on my face?" He even touched his face as if he truly believed there was a flower. Seeing Sarutobi Yazen's shameless demeanor, everyone silently mocked him. Even if he didn't admit it, they could guess he had voted for himself. None present were fools, a moment's thought sufficed to figure it out. However, everyone present was a person of decorum, so no one exposed his lie. The ballot counting continued. 1 vote for Senju Hashirama. 1 vote for Senju Hashirama. 1 vote for Uchiha Madara. The final 5 votes consisted of 3 for Madara and 2 for Senju Hashirama, concluding the election results. Uchiha Madara 6 votes, Senju Hashirama 4 votes, Sarutobi Yazen 1 vote. The election was complete and Madara secured the Hokage position with an overwhelming majority. It is now clear. I will be the first Hokage of Konoha. I, Uchiha Madara, thank everyone for your support. Madara stood up and nodded to the crowd in gratitude. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for altering the original plot and successfully having the Uchiha establish Konoha and become Hokage. Task reward random ability, chest 100 fate changing points. After the system spoke, a gray chest appeared before Madara's eyes. It exuded a mysterious aura as if it did not belong to this world. A random ability chest. This was a treasure. The Mangekyo Sharingan had been drawn from this chest, and Senjutsu as well. He wondered what it would yield this time. Madara felt a stir of excitement. Every time he opened a chest, he obtained a good ability, so he was overjoyed at the sight of one. Ding. Do you wish to open the random ability chest? 2 large characters yes and no appeared clearly before Madara's eyes. Without any hesitation, he selected yes. The moment he chose yes, the mysterious gray chest emitted a blinding white light, making it hard for Madara to keep his eyes open. Finally, when the light faded, an exhilarating voice reached his ears. Ding. Many greetings to the host for obtaining the Rinnegan. It was actually the Rinnegan. The shock in Madara's heart rivaled a magnitude 10 earthquake. His mind was consumed by a single thought: this chest opening was incredibly worthwhile, a stroke of immense luck to obtain the Rinnegan. As the system's prompt concluded, Madara felt a scorching sensation in his eyes, and then his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan began to transform completely. His eyes immediately turned into purple rings with swirling patterns. The Rinnegan, known as the Sage's Eyes. Truly the Rinnegan. As the legendary Sage's Eyes, it indeed harbored immense power. Madara carefully sensed the formidable power hidden within the Rinnegan, his heart surging with joy. He felt that while dealing with Hashirama previously required some effort, now it would be effortless. Suppressing his astonishment, Madara immediately closed the system interface. Though it seemed like a long time inside, only an instant had passed in the outside world, so no one knew that Madara had become infinitely stronger than before. Everyone, since today's business is concluded, let us disperse and attend to our own affairs. We shall reconvene in 3 days. Madara spoke briefly and then returned to his respective quarters. Since they had just moved in, there were many matters to handle, and Madara's words gave them the opportunity to do so. Upon returning home, Madara ordered Uchiha to guard the entrance, allowing no one inside. He then entered the room and immediately opened his personal status. Name: Uchiha Madara. Gender: male. Strength: Super Kage. Abilities: Eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, Rinnegan, would release, Bloodline Limit, Senjutsu, Kodoeme Tsukumi, Special Edition Kimui. Items: Famed Sword, Thunderstorm, Fate-Changing Points, 40000. Seeing the Rinnegan on his status panel, Madara took a deep breath to confirm he wasn't hallucinating. It really is the Rinnegan. Now that I have the Rinnegan, who in the ninja world can stop me? Madara's heart swelled with immense pride. Though he had previously possessed Susanoo and would release, those were not invincible. But now with the Rinnegan in this era devoid of cheaters and protagonists, he was truly unmatched. Yet despite having the Rinnegan, a careful plan was still needed. Madara retracted the Rinnegan, his gaze flickering over the map. Originally, he had planned to rest for a few years after establishing Konoha before engaging other nations, but now it seemed unnecessary. Just as Madara gathered the Fire Country clans to establish Konoha, the ninja of other nations' clans also received the news. When they heard it, their minds were struck as if by an earthquake and tsunami. The Uchiha and Senju clans united to establish a ninja village. Dozens of clans simultaneously declared their allegiance to Konoha village. This was hardly good news. Lidu furrowed his brow deeply as he perused the intelligence delivered by his subordinates. The Uchiha and Senju clans, originally the two most formidable families in the ninja world, virtually invincible, had now formed an alliance with other clans joining their coalition as well. In the past, either clan alone could intimidate the entire ninja world. Now that they had united, who could possibly stand against them? At this thought, Lidu's mind immediately conjured an image of the entire ninja world being swept clean by the Uchiha and Senju. A shiver of dread ran down his spine. No, absolutely not. A sense of urgency surged within Lidu's heart. He summoned his men. Go and notify the other clans. Tell them if they refuse to come, do not blame me for not warning them when they face annihilation. Lidu's brush flew across the paper, producing dozens of scrolls in mere minutes. He handed them to his subordinates, and the ninjas immediately set out to deliver them to the major clans. The Huffing country, along with several other nations, upon learning of the successful establishment of Konoha, also promptly chose to unite the clans within their borders to discuss the matter. In the end, these nations all reached a unanimous conclusion: they would imitate Konoha, and only by uniting all clans together could they resist Konoha's power. Soon, with the Fire Country as the leader, the entire ninja world rapidly formed a political structure comprising the 5 great nations and several smaller ones. Ban observed all that transpired in the ninja world during this time, but he did not stop them. On the contrary, he hoped they would gather more quickly so he would not have to defeat them one by one. Lord Hokage, Konoha village has now been completely stabilized, and all the surrounding civilians have moved into Konoha. Naoyang Lujiao, the military strategist of Konoha, carefully reported the latest situation of the village to Ban, holding a folder in his hand. Good. The most important thing for a village is its population. Having people is a good thing. How about the housing issue? Ban smiled approvingly and inquired about the housing problem, for the sudden influx of people would inevitably lead to a shortage of houses. Ban smiled with satisfaction and asked about the housing issue, knowing that the sudden influx of people would surely cause a shortage of houses. The housing situation was indeed a bit tight for a while, but Lord Zhujian stepped in and solved the problem. Naoyang Lujiao closed the file and explained. So it's Hashirama. His wood release has finally done something useful. Ban nodded, then stood up and said to Lujiao, summon all the high-ranking officials. I have something to announce. Ban turned and walked toward the meeting room, while Naoyang Lujiao dispatched someone to notify the high-ranking officials. Soon, all the senior members of Konoha gathered. Ban glanced around, and seeing no one absent, began to speak. Everyone, after all this time, you must have become familiar with the village. Now I will announce the village's policies. Ban swept his gaze over the assembled high-ranking officials, who were mostly clan leaders. These individuals, once mortal enemies, now smiled and exchanged greetings. This period of peace had deeply intoxicated each of them. Free from war schemes and conspiracies, this life was like a drug to those who had long lived in conflict and darkness, addictive and inescapable. Thus they cherished this life immensely. When they heard Ban announce new policies, they pricked up their ears, eager to hear what he had to say. Everyone, now that Konoha is on the right track, we need to start implementing various policies. The first policy is to establish a ninja academy. Ninja academy. The high-ranking officials were taken aback at the unfamiliar term. Lord Hokage, what is this ninja academy? Nalyang Lujiao, the strategist, asked in confusion. As the name suggests, the Ninja Academy is a school that trains ninjas. It will teach various ninja knowledge and techniques. Every child in Konoha who reaches the age of 4 can attend the academy and receive systematic training, thus becoming an outstanding ninja. Lord Hokage, that is a fine idea, but who will serve as the instructors? Chimu Shuafeng inquired, looking at Ban. That is simple. We can assign those ninjas who were wounded in battle or have participated in combat to serve as teachers, allowing them to continue contributing to the village. At the same time, this will provide a source of income for these heroes who have shed blood and sweat for the village. After Ban finished speaking, the high-ranking officials stared at him in astonishment. They had not expected Ban to possess not only exceptional combat intelligence and formidable strength, but also such insightful governance. Madara, this is a brilliant idea. It truly kills two birds with one stone. Zhu Jian was the first to exclaim in praise, followed by the other high-ranking officials who chimed in with their commendations. All right. The next matter is the establishment of a department, the Umbu. Hearing another unfamiliar term from Ban, the high-ranking officials were no longer overly surprised. Lord Hokage, what is this Umbu? Nalyang Lujiao, like a living encyclopedia of questions, immediately asked whenever Ban proposed something new. The full name of the Umbu is the Assassination Tactical Special Unit. This unit will be directly under the command of the Hokage. Its members will be selected as elite ninjas from the various clans, numbering around 500. They will protect Konoha from the shadows, serving as a sharp blade for the village, eliminating all who pose a threat to Konoha. After Ban explained the Umbu, the expressions of the high-ranking officials turned somewhat subtle. The Umbu would be directly under the Hokage, meaning they would become Ban's direct subordinates. Moreover, its members would be drawn from the elite ninjas of the major clans. This made them feel that Ban might be attempting to curb the power of their clans. Seeing their concerns, Ban said, rest assured. Although the Umbu is directly under the Hokage and serves as the Hokage's guard, it will not carry out any excessive demands of mine at will. I cannot deploy it arbitrarily either. Any major operation involving the Umbu will require the consent of the Elder Council. As Ban finished, everyone noticed yet another new institution, the Elder Council. Lord Hokage, what is the Elder Council for? Nalyang Lujiao, being a man of great curiosity, immediately asked. The Elder Council, as the name suggests, is a council composed of elders. They have the authority to veto some of my decisions through a vote, and they also have the power to make decisions that benefit Konoha. As for the council members, Madara paused and named 4 individuals: Senju, Hashirama, Hyūga, Teirin, Uchiha Taijima, and Narashikaku. Once those 4 names were spoken, the already strained expressions of those present grew even more complicated. These individuals were essentially Madara's loyal followers, rendering the council practically powerless against him. Despite their internal reservations, no one dared speak up. The situation had fundamentally shifted. Madara was now their direct superior, and in this hierarchy, rank commanded absolute obedience. They could not openly defy Madara's directives. As for leaving Konoha, they had grown accustomed to the fragile peace they had fought so hard to achieve. There was no desire to return to a life dominated by constant warfare. The shinobi world had transformed entirely, and Madara would never permit anyone to depart. With no objections raised, Madara took their silence as agreement. He then declared he would dispatch someone to make the selections shortly. After a moment of collective hesitation, he finalized the decision, leaving them no room for debate. With the broad policies established, Konoha embarked on rapid development. Within half a year, countless children were enrolled in the Ninja Academy, and a 500-member Umbu division was successfully assembled. Simultaneously, Konoha solidified its ninja rank structure, spanning from Genin to Jonin, with each promotion requiring formal assessments. Village revenue was secured through merchant taxation and a percentage taken from ninja-contracted missions. This arrangement allowed Konoha to function smoothly, and supplemented by the Fire Country's mineral resources, the village's finances became quite prosperous. Just as Konoha experienced rapid growth, other nations underwent similar development during this half-year period. However, Madara would not afford them excessive opportunity. Everyone, over the past 6 months, Konoha has achieved remarkable progress. This was made possible through your invaluable support, and on behalf of the Uchiha, I extend my deepest gratitude to each of you. Madara offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. The Hokage responded that such assistance was merely their duty. Indeed, Hokage-sama, you have dedicated yourself tirelessly to Konoha's welfare day and night, so we naturally cannot afford to be idle. Madara's praise brought satisfaction to them all, regardless of their actual contributions. Being recognized by their superior was uncommon, especially from someone like Madara. It appears everyone has developed a strong resolve. For the past half year since Konoha's founding, we have remained inactive. Now that our development has progressed sufficiently, we must bring lasting peace to the shinobi world. As Madara spoke, an intimidating aura radiated from him, evoking the sensation of standing before a sea of corpses. The Hokage asked whether he was preparing to declare war on other nations. Nara Shikaku, serving as Konoha's strategist, immediately grasped the implication. Madara affirmed that Konoha's military strength and unified leadership would ensure victory in any conflict. After highlighting their advantages, Madara looked at them. The others quickly understood the depth of his intention to wage war against external nations. The Hokage, we have barely achieved peace after such hardship. Why must we resort to war? Indeed, our Konoha ninja have grown weary of endless conflict. Numerous Konoha leaders urged Madara to abandon his plans for external warfare, but his determination to unify the shinobi world remained unyielding and would not be swayed by their protests. Madara rebuked them as short-sighted, asking whether they could only perceive immediate gains. Though the shinobi world had moved past the era of rival clans, they surely recognized that other nations existed beyond their own. He challenged them, directly questioning what relevance their observation had to their military plans. Sarutobi Hisashi regarded him with sharp sarcasm. Madara retorted with bitter amusement, pointing out the parallels between the current geopolitical landscape and the ancient clan wars that had once divided the shinobi world. The sole distinction lay in how individual families had consolidated into nations rather than existing as independent clans. Human nature drives desire, and this apparent peace is nothing more than an illusion. The reason for restraint currently is simply that Hashirama and I maintain enough deterrent presence. But once we are both gone, and that military presence vanishes, conflict will inevitably follow. Consider the consequences. In another decade or two, as the great nations grow accustomed to coexistence, war will erupt without question. And it will be 10,000 times more devastating than anything we face now. Imagine the human cost. Your descendants and clansmen will be thrust into combat, falling on battlefields just as you have. Can you truly find peace of mind enjoying this fabricated calm? Madara's words pierced through to their core, leaving these senior leaders speechless. Madara, must this come to bloodshed? Hashirama watched the suffocating silence and spoke with gravity. He harbored no desire for war, understanding its catastrophic cost in human lives, yet Madara's reasoning carried weight. A deep conflict warred within him. Madara chuckled softly. Hashirama, have you forgotten our shared vision? To bring peace to the shinobi world, or so we claimed. But what we've achieved is but a fragile, fleeting calm. This was never our true aim. Then we must fight. For our ideals, for those enduring endless suffering, and for the generations to come who should never have to live under this shadow of war. The mention of their shared aspirations stirred Hashirama's conscience, once more etching turmoil across his face as he wrestled with whether to endorse Madara's proposal. After a lengthy pause, Hashirama exhaled deeply and conceded, placing his faith in Madara's judgment, though he prayed his comrade would not betray that trust. Madara harbored no surprise at his friend's decision. He understood Hashirama's almost inhuman devotion to peace, perhaps inherited from the Asura lineage. The matter settled as Madara had anticipated. With Hashirama's acquiescence, Hyūga and the others followed suit, lending their support to his vision. The Council of Elders unanimously passed this resolution, and no matter how much the others opposed it, their objections were utterly futile. After the war order was issued, the colossal war machine of Mu Yi immediately displayed its terrifying might, successfully assembling 5,000 ninja in just half a day. Moreover, these were merely hastily summoned ninja. If they had prepared more thoroughly, gathering tens of thousands would have been an easy feat. As the first battle since the founding of Mu Yi, the target naturally had to be a weaker one. Among the 5 great nations, only the Feng country was the weakest, so Ban unhesitatingly chose the Feng country. However, between the Feng country and the Hu country lay the He country. As an obstacle, it naturally had to be cleared away. Thus, the 5,000 plus ninja dispatched by Mu Yi marched directly toward the He country. Because the He country was a small nation, its entire establishment was built by a few minor clans. Upon hearing that Mu Yi planned to attack them, they panicked. The He country was merely a small state. All its ninja combined numbered only a few thousand, whereas Mu Yi could easily field 1,000. This was not something they could resist. After deliberating, the clans immediately surrendered, and Mu Yi acquired the He country with ease. As for the ninja and villagers of the He country, they naturally all relocated to live in Mu Yi. The moment the He country surrendered, the first Kazekage of the Feng country, Lai Do, received the news. He knew that Mu Ye's intentions were hostile, and that they likely sought to annihilate their Sharingan village. With this thought, Lai Do furrowed his brow and summoned all the high-ranking officials to discuss Mu Ye's impending assault. Everyone, I have received the news. Muyi has successfully accepted the He country's surrender this morning. I see that their intentions are not pure. I fear their next target will be us. Therefore I have called you here to discuss how to counter Muyi's attack. Lido, having attained the position of Kazekage, naturally possessed some ability. Faced with Muyi's assault, he showed no panic. Instead, he calmly asked everyone how to respond. Lord Kazekage, if Muyi dares to strike us, we will strike back directly. That's right. Muyi are people, and we Sharingan are also people. There is no reason to fear them. Let us simply gather our ninja and go to war with Muyi. Right? Our Sharingan are so strong, why should we fear Muyi? Looking at his subordinates, who were all exceptionally brave, Lido was filled with question marks. Not weaker than Muyi. Direct war. If you want to die in battle, don't drag me along. The strength of Muyi is vastly different from that of your Sharingan. Not to mention others, just consider Uchiha Ban and Senju Butsuma alone. I'm afraid those two alone could annihilate them. And the leaders of this expedition are precisely Uchiha Ban and Senju Butsuma. At this moment, Lido's heart was filled with helplessness. Frowning, he had no choice but to immediately mobilize all the combat power of Sharingan village to prepare for battle against Muyi. Of course, he did not merely gather ninja and do nothing else. In addition to the necessary preparations, he swiftly sent messengers to contact other nations requesting aid to jointly resist Muyi. After completing all these tasks, Lido looked at the sky and silently prayed that they would not be defeated. With Lido's mobilization, a joint force of 6,000 was successfully assembled, including several hundred puppet masters. This lineup was undeniably formidable. Unfortunately, this time, they were up against Ban and Butsuma. After a day of rest, Muyi's army, led by Ban, arrived directly at the border of the Foam country. Gazing at the endless desert of yellow sand ahead, Ban furrowed his brow. This desert was an absolute home ground for the Sharingan, while it was highly unfavorable for Muyi. Having lived year-round in the whole country, they had never been here. Fighting in such terrain would greatly diminish their strength, and their abilities were already mediocre. This would only weaken them further. Hashirama, wait here with the troops. I'll go capture someone and ask about their deployment. Ban nodded to Butsuma and then dashed into the desert. After activating his Rinnegan, Ban immediately took in everything around him. At that moment, a Sharingan outpost happened to be only a few meters away from Ban. When Ban spotted them, they also spotted Ban. The two sides met, and the enemy ninja immediately drew kunai and charged at Ban. However, Ban merely raised his hand lightly in response to their attack. Almighty push. The Shinra Tensei was released instantly, and a terrifying repulsive force surged outward like a tidal wave, even carving a massive crater into the earth from the power of the technique. These charging ninja were effortlessly knocked down by Ban. The powerful repulsive force not only devastated the ground, but also made the few lying on the ground feel as if their chests had been crushed by a train. Seeing that the ninja had fallen unconscious, Ban walked directly over to them. Human path. Ban reached out and immediately pulled a soul from the bodies of these unconscious ninja. After carefully browsing through their memories, he confirmed that Sharingan village was gathering ninja to fight them, and had already begun sending scouts toward them. With this thought, Ban decided to give the enemy a big surprise and annihilate this vanguard unit entirely. After obtaining the location of the enemy's vanguard camp, Ban immediately rushed there at full speed. Soon he saw a majestic and imposing camp. Since you've run into me, consider yourselves unlucky. A smile curled at the corner of Ban's mouth. He clapped his hands together and chanted softly. Wood-style flower tree world descends. As the fastest and most effective technique for killing enemies, Ban naturally used it to clear the field. Boom, boom, boom. Countless vines erupted from the desert floor, a sight both eerie and alarming. However, no one could afford to dwell on it, as they realized that this strange wood could kill on its own. No, this is wood-style. It's an attack from Muyi. The guard's shout immediately put everyone on alert, but unfortunately Ban was faster. In just a few seconds, the sea of trees engulfed the entire camp, crushing a large portion of the ninja to death. As for the remaining ninja, Ban used fire style to finish the final harvest. Die! The merciless flames reduced all of the enemy ninjas to ashes within mere seconds. Quick! Everyone scatter and retreat immediately. The first Kazekage, witnessing the scene before him, hastily warned the ninjas behind him, though it was evidently too late. With this wave of wood-style, Madara directly eliminated a large portion of the Wind Country's forces, dealing a crippling blow to the Sand Shinobi. Enough. Now let me show you the power that can shatter all creation with a single strike. As Madara's words fell, his eternal Mangekyo appeared in his eyes, and a Susanoo in its complete form towering over 100 meters materialized on the battlefield. With a thought, Madara controlled the complete Susanoo, its weapon descending. In an instant, the massive blade, tens of meters long, slashed down, carving a chasm into the earth. This terrifying strike alone slew hundreds. Gazing upon the 100-meter-tall complete Susanoo, the Wind Country's ninjas were overwhelmed with despair. Before, when Madara had not yet used his complete Susanoo, they could barely contend. Now with it, their ninjutsu could not harm him at all. Moreover, a single glance at Madara's complete Susanoo made them feel utterly insignificant. Good. To make this dance more interesting, I shall add a few more partners for you. Madara spoke and formed hand seals, summoning dozens of wood clones to the ground. Simultaneously, all these clones activated their Susanoo, albeit not in their complete forms. Damn it! How can he be this strong? Redo stared at the multitude of blue Susanoo on the battlefield, his face turning green. One was already enough to drive them to despair, and now dozens more appeared. He had thought the enemy was at most a king, but it turned out he was a champion. Redo was so furious he wanted to curse. If given another chance, he would never choose to be this Kazekage. Let whoever wanted it take it, this was no job for a human. Though seething with rage, Redo still urged his subordinates to retreat from the battlefield. Leaving? Did you ask for my permission? Noticing the sand shinobi retreating, Madara smiled wryly, and immediately created 4 more wood clones using the Flying Thunder God technique to position themselves around the battlefield. 4 red yang formation. As the wood clones took their positions, crimson pillars of light shot up from the battlefield's perimeter, reaching toward the heavens. The 4 pillars connected, forming a scarlet barrier that trapped everyone inside. Damn it! Lord Kazekage, there's a barrier all around us. We can't get out. The sand shinobi, who had just retreated to the edge of the battlefield, immediately discovered the barrier formed by the 4 red yang formation. Some, desperate to escape, charged forward, only to be severely burned by the searing surface. Gazing at the towering 4 red yang formation that reached the sky, Redo couldn't help but despair. They had planned to retreat and resist slowly, but now Madara's wood clones had sealed off all escape routes, leaving them no way out. What? Still trying to run? Madara approached leisurely, looking down at the sand shinobi like a cat toying with mice. Damn, there's no choice. Since we can't escape, everyone attack 1 point together. I refuse to believe this giant has no weakness. Redo's words stunned the remaining sand shinobi for a moment, then a glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes. A flicker of optimism reignited in their hearts. Indeed, though Susanoo is formidable, if we all strike the same spot, it should be damaged. Thinking this, they immediately formed hand seals, unleashing ninjutsu explosive tags and any other damaging tools they had, hurling them at Susanoo. In an instant, a rain of various ninjutsu fell upon Susanoo, the terrifying shockwaves kicking up clouds of dust. With hopeful eyes, the ninjas watched the dissipating smoke. That attack had carried all their hopes, so they paid close attention. Soon the dust slowly cleared. The blue Susanoo stood there unscathed, motionless, as if the attacks had been nothing more than a tickle. They hadn't even made it take a single step back. It's useless. The complete Susanoo is said to possess the ultimate defense. Your attacks mean nothing. Madara sneered at the despairing ninjas below. The sand shinobi, seeing their attacks had no effect, stood stunned, staring at Susanoo. Their weapons slipped from their hands, and some even fell to their knees, weeping. Well, since you can no longer dance, this ball must come to an end. Madara, arms crossed, declared arrogantly, and then directed his wood clones to surround them. I'll ask you one last time. Will you surrender or not? After Madara issued his final ultimatum, sternly, a flicker of hesitation crossed the sand ninjas' faces. They didn't want to abandon their country, but the enemy was simply too strong. They had no desire to make meaningless sacrifices. In that moment, all the sand shinobi turned their gaze to Redo, waiting to see his decision. Redo noticed the looks around him and could only force a bitter smile. Looking at him was useless. He was in dire straits himself. Though Madara hadn't specified the consequences of not surrendering, Redo could guess. Death with no other option. Redo was torn. As the Kage of a village, he represented the entire Wind Country. Surrendering would be a devastating blow to the nation. Anyone could surrender, but he could not. Taking a deep breath, Redo said to the ninjas around him, "Since things have come to this, further resistance is futile. I now issue the final order of the Kazekage. All of you shall unconditionally surrender to Konoha. Survive." After speaking, Redo picked up his blade from the ground and looked up at Madara, who stood high above. "Uchiha Madara, you treacherous schemer with wolfish ambition. You may be strong, but remember, the ninja world is not just one person. Today you defeated me, but there will be countless others like me to resist your schemes. I will watch from above. Watch the day you are killed by the people of the ninja world." Having said this, Redo charged forward with his weapon. Facing the 100-meter-tall Susanoo, he was like an ant defying a god. The sand shinobi, witnessing this, had tears streaming down their faces. Lord Kazekage. For the sake of his convictions, even sacrificing his life was worth it. Kazekage Redo, I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge you. Watching Redo charge toward him, without hesitation, Madara acknowledged the man's will. Those who carry their beliefs through life are opponents worthy of respect. After speaking, Madara controlled Susanoo and stomped down. Though the colossal Susanoo used only one foot to Reto, it was an unstoppable force. The foot of Susanoo crashed down with a thunderous impact. Reto raised his weapon in a futile attempt to resist that sky-obscuring stomp, but it was all in vain. Under that single stomp from Madara, Reto didn't even let out a scream before being crushed into pulp. Numerous sand shinobi watched this scene with immense grief and fury. Bastard! I'll avenge the Kazekage. Finally, one sand shinobi couldn't hold back and charged at Madara, followed by hundreds more. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Overreaching. Madara looked at these vengeance-driven sand shinobi with a disdainful smirk, merely controlling Susanoo to raise its fist and smash downward. Boom. The enormous fist crashed down like a small meteor, annihilating all those suicidal ninjas in one blow. After that punch, the battle reached its conclusion. Madara dismissed Susanoo and ordered the Konoha ninjas to guard all sand shinobi captives. After all, once he conquered all nations, these would become his Konoha ninjas, and they still had great use. Lord Hokage, should we continue the assault or set up camp here? A ninja from the Hyūga clan approached Madara with an odd gaze and asked. The entire battle had been witnessed by them. From start to finish, Madara had single-handedly resolved it, deepening the Konoha ninjas' reverence for him. Rest here. I have some business to attend to. After instructing the Konoha ninjas to encamp, Madara used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly reach the sand village. Why not Kamui? Because he had never marked that place. Kamui could only teleport to marked locations. The reason the Flying Thunder God worked was that he had previously sent Konoha spies to carry a Flying Thunder God kunai there. Under the pitch-black night sky, the entire sand village exuded a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere, like a secluded paradise untouched by the war ahead. Without hesitation, Madara's eyes transformed into Rinnegan, a pair radiating purple light with concentric rings. He slowly rose into the sky. Listen well, all sand shinobi. I am the Hokage of Konoha. I come to warn you, your frontline forces and the Kazekage have already been annihilated. Tonight is your last chance to think. If you do not surrender, then await destruction tomorrow. To make you understand your weakness, I will now show you the power of the Uchiha clan, the power of a god. Madara's voice clearly reached every ear in the sand village. When they heard that Reto and the great sand army had been wiped out, disbelief filled their faces. But before they could ponder further, Madara formed a hand seal in midair, and instantly two Susanoo appeared back to back, also making a hand seal. Planetary devastation. After Madara uttered these words, there was a long silence. The sand villagers below grew puzzled. The sand villagers did not believe that the Hokage who could fly in the sky would do anything meaningless. Suddenly, the sand villagers saw several black dots falling from the sky. The dots grew closer, expanding in their vision. When they finally recognized what they were, they gasped in horror. That's a meteor. How is that possible? How could he summon a meteor? This is not human power. Could he really be a god? Staring at the dozen or so meteors in the sky, the sand villagers looked at Madara in utter disbelief. A single question burned in their minds. Could he truly be a god? That question would clearly go unanswered. As the meteors continued to fall, the entire sand village turned into a living hell. Since the village had just been constructed, it was not large, and Madara's dozen meteors destroyed half of it. Remember well, you have only one night to think. If you still refuse to surrender tomorrow, it won't be just a few meteors. After delivering the threat, Madara left the sand village and returned to the Konoha camp. Night. Gather all sand shinobi captives immediately. I have matters to discuss. As soon as Madara returned, he ordered Uchiha Knight to bring the sand captives, preparing to issue the next step of the plan. Yes. As Madara's guard after the Umbu was established, Uchiha Knight naturally rose to become the commander of the Umbu. With this position, he became even more cautious and executed Madara's orders without hesitation, following them to the letter. In just a few minutes, thousands of sand shinobi were assembled. The sand captives said nothing about being summoned in the middle of the night. They were prisoners, and captives had no right to make demands. I ask you, do you want to return to your village? Madara cut straight to the point, asking what they desired most. But none of the sand shinobi spoke. They didn't know Madara's purpose. What if he was trying to identify those who wanted to go home only to kill them? Seeing that no one spoke, Madara seemed to read their thoughts and continued. You need not fear that I will kill you. Any of you who wish to return to the sand village, I will let you go. But after you return, you must persuade your friends' family and clans to surrender. After all, you wouldn't want to see your loved ones die in battle tomorrow, would you? At the mention of family, the sand shinobi who had been considering it fell silent. They knew Madara was not bluffing. He truly had the power. Many thought of their parents, spouses, children, and clansmen, and a heavy weight settled in their hearts. All right, I will release you now, but do not think of running away. If I catch you, all of you will die. Ban's threatening words stirred a faint anger among the Sharingan shinobi, yet after the anger came resignation. What could they do? Ban's power was far superior. They could only suppress their resentment. Ban, seeing the silent Sharon, said no more and immediately ordered Uchiha Yi to release all the captives. He himself returned to the tent to rest, feeling somewhat weary after a day of battle. The captives were quickly released by Uchiha Yi. Despite the Sharin's deep reluctance, they were ultimately forced by the Konoha shinobi to return to Sharin village. Night came and went swiftly. For the Sharin who had experienced so much, there was clearly no desire to rest. Shortly after Ban left, the high-ranking Sharin convened a meeting and established an Elder Council to make temporary decisions regarding Sharin village. Just as they finished forming the Elder Council, the 1,000 or so shinobi released by Ban returned to Sharin. Upon their return, they immediately began spreading the message as Ban had instructed, that Konoha was invincible. Moreover, in their accounts, Ban was painted as a godlike figure. Combined with Ban's display of the Tianai shock star, the previous night the entire Sharin village was gripped by panic as if a great calamity was imminent. The Elder Council learned of this immediately and quickly summoned the returned shinobi to inquire about their experiences. Those who had been released recounted exactly how Ban had single-handedly defeated them all. The Elder Council fell into silence after hearing their words. They spent the entire night debating whether to continue fighting or surrender. Finally, as the first rays of dawn appeared in the sky, they reached a conclusion: surrender. The members of the Elder Council emerged from the room with weary expressions, took a deep breath of fresh air, nodded solemnly to one another, and then began gathering the Sharin to announce the decision. Under the Elder Council's mobilization, the residents of Sharin village soon learned of the impending surrender. They did not say much upon hearing the decision, for after the released shinobi had spent the previous night persuading them, they had already developed a deep fear of Ban. So when the Elder Council announced the decision, they said nothing but silently accepted it. With a plan in place, the next steps were simple. The Elder Council led all the Sharin out of the village to welcome the Konoha forces. Having anticipated that the Sharin would choose surrender, Ban set out early that day with his army towards Sharin village to accept their capitulation. Finally, after both sides had waited anxiously, Ban arrived at Sharin village. While traveling, Ban saw the dense crowd of people in front of the village from afar and nodded to himself, realizing his psychological tactics had worked. Let's go. The Phone country has surrendered. From now on, the shinobi world will have only 4 great nations. Ban said casually, then strode toward the Sharin. The Elder Council of Sharin village, together with all the residents and shinobi of Sharin village, hereby surrender to Konoha. The leader of the Elder Council, after speaking, knelt on the ground and raised the divine robe, symbolizing Sharin village's status, with both hands offering it to Ban. Following his gesture, the other Sharin villagers and shinobi also knelt down, signaling their submission to Konoha. Ban took the divine robe and casually handed it to Uchiha Ming behind him. What is your name? The kneeling shinobi, upon hearing Ban's question, replied respectfully. Reporting to the Hokage-sama. My name is Shaman. After the shinobi stated his name, Ban was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the person surrendering to him would be the future second Kazekage, a true talent. According to the original plot of the future, the shaman before him would greatly enhance Sharin village's military strength and would develop the puppet technique and the essential sand manipulation technique for future Kazekage. Moreover, Shaman possessed exceptional insight and ability. During his tenure, he cultivated a large number of outstanding shinobi for the Phone country, laying a solid foundation. As Ban recalled Shaman's achievements, he decided to place great trust in him. Shaman was a rare talent, and after unifying the shinobi world, there would be many matters to handle. Governing the nations would require even more capable people. Alright, from now on we are all from the same village. Rise. After Ban said this, Shaman led the Sharin villagers and shinobi to stand up. When he stood up, Ban noticed Shaman's appearance. Shaman's head and right eye were adorned with a tattoo of an azure dragon and black dragon claws. He had 2 brown braids at the back of his head, wore a yellow cape tied with a gray silk belt, and underneath a black tight combat suit. Seeing Shaman's somewhat peculiar appearance, Ban's expression turned slightly odd. In the world of Naruto, there were those who were exceptionally handsome, like Kakashi, Sasuke, and Itachi, but also those with bizarre looks like Shaman. Ban wondered how the azure dragon on Shaman's face came about. Was it natural? Although Ban was very curious, it was their first meeting, and asking such a rude question directly seemed inappropriate. So he refrained, and simply led everyone into Sharin village. From today onward, Sharin village and the Phone country ceased to exist. You are all now villagers of my Konoha. You must relocate to the Hyūga country within 10 days and join Konoha. The geographical environment of the Phone country is too harsh for survival. In the meeting room, Ban sat at the head and addressed Shaman and the others. They nodded in acknowledgement. In addition, Shaman, you will join the Umbu from today, serving as a squad leader under my direct command. Ban directly ordered Shaman, who was unremarkable in appearance, to enter the Umbu. This command surprised Shaman. He hadn't expected Ban to assign him to his personal guard. Normally, wouldn't one be wary of them? Hokage-sama, may I ask you a question? Shaman looked at Ban with some doubt. Of course. What do you want to ask? Hokage-sama, aren't you afraid that I might assassinate you if you put me in the umbu? Shaman's eyes were sharp as he looked at Ban. I believe you are not that kind of person. Moreover, I know that your abilities are far greater than what you've shown. Only by following me can you fully realize your potential. And Ban looked at Shaman seriously. I always trust those I use, and I never doubt those I trust. After Ban finished speaking, Shaman's heart trembled. He hadn't expected Ban to trust him so much. However, he didn't know that Ban had one more thought left unsaid. The news of Foam Country's surrender swiftly spread throughout the ninja world. For a moment, the major nations fell silent one after another, unable to believe that the vast Foam Country, despite its advantageous terrain, could be defeated by so quickly. At that moment, the sense of crisis among the three great powers grew ever stronger. A single thought emerged in everyone's mind: unite. After all, they had witnessed the fate of Foam Country, and they absolutely did not want to share the same destiny. Peace in the ninja world. Everyone desired it, but to make them relinquish their own power was impossible. Not only Ban and Jujian, but they also understood that the only way to achieve peace in the ninja world was unification. Yet who would be willing to give up their own power? They were human, and as humans, they could not be free of desires. Thus at this moment they were thoroughly panicked. Immediately the major nations dispatched envoys to one another with great haste, their sole desire being to convene a great power conference as soon as possible. Ban naturally noticed their actions, but he did not stop them. At his level, any number of people was merely a statistic in his eyes, posing no threat to him whatsoever. After 10 days, the people of Foam Country had fully relocated into Mai. As for housing, Ban and Jujian casually constructed the necessary buildings. It was also during these 10 days that the leaders of all nations across the ninja world gathered in Hyūga Country, a strategically located nation. Choosing this country signified their determination to wage war against Mai. In the dimly lit conference room, a round table was fully occupied. Before each person lay a nameplate: Earth Country, Lightning Country, Water Country, Rain Country, Iron Country, Bear Country, Demon Country, Waterfall Country, Snow Country. A total of 19 nations' leaders had gathered together, and the three seated in the most important positions were the Earth Shadow, the Lightning Shadow, and the Water Shadow. The Lightning Shadow, the Water Shadow, the three of them. Everyone. We are all leaders of various nations, so I will not waste words. Now Mai's intention to destroy us is as clear as day. Foam Country has already been completely conquered by Mai, so we must form an alliance now. The irascible first Lightning Shadow AI was the first to speak out. Everyone expressed agreement with the Lightning Shadow's words. The situation was now extremely clear. Mai stood alone in its dominance, and Ban, with his ambitious ambitions, was preparing to unify the ninja world. Under these circumstances, the various nations had temporarily set aside all their hatred and unanimously directed their target at Mai. Indeed, although the Lightning Shadow is a reckless man, his words this time are absolutely correct. The Earth Shadow, sure, he who was beside him, voiced his support in a sarcastic tone. Although they were now in the same camp, this did not mean they had no conflicts at all. It could only be said that there were no major contradictions, but minor ones still existed. You bastard. Sure, do you want to fight me? The first Lightning Shadow's body immediately crackled with fierce lightning as he glared angrily at Shurhi. Both of you calm down. This is not the time for internal strife. Our great enemy is watching eagerly. Are you trying to kill each other and let the enemy reap the benefits? The first Water Shadow, by Lien, seeing that the atmosphere was on the verge of erupting into a fight, quickly began to mediate between the two. With Bai Lian's persuasion, the two snorted coldly at each other and returned to their seats. Then let me say a few words. Everyone knows Yuzhibo Ban's intentions. So from now on we must unite against the outside with no selfishness. Even if there are grudges, temporarily put them aside. Once we have repelled Mai, we can settle these matters. What do you all think? As soon as Bai Lian's proposal was made the leader of Tai Country, each one immediately voiced his support. Indeed, I agree with the Water Shadow's opinion. Let us temporarily set aside our conflicts and unite against the outside. I also agree with the Water Shadow. Count me in. For a moment, the entire conference room echoed with successive voices of agreement. Sure, he and AI sat there with grim faces, saying nothing. Then they strangely continued the discussion. While the conference of the 19 nations was in full swing, Ban received a message from the Umbu. Lord Fire Shadow. Urgent report from the Umbu. Ban, who was handling village affairs, looked up at the slightly hurried voice and saw that the visitor was none other than my strategist, Nai Liang Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao, what is so urgent? Ban asked Nai Liang Lu Jiao with some confusion. In his memory, Nai Liang Lu Jiao always wore an unruffled expression, but today he actually showed a look of panic and worry. This made Ban realize that something very bad might have happened. Lord Fire Shadow, the nations of the entire ninja world, led by the three great powers, have all gathered in Hyūga Country. They are discussing how to attack our Mai. Nai Liang Lu Jiao anxiously reported this matter. Upon hearing it, Ban merely smiled. 19 nations, huh? What a grand scheme, but this will only hasten their own destruction. Ban said this with a slightly sarcastic tone. Seeing Ban's confident demeanor, Nai-Liang Lu Jiao inwardly felt helpless, thinking that Ban was too reckless. The enemy was the entire ninja world, yet in Ban's eyes it seemed so vulnerable. Lord Fireshadow, please be more cautious. They are after all 19 nations, the entire ninja world. Don't panic. It's just a small problem. If you want to destroy someone, you must first make them mad. Let them be smug for a while, we can take this opportunity to crush them all at once. Seeing Nai-Liang Lu Jiao looking as if he were worried to death, Ban casually waved his hand and uttered these words lightly. After hearing this, Nai-Liang Lu Jiao said no more. Since Ban was so confident, he might as well let him be. Alright, Lu Jiao, I have a task for you. Send someone to find a country for me. No, wait, it might not be a country yet. Ban had just finished speaking when he immediately corrected himself. Hearing this task, Nai-Liang Lu Jiao was puzzled. In his mind, Ban should be anxiously seeking a solution at this moment, yet Ban was actually asking him to find an obscure small nation. What logic was this? Lord Fireshadow, what is the name of this country you mentioned? Although he was complaining inwardly, Nai-Liang Lu Jiao's face showed no expression. He simply asked what the country Ban was looking for was called. He clearly understood his position. A subordinate is a subordinate. Ask no unnecessary questions, simply carry out Ban's orders faithfully. As for reminding Ban, that was only to ease his own conscience. The name of this country is Lulan. Lulan. Nara Shikaku was taken aback, having never heard of this country mentioned by Madara, so he looked at him with a puzzled gaze. Exactly. It is Lulan. This nation conceals a tremendous secret. Once we possess it, it will undoubtedly prove instrumental in our endeavor to unify the ninja world. Madara explained to Nara Shikaku that he knew Lulan possessed a dragon vein, which held unimaginably immense power. If he could successfully harness this power, he could mass-produce countless puppet armies, thereby accelerating his conquest of the ninja world. This also accounted for his confidence despite the alliance of dozens of nations. As for lacking the equipment to exploit the dragon vein, that posed no issue for Madara. Possessing a system, he could directly exchange points for the complete apparatus. I understand. I surmise that Lulan is roughly located within the Wind Country. You should dispatch forces to intensively search this area. Nara Shikaku nodded, refrained from further discussion, and immediately selected Elite Ninja to head towards Lulan. Watching Nara Shikaku's departing figure, Madara's silhouette flickered and vanished from the spot. The Rain Country. At that moment, the summit of the 19 nations had reached a broad consensus. Under the pressure from Konoha, they had forged an offensive-defensive alliance, agreeing to jointly attack the Hidden Leaf Village. Simultaneously, the logistics for the Great War would be jointly funded by the prominent clans. Just as the conference was about to conclude its praises, a sudden figure appeared abruptly in the dimly lit meeting hall. That person was none other than Madara. Clad in a black kimono, Madara coldly scanned the attendees, and everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Damn it! Who are you and how did you get in here? Seeing the suddenly appearing Madara, the Raikage roared at him angrily. Humph. As expected, the Cloud Ninja are nothing but simple-minded brutes. Gazing at the dark-skinned, irritable elder, Madara retorted immediately, without any courtesy. Damn you! Whose little brat are you calling? Having been mocked as a fool by Madara, the Raikage's mood naturally soured. With his face contorted in anger, glared at Madara, while blue lightning surged around his body, evoking the sensation of confronting a primordial beast. TCH, why the haste? Doesn't your current appearance resemble that of a raging beast? Upon hearing Madara compare him to a beast, it completely lost his reason. His figure flashed forward, charging at Madara. His lightning release armor emitted a sound like frying beans as he charged. In merely the blink of an eye, the Raikage was right before Madara. Thunderous pummeling. His right hand, concentrated with lightning chakra, struck towards Madara with irresistible momentum. Boom. Just as the Raikage's blow was about to strike Madara, a blue Susanoo materialized out of nowhere, directly intercepting the attack. Do you also wish to dance? Madara's eyes awakened, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The Tsukuyami illusion directly forced control over the Raikage's mind. After falling under the Tsukuyami illusion, the Raikage's memories were instantly altered. Now he had completely become Madara's subordinate. However, Madara did not wish for them to immediately know that A was under his control. After all, this sleeper agent could prove highly effective at critical moments. Exposing him now would be too wasteful. Seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, Madara secretly shot a glance at A. Following this, A feigned being bewildered by an illusion and immediately collapsed to the ground. Witnessing Madara seemingly instantaneously neutralize A with merely a glance, numerous leaders became tense, fearing they might also fall prey to his genjutsu. Who exactly are you? Why do you intrude into our meeting hall without cause? The attendees knew Madara's strength was formidable. Thus they adopted a different approach from the Raikage. If force failed, they would resort to subtlety. These schemes were easily seen through by Madara with a single glance. Nothing to do with me. No, no, no. This matter has a great deal to do with me. Upon hearing Madara's seemingly nonsensical statement, they grew puzzled, exchanging glances, as if silently questioning each other. Does this person have any connection with you? Nothing to do with me. Could it have anything to do with you? After exchanging glances for a moment, everyone finally turned their attention to Ishikawa. Their looks conveyed a clear message: I don't know him. Could he be connected to you? Observing their expressions, Ishikawa also shook his head. Then this forthright Tsuchikage turned his head and looked at Madara with a grave expression. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Madara, feeling certain that if Madara desired, he could effortlessly eliminate them all. Who exactly are you? I do not recall having such an old acquaintance. Hee. Just a moment ago you were speaking of me, and now you ask who I am. A teasing smile played on Madara's lips as he observed the individuals before him, his eyes brimming with mockery. This remark left them momentarily stunned, unable to respond immediately. However, soon they seemed to realize something. And Madara's subsequent words filled them with dread. Listen well. My name is Uchiha Madara. The moment Madara's name was uttered, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Instantly the atmosphere in the meeting room solidified. They had not anticipated that just after deciding to confront Madara together, he would arrive immediately thereafter, descending upon them in an invincible manner. Uchiha Madara, how did you come here? Upon hearing Madara's name, Ishikawa immediately grasped his weapon warily. Others followed suit, and hidden guards emerged from concealment, staring fixedly at Madara. They were well acquainted with Madara's renown, the youngest clan leader, a genius of the Uchiha clan, one man capable of opposing 1,000 soldiers. Various titles were constantly bestowed upon him, yet all converged on a single crucial point: to express Madara's paramount strength. What? Are you surprised? With a serene expression, Madara gazed upon the tense individuals. Amidst this densely packed crowd, he remained unfazed, as if being surrounded was merely a trivial matter, and these powerful figures were but ants that could be dispatched at any moment. Damn it. Uchiha Madara, are you not afraid we might kill you? The Mizukage by Lien glanced around repeatedly, as if truly preparing to eliminate Madara. Naive. Do you truly believe a bunch of minor soldiers like you can defeat me? If I wished, I could effortlessly annihilate all of you in an instant. Although Madara's words were undoubtedly arrogant, no one present spoke out. They remained silent. They all understood that Madara's claims were genuine, and that if he desired they would be slain in a single moment. Damn it. Don't be too arrogant. Do you truly think we cannot fight you? The leader of the land of rice fields spoke with some lack of conviction. Enough. I did not come here to waste words with you. The ninja world had been mired in conflict for far too many years, and countless lives had already been lost. The only path to lasting peace was unification, a single decisive rule. I have come here today to ask you one final time: will you surrender, or will you not? Madara coldly regarded the leaders of the 19 nations. Sensing his gaze, each of them averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his stare. Witnessing this, Madara confirmed their collective resolve. Uchiha Madara, spare us your lofty rhetoric. The entire ninja world knows your true scheme. We will never allow a demon like you to rule over us. Mizukage by Lien, hearing that Madara had come to demand surrender, assumed he was afraid. She thus addressed him directly, painting Madara as a tyrant. I find it is you who are the hypocrites. People yearn for peace, yet they also crave war. Such is the dual nature of humanity. To excise war and preserve only the hope for peace, one must sacrifice something to protect something else. You are the final obstacle on the world's path to peace. Once you are eliminated, the ninja world will achieve true peace. Madara spoke these words calmly, and the assembled leaders glared at him with fury. Damn it. Don't be so smug. There are so many of us. Do you really think you can defeat us? You are mere grains of sand, not even a fraction of my power. Killing you is like slaughtering chickens and dogs, an effortless task. Madara looked at them with utter disdain. Don't be so arrogant. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. Finally, Madara's ostentatious behavior provoked by Lien into action. A colossal water dragon surged forward, charging straight at Madara. It's useless. Even if you are the leaders of great nations, no matter how hard you struggle, it's futile, because I possess the sage eyes, the Rinnegan. As he spoke, the eternal Mangekyo in his eyes instantly transformed into a purple Rinnegan with concentric circles. The seemingly ferocious water dragon, upon reaching Madara, was effortlessly dispelled with a mere gesture of his hand. The terrifying apparition vanished before everyone's eyes, leaving them stunned by this uncanny sight. Enough. Since you are obstinate, I hereby declare the great ninja war shall commence anew. Madara placed one foot on the table, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance, as he declared war on the representatives of the 19 nations. At that moment, an inexplicable radiance seemed to emanate from his entire being. You bastard. How dare you? Declaring war on all 19 of us at once. Do you have any idea what that means? Such a kid, sure. He stared at Madara in disbelief. They had never imagined Madara would take the initiative to declare war on them. Was he truly unafraid of defeat? That was the single thought echoing in the minds of the 19 leaders. Enough of this nonsense. Before I leave, let me give you a little gift. I hope I can still see you when the war begins. A faint smile played on Madara's lips. He instantly appeared outside the conference hall and unleashed the Tenai Shinsei. In an instant, the once clear sky grew dark and ominous. Seeing the change, the leaders' expressions shifted as they recalled Madara's parting gift. They knew something terrible was about to happen. They hurried outside only to see a colossal meteor blotting out the sun descending from the heavens. This is a meteor. Such a kid, sure, he stared blankly at the meteor. He had never imagined Madara's gift would be a meteorite. Was he truly a god? Behold, this is the power of the Uchiha clan, the power of a god. The immense meteor fell with cataclysmic force, crushing everything in its path. The leaders' hearts were filled with despair. It was then that sure he stood up. We must never give up. As long as we hold firm in our conviction of victory, we can overcome him. Sure, he roared, then flew into the sky, pressing his hands tightly against the meteor. Super lightweight rock technique. As sure he executed the jutsu, the massive meteor began to slow its descent, visibly decelerating before their eyes. Hope surged anew in their hearts. Yes, we must not give up. Everyone use your jutsu to strike the meteor at a single point and shatter it. All the assembled leaders simultaneously unleashed their techniques, striving to destroy the meteor. Boom, boom, boom. As the attacks rained down, sure he conjured an earth golem to support the meteor and prevent it from falling. Seeing the meteor barely held in place, the leaders' faces lit up with excitement. Haha, not bad. Since you managed to stop one, let's see how you handle a second. Madara observed their triumphant expressions and let out a cold sneer. Did they truly think he could only summon one meteor? How naive. Before sure he and the others' smiles could fade, a second meteor crashed into the first. The immense force instantly shattered the earth golem, and sure he's face twisted in alarm. Boom, boom, boom. The meteor struck the ground, obliterating everything within hundreds of meters. Madara watched as his jutsu struck its target, then departed without a second thought. Whether any of them survived was of no concern to him. By the time Madara returned to Konoha, night had fallen. Gazing at the darkening sky, he instructed Uchiha Yoru to summon Hashirama. Hashirama, you're here. Madara waited a moment until Hashirama entered. Madara, what's wrong? Why call me so late? Hashirama looked at Madara with some confusion. Lately, Madara had been diligently contributing to the village. His wood style had done many good deeds for Konoha. Hashirama, war is imminent. I need you to do something for me. Madara's face was grave as he looked at Hashirama. The task he was about to assign was crucial to his future plans. What's going on? We just achieved peace. Why are we going to war again? Hashirama furrowed his brow, puzzled. Though Madara had spoken of unifying the ninja world, he had expected the war to start later. He never imagined Madara had summoned him for this very reason. The situation has changed. 19 nations have allied against us. For the sake of our villagers, our clansmen, and all those we must protect, this battle is unavoidable. As he spoke, Madara subtly observed Hashirama's expression. He had called Hashirama here to serve as his instrument, so he could not afford to displease him. If Hashirama were unwilling to give his full strength, his role as a tool would be meaningless. Madara, rest assured. I will lead Konoha's shinobi to defeat them and protect the village. Hashirama, as expected, fell for Madara's encouragement. After Madara finished, Hashirama's enthusiasm soared, and he patted his chest, vowing to Madara. Good. Hashirama, starting tomorrow you will gather the shinobi. We will attack from two fronts. I will lead the main force to fight the enemy in the land of rain, while you will lead another team to launch an attack from the land of sound. We will fight on two fronts. I will handle the land of earth, and you will handle the land of lightning. Any objections? Madara directly assigned their tasks. Hashirama naturally had no objections, and gladly accepted. Don't worry, Madara. I will definitely conquer the land of lightning. I trust you, Hashirama. Besides this, I need your help to capture the tailed beasts in the coming days. Capture the tailed beasts. Hashirama's face was full of confusion. He didn't know why Madara needed the tailed beasts. Indeed. Although I am confident in our strength, we must prepare for the worst. If the war turns against us, everything we have worked so hard to build will be destroyed in an instant. You wouldn't want that either, would you? When Hashirama heard Madara mention the village being destroyed, he immediately became anxious. The village was the most important thing to him now, and he would never let anyone ruin the work of him and Madara. No, I will never let that happen. Seeing that Hashirama was completely led by the nose, Madara revealed a hint of a smile. In that case, it's better to be prepared. With the tailed beasts, our chances of victory will be greater, won't they? Madara patted Hashirama's shoulder and said with meaning. Hashirama's originally hesitant expression immediately became firm. Don't worry. For the village, I will make some sacrifices. Looking at Hashirama's determined look, Madara knew that collecting the tailed beasts would go smoothly. The two chatted for a while before parting ways and returning to their rooms to wait for the next day's departure. The next day came quickly. Madara and Hashirama set out early on their journey to find the tailed beasts. Madara already had the 9 tails in his hands, so his search for the other tailed beasts was naturally faster. Under the guidance of the 9 tails, Madara arrived at the Land of Wind to find the 1-tailed Shikaku, while Hashirama followed the 9 tails' instructions to find the 8-tailed Gyuki. It seems this is the place. Madara slowly arrived at a valley. Although it was a valley not in the desert of the Land of Wind, he was still covered in dust from the flying sand. Following the 9 tails' guidance, the moment Madara arrived, he sensed a powerful aura lurking in the valley. He knew that the owner of this aura was likely the legendary 1-tailed Shikaku. Damn it! Human, you have disturbed my sleep. The moment Madara appeared, Shikaku detected him. It could only be said that the tailed beast's perception ability was truly strong. 1-tailed Shikaku, I found you at last. Looking at the huge tanuki figure before him, Madara nodded. Oh, human, what do you want from me? Shikaku raised an eyebrow and asked with doubt. At this time, it was not like the future where they would hate humans because of being sealed. Although the tailed beasts didn't like humans much, they wouldn't attack suddenly. I came to inform you of one thing: from now on you are requisitioned by me. Madara showed no change in demeanor in response to Shikaku's aura, calmly uttering those words. Kyuso, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? The Tsundere Shikaku immediately showed its Tsundere side upon hearing Madara's words. Forget it. A beast is a beast. No need to waste more time. Madara glanced at the sun beginning to shift in the sky, muttered to himself, and directly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan to forcibly sign a summoning contract with Shikaku. 1-tail done. Madara clapped his hands, and without any pause began searching for the 2 tails based on the locations given by Shikaku and the 9 tails. Madara and Hashirama were naturally powerful. In just 2 days they successfully captured all the tailed beasts. Madara, the 6 tails, 7 tails, and 8 tails are all here, Hashirama said as he controlled his wooden giant to grab these tailed beasts with one hand and bring them to Madara. Good. Now with the 9 tails in my hands we have them all. With these the war is secure. Madara looked at the imposing tailed beasts before him and nodded. He then sent Hashirama back alone, while he himself stayed to watch over the tailed beasts. Now that the 1-tailed through 9 tails were all in his hands, he could combine them into the 10 tails whenever he wished. And once he became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, he would successfully ascend to the 6 paths level. After pondering for a long time, Madara ultimately refrained from acting. After all, the risk was too great now. Once the 10 tails emerged, everyone would sense it, and the 10 tails was too unruly. He couldn't let it appear easily. After arranging the 9-tailed beasts, Madara returned to Konoha. He then did nothing for several days. Finally, on the 3rd day, Nara Shikaku brought news the land of Lulan had been found. In the Hokage's office, Nara Shikaku was reporting to Madara about the land of Lulan. Hokage-sama, we have found the land of Lulan as you ordered. However, they have no combat strength. Can such people really help us? In response to Nara Shikaku's doubt, Madara only nodded seriously. Rest assured, I am sure they can absolutely help me. Madara had no intention of taking Nara Shikaku's words to heart, just casually saying a sentence. Is the Flying Thunder God Jutsu formula for Lulan drawn? Upon receiving the news about Lulan, Madara couldn't sit still and prepared to go there personally to test his plan. It has been drawn. Nara Shikaku nodded, indicating that he had completed the drawing of the Jutsu formula as per Madara's instructions. Upon receiving Nara Shikaku's answer, Madara directly used the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from the office in an instant. Nara Shikaku had long been accustomed to this sight. At first he would marvel at Madara's unfathomable power, but now he could calmly accept it and began quietly handling government affairs. Madara's figure flickered, and he directly arrived at a village surrounded entirely by desert. This village in his eyes was far too crude. He glanced around and said no more. He immediately followed the system's instructions and arrived at the location of the Dragon Vein. As soon as he reached the Dragon Vein, Madara sensed the power contained underground, which further convinced him that his idea was correct. Madara leaped forcefully into a pitch-black cave. Because of the Dragon Vein, a naturally formed passage had appeared here, but it was just a bit dark. However, none of this was a concern for Madara. He released fire-natured chakra from his body, and in an instant his weapon was engulfed in brilliant flames, illuminating the entire cave. Madara pressed forward, guided by the firelight. Eventually he reached a cliff-like edge and leaned forward to look down. Below him lay an unfathomable abyss shrouded in absolute darkness. System, scan the current environment. Madara halted immediately and summoned the system to begin analyzing his surroundings. Ding. Scanning in progress. Ding. Scan complete. This area contains a Dragon Vein. A Dragon Vein is an extraordinarily powerful force that only the strong can possess. If a person with ambitions were to seize it, it could prove exceedingly troublesome. Upon hearing the system's report, Madara firmly confirmed that this cave indeed housed the Dragon Vein. System. How many fate change points would it cost to redeem a Dragon Vein extraction device? Ding. Given the host's current circumstances, the system recommends redeeming both the Dragon Vein conversion device and the enhanced puppet technique. Enhanced puppet technique. Madara was momentarily puzzled. Then it struck him. The enhanced version of another pure world painting he had obtained from the system had proven utterly devastating. Something told him that this enhanced puppet technique would leave him thoroughly astonished if he redeemed it. System, just tell me how many fate change points it requires. Madara gazed at the figure with gleaming eyes. To him, fate change points were nothing more than a string of digits. The quests he had completed and his manipulation of the ninja world's balance had already amassed him a staggering 500 points. At this point, they truly meant little to him. Ding. The Dragon Vein device and the enhanced puppet technique combined require 4500 fate change points. Would you like to proceed, host? The system's cold voice echoed through Madara's mind. His previously carefree expression froze, and his face darkened. He couldn't help but internally curse the system. Absolutely ruthless. Damn it. Charging me 4500 fate change points in one go. You'd think you were milking a fat sheep to death. Shady merchant. Shameless system. For all his grumbling, Madara dutifully selected confirmation. Products of the system were guaranteed top quality, and his previous acquisitions had already demonstrated its unparalleled power. Besides, fate change points could always be earned again, but these rewards were invaluable. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming the Dragon Vein device and enhanced puppet technique at a cost of 4500 fate change points. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the Dragon Vein utilization device. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the enhanced puppet technique. System notifications continued to ring out in his mind. Madara immediately delved into the details of the enhanced puppet technique. With each passing moment, his excitement grew, and by the time he finished reading, his entire face flushed with exhilaration. Incredible. As expected of a system product, this enhanced puppet technique is equivalent to an intelligent robot, and it can even perform jutsu. It's simply too powerful. More crucially, these puppets required no manual control and consumed no chakra. They only needed a special core forged from Dragon Vein energy. With such a core, they could think and act autonomously, much like intelligent machines, entirely independent of their master's direct commands. Ding. Would the host like to activate the Dragon Vein utilization device now? Just as he finished reviewing the enhanced puppet technique, the system's voice interrupted his thoughts. Activate it. Activate it immediately. Without hesitation, Madara chose to activate the device. Instantly, the once dark cave erupted in brilliant light. Machines bristling with futuristic technology materialized within the cave, operating autonomously without the need for any supervision. Madara smiled contentedly at this worry-free display. After waiting approximately half an hour, the first puppet was finally completed. Gazing at the first puppet, Madara stepped forward eagerly and placed a hand upon it. Attack that boulder ahead. Madara casually scanned his surroundings before fixing his gaze upon a massive boulder, the only suitable testing target in the entire valley abyss. Upon receiving the command, the puppet vanished from Madara's side, in an instant reappearing before the boulder. Boom. The puppet's terrifying strength shattered the boulder in an instant, sending fragments flying in all directions like droplets of water splashing outward. Impressive. This puppet has already reached the level of a special jonin. With this, I am certain to triumph in the coming war. Highly satisfied with the puppet's capabilities, Madara waited another half hour before emerging with 4 formidable puppets. Though his subordinates were puzzled as to how 4 puppets could materialize from nowhere, they dared not ask, as subordinates questioning their leader was strictly forbidden. You all immediately summon every villager here. Madara directed his men to gather all the people of the ancient Lulan kingdom. Under the united and cordial efforts of the Konoha ninja, everyone was assembled. Lord Hokage, all the people of the Lulan kingdom have been gathered. His subordinate approached and reported softly upon seeing everyone collected. Everyone, let me introduce myself first. I am Uchiha Madara, clan head of the Uchiha, and the first Hokage of Konoha. I have gathered you here to ask about 2 matters. Upon hearing Madara's title, the crowd visibly relaxed. His words carried an air of authenticity, leaving no room for suspicion, and no one dared to object. I wonder what the Hokage-sama wishes to discuss. An elderly man, trembling slightly, stepped forward and gazed at Madara with worried eyes. It is nothing grave. The land of wind has perished, and the desert is unsuitable for human survival. Therefore, I have called you together to ask whether you wish to leave this place. After Madara spoke, a warm, inviting smile graced his face. Such a demeanor stirred a subtle longing within everyone present. After all, who would not prefer to live in a better place when given the chance? The crowd exchanged glances before eventually dividing into 2 factions, those who wished to leave and those who chose to stay. Madara gestured to his Konoha ninja subordinates and began assisting those departing with their belongings. As for those who remained, well, I'm afraid I must apologize. Sacrifice your lives for the village. Soon those who chose to leave had packed their belongings and departed Lulan alongside the Konoha ninja. Once the last of them had gone, Madara turned his gaze toward those who had chosen to stay. All right, it seems you have all made your choice. Ban looked at them with a meaningful gaze, yet they seemed unaware of his intent. After he finished speaking, they all nodded. Do you know why I am letting you leave? Ban's abrupt question left them bewildered. They clearly remembered that he had just said it was because of the poor living conditions here, yet now he was asking them again. Isn't it because the environment here is unsuitable for survival? A young man looked at Ban with confusion, while the elder who had spoken earlier gazed at him with a complex expression. The moment Ban uttered those words, the elder had sensed something amiss, and now Ban's words only confirmed his suspicions. Lord Hokage, please proceed. The elder spoke softly to Ban, his eyes seeming to see through the human heart, radiating a sense of vicissitude. That gaze made Ban's heart tremble, as if he were completely exposed before the old man. Ban paused for a moment, then lightly waved his hand. Everything here was classified. He could not allow any trouble. To maintain secrecy, he had no choice but to kill them all. As for their possible pleas for mercy or vows of silence, Ban would not believe a word. He believed only the dead could keep secrets well. The surrounding ninjas immediately brandished their weapons and charged forward. In mere seconds, the dozens of villagers were all slaughtered, not a single one left. Bury them all. Ban turned and left without looking back. After supervising in the Wind Country for a few days, he returned to Konoha. The situation was far from peaceful. The alliance of 19 nations was actively preparing for war. Any small mistake would lead to disastrous consequences, so Ban headed straight back to Konoha after finishing his business. During these days, they had successfully produced over 1,000 puppets, all secretly placed in hiding by Ban. They awaited the opportune moment to strike and take down the 19-nation alliance. Finally, after so many days of preparation, war broke out. The 19-nation alliance deployed over 10,000 troops divided as follows. Earth Country 600, Lightning Country 600, Water Country 600, Bear Country 300, Soup Country 300. Total 24,000 troops. As for Konoha, they had only 7,000 troops. The Rain Country. This eternally weeping land with its incessant drizzle seemed to mourn the chaos of the ninja world. Yet today it was unusually dry in the Rain Country. However, the sky was terrifyingly overcast with thunder rolling within the dark clouds, as if intimidated by the momentum of both sides. Uzibo-ban, we know you are strong, but must you start this war? Look at your clansmen and the Konoha ninjas behind you. Do you really want them to die in battle? Shura's words seemed to show concern for Konoha, but in truth they were meant to shake their resolve. However, the Konoha side would not be easily fooled. Enough, Shura, save your tricks. It's useless. Heh. Uzibo-ban, we have to admit you are stronger, but war today does not depend on one person alone. It depends on numbers. We have over 10,000 while you. Shura retorted bluntly to Ban's taunt. Oomph. Let's see who's really up to the challenge. We'll settle it on the battlefield. Ban said no more. Countless Konoha ninjas immediately charged forward. The two sides soon clashed, and in an instant the battlefield echoed with the sounds of slaughter. Ninjutsu kunai and explosive tags were everywhere. Ban watched the chaotic scene without any intention of intervening. He was the commander, and a commander was responsible for controlling the overall situation, not for charging into battle. As Ban's battle began on the other side, Zhujian also led his troops in a battle. Unlike the grand scale of Ban's front, Zhujian's side, though lacking in ninjutsu, still had a total of 900 troops. Lu Jiao, how is it? As soon as Ban returned to the tent, he saw Nara Lu Jiao frowning. Lord Hokage. The situation is very bad. The war is now in a stalemate. According to the latest report, we are even caught between two fronts. Nara Lu Jiao frowned at Ban. Don't panic. Hold on. Perseverance is victory. Scolded by Ban, Nara Lu Jiao said no more. After speaking, Ban immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear on the battlefield. Since you like to play so much, I'll give you a good game. Ban shouted, then bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. Summoning technique. With Ban's shout, massive figures appeared on the battlefield. Among them was the Nine Tails. Among the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails was the strongest, while the others were roughly equal. Because they were all under Ban's illusion control, the tailed beasts felt no pain. The ninjas' techniques were completely ineffective against them, and a single casual strike from a tailed beast could kill a large number of enemies. Damn it. Everyone attacked the one tail first. He is the weakest of the tailed beasts. That was why he chose to target Shikaku first. Despite the chaos on the battlefield, they all heard Yena's voice, so they immediately redirected their attacks toward Shikaku. Hep. Trying to pick us off one by one. But do you have the ability? Ban saw through their plan at once, but he did not stop them. To him, whatever Yinha and the others did was futile. Under the combined assault, Shikaku finally wavered and vanished with a loud bang from the battlefield. Though they had managed to eliminate one Shikaku, their losses were severe. Moreover, because most of their forces were concentrated on Shikaku, the other tailed beasts left unchecked inflicted heavy damage on them. Tailed Beast Ball. Before they could rejoice, a tailed beast ball slowly formed in the Ninetales' mouth, and then with earth-shattering power hurtled toward Yinha and the others. Scatter! Balian sensed the terrifying aura of the tailed beast ball and immediately shouted to warn them to disperse. Boom! The tailed beast ball's terrifying power exploded the moment it hit the ground. The dreadful shockwave spread out in all directions, sending all the nearby ninjas flying. As Kage-level experts, Balian and the other two were naturally quick to react, but the others were not so fast. This single-tailed beast ball directly killed over a dozen ninjas. Damn it! These tailed beasts are utterly infuriating. After dodging an attack from the three tails, Yin muttered curses under his breath. It was no wonder he was frustrated. With the appearance of the tailed beasts, their side had begun to suffer severe losses. The numerical advantage they once held was steadily being eroded by the tailed beasts summoned by Ban. This won't do. We must find the sealing squad immediately and seal these tailed beasts. Bai Lian frowned as he gazed at the rampaging tailed beasts around him, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. If even the tailed beasts were this terrifying, then Ban, who could effortlessly control them, must be far more powerful. At this thought, concern crept into Bai Lian's gaze. Indeed, sealing squad, prepare to seal these tailed beasts immediately. The first Reikage AI, who was also entangled by a tailed beast, called out for the sealing squad as well. However, after several loud shouts, only 4 or 5 people finally arrived. Unlike Konoha, which had the Uzumaki clan, a family specializing in sealing arts, forming a sealing squad was simple. But the other nations were not so fortunate. Although they also had ninjas skilled in sealing, they did not have as many as Konoha. Lord Tsuchikage, it may not be possible to seal the One Tail for now. The sealing squad captain looked at the injured One Tail and spoke to Yen-He. Why can't it be sealed? Yen-He's face showed a hint of confusion. Well, the sealing squad captain said hesitantly. Lord Tsuchikage, our strength is insufficient to seal the One Tail. However, if we can render it incapacitated, then perhaps it can be done. The sealing squad captain spoke somewhat awkwardly, as such a situation was indeed embarrassing. Good. We'll weaken the One Tail further. You seize the opportunity to seal it. Yen-He nodded and led the ninjas in another assault on the injured One Tail. Wind-style sand scatter shot. Seeing that these people were about to attack, Shikaku-ban naturally could not allow Yen-He and the others to succeed. He immediately controlled Shikaku to unleash a secret technique, and countless sand bullets floated around Shikaku. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sand bullets, each the size of a stone, tore through the air and shot toward the crowd below. The projectiles were incredibly fast, reaching Yen-He and the others in an instant. However, they were prepared and dodged just before the sand bullets struck. Of course, a few unlucky souls failed to evade and were directly hit in the head. Earth-style Great Rock Avalanche. Water-style Water Dragon Bullet. Lightning-style False Darkness. As 3 Kage-level powerhouses made their moves, the Ninja Alliance behind them simultaneously unleashed their own jutsu. A dazzling array of techniques filled the sky like a colorful fireworks display. With everyone working together, the One Tail let out a pained roar. It seems the tailed beasts alone are not enough. Seeing Shikaku's severely wounded, Ban merely shook his head. Since Shikaku was being forcibly controlled by Ban's Sharingan, it could not act with its own, while so being injured so quickly was only natural. A sharp glint flashed in Ban's eyes, and he split off 8 wood clones, instantly landing on the heads of the 7-tailed beasts. Seal. Seeing Shikaku gravely wounded, the sealing squad captain seized the moment and used a sealing technique. However, his technique was not ordinary. He directly sealed the One Tail within his own body. Roar, you bastards. How dare you seal me? I'll kill every last one of you humans. Just as Shikaku was being sealed by Bunpuku, Ban released the Genjutsu on it. Barely regaining consciousness, Shikaku had no time to celebrate before realizing it was being sealed. This immediately soured its mood, turning it into pure hatred. Bunpuku ignored Shikaku's outburst and intensified the sealing. Ban did not interfere either. By allowing Shikaku to be sealed by Bunpuku, the tailed beast could recuperate in the meantime. Once it recovered, Ban would release it and put it back to work. Now the difficulty of the game increases. Let me see who among you can perform the most splendidly in this grand ball. Ban declared loudly from the hillside, and then the clones standing atop the tailed beasts covered each of them with a layer of Susanoo. In mere seconds, 8 weakened versions of the beastly disaster appeared on the battlefield. Now a new game begins. Fight with all your might to survive. With these words, the low-grade beastly disasters launched their attack. The battlefield was instantly filled with tailed beast balls raining down on the Alliance in a relentless barrage. While Ban toyed with his prey like a cat with a mouse, Zhujian was also making short work of his foes. Since the majority of the 19-nation alliance's high-end combat power was concentrated in the Land of Fire, the Land of Sound had few strong warriors. For Zhujian, dealing with these opponents was almost effortless. He clapped his hands and unleashed a wood-style area of effect bombardment, forcing the enemy's thousands of troops to retreat again and again. Zhujian's wood style was simply too powerful for them to resist. Retreat was their only option. Thanks to this, Zhujian conquered the entire Land of Sound in just half a day. Seeing that his forces had taken the Land of Sound so quickly, Zhujian ordered the Konoha ninjas to rest on the spot. Just as he was preparing to continue his offensive, a figure appeared before him. It was Kuro Zetsu. "Who are you?" Zhujian stared warily at the pitch-black shadow before him. Given his own formidable strength, the fact that Kuro Zetsu could appear silently before him was enough to prove his power. "I am the will within your heart, and I have come to represent your true self." Kuro Zetsu smiled at Zhujian. Ban's recent frequent actions had made him sense that something was terribly wrong. Ban had exceeded his expectations, completely causing a sense of panic. So he had to improvise and take a risk. At this moment, Ban was brimming with arrogance, so approaching him would likely yield no good results. But Zhujian was different. After suffering repeated blows, he would probably be more susceptible. This was the reason Kuro Zetsu chose him. "My will, Zhujian looked at Kuro Zetsu with suspicion. "How can you prove that you are my will?" Zhujian did not immediately believe Kuro Zetsu's words. Cautiously, he demanded proof. If Kuro Zetsu failed to prove himself, he would not hesitate to strike him down. Kuro Zetsu seemed to have anticipated this reaction. Since you won't believe me, allow me to prove it. I am your will, which means I know everything about you. So I can reveal every secret of yours that no one else knows." Hearing that Black Zetsu was about to reveal his hidden secrets, Hashirama nodded. This was indeed the most effective way to prove the claim. "Very well. But what you reveal must be things known only to me. Things that no one else in the world knows." Hashirama was no fool. He immediately set a demanding condition. If Black Zetsu could recount every last one of those secrets, then it would indeed prove that Black Zetsu was a product condensed from his own will. Although Hashirama's method seemed sound, he had no idea that this dear little brother of his had been secretly watching him and Madara all day long. So this seemingly thorny question posed no difficulty to Black Zetsu whatsoever. It was child's play. After hearing Hashirama's words, Black Zetsu sneered inwardly. He immediately began to recount Hashirama's hidden secrets, such as how Hashirama had once secretly imitated Madara. As Black Zetsu spoke, Hashirama's face grew darker and darker. Finally, unable to endure these unknown scandals any longer, Hashirama hurriedly shouted for him to stop. But Black Zetsu only grew more outrageous, even claiming that Hashirama had feelings for Madara. "Stop! Stop! Stop! I believe you now. So why have you come out?" Hashirama asked nonchalantly. "I came out this time precisely to tell you the thoughts in your heart." The instant Black Zetsu said this, Hashirama's expression shifted subtly. Although he hid it well, Black Zetsu noticed it nonetheless, and a cold laugh rose in his heart. The reincarnation of Asura really is easy to deceive. This time he might just become the most important chess piece in my plan. After harboring this thought, Black Zetsu's tone became even more fervent as he spoke to Hashirama. "The thoughts in my heart." Honestly, Hashirama was stunned. Black Zetsu's words left him rooted to the spot. This whole idea of telling himself what he himself was thinking sounded absurd no matter how he looked at it. But Hashirama was no ordinary man after all. He actually believed Black Zetsu. "Yes, you must be particularly lost right now, aren't you? As your will, I know exactly what you were thinking." Black Zetsu declared it with unshakable confidence. Although he was deceiving Senju Hashirama, one thing he said was true. Hashirama was indeed deeply lost at this moment. Madara's actions had plunged him into utter confusion. He had always believed that people needed mutual understanding, and only that could bring true peace. Yet Madara had proven through his actions that only absolute power could unify the shinobi world. This was exactly what had thrown Hashirama into such doubt. He no longer knew what to do. Should he follow Madara and keep fighting until the shinobi world was unified, or should he hold fast to his original belief and achieve lasting peace through mutual understanding? To be truthful, he had grown utterly weary of endless battle and slaughter. But the situation facing Konoha forced him to fight, because only by fighting could Konoha continue to survive. "Then tell me, what is it I truly think?" Black Zetsu's words had thrown Hashirama's mind into complete chaos, and on instinct, he turned to this self-proclaimed will of his. Black Zetsu wore the smile of a successful scheme. He knew that Hashirama's heart was at its most hollow and lost. All he had to do was exploit that emptiness, and he could take control of Hashirama. What you truly want in your heart naturally is mutual understanding. This endless war will only worsen the situation and deepen the hatred. It can never bring peace to the shinobi world. Seizing the opportunity, Black Zetsu relentlessly poured this ideology into Hashirama's mind, for only in this way could he drive a wedge between Hashirama and Madara and turn the two into bitter enemies. Once Madara was betrayed by his closest friend and doubted by his own clan, he would be driven to complete darkness. Then Black Zetsu could pull the strings, making Madara use the Rinnegan to perform the infinite Tsukuyomi and release Kaguya. Black Zetsu's scheming was already clicking away triumphantly. At the sound of his words, Hashirama's eyes brightened instantly. He had indeed been swayed. Yet a large part of that was naturally due to Asura's chakra, and Black Zetsu had exploited precisely that, stirring the will within Asura's chakra into resonance. That was why Hashirama had been so easily persuaded. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Black Zetsu slowly sank into the earth, leaving Hashirama alone in place, lost in thought. Madara naturally knew nothing of what was happening with Hashirama. Right now he was savoring the sight of the 19-nation alliance fighting with all its might. In truth, if he wished, he could end the battle at the fastest speed possible. But Madara chose not to, because the feeling of a cat toying with a mouse was simply too satisfying. Boom! A tailed beast ball shot out of the Three Tails' mouth, and in an instant hundreds of ninja who failed to dodge were blasted into ash. Meanwhile, the other beast calamities continued to slaughter the Alliance's ninja. Against these ninja, even the simplified beast calamity was nigh invincible. This battle could no longer be called a battle. It was pure slaughter. Ding! A new mission has been detected. Will the host accept it? The system's voice rang out once more. Madara looked at the virtual screen before him with great interest. Accept. As soon as Madara confirmed his choice, countless small words appeared on the screen before him. Ding! The host is already fully qualified as a great villain. Naturally, you should sweep through all before you and forge a unified world. Mission objective: defeat the 19-nation alliance. Mission rewards 1/0 fate-changing points, 1 mystery treasure chest, and 1 random ability chest. The moment the system rewards appeared, Madara's eyes gleamed. This time the system's rewards were undeniably generous. A full 1/0 fate-changing points and 2 treasure chests. It was practically a windfall. But after the excitement faded, Madara calmed down. The system always issued rewards according to mission difficulty, so for it to hand out such abundant rewards this time, the mission must be extraordinarily difficult. Madara glanced at the battlefield and shook his head. Given the present circumstances, defeating these people was as certain as a nail hammered into a board. Yet since the system gave such rewards, things could not be that simple. It seems this matter will not be simple. Something must be wrong. Madara narrowed his eyes, his mind churning through every possibility. In the end, however, he came up with nothing. No, I'd better play it safe. These rewards are too valuable. This battle has dragged on long enough. It's time to bring it to an end. Ban slowly rose, brushing the dust from his clothes, and leaped onto the battlefield. After a day and night of relentless slaughter, the once picturesque landscape had been utterly ravaged. The blood of the fallen flowed like rivers, rendering the entire scene a veritable hell on earth. The dead lay piled high, severed limbs visible everywhere. Some gravely wounded ninjas with bloodshot eyes, even in their death throes, bit fiercely into the Konoha ninjas, attempting to drag them down with them. Upon landing, Ban immediately dispelled his wood clone and then sealed away all the tailed beasts. All Konoha ninjas retreat. Amidst the clamor of the battlefield, Ban's voice rang out with exceptional clarity. The Konoha ninjas, upon hearing it, instantly began to fall back. They were retreating. Everyone fall back several hundred meters. Ban frowned as he watched the two sides separate. Although the Konoha ninjas had already retreated, his jutsu would still affect them within this range. So he ordered them to fall back further. Quick! Stop them! Uchiha Ban is about to use that technique. Suddenly, Byakuren the Mizukage seemed to recall the cataclysmic meteor from their meeting. She urgently warned the others, who also realized the danger. Their faces drained of color as they hastily ordered their ninjas to intercept, but it was too late. The Konoha forces had already withdrawn as instructed. 19 nations. And you 3 Kage. This dance ends here. Let me personally put an end to this tedious affair. Ban stared straight ahead at the thousands of ninjas, his eyes devoid of emotion. Damn it. Uchiha Ban, your jutsu may be formidable, but you cannot eliminate all of us at once. Are you truly unafraid of death? Raikage AI with bloodshot eyes glared at Ban. Having just slain many, his entire being exuded an oppressive killing intent, like a living demon, inspiring dread in all who beheld him. Frogs in a well. Watch closely and let you ignorant masses comprehend what true power is. Whether you are the leaders of 19 nations or the allied shinobi forces, even the 3 Kage are but trifles in my eyes. Killing you is simple. Now I will rid myself of this nuisance once and for all. As he spoke, Ban slowly ascended into the sky, his tone utterly devoid of emotion, like a god on high, passing judgment on mortals. For a moment, the ninjas below felt an inexplicable urge to kneel and worship him. Super. Almighty push. Ban extended a single hand, and instantly an immense repulsive force radiated outward from him, flattening and annihilating everything within its range. The terrifying repulsion obliterated every living being caught in the jutsu. After countless dust settled, the battlefield was once again revealed. But when they saw it, their hearts tightened. The once lush valley and forest had vanished, replaced by a barren, bald basin with no vegetation, a desolate wasteland. The horrifying scene left everyone speechless. They could not find words to describe what they saw. Yet when they gazed upon the majestic, indifferent figure in the sky, a single word surfaced in every mind. That word was God. Cough. Although Ban's super almighty push was terrifying for these Kage-level fighters, it only inflicted severe injuries, not death. The three Kage, disheveled and covered in dust, crawled out of the rubble. They exchanged glances, each seeing awe and fear in the other's eyes. Not bad. Your vitality is quite tenacious. Ban glanced at them with a hint of approval, but his gaze was not that of looking at living beings. It was a detached, cold stare at the dead. The three Kage, along with several nation leaders who had just emerged, immediately panicked. They had not expected Ban to be so overwhelmingly powerful. Every time they thought they knew his limits, he brought new surprises. The unknown is the greatest fear. Ban's strength seemed boundless, forever eluding their grasp of its true extent. Since you survived one, let's see how you block this next jutsu. Ban chuckled lightly, surveying the remaining 2,000 ninjas on the field. Run. Flee. Get as far away as you can. The survivors, seeing Ban preparing to unleash another jutsu, were terrified. Having personally experienced the horror of his technique, they had no desire to go through it again. It was a brush with death. So upon hearing the command, they immediately fled with all their might, fearing they would be too slow and perish there. It's useless. Ban's face grew solemn as he stared at the ninjas below. Then his purple Rinnegan eyes widened. Planetary devastation. The Rinnegan's technique was instantly activated. Suddenly the entire ground erupted with a powerful gravitational force, pulling the fleeing ninjas upward into the sky. Countless rocks, trees, and fleeing allied ninjas were all helplessly drawn in and sealed within the planetary devastation. No. No. I don't want to die. Feeling the immense pull from behind, a minor nation leader cried out for help, desperately begging. But those around him were like bodhisattvas crossing the river, unable to save themselves, so no one could help him. The terrifying gravitational force of the planetary devastation sealed him inside the sphere. Though it was a seal, he was likely already dead. With the execution of this jutsu, everyone was sealed away. In an instant, the entire world fell silent, leaving only the massive earthen orb suspended in midair. Ben, seeing that he had dealt with these newcomers, clapped his hands and landed steadily on the ground. Not a single Konoha ninja approached. The two techniques he had just used had made them revere him as a god. The change in their gazes was not lost on Ban, but he said nothing. After all, the loyalty of his subordinates was of utmost importance. Dispose of them all. Tomorrow we will conquer the land of rain. After giving his orders, Ban returned to his tent, eager to check if his rewards had arrived. But when he saw the system, his face darkened. System, haven't I already defeated the 19-nation coalition? Why hasn't my reward been credited yet? Seeing that his points had not increased at all, Ban immediately demanded loudly. Ding. Please note, host, that you have not completely defeated the 19-nation coalition. Hence the reward cannot be issued. The system's icy voice responded to Ban. Not completely defeated. Ban lowered his head, pondering over what had been left unfinished. Suddenly he raised his head. It must be Zhu Jian's side. I need to get to Zhu Jian's side as soon as possible. Once that side is settled, this battle will be over. With a flicker in his eyes, Ben headed toward Uchiha Dao's tent. Father, the battle here is concluded. The remnants can hold out no longer. I entrust this front to you. Ban knelt on the ground, speaking with earnest seriousness. I will personally go to the land of sound. Ban knelt on the ground, his expression resolute, and Dao directly granted his request. Don't worry, Madara. Go ahead with ease, I'll handle things here. Dao patted Ban's shoulder in support. Ban nodded and vanished from the spot. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, Ban's figure appeared directly at the Konoha camp in the Land of Sound. Having just repelled the 19-nation coalition, the entire camp buzzed with an exceptionally joyful atmosphere. This battle had filled them with confidence. They believed that as long as Ban and Zhu Jian were present, the 19-nation coalition posed no threat to them. Hokage-sama. A sharp-eyed shinobi immediately spotted Ban's figure and greeted him with a slightly excited voice. The others who were resting also heard the shinobi's words and quickly rose, turning their heads to search for Ban. Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. Thousands of shinobi continuously greeted Ban, who did not put on airs but responded to each one, steadily increasing the goodwill of the Konoha shinobi. As Ban entered Zhu Jian's tent, the shinobi outside began to murmur among themselves. Hey, why do you think the Hokage-sama suddenly came here? Could it be that the main battlefield has been lost? A Konoha shinobi voiced this worry. No sooner had he spoken than those around him retorted fiercely, and a torrent of voices from all directions drowned him out completely. I know. We must have won on the main battlefield. The Hokage-sama has come to reinforce us. This statement immediately won the agreement of the crowd. In their hearts, Ban was even stronger than Zhu Jian, and since Zhu Jian single-handedly repelled over 1,000 foes, surely Ban could do the same, perhaps even better. That was why they were so certain of victory on the main front. Not a single word of the Konoha shinobi's discussion escaped Zhu Jian's ears. Having just returned to camp, he heard their words clearly. Instead of appearing immediately, he concealed himself and listened first. When he heard about the victory on the main front and Ban's arrival, Zhu Jian's heart grew conflicted again. Because of He Zhu's words, he intended to persuade Ban to abandon the plan to invade other nations. Ban's sudden arrival made Zhu Jian's heart flutter with anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Jian used the body flicker technique to avoid them and returned to his tent. Upon entering, he saw Ban sitting at the table sipping tea and reading the battle reports. Hashirama, you're back. Noticing Zhu Jian's return, Ban slowly set down his teacup and looked up. I just finished handling some post-battle matters. Why are you here? Zhu Jian looked at Ban with a slightly surprised expression, but inwardly, he was tense, for his true intention was to probe Ban's thoughts. I came to help you. The main battlefield is resolved. I've already defeated the 19-nation coalition. Now only this front remains. Once it's settled, the entire shinobi world will be unified. A smile curled at the corner of Ban's mouth as he spoke of unification. However, he did not notice the fleeting shadow that crossed Zhu Jian's face at the word unification. Zhu Jian concealed it while suppressing it in an instant. Madara, do we truly have to unify the shinobi world by force? I don't think military might is the best solution to our problems. Zhu Jian, remembering He Zhu's words from earlier, uttered this sentence as if possessed. Hearing Zhu Jian's words, Ban frowned, a trace of doubt in his heart. What's wrong, Hashirama? Why would you say that? Ban looked at Zhu Jian, a suspicion forming in his mind, though he wasn't certain. He decided to first test Zhu Jian, for the man was simple. Everything showed plainly on his face, just like now, when his expression seemed to scream that something was amiss. It's nothing. I just suddenly feel that we've already killed too many people. This will only breed endless hatred and never bring true peace to the shinobi world. Zhu Jian spoke hesitantly, but his demeanor hardly seemed sincere. Ban could not bear to watch Zhu Jian's clumsy attempts at deception and covered his forehead. Hashirama, let me ask you, how are things between Konoha and the major clans now? Ban did not answer Zhu Jian's question directly, but asked instead. Excellent, of course. At the mention of Konoha, Zhu Jian's face, which had been clouded with worry, broke into a smile. There you see. Before Konoha was founded, wasn't it the same with the major clans? Intrigue, endless war. Not to mention others. You yourself have killed many. But look at them now. They get along well, they've become comrades who would die for each other. So unifying by force is the right path. After Ban had once again laid out his reasoning, Zhu Jian's face remained twisted with indecision. Seeing him like this, Ban had no desire to say more, and simply rose to leave, leaving Zhu Jian alone to mull things over. While Ban and Zhu Jian were locked in intense debate, the defeated 19-nation coalition gathered once more. But now their leaders were dejected and unusually silent, far from the high spirits they had shown before. Compared to the earlier meeting, fewer than 10 people remained gathered here. The rest had fallen to Ban's hands. Gentlemen, I must take my leave. Konoha is attacking our land of grass. Amid the silence, the leader of the land of grass was the first to speak, preparing to depart. He had already seen through the coalition. Though it seemed formidable, it was actually fragile. Having personally walked through the gates of hell, he was utterly terrified of Ban, and had resolved to surrender to Konoha upon his return. His words triggered a chain reaction, causing the other small nations to successively voice their intention to retreat. Watching the departing nation leaders, the Tsuchikage sat in place with a grim expression until only 5 or 6 people remained in the room. The Tsuchikage glanced at the remaining individuals and let out a sigh. He knew the alliance was finished. Though some still remained, they couldn't hold out much longer, and these nations weren't exactly powerful ones. Sighing, he muttered, "It seems the ninja world is destined to be swallowed by Konoha." After Yen, he sighed, and said this, he gazed blankly at the sky. Upon hearing his words, everyone present fell silent. Since their previous defeat, they all knew deep down that the alliance probably wouldn't last long. Continuing to resist now would merely be lingering on borrowed time. Though they knew this in their hearts, they still refused to give up. Even with only a 1 in 10,000 chance, they would never surrender. No, we must hold firm. Konoha may be strong, but its strength lies only in Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Their intermediate combat power isn't substantial. Though they may appear unstoppable and invincible, don't forget, they are ultimately just one nation. No matter how formidable Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are, those two alone cannot defend all their territory. They're opposing so many great nations with their own strength. Can their national strength sustain this? What about their supply lines? How long can those supply lines extend? Therefore, what we need to do now is trade space for time. We'll drag them out. If Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are strong, then we won't engage them in direct confrontation. Instead, we'll scatter so they can't annihilate us in one stroke. Furthermore, we must continuously raid Konoha's supply lines, preventing them from concentrating their forces. In this way, we can counter Konoha. After Mizukage by Lien finished speaking, everyone in the room lit up, and the atmosphere noticeably improved. Excellent. By Lien, your plan is brilliant. Since they're strong, we simply won't fight them head-on. We'll drag them out and prevent them from destroying us. Exactly. Soon the numerous leaders in the room began voicing their support for Bai Lian's words. Thereafter, following Bai Lian's plan, they commenced their operations. The ninja who had previously gathered together immediately dispersed, separately commanded by the three Kage and various nation leaders, completely dissolving into scattered units. Over the following 2 days, the Konoha ninja on the main battlefield suffered considerably. Due to Bai Lian's plan, all allied forces became like loose sand. When they engaged the allied forces in battle, the opponent wouldn't fight them directly, but instead continuously harassed them, making it impossible to advance. Harassed in this manner, the Konoha ninja prepared to retreat, but the allied forces certainly wouldn't let them have their way. The moment Konoha retreated, the allies immediately launched a full-scale counterattack. Yet after the Konoha ninja fought back, the allied ninja would once again dissolve into scattered units, refusing direct confrontation. In short order, the allied forces left the Konoha ninja utterly exasperated and burdened with headaches. The entire frontline battlefield reached a stalemate, while on the Sound Country front the battle was also drawing to a close. Under the combined assault of Madara and Hashirama, Konoha's side defeated the allied forces with irresistible force. Hashirama, this side is already finished. From now on, you'll return with me to the main battlefield since your strength is still needed there. Madara, gazing at the corpses around him, turned to speak to Hashirama. Having observed him over the past 2 days, he noticed something wasn't quite right about Hashirama. All right, when shall we depart? Hashirama turned and asked. Tomorrow. Some issues have arisen on the main battlefield. After Madara stated this calmly, Hashirama merely nodded without pressing further. Just as both the allied forces and Konoha found themselves in a stalemate, Heiju also set his plans in motion. Heiju first possessed a leader who had been preparing to surrender to Konoha, forcibly controlling them to return to the allied forces. However, Heiju's plan obviously extended beyond this. Now that he had reassembled the allied forces, the next step was to cause problems within Konoha from the inside. Thus, he set his sights on the Senju clan. Having already successfully deceived Senju Hashirama, he would now thoroughly ignite the conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Only in this way could he plunge Konoha into complete chaos. With attacks from both inside and outside, Konoha could be utterly destroyed. Konoha, within the Senju clan grounds. Since becoming a member of Konoha, the Senju clan elder Senju Wakama had bid farewell to the days of constant slaughter. Though battles were raging on the front lines, someone like him had no need to continue fighting. As such, Senju Wakama's current days were quite comfortable. Just as Senju Wakama was sipping tea and leisurely basking in the sunlight, Heiju's figure quietly possessed him. Trouble. The previously half-closed eyes of Senju Wakama snapped wide open. Just as he prepared to cry out, he suddenly discovered his body and mouth no longer responded to his commands, unable to move in any way. This realization plunged Senju Wakama into utter terror. Haha, Senju Wakama, there's no need for fear. Speaking of which, you're actually my junior. Heiju offered that sinister explanation, though Senju Wakama wouldn't believe a word of it. Sensing Wakama's thoughts, Heiju paid it no mind. What he said was indeed accurate. He was the brother of the Six-Path Sage, Senju Wakama's progenitor, and could be considered as sure as uncle. So his claim that Senju Wakama was his junior was indeed valid. Who are you? Upon discovering he could speak again, Senju Wakama immediately demanded answers from Heiju. Who am I? By reckoning, I'm also your ancestor. But you needn't concern yourself with such matters. From here on, you simply need to hand over your body to me. After Heiju finished speaking, he once again seized control of Senju Wakama's body. Having familiarized himself with it during the previous interaction, Heiju could now completely command Wakama's physique. Excellent. This will suffice. Let's begin the plan now. Controlling Senju Wakama, Heiju rose, returned indoors to change into different garments, then set out toward the Uchiha clan grounds. Due to the considerable distance between the Uchiha and Senju clans, Heiju, controlling Senju Wakama, walked for approximately several minutes before arriving at the Uchiha clan grounds. Gazing at the bustling Uchiha clan grounds before him, Heiju's eyes flashed, and he proceeded forward. Senju Wakama, this is the Uchiha clan grounds. What business brings you here? Just as Heiju, controlling Senju Wakama, arrived at the Uchiha clan grounds, 2 Uchiha clan guards intercepted them. Though they had all become members of Konoha, the great clans remained inaccessible to outsiders. Thus, the moment Senju Kazuma appeared, the Uchiha clan's ninjas immediately blocked his path. "I have come to see Uchiha Guy. All of you step aside." Black Zetsu, controlling Senju Kazuma, spoke in a deep voice as if truly urgent. The two guards exchanged a glance, then led Senju Kazuma into the Uchiha compound. The thought of trouble never crossed their minds. This was Konoha, and their clan head Uchiha Madara was the Hokage. Who would dare cause a disturbance here? The same sentiment pervaded the entire Uchiha clan. Madara's strength and his position as Hokage had instilled in them a sense of superiority. Passing through the bustling streets, they finally arrived at Uchiha Guy's residence. "Great Elder, Senju Kazuma is here to visit," the guard announced from outside the door. Uchiha Guy inside heard the guard's voice clearly. Uchiha Guy was startled at the guard's words. He had not expected Senju Kazuma to call on him, which puzzled him greatly. They had once been mortal enemies, and now this visit could only bode ill. Uchiha Guy, being an old fox, grew wary at the news of Senju Kazuma's visit, quietly on guard against any treachery. "Enter." After a moment, Uchiha Guy's somewhat weary voice came from within. At the sound, the guard allowed Senju Kazuma to step inside. "Senju Kazuma, what brings you here?" Uchiha Guy asked with a smile as soon as he saw him. "Humph. Enough talk, Uchiha Guy. I have come to borrow something from you." Without wasting words, Senju Kazuma blurted out this statement. Uchiha Guy, noticing the change in his demeanor, sensed that something was amiss. He subtly gripped the kunai hidden in his sleeve. "Borrow what?" Uchiha Guy asked, keeping his composure. "Your head." With that, Senju Kazuma attacked without hesitation, his blade slicing through the air toward Uchiha Guy. But Uchiha Guy, already prepared, would not let him succeed so easily. Clang! Just as the weapon was about to strike, Uchiha Guy swiftly drew his concealed kunai, parrying the blow. "Damn it! Senju Kazuma, have you lost your mind? Why attack me? Are you trying to provoke war between our clans?" Black Zetsu ignored Uchiha Guy's outburst, and still controlling Senju Kazuma, used the body flicker technique to vanish from the room. "Bastard! Uchiha Guy, I never thought you would stoop to such despicable means. Do you not fear igniting a war between our clans?" Senju Kazuma, having abruptly escaped with the body flicker technique, now stood in the street shouting. The surrounding crowd turned their attention to him. Just then, Uchiha Guy arrived with his men. The onlookers glared with anger at Uchiha Guy and his entourage. Sensing the hostility in the air, Uchiha Guy knew he had been caught in a trap. Though he realized he had been outmaneuvered, he did not immediately defend himself, instead racking his mind for a way out. "Senju Kazuma, why did you attack me? If you cannot explain, I will personally capture you and demand answers from your clan head about what the Senju clan is up to." Uchiha Guy's words had the desired effect, shifting the villagers' attention back to Senju Kazuma. Black Zetsu, hearing this, scowled, inwardly cursing the old fox. But he was not easily outwitted and quickly devised a counter. "How dare you? Uchiha Guy, are you still pretending? With so many eyes upon your clan, you still put on an act. Do you take everyone for fools?" Black Zetsu's words struck a chord. The crowd, looking at the aggressive Uchiha Guy and the wounded Senju Kazuma, felt they had been deceived. Damn it! When did this Senju Kazuma become so troublesome? Uchiha Guy found himself in a tight spot. As he hesitated, Black Zetsu hurled a kunai and retreated. Seeing the flying kunai, Uchiha Guy quickly deflected it. Curse it! Fooled again by Senju Kazuma. Glaring at the retreating Senju Kazuma, Uchiha Guy drew his weapon and lunged. Black Zetsu, of course, noticed his movement. But he made no attempt to evade, continuing his feigned escape. His plan was to have Uchiha Guy kill Senju Kazuma with his own hands, and now was the perfect opportunity. With that in mind, Black Zetsu even subtly adjusted his position to make it easier for Uchiha Guy to strike. Schlick! The sharp blade pierced through Senju Kazuma's chest, puncturing his heart and ending his life instantly. Staring at the weapon that had run through his opponent, Uchiha Guy froze. Even the Uchiha ninjas beside him were stunned. They had never imagined the blow would actually land. A ninja of Senju Kazuma's caliber should have been able to dodge, yet he had been struck. Cough cough. Uchiha. Senju Kazuma's eyes widened in horror as he clutched Uchiha Guy's arm as if trying to speak, but ultimately, he collapsed to the ground silent. As Senju Kazuma's body fell, everyone present seemed to lose their voice, their mouths agape. After a moment, a single thought crossed their minds. The skies are about to change. After a brief silence, Uchiha Guy was the first to react. He was the killer, and the Senju clan would not let this slide. Senju Kazuma's death could ignite the old hatred between the Senju and Uchiha, leading to war. Normally, Uchiha Guy would not fear such a conflict, but now was wartime. The front lines were fighting the allied forces of 19 nations. Realizing that this incident could affect the battlefield, Uchiha Guy ordered his men to collect Senju Kazuma's body and return to the Uchiha compound to report the matter to Madara. After everyone had dispersed, a dark figure emerged from the ground, Black Zetsu. As Uchiha Song hurried away, Black Zetsu revealed a sinister grin. The news of Senju Hujian's death at the hands of Uchiha Song swiftly reached the Senju clan's territory. Upon learning this, the Senju clan erupted in fury. Since the founding of Muyi, they had constantly yielded to the Uchiha clan, given that Uchiha Madara was the Hokage. However, the death of Senju Hujian this time finally ignited the long-accumulated tensions. Damn it, the Uchiha clan is going too far. They dared to openly attack a Senju elder. Yes, we can't let this slide, or else our Senju clan might be annihilated. That's right, we must resist. The Warhawk faction within the Senju clan, ignited by this incident, immediately clamored to incite a coup. Yet the peace faction ultimately prevailed, temporarily suppressing the situation. However, as time passed, the matter escalated. Finally, the tension within the Senju clan reached its peak. Uchiha Madara, who was at the front lines, also received the message sent by Uchiha Song. Frowning, Madara listened to the clansman's words. For a moment, he felt as though he was being targeted, yet he had no evidence. Madara always trusted his instincts, and this time was no exception. However, after pondering repeatedly, he could not figure out who was scheming against him. It seems I must return to the clan to handle this. A gleam of enigmatic light flashed in Madara's eyes. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, he instantly appeared within the Uchiha clan's territory. After surveying the surroundings, Madara headed toward Uchiha Song's residence. After walking for a while, he finally arrived. Unlike the usual tranquility, Uchiha Song's residence was now unusually noisy. Since both Madara and Uchiha Taijima were at the front, the Uchiha clan naturally looked to their elder Uchiha Song as the leader. Thus, when trouble arose, these people naturally came to consult Uchiha Song. Madara, you're back. Uchiha Song, who had been frowning in distress, immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Madara. He knew the severity of this matter, and that he needed Madara to resolve it. Elder, what exactly happened? Why did you suddenly kill Senju Hujian? Madara took the main seat and immediately inquired about the incident. Uchiha Song recounted the entire matter in detail. So you're saying, Elder, that the other party first ambushed you, then deliberately let you kill him. But what was his motive? After hearing Uchiha Song's account, Madara raised this question. Not only Madara, but everyone else present also harbored the same doubt. Well, Uchiha Song was momentarily stunned. He didn't know how to answer Madara's question. Madara carefully observed Uchiha Song's expression, pondering inwardly. Judging from his demeanor, he isn't lying. That means Senju Hujian deliberately sought death. But what was his motive? Madara's mind raced through various possibilities, but each was dismissed. Could it be? A thought suddenly crossed Madara's mind, though he wasn't certain. Elder, it's bad. The Senju clan is about to launch a coup. At these words, everyone present changed color. Madara's eyes narrowed slightly. The Senju clan dares to stage a coup. Just as I thought. Without someone behind the scenes, they would never act this way. A cold smile flickered in Madara's heart, but his face remained calm and composed. Though he knew the consequences of a Senju coup, he could not show even a hint of worry. Because he was the clan leader, the Hokage, the pillar of everyone. Anyone could panic, but not Uchiha Madara. Alright, everyone calm down. I will handle this matter. After soothing the crowd, Madara vanished from Uchiha Song's residence, but before leaving he left behind a special kunai. Madara's figure flickered and reappeared at the front lines. Without any pause, he went straight to Senju Hashirama's tent. Madara, why are you here? Hashirama was surprised to see Madara suddenly enter. He hadn't expected this. Time is urgent. No time for idle talk. I came to you because of an emergency. Madara put on a worried expression. Hashirama was puzzled. What could make Madara so anxious? What's wrong? What has you so flustered? It's your Senju clan. I received word that they are preparing to stage a coup. Just when I returned, the Senju clan had just held a clan meeting. Madara omitted the part about Senju Hujian's death and directly revealed the coup plot. What? Impossible. Why would the Senju clan suddenly launch a coup? Hashirama stared at Madara in disbelief, his eyes conveying only one message: impossible. This is indeed true. You need not doubt it. As for the reason for the rebellion, it's a long story. There's no time to explain now. Madara's words struck Hashirama's heart like a hammer, causing him immense pain. Then, Madara, how do you intend to handle this? Hashirama fell silent for a moment before asking. In truth, he already knew the answer, but he wanted to hear it from Madara's lips. Hashirama, you know the situation. If the Senju clan rebels, it will have a devastating impact on Muyi. It might undo all our efforts and shatter the goal of achieving peace in the ninja world. So I must eliminate the rebels. Only this can ensure that Muyi and the goal of peace are not jeopardized. Madara spoke resolutely, leaving Hashirama utterly silent. Let me do it. Madara, who was about to leave, froze, staring at Hashirama with wide eyes. Hashirama, what did you say? Let me do it. I will personally kill the rebels. Hashirama repeated firmly, his eyes resolute. Madara, seeing that he was not joking, immediately turned serious and stared at him. Hashirama, are you serious? Do you realize that once you do this you will bear the infamy forever? Madara offered a warning to Hashirama, though the latter clearly understood the consequences of such actions. I know, but I will never allow anyone to threaten the village. I must protect this village. No matter what occurs, I firmly believe that guarding the village means safeguarding its people, its ninja, and its children. Therefore, regardless of who stands against me, even if it be a brother, a friend, a clansman, or even my own child, I will never show mercy to anyone who endangers this village. Hashirama spoke in a chilling tone. Though his words sounded calm upon his lips, an unmistakable coldness permeated his voice, compelling Madara to glance at him once more. He harbored not the slightest doubt regarding the authenticity of Hashirama's words. After all, from the records of the original tale, Hashirama had always been this way. The village hidden in the leaves had ever been his utmost priority. At the decisive battle in the Valley of the End, Hashirama had struck against Madara without hesitation, uttering those very same words. Yet now the situation was entirely reversed. It was Madara who intended to turn against his own clansmen. Very well, Hashirama, let us depart at once. Time is of the essence. Madara did not press the matter further. Simply nodding, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Hashirama back immediately. With the Flying Thunder God technique activated, the two instantly appeared before Uchiha Ao's residence. Upon seeing Hashirama's sudden emergence, the Uchiha clansmen present froze, then immediately fixed their wary gazes upon Madara, for relations between the Senju and Uchiha clans had grown increasingly strained. There is no need for such tension. Hashirama stands on our side. Sensing the scrutinizing stares of his clansmen, Madara offered a brief explanation before turning his attention elsewhere. Madara, I am departing first. Hashirama's mood was evidently dark. The moment they arrived in the village hidden in the leaves, he immediately insisted on taking action. Understood, Hashirama. I will dispatch ANBU operatives to assist you on the outskirts of the Senju clan grounds, just in case of any unforeseen developments. After Madara spoke these words, Hashirama remained silent and merely nodded. Both understood perfectly well that this arrangement served to prevent anyone from escaping. Their minds were as clear as mirrors, and they silently accepted the arrangement without further discussion. Upon concluding their exchange, Hashirama promptly returned to the Senju clan grounds, while Madara immediately ordered the ANBU to surround the Senju compound. The moment Hashirama returned to the clan grounds, he immediately noticed how few people were present. Recalling Madara's earlier words, his heart grew heavier. Madara's prediction was likely true. Without the slightest hesitation, Hashirama headed straight for the underground ancestral hall of the Senju clan. As the clan leader, he naturally knew the way. He soon reached the ancestral hall and pushed open the door. The first sight that greeted him was a crowd of fervently agitated Senju ninja. The instant Hashirama opened the door, every Senju clansman present turned their gaze toward him. Instantly, the previously fervent atmosphere fell deathly silent, as though everyone had been struck dumb. Every expression shifted. Some betrayed panic, others confusion, as a multitude of emotions flashed across their faces. Observing this, Hashirama said nothing and simply walked quietly forward. Seeing this, the assembled Senju clansmen parted to create a passage, allowing Hashirama to advance. Soon he reached the forefront and beheld the leader of the hawkish faction, none other than Senju Butsuma. Clan leader. Several Senju clansmen, upon seeing Hashirama arrive, immediately offered their respectful greetings. Hashirama paid them no mind. Instead, he walked to the memorial tablet of Senju Kazama, bowed deeply, and then turned to face the gathered clansmen. As Hashirama's gaze swept over each clansman one by one, they immediately felt an overwhelming pressure that stole their breath. Senju Butsuma, witnessing this, gritted his teeth and mustered his courage to address Hashirama. Clan leader, are you also prepared to join us in avenging Elder Kazama? The moment Senju Butsuma spoke those words, an immensely terrifying pressure descended upon him like a crushing weight. A fine sheen of sweat broke out across Senju Butsuma's forehead. Just as he felt he could no longer endure it, Hashirama withdrew his killing intent and spoke in a low, measured tone. Senju Butsuma, this matter ends here. Disperse everyone. I will not allow the Senju clan to be annihilated. Hashirama's words sent shockwaves through the assembly, and the Senju ninja below erupted into fervent uproar. Clan leader, what are you saying? Indeed, shouldn't we avenge Elder Kazama? Clan leader, do you intend to let the Senju clan continue living in such humiliation? The Senju clansmen spoke over one another, each expressing the same sentiment: they must launch a coup. Witnessing this, Senju Butsuma grew bolder. He simply would not believe that Hashirama Senju would slaughter them all. Yes, clan leader, let us rebel. Once you assume the position of Hokage, we can abolish the unjust systems established by Uchiha Madara. This will also ensure the survival of our Senju clan. Watching these clansmen urge him from all sides, Hashirama fell silent and simply drew his blade. At a time like this, you still entertain such thoughts. We are currently at war with the entire ninja world. Do you truly wish for the complete destruction of the village hidden in the leaves? I have already given you every opportunity. Now I have no choice but to handle this matter myself, lest our Senju clan be branded as traitors to the village. Madara spoke these words while raising his head, his face now carved with cold, merciless killing intent. Clan leader. You? Senju Butsuma heard this and immediately stared at Madara in utter shock. Before he could utter another word, Hashirama's blade sliced through Senju Butsuma's throat in an instant. Scalding blood splashed across Hashirama's face, rendering him a figure of terrible nightmare. This sudden and shocking display stunned everyone within the hall. They never imagined their clan leader would slaughter his own kin, and from Hashirama's preceding words it appeared he intended to kill them all. In that instant, panic seized every Senju clansman in the room. They were well aware of Hashirama's overwhelming power, and not a single one harbored the slightest desire to oppose him. Their minds harbored only one thought: flee. We absolutely cannot remain here. Hashirama's eyes gleamed with merciless killing intent as he regarded the Senju clansmen. The slaughter had begun. Hashirama activated his body flicker technique and instantly surged into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, blades flashed continuously as his figure moved like a phantom among them. Wherever he appeared, someone inevitably fell. Gradually, Hashirama's body became thoroughly drenched in the crimson blood of the Senju ninja. He appeared as though he had crawled forth from a pile of corpses, his visage grotesque and terrifying. Meanwhile, the fleeing Senju ninja immediately discovered that the ancestral hall's entrance had been blocked. They were completely trapped. This realization plunged their hearts into utter despair. They never imagined they would not perish on the battlefield, but rather at the hands of the clan leader they had revered most. Damn it! Since there's no way to escape, I might as well fight to the death. Seeing that escape was impossible, the Senju clan members, enduring their pain, steeled themselves with a resolve to die and prepared to clash with Hashirama. In Hashirama's eyes, these clan members were already dead. As the Senju clan fought with desperate ferocity, the slaughter escalated once more and Hashirama's strikes grew even deadlier. In an instant, the entire shrine reverberated with the sounds of combat, cries for help, and curses. Those harrowing sounds persisted for a full half-hour before gradually subsiding. As the noise faded, the shrine doors opened once more and Hashirama emerged drenched in blood. The Anbu ninja who had been waiting outside immediately surged into the shrine to begin securing the battlefield. Upon witnessing the scene within the shrine, they were utterly staggered. The vast interior was strewn with corpses, dozens upon dozens, their eyes refusing to close in death. The blood spilled from the dead had soaked the entire floor of the shrine. The Anbu ninja took a deep breath and immediately set to work with practiced efficiency, processing the aftermath. It's over. As Hashirama approached, still covered in blood, Madara called out to him. Yes, it's all done. Hashirama nodded briefly, then departed without another word. His heart was heavy with unbearable anguish. The act of slaughtering his own kin was something that tore him apart, and all he desired now was a bath and a quiet sleep on his bed. Madara said nothing further and merely nodded. After all, no one could bear the weight of personally killing their own clan members, and Madara understood this well. Upon returning home, Hashirama immediately washed the blood from his body and collapsed onto his bed. The memory of his frenzied slaughter earlier sent a sinking feeling deep within his heart. Just then, unobserved by Hashirama, a dark shadow quietly slipped onto his own shadow. While Konoha had just quelled the rebellion, the front lines underwent an immediate transformation. The 19-country alliance launched a full-scale assault on Konoha. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Konoha had no time to prepare and was quickly crushed in a single blow by the 19-country alliance. Their morale surged instantly, and they seemed to glimpse a sliver of hope. Rain Country front line, Konoha encampment. As the acting commander on the front lines, Uchiha Taijima found himself overwhelmed. The surprise attack had inflicted devastating losses on Konoha, and he was now grappling with the staggering number of ninja in the 19-country alliance. Taijima-sama, the situation is dire. The 19-country alliance has mustered 500 ninja and are advancing on us. At their current speed, they'll reach us in under 3 hours. Shikaku Nara, serving as military strategist, delivered a detailed report to Taijima. How could it be so fast? Taijima furrowed his brows and studied the map. Yes, Taijima-sama. Our defensive lines have been completely shattered, so we must make a decision immediately. Time is running out. Shikaku Nara urged Taijima with quiet urgency. Shikaku, do you have any plan that could hold them off? Taijima asked with hopeful desperation. However, the normally resourceful strategist found himself at a loss this time. Though brilliant, even his cunning could not overcome the sheer numerical disparity. In the face of overwhelming force, all schemes and strategies proved useless. This was precisely how Shikaku felt. He had methods, but the enemy's numbers rendered every one of them ineffective. Taijima-sama, the best course of action is to retreat and preserve our forces before the enemy annihilates us entirely. Additionally, we could set traps along the retreat route and use small units to harass them, significantly delaying their pursuit. Most importantly, we must immediately send word to the Hokage. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold them for long. After Shikaku outlined the 3 points, Taijima wasted no time and immediately ordered execution according to Shikaku's plan. In this dire situation, there was no better option, and Shikaku's strategy was undoubtedly the most viable. Soon following Taijima's orders, the Konoha ninja began a large-scale retreat. Due to the urgency of the situation, a summon was used to relay the message to Madara. Within half an hour, news of the frontline developments reached him. After reading the scroll, Madara revealed a faint smile of grim satisfaction. As expected, just as Konoha encountered trouble, the front lines were immediately swarmed by the enemy army. Someone is indeed plotting against me. A pincer attack from within and without. What a masterful scheme. Madara sneered coldly in his heart and casually tossed the scroll onto the table. I'm leaving the Elder Council in your hands. There's a problem at the front lines. I'll head there first. After saying his piece, Madara went to where Hashirama lay. Seeing Hashirama on his bed, he immediately roused him. Hashirama, let's go. There's a crisis at the front lines. If we don't return soon, our village may fall. After waking Hashirama, Madara didn't give him a chance to respond and dragged him straight to the front. However, they didn't return to their original position. They went to a new location instead. This was because Taijima had moved the Flying Thunder God seal along with the retreat. Madara, you're back. Hokage-sama. Taijima and Shikaku both exhaled in relief upon seeing Madara arrive with Hashirama. Honestly, the pressure they had endured these past moments had been immense. Father, how is the situation? As soon as Madara arrived, he immediately inquired about the battlefield conditions from Uchiha Taijima. Taijima held nothing back and laid out the full situation. Excellent. Shikaku, you truly deserve the title of Konoha strategist. To think of so many solutions in such a short time. Madara praised Shikaku Nara with a glance, silently grateful that he had brought him to the front lines originally. Madara, what should we do now? Still dazed, Hashirama finally grasped what had happened upon hearing Madara's words and immediately asked. Though he was in poor condition, he was ready to fight. He would never let Konoha fall. Enough. Now that I have returned, it is time to teach these pests the price of crossing Konoha. A killing intent flashed across Madara's eyes. Madara, are you prepared? Uchiha Taijima looked at Madara with a questioning gaze. Yes. Father, just summon all the Konoha ninjas here. This time it is time to completely defeat them. After saying this, Madara turned and walked out. Nara Shikaku's eyes flickered with a sharp light, as if anticipating the grandeur after victory. Just as everyone was actively preparing for the coming war, none of them noticed a dark shadow underground, revealing a sinister smile. Soon, under Madara's orders, the Konoha ninjas immediately assembled. This time, tens of thousands of ninjas gathered. These ninjas could be said to be the entire elite of Konoha. At this moment, they were all ready for the final battle, fully aware of its dangers. Everyone, the 19 allied nations are going too far. They even want to destroy our Konoha. Can we agree to this? Madara stood on the high platform ahead and shouted loudly to the Konoha ninjas below. No, no. Right after Madara's words, the Konoha ninjas below also let out loud roars. Good. This battle will be the last battle for all of us. After this battle, the entire ninja world will have no more wars. This battle will determine the rise and fall of the ninja world for hundreds of years to come. Develop, unify the ninja world, achieve peace, and fight hard for our families, friends, loved ones, and future generations. Madara's last sentence was shouted with all his strength, so the sound clearly reached everyone's ears. Instantly, a fire burned in the hearts of all Konoha ninjas, making their blood boil, and they wished to immediately engage the 19 allied nations in battle. Fight! 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 Tens of thousands of Konoha ninjas shouted in unison, the sound so loud that even the surrounding trees trembled a few times. Good. Move out. Seeing that the morale of Konoha had been fully mobilized by him, Madara waved his hand, and countless ninjas immediately marched straight toward the Rain Village, which had been taken by the 19 allied nations. After half an hour of marching, the Konoha army quickly arrived at the Rain Village. Due to a series of victories, the 19 allied nations were once again full of confidence. In their view, the only threats in Konoha were Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, but coincidentally, due to internal strife in Konoha, both had returned. Therefore, naturally, there were no more threats to them. Without Madara and Hashirama, Konoha was like a paper tiger without teeth and claws, easily damaged upon contact. However, they did not know that Madara and Hashirama had not fought as they had expected. Instead, they had joined forces and returned to the front line. Attack! With Hashirama and me here, there is no need to worry about their numbers. Madara looked at the enemy's not-so-tight camp and immediately gave the order. At his command, hundreds of ninjas simultaneously performed hand seals. These were the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Fire release was unleashed immediately. The ninjas of the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan also used wind release. The fire, aided by the wind, engulfed the camp of the 19 allied nations like a fire god descending. The drowsy guards who had just felt the scorching heat were instantly engulfed by the fire release and died, without even making a sound. No. Enemy attack. The blazing fire naturally attracted the attention of the night guards in the rain village. These people shouted in panic for the fire release before them immediately reminded them of the scene dominated by Madara's fire release. Madara's would release fire release and Susanoo were the nightmares of the 19 allied nations. In just 1 second, the great fire devoured countless tents, and the unsuspecting ninjas inside were instantly reduced to ashes. Hashirama Act. Seeing the Konoha ninjas stop using ninjutsu, Madara immediately shouted to Hashirama in a low voice. Although he could do it alone, it would be much slower, but with Hashirama's help it would undoubtedly be faster. After Madara's low shout, he and Hashirama's figures instantly appeared inside the rain village. Seeing the two suddenly appear, the 19 allied nations were naturally extremely stunned. Before they could react, Hashirama immediately used wood release, while Madara slowly rose into the sky. Wood release. Flower tree world descends. Hashirama clapped his hands and countless trees crazily emerged from the ground, beginning to harvest lives. This is wood release. Run. Don't let him catch up. Some jonin, upon seeing the wildly growing trees, looked ahead with terrified eyes and then immediately ran backward. But at that moment Madara's ninjutsu was activated. Super. Shinra Tensei. Madara extended his right hand, and an equally terrifying repulsive force immediately spread outward from him and Hashirama. Wherever the repulsive force passed, everything became barren. In just an instant, the entire area of several kilometers was devastated by this attack. This was the Super Shinra Tensei. This wave directly caused the 19 allied nations to lose more than half, with at least 10 to 20,000 dead. Now that the small fry are taken care of, it's time for the final show. As Madara spoke, he performed hand seals, and a blue Susanoo immediately appeared, also performing hand seals. Tenai Shinsei. After Madara coldly uttered these words, all the members of the 19 allied nations changed expression. Although others didn't know, their leaders had personally experienced the pain of this meteor, so when they saw Madara's hand seal and the eerie Susanoo, they realized something was wrong. Buzz. While the 19 allied nations were still puzzled, they saw the meteor breaking through the clouds and approaching them. Quick! Everyone use ninjutsu to attack the meteor, or we'll all die. Byakuren immediately shouted a warning. After all, he valued his life greatly, so he absolutely could not let the meteor hit them. As Byakuren finished speaking, the 19 allied nations began to release ninjutsu at the meteor, attempting to shatter it, but the result was not very satisfactory. The power of the ninjutsu was very limited, and since they were used hastily, even less power was exerted. Some ninjutsu even clashed with each other due to opposing attributes. After the ninjutsu of these people had no effect, the meteor continued to approach the ground. Finally, Yenhi stepped forward upon seeing this. Everyone, don't give up. We still have a chance. After saying this, Yenhi immediately flew into the sky, preparing to use the same method as before to block the meteor. But this time Madara would not give him a chance. After noticing Yenhi's actions, Madara acted without a word. Fire release, great fireball technique. A huge fireball, taking advantage of Yenhi's inattention, immediately smashed toward him. Sensing the scorching aura behind him, Yenhi's expression shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he chose to retreat. After all, he had no desire to meet his end. With Yenhi evading, there was no one left to obstruct the meteor. The colossal meteor hurtled downward, blotting out the sky and shrouding the earth in darkness. In an instant, these 5 meteorites crashed into the ground, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that blasted everything around into oblivion. As for the ninjas on the ground beneath the meteor's impact, they were all crushed to death in an instant. Next comes Wood Style. Wood Style, flower tree world descends. After murmuring these words, Ban gave them no chance to react and immediately pressed forward with Wood Style. The 19-nation allied forces, who had just barely escaped death, had no time to catch their breath before countless wooden vines surged forth once more. Fire Style, great fire annihilation. Just as Wood Style completely enveloped the entire rain village, Ban unleashed Fire Style. Dry wood meets blazing fire. Needless to say, the area instantly transformed into an endless sea of flames. The allied ninjas trapped within the Wood Style were either burned to death, poisoned by the pollen, or suffocated to death. Although Ban had eliminated thousands of ninjas in this wave, it remained a mere scratch to the allied forces, which numbered in the tens of thousands. Ban turned his head to gaze at the ninjas surrounding him, a sardonic glint flashing in his eyes. To him, dealing with these people was far too simple, but he wanted to toy with them. To savor the thrill of battle, for that exhilarating, heart-pounding sensation of combat was not easily come by. Ban, can you manage this? Zhujian arrived at Ban's side, surveying the dense sea of enemies before them. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. After all, Ban was human, and being human meant there were limits. Even if these tens of thousands of enemies simply wore him down in a war of attrition, they could exhaust Ban to the point of collapse. Humph. Hashirama, do you truly know my strength? No. Then let me see right now just how vast the gap between us truly is. Zhujian spoke with grave seriousness. Good. Ban uttered only a single cold word, then, without further ado, he charged straight toward the allied forces. Watching Ban charge toward them, the allied ninjas swallowed hard, their nerves taut with tension. Ban's successive displays of overwhelming power had thoroughly cowed them, instilling a primal fear within their hearts. But now, seeing Ban abandon his most formidable ninjutsu in favor of taijutsu, they felt a glimmer of confidence surging within them. Huh. The allied ninjas roared in unison, hoping that their cries would bolster their courage and quell their fear of Ban. The moment the two sides clashed, Ban relied on his formidable taijutsu to send the allied ninjas flying in all directions. Ban's Sharingan swept across the surroundings, capturing every incoming attack with perfect clarity. These seemingly swift strikes appeared as slow as snails under the gaze of the Sharingan. Ban effortlessly dodged several attacks, then snatched a weapon and unleashed his swordsmanship. Uchiha style? Sword dance of flames. A layer of fire instantly enveloped the weapon in Ban's hand, and he began swinging it with blinding speed. Each slash claimed a life. Suddenly, Ban sensed a sharp, killing intent from his side. He tilted his head slightly and spotted a kunai hurtling toward him. With a gentle deflection, he caught the kunai and hurled it back without hesitation. Empowered by Ban's strength, the kunai effortlessly pierced through the ninja's skull. The ninja's eyes widened in death as he collapsed to the ground. After throwing the kunai, Ban did not spare the fallen another glance. After all, a true man never looks at explosions. Ban dodged an attack from a ninja, then casually pulled out a handful of special kunai from his backpack and hurled them in all directions. The kunai rained down like a storm, leaving the allied ninjas puzzled as to why Ban was doing this. But seeing that Ban's kunai failed to hit them, they paid it no further mind and intensified their assault on Ban. Finally, after tossing out all the kunai, a smile crept across Ban's face. Haha, now I am invincible. No sooner had he spoken than Ban's figure vanished from the spot, leaving everyone stunned. But what followed filled them with sheer terror. The moment Ban disappeared, allied ninjas began falling one after another. Each of them was struck down with a single fatal blow, yet no matter how frantically they searched, they could not locate Ban's silhouette. This phenomenon drove them into utter panic. Their comrades were being slaughtered, and they still could not find their enemy. This unknown terror was the most maddening of all. Ban's speed had now reached such an extraordinary level that their eyes were utterly incapable of tracking his movements. No good. We can't continue. Just as a jonin was about to order a temporary retreat, Ban's kunai slashed across his throat, ending his life instantly. Though that ninja never finished his words, the others caught on and began to fall back, attempting to flee. Ban naturally noticed this, but he had no intention of letting them leave so soon. Thus, amidst the slaughter, Ban split off 4 wood clones and positioned them around the perimeter. 4 red sun formation. As the 4 wood clones took their positions, 4 crimson pillars of light shot up from the battlefield, instantly forming a barrier. The retreating allied ninjas, witnessing this sight, were plunged into deep despair. They knew that Ban was leaving them no path to survival. Some of the allied ninjas immediately dropped to their knees. Lord Hokage, spare me, I know I was wrong. Lord Hokage, have mercy. If you spare me, I will serve you like a beast of burden. With one person taking the lead, surrenders spread like a chain reaction, one after another. Ban paid them no heed. To him, these people were already dead, and there was no need to waste words on the dead. The slaughter continued. Within the barrier, every second saw one, or even several ninjas meet their end, yet they could not catch a single glimpse of Ban's form. About 10 minutes later, the barrier contained no living soul except Ban. Surveying the corpses around him, Ban ordered the wood clones to dispel the barrier. Enough. It's time for the main force to act. Ban cast a sidelong glance at the remaining number of allied troops, then signaled the Konoha ninjas to engage. After all, this battle could not be won by him alone. While Ban was wreaking havoc, Kurizetsu made his move. Without anyone noticing, Black Zetsu immediately latched on a Hashirama's body. The moment Black Zetsu appeared, Hashirama sensed him instantly. However, due to the element of surprise, Black Zetsu gained the upper hand and immediately suppressed Hashirama's will. But as a top-tier powerhouse in the ninja world, Hashirama's willpower was certainly no less formidable. The two immediately began struggling for control of the body. That was when Black Zetsu suddenly spoke. Haha, you still don't know, do you? Your beloved father was killed by the person you trusted most, Uchiha Madara. What a... Hearing these words, he paused in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Black Zetsu took hold of Hashirama's body without hesitation. Haha, what a fool Senju Hashirama is. First duped by Uchiha Madara, now controlled by me. After gaining control of Hashirama's body, Black Zetsu sneered coldly, immediately covering the right side of his face with his hand and walking toward Madara. Madara, it appears the war is finally coming to an end. While surveying the battlefield, Madara heard that familiar voice and turned with a smile. But upon seeing the covering on the right side of Hashirama's face, his heart skipped a beat. His intuition warned him that something was off. A dangerous feeling prickled along his spine. The moment that thought arose, Madara's vigilance flared. At that exact instant, Hashirama struck. His right hand shot forward like lightning, aiming straight for Madara's chest. However, already alert, Madara sidestepped swiftly. A flying thunder god escape was impossible. Black Zetsu's attack had been too sudden, striking at the very moment Madara had just begun to sense danger. Black Zetsu's right hand pierced straight through Madara's right chest, blood instantly soaking his hand and staining Madara's clothes. Madara, Lord Hokage, clan leader. As Hashirama's hand just passed through Madara's chest, the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield immediately noticed the situation. For a moment, all of Konoha glared angrily at Hashirama. They couldn't understand why Hashirama would attack Madara at this moment, when victory was within reach. Black Zetsu, I knew it was you. After pulling away, Madara looked coldly at Hashirama and spoke his name. The Hashirama possessed by Black Zetsu was clearly taken aback. He hadn't expected Madara to know his name. Black Zetsu also paused momentarily. Haha. Uchiha Madara, truly you. To know me like this. After a cold smile, Black Zetsu quickly removed his covering. Revealed was Hashirama's normally resolute face. Now the right side had transformed into a pitch-black, demonic visage. Of course, you may not have succeeded in stabbing my heart. I've made preparations for so long specifically to lure you out. Madara gazed at Black Zetsu, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. Black Zetsu was scheming against him, but wasn't he himself also plotting against Black Zetsu? Ever since he first sensed someone was manipulating events behind the scenes, Madara had harbored this suspicion. That's why he had deliberately set up this trap until now, to draw out this cunning old fox Black Zetsu. Though injured at present, his efforts had not been in vain. They were all worthwhile. Black Zetsu had indeed taken the bait, though not in the way Madara had anticipated. According to his expectations, Black Zetsu would either possess someone directly or seize an opportunity to control an individual and strike. But he never imagined that the person controlled would be Hashirama. Hearing Madara's words, Black Zetsu's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated that all of this was part of Madara's scheme, designed merely to lure him out. Black Zetsu's face grew dark and stormy, but soon a cold smile crossed his features. Haha, Uchiha Madara, truly you. Still deceiving even at the brink of death. Do you truly believe we've fallen for it? I'd say you're nothing but a spent bow now, using such childish tricks. Madara didn't bother denying the accusation of deception. Instead, a look of disdain flickered across his face. Haha. Black Zetsu, you'll soon find out whether I'm a spent force. After speaking, Madara immediately drank the healing potion he had exchanged from his system. His previously pierced chest was visibly knitting itself back together. Even Black Zetsu could see the flesh regenerating before his eyes. This bizarre sight immediately shocked Black Zetsu, astonishing even someone as seasoned as he, who had weathered countless storms. The ninjas engaged in battle also caught sight of what was unfolding between Madara and Black Zetsu. The preceding events had certainly not been lacking in excitement. At the moment when Madara was on the verge of winning the war, he had been ambushed by his own ally Senju Hashirama of Konoha. But then they discovered Madara addressing him as Black Zetsu rather than Hashirama. It was clear that the one who ambushed Uchiha Madara was not Senju Hashirama, but someone else entirely. When they next saw the other face on Hashirama's visage, they were shaken once more. They could never have imagined Hashirama would take such a horrific form. But from their subsequent exchange, the assembled ninjas realized both parties were far more complex than they appeared. This dramatic turn of events had caught them completely off guard. Yet what astonished them most was the healing potion Madara had obtained from his system, one that could instantly regenerate his injuries. This was nothing short of a miraculous remedy. In an instant, the coalition forces descended into absolute frenzy. Such a life-saving elixir was nothing short of divine medicine for these individuals who walked the razor's edge day in and day out. The same was true for the Konoha ninjas. Their thoughts turned to how they might exchange their contribution points for the healing potion. In the current Konoha, as long as one completed missions well and accumulated sufficient merit, they could earn generous contribution points, and those points could be exchanged for anything they desired. Jutsu weapons, secret techniques, forbidden arts. All manner of things could be obtained with enough contribution points. This explained why these individuals immediately made the connection. Madara naturally noticed the hungry looks of the others. Without turning his head, he spoke. As long as you have enough contribution points, the potion is available for exchange. These words sent them into outright madness. They were being told plainly that the supply of potions extended beyond this single vial, that with sufficient effort, more could be earned. In an instant, the Konoha ninjas surged forward with fierce ferocity, as if possessed. The coalition forces experienced the same fervor though, with a critical difference from Konoha. Upon learning of this potion, their sole objective crystallized defeat Konoha and seize the medicine for themselves. As morale soared on both sides, the battle across the entire field escalated once more, growing ever more brutal. Madara obviously paid no mind to these matters. His gaze rested on Black Zetsu. Now that Black Zetsu had taken control of Hashirama, it meant he would be facing Hashirama himself. Even with his Rinnegan, Madara would never underestimate Hashirama. Well, since the goal has been achieved, the next step is to utterly eliminate the trouble, Ban declared as he shed all his armor. Summoning technique, Outer Path Demon Statue. Ban slammed his right hand onto the ground, and instantly a hideous, terrifying monster erupted from beneath the earth. Roar. The moment the Outer Path Demon Statue appeared, it let out a thunderous roar that rattled the eardrums of every ninja on the battlefield. Ban ignored the statue, his eyes narrowing slightly. Next, the two tails, through 9 tails. Ban murmured before employing the summoning technique once more. Summoning technique. With a series of white puffs of smoke, the two tails through 9 tails all appeared on the battlefield, but now they were completely devoid of consciousness, having become Ban's puppets. Now it's time to put collars on these beasts. Ban, standing atop the Outer Path Demon Statue, immediately controlled it to absorb the 8-tailed beasts into its body. Quick! Stop him! We must not let him succeed! Heiju exclaimed in terror to the surrounding ninjas. As if encountering something utterly horrifying, Heiju had sensed something amiss when Ban summoned the Outer Path Demon Statue, but now seeing Ban absorb the 1 tail through 8 tails into the statue, he instantly realized Ban was preparing to summon the 10 tails. Heiju finally understood Ban's scheme, using himself as bait to lure Heiju out, then annihilating all opposition in one fell swoop. Heiju was certain Ban knew his plan and everything else, but he couldn't fathom how Ban knew so much. Heiju's questions would clearly go unanswered by Ban. Because Ban was controlling the tailed beasts with Genjutsu, it took only a few minutes for the 8 massive beasts to be completely devoured by the Outer Path Demon Statue. This sudden turn of events left the battlefield's ninjas bewildered, unable to understand the purpose of Ban's dazzling maneuvers. But they had heard Heiju's words, which made them realize Ban's actions were far from simple, otherwise Heiju wouldn't be so panicked. Then only the 1 tail remains, Ban said. Ban turned his gaze into the distance and waited idly. Seeing Ban do nothing, the others were uncertain, unable to fathom his intentions, and thus refrained from acting. Ban stood silently surveying the battlefield for about half an hour before a figure landed beside him. Clan leader, I've brought it. The newcomer was none other than Yuzeboyi. The two brothers had secretly received Ban's orders earlier to capture the 1-tailed Jinchuriki and deliver him here. Thus the reason Ban had waited was for news from the Yuzebo brothers. Now that Yuzeboyi had brought Fun Fu, the moment of the 10-tail's birth was at hand. Good. Withdraw for now. The war should be over soon. Ban glanced at Fun Fu, who was covered in wounds and unconscious, and ordered Yuzeboyi to leave. Hearing that the war would soon end, admiration flickered in Yuzeboyi's eyes. This was their clan leader, whose power was so immense that he could dictate the course of the war. Yuzeboyi said nothing, merely nodded and departed from the top of the Outer Path Demon Statue. Would release Wood Dragon technique. Seeing that Ban had captured the 1-tailed Jinchuriki in such a short time, Heiju hesitated no longer and struck directly. He was frantic. The others might not understand, but he knew well the power of the 10 tails. If Ban gained its strength, resistance would be impossible, so he acted. Heiju clapped his hands, and a colossal wood dragon materialized in the air, flying toward Ban in an attempt to interrupt him. As the dragon approached, Ban merely lifted an eyelid and activated Shinra Tensei. In an instant, the once ferocious wood dragon was shattered like a kite and sent flying away. It's useless. Now just enjoy the birth of the sage. With that, Ban paid them no further heed and prepared to extract the 1 tail from Fun Fu's body. But at that moment, the supposedly unconscious Fun Fu snapped open his eyes, and his kunai simultaneously shot toward Ban with lightning speed. The kunai, bearing heavy killing intent, reached Ban in an instant. Seeing it about to strike, a smirk crept across Fun Fu's lips. This was his meticulously planned move. He knew that with their strength alone, defeating Ban was impossible. To win, they needed a special method, and surprise was one of the best choices. When the Yuzebo brothers came to capture him, he had already discussed with Shoha inside him, deliberately not using Shoha's power, allowing himself to be captured, and then launching a sneak attack when Ban least expected it. Though the plan was clever, he miscalculated Ban's extreme suspicion and the power of the Sharingan. Just as his kunai was about to pierce Ban, the Sharingan activated. Ban simply tilted his head slightly and evaded the strike effortlessly. Seeing Ban dodge his carefully planned blow so easily, Fun Fu was stunned. He hadn't expected Ban to evade his attack with such simplicity. Before Fun Fu could speak, the immense force of Ban's fist struck his abdomen, sending a searing pain through him. Beads of cold sweat appeared on Fun Fu's forehead, and he curled up on the outer path demon statue's head. Because the statue was enormous, its head was spacious. Funfu, knocked back several meters by Ban's punch, remained on the statue's head, not falling off. Ugh. How did you know I was faking my injuries? Funfu clutched his stomach and slowly rose, confusion in his eyes as he looked at Ban. Simple. As a one-tailed Jinchuriki, your strength is far from poor, and with Shoha's assistance I'd wager Shoha has already made a pact with you to take me down, am I right? Looking down at the half-bent Funfu, Ban analyzed calmly. That's right. But how were you certain we would ambush you? Funfu retorted. Simple. Because Yuzhibo Yi bore no injuries or signs of fierce battle. I know the brothers' strength well. They are decent among ordinary ninjas. But against a tailed beast, they would be utterly outmatched. Yet they managed to bring you here gravely wounded without a scratch. Doesn't that raise suspicion? Having heard Madara's explanation, Funfu suddenly realized and knew he had not lost unjustly. That Madara could observe such minute details so attentively. His defeat at Madara's hands was indeed understandable. Cough. Uchiha Madara, you are indeed not someone who can be easily ambushed. I have no complaints about losing to you. However, a smile appeared on Funfu's face. I won't give up so easily. Madara, seeing Funfu's smile, immediately activated Susanoo. In an instant, the massive claw of Shikaku directly struck Madara's Susanoo. Boom. The claw and Susanoo collided, instantly producing a deafening roar. Just as expected, launching a sudden attack when the enemy believes victory is at hand. This trick has long been overused. After uttering that disdainfully, Madara immediately used the Rinnegan to cast Genjutsu. In just a split second, both Funfu and Shikaku, the man and the beast, were completely controlled by Madara's illusion. Seeing this, Madara directly released the one-tail Shikaku. After the seal was broken, the one-tail instantly emerged from within Funfu's body. Just as this was settled, the three Kage finally broke through the obstruction of the Konoha ninjas and led their people to the base of the ghetto statue. Everyone used ninjutsu now. We must not let Uchiha Madara succeed. After the Tsuchikage, Yenny spoke. He was the first to use ninjutsu. The other ninjas followed suit, and Black Zetsu also joined their ranks, all using with style to try to interrupt Madara. At this moment, his thoughts were simple. Since Madara already possessed the Rinnegan, he only needed to lead these people to defeat Madara, then extract the Rinnegan and implant it into Hashirama's body. In this way, he could directly rely on his own power to achieve the infinite Tsukuyomi, thereby releasing Kaguya. And that was precisely why he was so vigorously assisting the alliance of 19 nations. Watching the barrage of ninjutsu as well as kunai shuriken and explosive tags flying through the air, Madara merely glanced casually. First, he used the Rinnegan to absorb all the ninjutsu, then used Shinra Tensei to blast away the remaining kunai with style and everything else. Thus, this seemingly terrifying attack was effortlessly neutralized by Madara. Alright, the last one-tail is in place. After Madara coldly uttered these words, the final one-tail was completely devoured by the ghetto statue. With the one-tail devoured, the previously calm ghetto statue immediately became violent. Its hands clutched its head in agitation as it continuously emitted roars. Roar, roar, roar. Behold, and experience it firsthand, the revival of the 10 tails. It is also the beginning of peace and unity in the ninja world. From now on, there will be no more battles in the ninja world. As Madara continued his narration, the transformation of the ghetto statue reached its climax. The originally humanoid statue had completely changed, now fully transformed into the 10 tails, brown skin, a colossal body, 10 massive tails constantly swaying behind it, and the iconic 6-tomoe Rinnegan on its head, all proclaiming the 10 tails' uniqueness. Seeing the transformation complete, Madara leaped lightly onto the 10 tails' head. As soon as he steadied himself, a connection attached to his back, and in an instant Madara felt he could freely control the 10 tails' movements. This feeling was quite wondrous, but although Madara could control the 10 tails, it still required some effort. Watching the figure that seemed like a god or demon between heaven and earth, everyone was struck with immense shock. It was their first time seeing the 10 tails, and the awe in their hearts was beyond words. Unlike the others, only Black Zetsu's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of the 10 tails. Exactly. That's the 10 tails. Now that the 10 tails has been revived, as long as one becomes its Jinchuriki mother can be resurrected. The excitement in Black Zetsu's eyes was utterly undisguised. All Konoha ninjas retreat. Get as far away as possible. Madara, now atop the 10 tails, immediately ordered the Konoha ninjas. The power of the 10 tails was extremely terrifying, and Madara feared harming the Konoha ninjas, so he ordered them to retreat to avoid collateral damage. Hearing Madara's words, the Konoha ninjas also realized that the 10 tails' power was likely immense. If they stayed any longer, they might be caught in the crossfire. So upon hearing Madara's command, the Konoha ninjas present immediately began to retreat. Hold them back. Don't let them escape. The quick-witted Mizukage by Lien reacted instantly and urgently ordered the allied ninjas to block the Konoha ninjas. The allied ninjas all knew the danger they would face once the Konoha ninjas retreated. Driven by a desperate will to survive, they immediately began to doggedly entangle the Konoha ninjas, even resorting to life-risking tactics to keep them from leaving. Under these circumstances, only a small portion of Konoha ninjas managed to withdraw from the battle. Seeing the Konoha ninjas constantly being harassed, Madara immediately ordered them to leave a rearguard to cover the main force's retreat. The moment this order was given, the Konoha ninjas promptly formed a rearguard unit of over 1,000 men, staying behind to block the allied ninjas. Although the allied ninjas fought desperately to stop them, the Konoha ninjas' suicidal mutual destruction tactics actually managed to hold back the onslaught of over 10,000 allied ninjas. Of course, as the price, these 1,000 Konoha ninjas utterly sacrificed their lives. The departing Konoha ninjas, watching their comrades bravely march to their deaths, were filled with immense fury and wanted to immediately charge back to avenge their fallen comrades. But their rationality compelled them to retreat. Standing atop the Ten Tails, Madara naturally saw this as well, but he said nothing. Wars mean death, it's far too common. Sacrificing a few to save the majority was in Madara's eyes a very worthwhile trade. Everyone, don't look back. Retreat immediately. Remember, they are all heroes of Konoha. They are also heroes of the ninja world. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, fire burns ever brighter. Though they have fallen in battle, their will shall be passed down forever, continuing to protect the next generation. After consoling the Konoha ninjas, Madara immediately ordered them to stop grieving and begin their retreat. Watching the Konoha ninjas gradually depart, the three Kages' faces turned grim. At this moment, they could already envision their own imminent gruesome deaths. Alright, once I've dealt with you scum, the rest will be simple. After saying this, Madara immediately controlled the Ten Tails, smashing them toward the allied forces. The colossal tails, like giant hands of gods and demons, descended with earth-shattering power. The Ten Tails' sky-covering tails immediately fell to the ground. Unlike the tails of ordinary tailed beasts, the Ten Tails all possessed palms, so the power of this strike was naturally formidable. The force emanating from the tails directly shattered the earth into fragments, while the shinobi caught under the Ten Tails' attack were completely crushed into a pulp of flesh and blood. Then let's have something interesting. A smile curled at the corner of Ban's mouth, and he immediately controlled the Ten Tails to use its unique ability. World Cataclysm. As the Ten Tails unleashed this special ability, in an instant the entire world was continuously struck by falling lightning, floods, earthquakes, and all manner of natural disasters. In just a few seconds, hundreds of allied shinobi were annihilated by this single attack. Witnessing the rampant calamities everywhere, the allied shinobi were utterly stunned. They never imagined that a mere ninjutsu could possess such devastating power, further deepening their already hopeless hearts. At this moment, the three Kages also fell silent. Gazing at the surrounding disasters, a sense of powerlessness swelled within them. Even the forces of nature could be manipulated at will. This was truly the power of a sage. How could they possibly stand against it? Sensing the despair emanating from the allied forces, Heiju's heart tightened. He still needed these fellows to exert themselves. He couldn't let them give up. After a moment of thought, Heiju immediately spoke to soothe them. Don't give up. He isn't invincible yet. As long as we take him down and prevent him from controlling this tailed beast, we can win. True to form, Heiju's words worked like a strong stimulant, once again rekindling hope in the despairing allied shinobi. Haha. Seems you still refuse to give up? Fine, then I'll send you all to the Pure Land to reunite. Ban's eyes flashed with coldness as he finished speaking, and the Ten Tails beneath him, sensing its master's mood, underwent another evolution. The Ten Tails, which had been in an animal state, gradually began to take humanoid form, growing arms and the ability to stand. Not good. The Ten Tails is evolving again. Seeing the Ten Tails become even more terrifying, Heiju knew he could no longer hold back, or else he would never be able to defeat Ban. Heiju controlled Zhu Jian to immediately clasp his hands together. Sage art. Would release. True, several thousand hands. Top of the world Buddha. Under Heiju's control, Zhu Jian's strongest ninjutsu, true, several thousand hands, was instantly unleashed. A 1,000-armed giant Buddha comparable in size to the Ten Tails appeared. Ban, watching Heiju atop the Buddha's head, flashed a cold gleam in his eyes. Moments ago, due to the Ten Tails, he couldn't eliminate him, but now that the enemy had delivered himself, he would certainly not let him escape. System. Is there any way to kill Heiju? At this critical moment, Ban began asking the system how to completely eliminate Heiju. Ding. Host can spend 1000 fate points to erase the opponent. The system's offered option immediately lit up his eyes. Erase. What a good option, his favorite. But the system's next words poured cold water on Ban's heart. Ding. Friendly reminder, this erasure is different from what the host imagines. It requires the host to touch the opponent. Ban felt a slight disappointment. He had thought it would be an instant erasure regardless of anything, but it required physical contact. Still on the whole, spending 10,000 fate points was quite a bargain. Ban stopped dwelling on it, spent 1,000 fate points to exchange for this ability, and then refocused his attention on the battlefield. At that moment, the thousand-armed giant Buddha's fists began to rain down upon him. Unflustered, Ban instantly activated Susanoo, which protected him, while he himself directed the ten tails to meet the dense barrage of fists. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions rang out continuously, completely engulfing the entire battlefield. The shockwaves from their clash began to spread once more, shattering the already broken land even further. Those shinobi of weaker strength were instantly killed merely by the residual shockwaves. Tailed Beast Ball. Seeing that the Ten Tails could not withstand the thousand-armed Buddha's attacks, Ban immediately used the Tailed Beast Ball. At the same time, his dojutsu power surged wildly, layering the Ten Tails' body with Susanoo to ensure its defense and prevent the Tailed Beast Ball from being interrupted. Protected by Susanoo, the Ten Tails could clearly begin to concentrate the Tailed Beast Ball. In just a few seconds, an enormous pitch-black Tailed Beast Ball was fully formed. Seeing the Tailed Beast Ball countless times larger than a normal one, the allied shinobi below trembled in fear. They couldn't even withstand a normal Tailed Beast Ball. This supersized one would be impossible to survive. Once the Tailed Beast Ball was complete, it was fired directly at the thousand-armed Buddha. In an instant, it shattered all the attacking fists and sped straight toward the Buddha. Watching the approaching sphere, Hyūga did not hesitate for a moment. He leaped off the Buddha. Not fleeing would be a joke, right? The power of the Tailed Beast Ball's explosion was like several atomic bombs detonating simultaneously, engulfing everything within dozens of miles. After a while, the light faded, revealing the scene. The once majestic thousand-armed giant Buddha was completely destroyed, the entire battlefield was shattered, the allied shinobi had all turned to ash, and the few survivors were barely clinging to life. As for the three Kages, they were not much better off. Covered in dust and grime, they looked nothing like their usual majestic selves. Zhu Jian lay on the ground severely wounded. Ban looked at the fallen Zhu Jian, startled because the Hyūga that had been attached to the right side of Zhu Jian's face had completely vanished. Meanwhile, Hyūga had successfully reached Ban's back. Haha, Uchiha Ban. In the end, I am the victor. Now hand over your body to me. Hyūga, seeing Ban so close, wore a smile of successful scheming. Upon hearing Hyūga's words, Ban immediately put on an expression of shock and disbelief. Seeing Ban like this, Hyūga naturally became even more delighted. Thinking that he was about to revive Otsutsuki Kagaya, a surge of excitement filled his heart. Ignoring Ban's reaction, Hyūga directly attached himself to Ban's body. Ban showed no response, as if he truly hadn't reacted in time. But the moment Hyūga attached himself to Ban, Ban smiled. Madara was originally worried about how to get his hands on Black Zetsu, but now Black Zetsu had come to him willingly, a pillow arriving just when he felt drowsy. With Madara deliberately holding back, Black Zetsu took full control of him after only minimal resistance. However, before he could rejoice, Madara's mocking voice rang out. How is it? My body is pretty good, isn't it? Black Zetsu was stunned by Madara's words. He hadn't expected that even after successfully taking over Madara's body, Madara could still speak. Of course, but now it's no longer your body. Black Zetsu replied with a sinister tone. Black Zetsu, don't you think it's too easy? Black Zetsu's words in Madara's view were merely an attempt to mask his inner fear, giving off a sense of bluster. And as soon as Madara said this, Black Zetsu realized the truth. Yes, everything had been too smooth, as if it had all been arranged. When he had controlled Hashirama Senju, it had taken a great deal of effort, but now controlling Madara was so simple, it defied all logic. Realizing this, Black Zetsu was immediately filled with terror. He had a premonition that he might have fallen into a trap. The moment this thought struck, he panicked and hastily tried to leave Madara's body, but it was already too late. Madara silently activated the annihilation ability within his mind. In an instant, Black Zetsu felt a terrifying power descend upon him. Sensing the force locking onto him, he trembled all over. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind: run. He must run as fast as he could. Otherwise, he might truly die. The moment this thought arose, Black Zetsu decisively prepared to retreat. However, the annihilation ability was not so easily evaded. Before his plan could succeed, a piercing pain tore through him. As the pain struck, Black Zetsu let out a scream. This agony was indescribable in words capable of tormenting even a being without a physical form. Ugh! Aya! The harrowing screams immediately echoed across the battlefield, causing the allied shinobi forces to wince inwardly. From Black Zetsu's cries, they could feel the unimaginable pain he was enduring. Well then, farewell, Black Zetsu. Having tormented him enough to vent his resentment for being manipulated, Madara no longer prolonged the suffering. He unleashed the full power of annihilation, and Black Zetsu's pitch-black figure was instantly erased, vanishing before everyone's eyes, completely evaporated. Witnessing this eerie scene, the allied shinobi were horrified. They had no idea how Madara had made Black Zetsu disappear, but that did not diminish their fear of him. Alright, now it's time to finish you all off. Once I eliminate you, the war will be over. After disposing of Black Zetsu, the mastermind behind the scenes, Madara clearly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, no one feels good being secretly plotted against. Now that Black Zetsu was annihilated, the gloom in Madara's heart had completely dissipated. As Madara's gaze swept over them, the allied shinobi instinctively took a step back, as if they had been targeted by something extraordinarily terrifying. Madara paid no heed to their reactions. He formed a hand seal, and the Ten Tails underwent another transformation. The once unstable, withered form of the Ten Tails began to grow robust, with flesh rapidly forming on its body. As the Ten Tails continued to evolve, it finally reached its complete form. In this state, the Ten Tails' power was multiplied countless times, a world of difference from before. If the earlier Ten Tails were a cat, now it was a tiger, an immeasurable increase in strength. Then let's use this move to clear out the small fry. With a thought from Madara, countless splits detached from the Ten Tails. Although these splits were not as powerful as the original, they were more than enough to handle the allied shinobi. Once the splits appeared, the battlefield turned into a one-sided massacre. Under the assault of the Ten Tails splits, the allied shinobi were forced to retreat step by step, with casualties mounting. In just half an hour, the more than 2,000 strong allied force was reduced to a few hundred survivors. Of the allied leaders, only the 3 Kage remained, but they were all severely wounded from the constant fighting, barely standing and utterly powerless to resist. Stop! Stop! We surrender. Finally, after being knocked back by a Ten Tails split, the 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki was the first to break and chose to surrender. Hearing this, the others remained silent, for the situation was now clear. Opposing Madara was nothing but suicide. The tens of thousands of troops were gone. Oh, what could these few hundred do? At this thought, a wave of sorrow washed over them. Seeing their surrender, Madara immediately ordered the Ten Tails splits to halt their attack. Just as they surrendered, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving 100 fate-changing points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a random ability chest. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a mysterious chest. Listening to the continuous system notifications in his mind, Madara finally showed a satisfied smile. He had gone through all this trouble for this very moment, and now that the rewards were in hand, he was overjoyed. System, what is the mysterious chest? Looking at the gray chest with a question mark, Madara asked curiously. He had completed many missions, but had never obtained such a chest before. Its appearance alone gave off an extraordinary aura, prompting him to question the system. Ding! Ding! Friendly reminder, the mysterious chest can yield anything. There is nothing you can imagine that it cannot produce. If you're lucky, it might even open a world. Hearing the system's explanation, Madara's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the mysterious chest to be so incredible, capable of even producing a world. Staring at the gray chest with fervent eyes, he said excitedly, System, open the chest. Madara waved his hand grandly, but his eyes were glued to the chest, as if magnetized, fixed on it without moving. As soon as Madara spoke, the gray chest began to tremble, then burst into a dazzling white light, as if some peerless treasure were emerging. The intense white light forced Madara to close his eyes instinctively. When the light faded, the system's cool voice rang out. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, host, on becoming a perfect Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Madara, who had been keeping his eyes shut, immediately opened them upon hearing the system's words. Though he didn't win the grand prize, this reward was more than enough to let him dominate the Naruto world unchallenged. Ding! Host, would you like to fuse with the perfect Ten Tails Jinchuriki? At the delightful sound of the system, Madara did not hesitate to choose fusion. After all, it was the perfect Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the pinnacle of combat power in the ninja world. As soon as he made his choice, he felt a warm sensation continuously flowing through his body. This peculiar feeling lasted only a moment before vanishing, and Madara opened his eyes. Madara clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within him, as if he could shatter the entire ninja world with a single punch. Of course, this was merely an illusion born from his sudden acquisition of power. In reality, though he had become the perfect Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he could at most destroy a moon, not the entire ninja world. The moment Madara became the perfect Ten Tails Jinchuriki, an old man in a white robe wielding a black staff opened his eyes in the pitch-black surroundings. What's happening? This aura of a perfect Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Could it be an illusion? The old man frowned, his profound gaze piercing through the distance, as if he could see across time and space. After a long while, the old man withdrew his gaze. A flicker of uncertainty danced in his eyes as he murmured, No, it's definitely not an illusion. This aura is unmistakable. It's the aura of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Could Mother have broken the seal? The old man frowned, pondering deeply, but soon dismissed the idea. He was confident in his seal. Ordinary people could never break it. That meant there must be someone else. Thinking this, he could no longer sit still. He wondered what had gone wrong in the ninja world, as according to his plan, a six-paths level powerhouse, like a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, should not have appeared. Moreover, such a six-paths level being was supposed to emerge much later. There was only one explanation: an unknown change had occurred in the ninja world. After a moment of thought, the six-paths sage immediately rose, ready to return to the ninja world to see what had happened. Indeed, the old man in the shadows was none other than the six-paths sage Otsutsuki Hashirama. The place he inhabited was the gap between the Pure Land and the ninja world. He had been fully aware of everything in the ninja world, for though he had died long ago, all subsequent events had been predetermined by his design. This included the fourth great ninja war, Madara's resurrection, and the sealing of Kaguya, all part of his plan. However, the emergence of Madara as an anomaly had completely exceeded Otsutsuki Hashirama's expectations. He had never anticipated another perfect Ten-Tails Jinchuriki appearing in the ninja world. Though he was powerful, a perfect Ten-Tails Jinchuriki was equally formidable. The two would be evenly matched. With a mere thought, Otsutsuki Hashirama instantly left his spot and appeared in Mount Myaboku. Indeed, though Otsutsuki Hashirama was only a spirit, he was still a six-paths level powerhouse, a level of terror beyond imagination. The moment Otsutsuki Hashirama's figure appeared, the great toad sage sensed him. The enormous toad wearily opened his eyes, gazing at Otsutsuki Hashirama with a hint of melancholy. Once they had been two spirited young men, but now time had changed everything. The Otsutsuki Hashirama who had once devoted himself to the ninja world was now nothing but a spirit, and he himself was no longer young. Meeting an old friend naturally stirred deep emotions. Though countless words filled his heart, they all remained unspoken. Hashirama, why have you come? You shouldn't be back. The great toad sage's aged voice sounded, his expression grave as he looked at Otsutsuki Hashirama. As a former comrade, the great toad sage knew well the terror of Otsutsuki Hashirama. Thus his sudden appearance put the great toad sage on high alert. Relax, Gamamaru. You haven't forgotten the promise you owe me, have you? Seeing how cautious Gamamaru was, Otsutsuki Hashirama abandoned the idea of reminiscing. They were no longer the same people they had once been. At the mention of the promise, the great toad sage narrowed his eyes. Of course I remember. But this promise cannot threaten the ninja world. That must be clear. Gamamaru did not deny the promise, but he added a final reminder that the promise must not endanger the ninja world, otherwise he would never help Otsutsuki Hashirama. Rest assured, the ninja world is also my life's work. I will never let it come to harm. I came only to ask what has happened since my death. Speaking of serious matters, Otsutsuki Hashirama's face turned stern. Seeing that Otsutsuki Hashirama had not made any demand that threatened the ninja world, the great toad sage breathed a sigh of relief. That's simple. The great toad sage nodded slightly, then closed his eyes. Otsutsuki Hashirama knew the great toad sage's ability, so he did not disturb him, simply sitting cross-legged in midair waiting. As time passed, the great toad sage's complexion, which had been normal, gradually turned pained, and then twisted in agony. Finally, the great toad sage opened his eyes, but he was a vastly different sight from before. Before closing his eyes, the great toad sage had been relatively spirited, but now his aura was palpably decayed, like a withered piece of wood on the verge of crumbling. What happened? Why are you so weakened all of a sudden? Otsutsuki Hashirama asked, his tone grave as he observed the great toad sage's transformation. He had a vague feeling that this matter was not simple. It's nothing. I just saw the future. At the mention of the future, the great toad sage cast a subtle glance at Otsutsuki Hashirama. What is the future like? Hearing that the great toad sage had foreseen the future, Otsutsuki Hashirama immediately asked anxiously. The future is that the ninja world has completely changed and your plan has been entirely altered. As for you, the great toad sage looked at Otsutsuki Hashirama, but said nothing more. Otsutsuki Hashirama's heart sank. Without needing the great toad sage to finish, he could roughly guess what he was about to say. What will happen to me? Though he knew in his heart that he would likely fail, Otsutsuki Hashirama still asked, refusing to give up hope. You will fail, and you might even die completely. The great toad sage's words made Otsutsuki Hashirama's heart grow even heavier. After a moment of silence, Otsutsuki Hashirama asked, Who will kill me? The great toad sage did not hide the truth. The one who will kill you is the very perfect Ten-Tails Jinchuriki you asked about, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? How could it be him? Hashirama, Otsutsuki exclaimed in surprise. He knew of Madara and his plan. Madara was an indispensable piece. Moreover, Madara was the reincarnation of Indra. Now the great toad sage had just told him that this sudden perfect Jinchuriki was Madara, and that in the near future, he would be defeated by him. This left Hashirama Otsutsuki somewhat incredulous. That's right. It's him. The great toad sage confirmed, speaking with a peculiar look at Hashirama. Madara was the reincarnation of Indra, and Indra was Hashirama's son. So this was essentially a twisted version of filial piety. Hashirama and his brother had once sealed their own mother that too could be called maternal piety. Thinking of this, the great Toad Sage's expression grew even more peculiar. He couldn't help but wonder, did the Otsutsuki clan all have such a peculiar hobby of filial piety? Hashirama was naturally unaware of the great Toad Sage's thoughts. At this moment his heart was extremely unsettled. He had actually been defeated by his own son. Although they were reincarnations, they carried his son's chakra and will, so they could be considered his sons. So he had been on the receiving end of filial piety. At this thought, Hashirama couldn't help cursing inwardly. His son killing his father was the greatest scandal in the world, and he never expected it to happen to him. No, I absolutely cannot be killed by him. He has just become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. He must not have fully adapted and mastered his power. So if he takes advantage of Madara's current weakness and eliminates him, can he avoid his own death? As soon as this thought arose, Hashirama immediately praised his own cleverness, striking while the opponent was still undeveloped, killing him in one blow root and branch. I'm a genius for coming up with this. Having made up his mind, Hashirama prepared to leave and execute his plan. Then I'll take my leave. After saying this, Hashirama vanished before the great Toad Sage. Staring at the empty hall, the great Toad Sage merely sighed and said nothing. What an unexpected turn. The fate of Shinobi would be changed by this little one. Truly incredible. A trace of longing flashed in the great Toad Sage's eyes, then a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. From his prophecy, just now he had seen everything of the future. He had seen a prosperous era. And it was for this reason that he had concealed Madara's true power from Hashirama. After Hashirama left, he immediately headed toward the battlefield. At that moment, having become a perfect Ten Tails Jinchuriki, a white robe adorned with tomoe appeared on his body. 9 black truth-seeking balls emerged behind him, and a black staff appeared in his hand. His hair instantly turned into long silver-white locks, and his entire being exuded an ethereal demeanor, as if a true immortal had descended to the mortal world. As Madara became the perfect Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the original Ten Tails completely disappeared. This was of course the system's doing. However, the other ninjas only remembered that the Ten Tails had turned into a divine tree and Madara had absorbed it to become what he was now. This is the power of the 6 paths, so powerful. With a thought from Madara, the truth-seeking balls floating behind him instantly appeared in his hand, constantly changing into whatever shape he desired. After trying for a while, Madara returned the truth-seeking balls to his back. Seeing Madara's drastically changed appearance, the allied shinobi forces were momentarily at a loss. Though they wanted to ask questions, no one dared speak, daunted by Madara's power. After all, anyone could see that Madara's aura, though now more restrained and ordinary-looking, was not to be underestimated. They knew Madara was definitely only stronger than before. System opened the random ability chest. After sensing his own abilities, Madara proceeded to open the remaining chests. As he finished speaking, the random ability chest opened directly. A flash of light later, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained time reversal. After the system's prompt, Madara was astonished. He never expected to get this ability, the power to control time. This ability was something even the Otsutsuki clan didn't have. Controlling time existed only in legends, perhaps even gods couldn't freely control time. Yet now he had obtained the power to control time. After calming his shock, Madara eagerly checked the ability's description. Time reversal beginner. The host can use time reversal to speed up or slow down the time flow of a certain area or object. The maximum time change cannot exceed 3 hours. Cooldown 24 hours. Ding. Friendly reminder: as the level increases, the duration of time reversal will become longer. After reading the system's description, Madara was thoroughly excited. This ability was extremely powerful, and what pleased him most was that its cooldown was only 1 day. That meant he could use it every other day. That was pretty nice. Compared to Koto Amatsukami, time reversal had a much faster cooldown. After opening both chests, Madara dismissed the system interface and prepared to return to camp. However, he didn't notice the change in Hashirama, nor did anyone else. Hashirama, who had been lying on the ground severely wounded, actually stood up, his injuries completely healed, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. Hashirama looked at Madara, who was gazing into the distance, and a gleam of sharpness flashed in his eyes. No, to be precise, this was not Senju Hashirama himself, but Hashirama Otsutsuki. That's right. After arriving at the scene, Hashirama first set his sights on Madara, intending to possess him. But upon realizing that Madara's power was not far from his own, he settled for the next best target. Hashirama was the perfect choice. Although Hashirama was only in soul form, his power remained. In the original story, at the critical moment near the end, it was he who gave Naruto and Sasuke their power-ups, and he was also in soul form at that time. Thus the Sage of 6 Paths in soul form, though not at his peak, was still formidable. After all, the power of Yin Yang and the 6 Paths was not to be trifled with. Now after possessing Senju, Hashirama Hagoromo naturally used his power to heal Hashirama's injuries first. With a physical body, his strength could be restored to its peak. At that moment, Madara turned around. Their gazes instantly clashed in midair. Their gazes met, instantly sparking fierce tension. Uchiha Madara. Otsutsuki Hagoromo uttered coldly, his eyes fixed on the other with a complex expression. Hashirama. No, you are not Hashirama. Who are you? Frowning, Madara scrutinized Hashirama, now possessed by Otsutsuki Hagoromo. The moment the other spoke, Madara realized that the Hashirama before him was no longer the original, but merely a puppet controlled by another. Indeed, you managed to guess. As for who I am, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's eyes glowed with deep nostalgia. My name is Otsutsuki Hagoromo. You may also call me the Sage of Six Paths. After Hagoromo's words, Madara showed no surprise. It was not odd that Otsutsuki Hagoromo could possess Hashirama, given that in the original story, he had returned to the ninja world through Indra and Ashura's chakra. Thus it was not unexpected that he could now take over Hashirama, who bore Ashura's chakra. Moreover, who could say that the strongest figure in the ninja world had no hidden cards? Unlike Madara's calm demeanor, those retreating were shaken to their core upon hearing Otsutsuki Hagoromo's words. It is the Sage of Six Paths. How is that possible? Wasn't he long dead? What is happening? The Sage of Six Paths appears. And it seems he intends to confront Uchiha Madara. The retreating crowd murmured among themselves after learning that Hashirama had been possessed by Otsutsuki Hagoromo. They had all heard of the Sage of Six Paths, but most regarded it as mere legend. To see him appear before them shattered their worldview. Madara and Otsutsuki Hagoromo paid no attention to the commotion. Though they stood still, their gazes clashed intensely, and their auras were released without restraint. Six Paths level power was the ultimate in the ninja world, and their auras were extraordinarily potent. Merely exchanging glances and auras, the world around them erupted with violent winds, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Sage of Six Paths, why have you come? After their auras clashed and ended in a draw, Madara looked at the man who was his equal with a grave expression. This was the one who had sealed the progenitor of chakra, and Madara would not underestimate him even if he had taken over a body. For the ninja world, and for you. Otsutsuki Hagoromo narrowed his eyes, looking at the reincarnation of his own son, a sharp, killing intent flickering in his gaze. For him, anyone who disrupted his plans must die, even if it was his son's reincarnation. He had sealed his own mother, so why would he hesitate over a mere reincarnation? For the ninja world. Don't trouble yourself, old man. The ninja world is no longer your era. An antique should stay in the Pure Land and not wander about. Hearing Hagoromo's reply, Madara responded coldly, showing no respect. As the saying goes, even a clay figure has a temper. Being mocked by Madara, the reincarnation of his own son, stirred a surge of anger within Otsutsuki Hagoromo, no matter how patient he was. Young man, do not speak so sharply. Do not think that gaining a little power makes you invincible. Remember, there is always someone stronger. Has your prideful power blinded you? As he spoke, Otsutsuki Hagoromo put on a look of pity, as if genuinely concerned for Madara. But Madara felt only disgust at the sight. What he detested most was this sanctimonious attitude, standing on a moral high ground lecturing others like a self-appointed senior. Though the other was indeed a senior, Madara still loathed it. He, a great villain, was being taught a lesson. Are you teaching me? Madara's gaze sharpened, as if he would strike at the slightest word from Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Humph. So what if I am? So what if I am not? Otsutsuki Hagoromo's expression turned cold and grim as he stared at Madara. If I am, then I must send you to death. After speaking, Madara moved. The truth-seeking ball behind him transformed into a massive black sword, which he swung down at Otsutsuki Hagoromo. The sword formed from the truth-seeking ball appeared harmless, but Hagoromo, also at the Six Paths level, knew its devastating power. A single hit would spell certain death in his current state. In response, Otsutsuki Hagoromo also summoned a truth-seeking ball, shaping it into a massive barrier to shield himself. The seemingly harmless sword struck the barrier of the same material, producing a deafening roar. Since both were made of truth-seeking balls, Madara's attack had no effect. The truth-seeking ball turned back into a sphere and slowly returned to Madara's side. Otsutsuki Hagoromo also dispelled the black barrier before him. As expected of the Sage of Six Paths, it seems battling with truth-seeking balls is pointless. Then let's show some real skill. As the perfect Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Madara now possessed all of Kagai's abilities. In his current state, he had no fear of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Very well, the warm-up is over. Now let me see if your strength matches your boast. Sage Art. Storm Release Light Fong. Since both were at the Six Paths level, ordinary ninjutsu was useless against them. Only senjutsu and taijutsu could inflict damage. Fortunately, Madara was proficient in taijutsu. Storm Release Light Fong was a sage art Madara had created in the original story, and he had developed it here as well. With his mastery of the power of all elements, creating a sage art was effortless. Seeing the lightning-like storm release, Otsutsuki Hagoromo did not take it lightly. He once again used a truth-seeking ball to form a defensive barrier, trying to block Madara's attack. But this time Hagoromo miscalculated. This sage art of Madara could break through truth-seeking balls. In the original story, when Naruto used a black rod formed from a truth-seeking ball to attack Madara, it was shattered by this very technique. Boom. When the storm release struck the barrier formed by the truth-seeking ball, the supposedly indestructible barrier was pierced like a paper window, torn through completely. What? How is that possible? Watching the storm release penetrate the barrier of the truth-seeking balls, Hagoromo Otsutsuki was startled. He had not expected Madara's storm release to actually break through the truth-seeking balls. This was truly terrifying. Without time to think further, Hagoromo Otsutsuki immediately dodged to the side. Seeing this, Madara seized the opportunity to strike. Sage art. Released lightning style. As the sage art was unleashed, Madara became as if possessed by the thunder god, his hands releasing countless bolts of lightning in an attempt to utterly annihilate Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Watching the lightning closing in on him, Hagoromo Otsutsuki once again summoned the truth-seeking balls to block it. He could not believe that this jutsu of Madara's could also break through the truth-seeking balls, for if that were truly the case, there would be no point in continuing the fight. Holding this thought, a black barrier appeared before Hagoromo Otsutsuki. This time Madara's sage art indeed failed to break through the truth-seeking balls. Seeing that both of his attacks had been ineffective, Madara abandoned the use of sage arts and instead switched to close-quarters combat with Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Madara's truth-seeking balls slowly floated into his hands, transforming into Itachi. He immediately charged at Hagoromo Otsutsuki with his weapon. In response, Hagoromo Otsutsuki also turned his truth-seeking balls into a weapon and charged toward Madara. Both were on the 6 paths level, so their taijutsu was naturally exceptional. In just a few seconds they had exchanged hundreds of blows. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, yet for a time they were locked in a stalemate. Under their combined force, the already shattered earth was once again subjected to destruction. Even the shockwaves from their taijutsu clashes caused the air to explode. So you can match me in taijutsu without losing. Uchiha Madara, I acknowledge your strength. Hearing these somewhat familiar words, Madara's expression turned strange. Shouldn't this line have been something he said to Might Guy in the future? Now it was the 6 path sage saying it to him. Though he complained inwardly, Madara's movements were not slow. 80 God's vacuum attack. Seizing the opportunity, Madara roared his fists, instantly transforming into a flurry of afterimages, relentlessly attacking Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Seeing the countless fist shadows, Hagoromo Otsutsuki refused to be outdone and used the 80 God's vacuum attack as well. Boom, boom, boom. Fist collided with fist. The clash of the 80 God's vacuum attack immediately produced countless explosions. For a moment, the battle between Madara and Hagoromo Otsutsuki caused space itself to seem on the verge of shattering. Both naturally noticed this. Madara and Hagoromo Otsutsuki simultaneously stopped their storm-like assault. 6 paths sage, how about we change the venue? Madara looked at Hagoromo Otsutsuki and asked. Though they were enemies, both shared a desire for the ninja world to improve. But with their current power, continuing to fight might destroy the world, which was not what either wanted. So when Madara proposed this, Hagoromo Otsutsuki did not object, but simply nodded. Very well, let's change the place. Once they reached an agreement, Madara used the Amanamanaka. Hagoromo Otsutsuki followed him inside. After the two disappeared, the spatial rift healed completely. Watching them leave, the surviving ninjas stared blankly at the sky. The only thought in their minds was they're finally gone. From the moment the 6 paths sage appeared, they had become numb. The only thing left in their hearts was endless worry for when the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat are doomed. Now that the two had left, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the distance, Uchiha Taijima watched the departing figures and silently withdrew his gaze. He knew that he could not help in a battle of that level. All he could do now was silently pray for Madara's success. His immediate task was to complete the integration of the ninja world as quickly as possible so as not to disappoint Madara's expectations. Madara was naturally unaware of the situation in the ninja world. By now he had entered the ice space with Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Within the ice space, everything was covered in white snow and frozen lakes. Looking at the surroundings, a glint of light flashed in Hagoromo Otsutsuki's eyes. The scene before him gave Hagoromo Otsutsuki a familiar feeling. It was too similar to the abilities of his mother Kaguya Otsutsuki. No, it could almost be described as exactly the same. From the 80 Gods vacuum attack earlier to the Amanamanaka, now these were all techniques that Kaguya possessed. Yet Madara also knew them all, which filled Hagoromo Otsutsuki with a trace of concern. The reason his mother was sealed by the two brothers was largely due to Kaguya's lack of combat experience and the fact that they were her own children. But now it was different. Madara was not someone like Kaguya who had no battle experience. Moreover, Hagoromo's current condition was not optimal. Because he was forcibly controlling Hashirama's body, he could not unleash his full strength. No, I need to find an ally. If this continues, I will definitely lose. And because this body is forcibly controlled, it imposes too many restrictions on my power. Although Hagoromo Otsutsuki was still fighting Madara, his mind was already racing to find a way to escape and seek help. 6 paths, Sage. Come on, let's have a good all-out fight. Madara held the weapon formed from the truth-seeking balls, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit as he looked at Hagoromo Otsutsuki. It had been a long time since he had felt this pumped. His battles had always ended in overwhelming victory. A stalemate like today was rare, and it made Madara's blood boil with excitement. As you wish. Hagoromo Otsutsuki also gripped his staff, assuming a combat stance. Huh. With a roar, the two charged toward each other. The black sword and the staff clashed. Instantly the ground around them shattered like a spider's web, cracking densely in all directions. Boom, 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 boom. Their truth-seeking balls collided repeatedly. They fought from the ground to the sky and back down again. Finally, after about 200 exchanges, Hagoromo Otsutsuki revealed an opening. Madara seized the opportunity and immediately unleashed the 80 Gods vacuum attack, sending it toward Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Countless fist shadows rained down upon Hagoromo Otsutsuki like droplets. The terrifying force instantly shattered all of his ribs and displaced his internal organs. In a battle between powerhouses, victory or defeat is decided in an instant. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, due to his imperfect control over his body, was defeated. Hagoromo Otsutsuki coughed up a mouthful of blood and cast a calm glance at Madara. Though he had lost this time, he was not annoyed. Even in defeat, he had gained a first-hand understanding of Madara's strength. You have lost, Sage of 6 Paths. This is no longer your era after all. Looking at the defeated Hagoromo, Madara paused and said one sentence. Cough, cough. Madara Uchiha, I admit you are strong, but our strength is not far apart. It is impossible for you to kill me. Hagoromo looked at Madara and said this. Madara nodded in agreement as well. Indeed, it was true, their power was about equal. Although Madara was a bit stronger, there was no way he could finish off the other. For powerhouses of their level, it was no longer possible to quickly end a battle and settle life and death. Hagoromo understood this, and Madara understood it too. That's right. Even if I can't kill you, I can imprison you forever, Madara said calmly. Heh. You can't imprison me. With our strength equal, you can't trap me. Alright, the next time we meet will be when we settle who lives and who dies. Hagoromo gave Madara a deep lingering look, then vanished from the frozen space at once. Madara was not surprised that Hagoromo could leave. It seems next time won't be so easy. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll go back to find reinforcements. A thoughtful glint crossed Madara's eyes. If I'm not mistaken, the one he'll seek should be his good brother Himura. At that thought, Madara's eyes flashed. Since Hagoromo would find helpers, he would too. It was time to go meet Kagaya Otsutsuki. After saying that, Madara left the frozen space. In a flicker, he returned to the shinobi world. With a single thought, Madara returned to Konoha. Because of the need to unify the shinobi world, the high-ranking officials of Konoha were all busy in a flurry. This was an unprecedented affair in the shinobi world, and none of them dared to be careless. The countries that had once resisted stubbornly after personally witnessing Madara's strength obediently defected to Konoha and moved their entire nations toward the village. Seeing Madara suddenly appear, the Konoha leadership was startled, then quickly recovered and greeted him with respectful voices. Seeing their guarded, humble demeanor, Madara only nodded calmly. The strong are always lonely. When one's power and status reach a certain height, he becomes a solitary figure. Everyone becomes afraid of him. Just like now. Even his own father, Taijima Uchiha, seemed to hesitate and falter when speaking to him. Madara had long been prepared for this. As the saying goes, heavy is the head that wears the crown. Since he had become a king, he had already made up his mind to bear that burden. How is the integration of the shinobi world coming along? Madara sat in the seat of honor and asked. Lord Hokage. At present, every nation in the shinobi world has surrendered. The small countries nearby, with our help, are gradually merging into Konoha. The 3 great nations are likewise moving toward Konoha. However, some farther ones will take a bit more time. Overall, everything is going smoothly. After Shikaku Nara reported the current situation, Madara nodded. Good. Continue to speed up the integration. There's no need to force those who don't want to leave. Just gather all the ninja and clans together. Madara reminded them of this. After all, though shinobi were the mainstream, there were still many civilians, including quite a few elderly people and children. Naturally, it was impossible to bring everyone over, so Madara settled for the next best thing. After giving his orders, Madara left. He still had to figure out how to persuade Kagaya. System, open my attribute panel. Name Madara Uchiha. Gender male. Power 6 paths. Item, Fame Sword, Thunderstorm. Abilities, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Rinnegan, Keki I Mora Aminamanaka Time Reversal. Fate points, 10800000. After reviewing his status, Madara immediately asked the system, "System, is there any way for me to lift Kagaya Otsutsuki's seal?" The moment Madara said this, the system's voice rang out directly. Ding. The host may spend 100 fate points to lift Kagaya Otsutsuki's seal. After saying this, the system deliberately displayed the number 100 on the blue screen. Looking at the number, Madara could not help but secretly curse this system was a real dog. He had just struggled desperately and nearly lost his life to earn 100 fate points. Yet now the system wanted to take them all back. System, don't you feel any guilt for swindling me out of my hard-earned fate points? Madara tried to make the system back down, but unfortunately the system was not going to fall for it. Ding. Friendly reminder: the system has no heart, so it has no conscience to speak of. Thank you for the host's concern. The system's words were the perfect follow-up stab, making Madara feel as if a knife had been driven straight into his heart. After taking a deep breath, Madara suppressed the anger in his heart. After all, he still had to rely on the system now, though he couldn't fall out with it yet. If the system stopped helping him, wouldn't he be doomed? System, do you have a way for me to talk with Kagaya Otsutsuki? Of course, Madara was not polite to that dog of a system, and the system, seeming somewhat guilty, did not make an issue of his tone. Ding. The host may spend 700 fate points to use the long-distance communication function. The system's quoted price made Madara's face darken again. What was this? Lifting the seal cost 100 fate points, and a single conversation cost 700 fate points. He only had 10800 fate points in total. This was going to drain his pockets completely. So this dog of a system had calculated everything and was ready to fleece him. This made Madara furious. Ding. In light of the host's current state, the system will provide one message free of charge. Hashirama Otsutsuki has successfully found Himura Otsutsuki, and with the latter's help has begun to recover his strength. After finishing the notification, it was as if the system were watching Madara's misfortune play out. Madara's face, already dark, became as black as the bottom of a pot. Bastard. A threat. This is a blatant threat. How dare you threaten me? I will never let you succeed. Madara warned the system with a face full of righteousness. The system's words were nothing less than a warning to him. If he did not hurry once Hashirama recovered his strength and the two brothers came at him together, it would probably be the hour of his death. After a standoff between the man and the system, Madara finally yielded. System, let me speak with Kagaya Otsutsuki. When Madara spoke, the system's usually unchanging electronic voice finally carried a faint hint of smugness. Ding. Does the host wish to spend 800 fate-altering points to converse with Kagaya Otsutsuki? Yes. After Madara spoke, a familiar face immediately appeared before him. Gazing at the cold-faced woman on the screen, Madara narrowed his eyes slightly. This figure was none other than the sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki. Who are you? How dare you appear before me? Kagaya Otsutsuki roused from slumber, sensed the communication screen as soon as it materialized. Opening her pale white eyes, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Since being sealed by Hashirama Otsutsuki, she had been plunged into endless darkness, having seen no outsiders for eons. Madara was the first to appear, leaving her somewhat astonished. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Madara. As for how I came to be here, well, I used a rather special method. You need not know the specifics. Madara chuckled, answering all of Kagaya's questions. Then what business do you have with me? Kagaya Otsutsuki regarded Madara coldly, fully aware that his sudden appearance was no mere act of concern for a lonely old woman. She knew he had a purpose. Heh, as expected of the rabbit goddess. Since you've already guessed, I'll speak plainly. I've come to discuss a matter of cooperation. Madara's words conjured a look of confusion on Kagaya's usually impassive face. Cooperation? With me? Are you not aware that I am sealed? And yet you seek my alliance? Seeing the perplexed expression on the screen, Madara inferred her thoughts. Heh, do not worry about the seal. Since I've come to propose cooperation, I naturally have a way to free you. At Madara's words, the confusion on Kagaya's face slowly gave way to excitement. Imprisoned for so long, she had grown weary of this sunless existence. Her greatest desire was to break free. Yet she knew that escape on her own was impossible. Fortunately, she had left a contingency before being sealed, but now she had no idea whether Black Zetsu had succeeded in releasing her. Compared to the uncertain Black Zetsu, the man before her, Madara, who could even communicate through the seal, seemed far more reliable. If he could cross the barrier, surely he could undo it. Kagaya Otsutsuki quickly weighed the pros and cons, unaware that her own son had perished at Madara's hands. Though tempted, she did not agree immediately. I am not familiar with you. Such a momentous alliance cannot be agreed upon lightly. First, tell me the terms of this cooperation. Kagaya neither consented nor refused, instead asking about the details. Madara knew she was intrigued, merely hesitant due to unfamiliarity. Heh, the terms are simple. I break your seal, and in return you help me deal with your two dear sons. At the mention of her sons, Kagaya's expression turned cold. It was because of them that she had endured these endless dark years. Her emotions rippled noticeably, though she quickly masked them, but not before Madara caught it. Why do you wish to oppose them? Kaguya stared at Madara, intently wanting to know his motive against Hashirama and Hamura. That is not your concern. Just tell me, will you cooperate or not? Madara avoided the question, pressing directly for an answer. They are my sons. We are family. I have no reason to strike against them. Kaguya frowned, speaking in a low tone. Heh, do you not resent them? Have you forgotten who trapped you in this sunless place for so long? Though you may still harbor affection, they showed no mercy to their own mother. I advise you to think carefully. Cooperate with me, and you will surely achieve vengeance. Madara's words rekindled painful memories in Kaguya's mind, causing her expression to shift slightly. Cooperating with him could break the seal. Judging by his ability, he might actually succeed. Since I cannot free myself, I must rely on him. Black Zetsu is nowhere to be found. Waiting for him would take ages. Now that a better option stands before me, it is worth a try. Moreover, I intended to reclaim the power of Hashirama and Hamura. Using his help would make that task easier. After deliberating for a moment, Kaguya finally made up her mind. Very well, I agree to your terms. But when will you lift the seal? Her eyes gleamed with anticipation at the thought of liberation. Breaking the seal is simple, but it won't be easy afterward. As far as I know, your two sons are currently on the moon. Madara's words carried a pointed meaning. Then what do you propose? At the mention of her sons, Kaguya's calm face showed a trace of worry. Though powerful, her sons had inherited her strength and were not to be underestimated. It's simple. You will wait a while. I will personally go to your seal's location, free you, and help you leave there. Once you have recovered your power, we will face them together. Madara laid out his plan without hesitation, and Kaguya nodded in agreement. After finalizing the plan, Madara ended the communication and prepared to head to the moon. Just as the call ended, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, for altering the original storyline. You have been awarded 100,000 fate-altering points. The system's announcement brought a smile to Madara's face. He had been worrying about how to reach the moon, and now, as if a pillow had been handed to him just as drowsiness struck, he could use the points to have the system transport him there. System, take me to the moon. Composing himself, he commanded. Ding. Does the host wish to spend 100 fate-altering points to travel to the moon? Yes. As the words left his mouth, a beam of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from the room. As the dizziness gradually faded, Ben opened his eyes. Before him lay a massive sphere, the very moon that sealed Daitong Yuhui. After such a long time, Ban had finally mastered 6 paths level power. Thus he came this time without leaking any aura, and it was precisely because of this that Daitong Yuhui did not detect him. So this is the moon. I wonder if the ninja world will still have a moon after I release Huey. Ban stroked his chin, the thought flashing through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Whether the moon disappears or not can be dealt with later, solving the current problem is the top priority. System, spend fate-altering points to remove the seal. Ban directly chose to remove the seal. After all, time was life, and every second counted. Once Daitong Yuhui and the other fully recovered their strength, their pressure would undoubtedly increase dramatically. Ding. Would you like to spend 100 fate-altering points to remove the seal? Before Ban's eyes appeared the system's 2 options again. The long string of numbers on the screen made him wince. That 100 fate-altering points had been earned with great difficulty, and spending it all at once truly gave him a feeling of heartache. Yes. Ban gritted his teeth and directly chose yes. With his selection complete, the fate-altering points on the interface began to decrease wildly. Ding. Unsealing in progress. 10, 30, 50. Because the seal was quite strong, the system took several seconds to complete the process. Ding. Seal removed successfully. As the system finished speaking, the entire moon began to tremble violently. Then a bottomless tunnel appeared in the middle of the moon. After a moment, Daitong Yuhui's figure slowly emerged from the tunnel. Gazing at the scene outside, Daitong Yuhui felt a surge of emotion. She had not breathed fresh air for far too long. Now that she had finally broken free from this damned seal, she was naturally overjoyed. Goddess of the Dawn, I have been waiting for you. Seeing Huey appear, Ban revealed a relaxed smile. Since the seal had been successfully removed, dealing with the 2 brothers Daitong Yuhui would be much easier. Hearing the voice, Daitong Yuhui, who had been immersed in the joy of sudden freedom, turned her head to look. When she clearly saw Ban, a hint of amazement flashed in her eyes. She had not expected Ban to be so young yet possessed such terrifying power. This surprised her. Before the 2 could speak, 2 figures immediately appeared in Ban's line of sight. They're here. Daitong Yuhui. As Ban finished speaking, the 2 figures finally arrived before him. The arrivals were none other than the brothers Daitong Yuhui and Daitong Yutsuin. Yuzibo Ban. Daitong Yuhui clearly recognized Ban as well, but when he saw the other figure beside Ban, his whole body trembled, as if frozen. Mother. Unlike Daitongyu Yui's reaction, Daitongyu Yutsuin also exclaimed in surprise. He had never expected Daitongyu Hui to be released so silently. Long time no see, Yui. Yutsuin. Looking at her two sons, Daitongyu Hui spoke with a complex expression, but her words contained little affection, only endless coldness. Daitongyu Yui did not address Daitongyu Hui. Instead, he looked at Ban with a grave expression and said, Yuzhibo Ban, do you know what you have done? This action of yours will plunge the entire ninja world into a great crisis. Daitongyu Yui's stern words immediately darkened Daitongyu Hui's expression. Heh, this is your mother. What should you not be happy that I have reunited mother and sons? Ban looked at Daitongyu Yui mockingly, and Daitongyu Yui knew that the other was definitely mocking them. However, he could not act rashly, for even Yuzhibo Ban alone could severely wound him, and now with his mother added, their chances of victory were far from favorable. Don't look at me like that. Are you allowed to find allies first, but I am not allowed to find some too? Ban raised an eyebrow. Although his expression was nonchalant, he was quite satisfied with the scene of maternal affection and filial piety that he had personally orchestrated. Damn it. But why did you have to bring our mother? Enough. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Why can't I find her? Ban directly cut off the brother's words. He did not want to continue wasting words with them. He needed to leave quickly and let Daitongyu Hui recover her strength. Damn it. No. I absolutely cannot let you take our mother away. Otherwise the entire ninja world will fall into a great catastrophe. Daitongyu Yui's gaze instantly became resolute. He truly feared Daitongyu Hui from the bottom of his heart. Humph. Yui, do you truly intend to stop me? Seeing that her own precious son intended to block her departure, Daitongyu Hui immediately emitted a dangerous aura. Sensing her aura, Daitongyu Yui gripped his staff tightly and assumed a combat stance. As for Daitongyu Yutsuin, he also activated his buy-in and became vigilant. TSK. It seems your two sons are very rebellious towards you. Watching the two brothers preparing to attack together, Ban did not hesitate to tease Hui. Humph, none of your business. Seeing her family scandal exposed to Ban, Hui snorted coldly and ignored him preparing to fight Daitongyu Yui and his brother. Let me give you one piece of advice. Naughty children need to be properly disciplined. Ben, not wanting to miss the excitement, deliberately added, but Hui treated his words as air, showing no intention of heeding them. 80 divine vacuum strikes. Hui, Yui, and Yutsuin moved simultaneously. As soon as they clashed, they immediately used their strongest taijutsu. For a moment, the three exchanged blows with fists flying everywhere like a raging storm colliding. The three used the same taijutsu, so naturally they fought fiercely. However, Ban could vaguely see that Hui was slightly stronger, for she was outnumbered 2-1, yet had never been at a disadvantage. Among the three, Daitongyu Yui was the weakest, since this ninja taijutsu required the buy-in to unleash its full power. But obviously Daitongyu Yui did not have the buy-in, he only had the Xiaolunian. After clashing for a while, the three separated to gain distance. No, Mother's taijutsu is too strong. We must capture her weakness. Only then can we defeat her. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's gaze darkened slightly as he looked upon Otsutsuki Kagaya. Though they were mother and son, his understanding of her was not deep. Yet Hagoromo knew this must be the moment Kagaya was at her weakest. Having just broken free from the seal, her strength had not yet fully recovered. They had to seize this opportunity. It was their only chance to stand against Otsutsuki Kagaya. If they fled now, they would be the ones defeated next. Otsutsuki Hagoromo understood this point, and Madara understood it as well. All he needed to do was make Otsutsuki Kagaya retreat quickly. No lingering in battle. Only when you have fully recovered your strength should the real battle begin. Madara approached Otsutsuki Kagaya and blocked her path, then cast a glance toward Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Very well. Otsutsuki Kagaya clearly understood that now was not the optimal moment for battle, so she nodded after Madara raised this suggestion. Ameno Dojikara. With his dojitsu activated, Madara's eyes immediately unleashed the power of Ameno Dojikara, a technique and used for a long time. Once Ameno Dojikara was invoked, Otsutsuki Kagaya's figure immediately spun and entered the spatial dimension. Watching Kagaya suddenly vanish, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's heart tightened. Even though he had tried his best to hold her off, he still could not prevent Kagaya's departure. Suddenly a thought flashed through Hagoromo's mind, and his eyes lit up. Since Otsutsuki Kagaya was no longer there, and only Uchiha Madara remained, perhaps the two of them could kill Madara directly. If they eliminated Madara, then dealing with Otsutsuki Kagaya alone would become far simpler. The moment the thought arose, Otsutsuki Hagoromo acted immediately. The demonic statues behind him transformed into two kunai and shot toward Madara at great speed, while his own body charged forward using taijutsu. Watching Otsutsuki Hagoromo close in, Madara made no attempt to evade. He simply stood his ground before Hagoromo, neither dodging nor retreating, as though he had resigned himself to fate. Seeing Madara waiting passively for death, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's face brightened. As long as Madara refused to dodge, he would surely be slain. Yet upon seeing the triumphant expression on Hashiramo's face, a faint smile curled the corners of Madara's mouth. The reason he did not dodge was precisely to witness the look of shock on Hashiramo's face. The kunai formed from the demonic statues pierced right through Madara's body. Yes, pierced through. Yet Madara suffered not a single scratch of damage. Upon witnessing this, Otsutsuki Hashiramo's expression froze. He never expected that Madara could intangibly phase through attacks. Otsutsuki Hashirama saw this and felt a wave of helplessness. He knew he could never keep Madara contained. Setting aside all else, that phasing technique alone rendered Madara invincible. Hashirama watched as his own body passed straight through Madara's form, a flicker of resignation flashing across his eyes. The moment he had just phased past him, Madara moved. In one swift motion, Madara's palm struck the back of Otsutsuki Hashirama with tremendous force. This sudden turn of events caught Otsutsuki Hashirama completely off guard, and Madara's strike landed squarely upon his back. Though Madara's taijutsu prowess was formidable for Hashirama, who possessed the sage body, it brought only a slight ache. Nothing more. No real harm was done. After landing the blow and seeing it fail to inflict meaningful damage, Madara immediately retracted his palm and silently invoked within his heart system, "Send me back." As Madara's words fell, that familiar white light once again enveloped his figure. With a single flash, Madara vanished from before the eyes of the Hashirama brothers. Otsutsuki Hashirama glared coldly at the departing Madara, an expression of dark uncertainty flickering across his face. "Brother, we should return as well. The urgent priority is to restore your strength first." After a period of silence, Otsutsuki Hamura spoke, and Otsutsuki Hashirama, still reeling from what had just occurred, nodded in agreement. After Madara returned to Konoha, he did not immediately release Kaguya. Instead, he kept her confined within his personal spatial dimension. After all, Madara could not guarantee that Kaguya would not immediately move to conquer the ninja world upon her release. Doing so would only give him another enemy to contend with. "System, I want to draw a lottery prize." Madara glanced at his sufficiently ample points and immediately thought of the lottery draw. Last time he had drawn something quite useful, and he hoped this time would yield something equally good. Ding. Does the host wish to spend 100 fate change points for one draw? Yes. After Madara confirmed his choice, the screen before his eyes began spinning rapidly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability Devour. Madara was somewhat surprised that his very first draw yielded an ability. Has my luck exploded today? Madara smiled faintly. After receiving the reward, he felt a sense of satisfaction unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Soon Madara thoroughly comprehended the Devour ability. Right after grasping its full explanation, elation flooded through him. This ability was simply perfect for his purposes. He could devour his opponent's strength to replenish his own and simultaneously acquire their abilities as well. This power was simply the ideal tool, not for murder and arson, but for rapidly increasing one's strength. It was absolutely essential for any journey. Madara put away the system interface and prepared to test his new ability. After a moment of thought, he decided to visit the Konoha prison. After all, those criminals within were utterly depraved individuals. To serve as test subjects for his new ability was their greatest honor. The moment the idea formed, Madara headed straight toward Konoha's prison. Though the interior held various offenders, most were ninja who had either defied Konoha's authority or deserted the village. Although Konoha had recently unified the ninja world, and all dared not act recklessly due to Madara's overwhelming strength, there were always those who refused to submit to the village's governance. These renegades committed unspeakable deeds and would never be tolerated by the village. Their only remaining path was desertion. And indeed, within half a month, no fewer than 100 ninja had fled. Nara Shikaku had naturally reported all of this in his previous briefings, so Madara was fully aware. This was precisely why he had chosen the prison as his testing ground. Soon Madara arrived at the prison. Because traitorous ninja were imprisoned within, ANBU operatives stood guard at every entrance. However, with Madara's current strength, if he so willed it, not a single ANBU ninja could detect his presence. And so it was. After openly approaching the prison, Madara immediately lowered his killing intent to its lowest ebb, then used his ability to completely conceal his aura. At that moment, he was as though he did not exist. Seeing that no one could detect him, Madara gave a silent nod of approval and stepped inside. The moment he entered the prison, his gaze swept across every cell, examining the imprisoned traitorous ninja. "Then, dedicate everything you have to me," Ban said coldly, and his devouring ability was instantly activated. The prisoners in the entire prison immediately felt their power constantly being drained away, while their life force also drew closer to Ban. Ban closed his eyes, carefully feeling the life force and chakra continuously surging into his body. What a remarkable ability. To think that in such a short time my life force has grown this much. Feeling the surging vitality within him, a smile curled at the corner of Ban's mouth. After testing his ability, Ban left the prison. As for those whose life force and chakra had been devoured, the Umbu would handle them later. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. With Ban's help, Otsutsuki Kagaya recovered most of her strength during this time. Looking at Kagaya, who had regained her power, Ban knew that the final battle was imminent. Prepare yourself. Your 2 fine sons are likely about to make their move. Ban's gaze turned to the sky as if he could already see Otsutsuki Hagoromo's figure in the distance. Otsutsuki Kagaya remained expressionless, as always merely nodding. Ban knew her personality, and thus said nothing. Just as Ban was ready to face the battle, Otsutsuki Hagoromo was also prepared. Let's go. The final battle was next. After taking a deep breath, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Himura headed to the ninja world. Hagoromo first used the reverse summoning technique to reach Miyaboka Mountain, then from there arrived in the ninja world. The moment the 2 Otsutsuki brothers appeared, Ban sensed them. Gazing into the distance, his eyes flickered slightly. This battle could be called the final showdown, meaning Otsutsuki Hagoromo would likely unleash all his techniques. So he must be absolutely cautious. But that was not the main point. The most important thing was that he already had a plan in mind. He would use this battle to devour all 3 of the Otsutsuki, Hagoromo, and the others. That's right, devour all 3 of them. Ever since he tested his power, Ban had rather enjoyed the feeling of his life force continuously increasing and his chakra rising. Of course, that was only one reason. The second was that Ban's current strength was already the ceiling of the ninja world. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to resort to some special methods. The strength of Otsutsuki Hagoromo's family was also at the ceiling of the ninja world. If he devoured them all, Ban's power would definitely break through once more. Otsutsuki Kagaya also knew that what lay ahead would be a tough battle, so a solemn expression appeared on her face. Their speed was naturally not slow. Soon the 2 of them arrived before the Otsutsuki brothers. The opponents seemed to have anticipated their arrival, waiting quietly for them. They're here. The moment Ban and Kagaya appeared, Otsutsuki Hagoromo muttered. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Sage of 6 Paths. Looking at the grim-faced Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Ban greeted him like an old friend, showing no signs that they were mortal enemies. Indeed, I've let you live long enough. It's time to send you to the Pure Land. Otsutsuki Hagoromo narrowed his eyes, staring at Ban with a hint of killing intent. At this moment, Ban had been placed on his kill list. Coincidentally, that's exactly what I was going to say. Today next year will be the anniversary of your death. Don't be so arrogant. Let me see if your strength is as big and stinky as your mouth. As he spoke, the truth-seeking ball in his hand instantly transformed into a kunai and shot toward Ban under his control. Ban did the same, turning his truth-seeking ball into a kunai and launching it. Bang! Bang! The moment the truth-seeking balls collided, a low, booming sound erupted. The shockwave from the impact instantly pulverized all the surrounding trees. Sage Art released lightning. As Otsutsuki Hagoromo unleashed his sage technique, countless bolts of lightning surged toward Ban with a ferocious aura. Ban, seeing this, simply used his truth-seeking ball to block them all. Seizing this opportunity, Otsutsuki Hagoromo appeared before Ban and swung his staff down at him. With a thought, Ban's black truth-seeking ball transformed into a weapon and shielded him. Boom! Hagoromo's full power strike was naturally terrifying. The clash between the 2 instantly created a storm around them. But at least you're showing some semblance of strength, not as weak as before. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Ban's mouth. Upon hearing Ban's words, Hagoromo's face turned pale and then flushed. Being called weak by another man was unbearable, thus Hagoromo responded with action. Enraged by Ban's taunt, Hagoromo's attacks became increasingly fierce and rapid. Now both sides were fighting with taijutsu. At their level, ninjutsu was no longer very effective. The most common method of combat was taijutsu. Unlike the fierce battle here, the fight between Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Himura was relatively calm. Due to the vast difference in strength, Kagaya was toying with Himura like a cat with a mouse. She had an overwhelming advantage, but she did not intend to win immediately. She planned to make Otsutsuki Hagoromo feel the warmth of maternal love. She wanted them to know the price of betraying her. 8 trigrams. 164 palms. Otsutsuki Himura activated his Byakugan, swinging his palms repeatedly in an attempt to strike Kagaya, but it was obviously futile. Kagaya seized an opening in Himura's defense and sent him flying. At this moment, the scales of victory were tipping toward Ban's side. Ban clearly noticed the situation on Kagaya's side. In that case, we can end the battle quickly. Thinking this, Ban immediately withdrew his truth-seeking ball. Sage Art released Chidori. As he spoke, a Chidori appeared in his right hand, one he hadn't used in a long time. But unlike before, this Chidori was empowered by Sage Art, naturally capable of harming Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Sensing the pressure from Ban's Chidori, Otsutsuki Hagoromo knew he had to dodge this jutsu, or he would be injured. So just as Ban was about to strike him, Hagoromo sidestepped to avoid the Chidori. But he didn't see the smile on Ban's lips. Flying Thunder God's second step. The moment Madara's voice fell silent, he vanished before Himura Otsutsuki. Himura was taken aback and immediately attempted to summon the Pursuit Black Stars for protection, but he was ultimately one step too slow. The piercing power of the Sage Art 1000 Birds was extraordinarily terrifying, instantly spearing through Himura Otsutsuki's chest. Staring at his hand crackling with lightning before his chest, Himura Otsutsuki's eyes brimmed with sheer astonishment. He could not comprehend when Madara had branded him with the Flying Thunder God seal. When exactly had he placed it? Himura slowly turned his head to gaze at Madara. Naturally when I departed last time. After speaking, Madara slowly withdrew his right hand. Though he had gravely wounded his opponent, Himura's immortal physique granted him monstrous regenerative abilities. Even severed limbs could be reborn. Thus this injury, while severe, would not prove fatal. I see now. I had been wondering why you employed those seemingly futile strikes. It appears you had already made your preparations. Clutching his bleeding chest, Himura spoke in a frail voice. Correct. You are no longer my match now. Observing the gravely wounded Himura, Madara coldly remarked. Prior to the ambush, Himura had at most been his equal. However, now struck unexpectedly, he was naturally no longer his opponent. Junior, do not look down upon me. I am the Six Paths Sage. Sensing Madara's contempt, Himura immediately seized his ceremonial staff and struck with blinding speed. Yet Madara, having anticipated this, effortlessly evaded the attack. First feign weakness through counter-deception, then launch your assault when the enemy lets their guard down. Tell me, Six Paths Sage, do you rely solely on such despicable tactics? Responding to Himura's sudden strike, Madara opened his mockery, seeking to disrupt his opponent's mental state. Himura, aware of Madara's intention, refrained from making any rash moves. Whatever the means, no matter how mundane, as long as it secures victory, does it not suffice? Himura said this calmly. Come, let us settle this with a single decisive strike. Madara spoke, molding the Pursuit Black Stars into the form of a katana and gripping it in his hand, while Himura transformed his into the Ame-no-Naboko. Very well. With those words spoken, both moved. Himura's Ame-no-Naboko charged forward with irresistible momentum toward Madara, while Madara's weapon slashed toward Himura in turn. As they drew ever closer, their weapons finally collided. The Ame-no-Naboko, so long as the wielders will remain resolute, can pierce through anything unyielding, and Madara's strike was equally relentless, driven by killing intent. The moment their weapons met, an earth-shattering clash erupted, and the scene froze in standoff. And at that very moment, Madara smiled. Time. Reversal. The four characters were drawn from Madara's lips. Upon hearing them, Himura felt an ominous premonition well up within him. Before he could react, he was horrified to find his body moving backward against his own will. The instant Himura attempted to retract his weapon, Madara's blade severed his head. Watching the falling heads, Ban immediately activated his ability Devour. In an instant, all of Daitongyu Yui's chakra and life force surged toward Ban. Daitongyu Yui quickly noticed the situation on Ban's side. Seeing that eerie devouring ability, her expression shifted. His intuition told him that Ban's power was extremely dangerous. If Ban turned against her, she would be utterly defenseless. With this thought, Daitongyu Yui immediately chose to abandon Daitongyu Yui and seized the chance to strike while Ban was occupied. All-killing ash bones. Daitongyu Yui struck with a lethal technique. The gray bone spikes, carrying an aura of death, shot straight toward Ban. Although Ban was devouring Daitongyu Yui, he had not forgotten to keep watch over Daitongyu Yui. After all, they were from the same clan. His vigilance paid off. The moment Daitongyu Yui used her jutsu, Ban sensed the danger and responded with two all-killing ash bones of his own. Boom, boom. When their techniques collided, an immensely powerful force erupted instantaneously, blowing everything around them away. Ban seized this opportunity to completely devour Daitongyu Yui. With Daitongyu Yui's death, Zhu Jian also perished, for Daitongyu Yui had been using Zhu Jian's body. You have devoured Yui. Daitongyu Yui glared at Ban with murderous intent. Though she harbored deep hatred for her two sons, they were still her children. Watching her own son being killed made her uncomfortable, even if there was little familial affection. Indeed, I now stand above all others. I am the strongest of the Six Paths. After devouring Daitongyu Yui's power, Ban's strength swelled rapidly. His own aura could now suppress that of Daitongyu Yui. Under these circumstances, Ban no longer needed to hide. Moreover, his ultimate plan was to devour Daitongyu Yui as well. The strongest Six Paths? Not necessarily. I am the originator of chakra. Hearing Ban's arrogant words, a trace of disdain flickered across Daitongyu Yui's face. As the exalted goddess of the hair, she possessed her own pride. Words are useless. Let us settle who is truly the strongest. Ban shook his head and vanished from Daitongyu Yui's sight in an instant. When he had helped restore her power, he had not left behind any contingency. The Flying Thunder God technique was one of them. However prepared in advance, Hyūga immediately used her Byakugan to track Ban's trajectory. 80 God's Vacuum Attack. This ultimate taijutsu unleashed. Ban felt an ancient and vast aura approaching. At that moment his figure flickered and dodged Hyūga's attack. I am far from having exhausted my methods. As Ban's words fell, Hyūga felt her body involuntarily begin to rewind step by step. This was time reversal, bringing everything back to the state it was 5 minutes ago. Time is the most mysterious power. Even someone of Hyūga's level could not comprehend it. Under the forced time reversal, she was horrified to find herself back to 5 minutes prior, engaged in battle with Hyūga. Ban seized this opportunity to place his hand directly on Hyūga. Devour. As Ban spoke, Hyūga felt herself utterly restrained on an intangible level, unable to make any reaction. The power within her surged endlessly toward Ban, leaving her feeling helpless. How could you possibly master time? Hyūga turned her head unwillingly to look at Ban, wanting to know the answer before her death. But Ban was destined not to reply. As time passed, Hyūga's power was completely drained. Ban's strength reached an unprecedented level. With a single thought, Ban instantly returned to the ninja world. Gazing at the unified ninja world, he turned and walked away.